Day 2 at the Blast World Finals Singapore is upon us. Yesterday we had an awful lot of action going on. We had surprises, we had teams showing up, and we had players playing beautiful, beautiful Counter-Strike, surrounded by beautiful, beautiful settings in Singapore. However, today it's getting a little bit more serious. We have elimination games at our hand, and one of those teams that can go out once more is FaZe Clan. They've been struggling for quite some time, haven't really been doing too well for themselves. Today, pressure's on. Same could be said for NAVI. Best team in the world. We didn't see that yesterday. They lost quite surprisingly to Astralis, which means they could be eliminated today as well. Another team that's been struggling as of late is Team Liquid. They got off to a good start when they first formed this team together, but lately it's been looking rough for them, and once again they have backs against the wall. A loss today means that Liquid is out of the tournament. And then there's Vitality playing with a stand-in, playing with Jax. No Messi in the building. We saw that yesterday as they lost to Spirit, which means they could be exiting the tournament as well. However, they're still in the fight for this trophy you see on your screen right now, which means that we still have an awful lot of games going on today. I'm joined by Maui Snake, and as I said right now, Maui, we're moving into the little bit more dire streets of the tournament. We have elimination games at hand.
Right, and for some of the teams, I feel like you could find an excuse. Vitality, obviously, they're playing with a stand-in, sure. That's going to obviously impede their chances of winning this one, and they know that there's probably a brighter future once they get Messi back in their ranks. But for some of the other teams, I mean, come on, what are we talking about? NAVI? FaZe? Like, this is a great way to cap off your tournament season right before the major. Come in with some confidence, put yourselves in a position to look like the favorites. But for whatever reason, some of those guys have really fallen off here in Singapore.
Yeah, it didn't look great yesterday, to be completely honest, for NAVI. We saw it yesterday. You have it right here on your screen as well. Astralis taking them down 2-0 in a game that I think surprised an awful lot of people. We had the whole conversation about NAVI being the best team in the world, and then we had the whole conversation about Astralis perhaps not even being, you know, deservingly of a spot here this tournament when you consider the opposition. But yesterday we saw it, 13-6, Astralis dominated.
You know, they call Singapore the Garden City, and it's like you go on vacation and you come back and your neighbor did some serious landscaping, because right now this Astralis does not resemble what we saw at IEM Rio or the Blast Fall Finals. So whatever Cadian's been cooking up with Rugga, it is definitely working.
There was some more cooking yesterday as well. MOUZ took on FaZe Clan. The whole storyline for that matchup has been for 6 to 12 months that FaZe just owned MOUZ every single time they were playing each other. That changed yesterday once more. MOUZ beat him in Rio, MOUZ beat him yesterday, and they looked good doing so.
They looked aggressive. They looked like they had plans for every single round. On the other side, it felt like FaZe were on the back foot, and the frustrations were clearly there for the FaZe side. Yeah, they lost to MOUZ once, but they thought the rematch would go their way. It did not.
It did not. We also had some action taking place in Group B, and I want to take a deep dive into that one, because the G2 Liquid game was quite interesting. Started off with what was classified as a disaster class by G2, but they turned around the ship. They lost the first map 13-0, yet somehow, some way, still found a way to win the game.
Right. I feel like it's still apparent that Liquid's T-sides need a lot of work. And so for the 13-0 win on Ancient, that was really predicated on the fact that they had a great defense there, but some of the same demons reared their ugly heads and helped G2 in terms of the weaknesses of Liquid.
Quite a lot of question marks attached to the Vitality Spirit game. We know Vitality is playing with a stand-in in the form of Jax. We know Spirit haven't played an official game for almost a month, so we were a little bit, you know, unknowing of what to expect, but Spirit looked somewhat decent yesterday, and I guess Vitality, by all means, you know, playing with a stand-in, we didn't expect them to win, so I guess it was a decent performance after all.
Right. I feel like I still would have wanted to see a little bit more cohesion, but when I was doing a little bit of prep for this entire tournament, watching Jax as an individual, we all wanted that sort of fairy tale run with him, like at ESL Pro League, where he looked so sharp a handful of seasons ago as a stand-in. But this time around, I feel like he's fallen down a peg or two as an individual player.
A little bit, you know, maybe it's a bit too much to expect from Jax. There were quite a lot of surprises yesterday, also including in the predictions that we did. We're trying to, you know, every day figure out what's going on. As you can see right here, all of us had, apart from Anders, of course, NAVI winning that game. Most of us had FaZe beating MOUZ, and then we were all agreeing on G2 that had to struggle a little bit more. So it gives you these results. It also means that a couple of us can steal points from each other, and I stole from Freya because I don't give a damn, to be completely honest. And Anders, he was stealing as well.
No, they all stole from me. Scrawny, Anders, and James May stole 4 lives.
Colluded? Yeah.
They had to have colluded. That's ridiculous. What?
Well,
I'm getting blindsided.
I'm your friend. I could have done it too. You could have been dead by now, but you're not.
I just got back. I just got back here. Why am I getting picked on?
Well, maybe you're leaving soon too. We also had some awesome plays yesterday, so we may as well dive into the traded play of the days. And we're starting off with a bit of action coming in from your boy, Saivu.
Oh yeah, ZywOo here on the pistol round, some excellent Glock work. I have seen him put together so many highlights at this exact same position, the way he maneuvers around the piece of cover, and that's what's so brilliant about ZywOo. Everything works for him.
I love the fact that the top 3 players are from ZywOo, Dunk, and m0NESY, the 3 best players in the world. You had Dunk coming in spades yesterday as well with the M4A1S, getting boosted, getting fighting, and he's just looking sharp, Dunk, and we love to see that.
Yeah, hero A1S, just making sure to find all of the impact as he does, but m0NESY, of course, #1. Doing it with the rifle. This pre-fire one-tap right here, look at this. Oh my god! Oh my gosh, he sees a sliver of twist right there through the pallet and is able to find the perfect counter-strafe to nail that one-tap. It was just... it was beautiful.
And he's supposed to be an AWPer, right? I think he's almost...
He's an AWPer. He's an AWPer. Actually, we saw ZywOo doing it with the pistol. We saw m0NESY doing it with the rifle. No one's even AWPing anymore. What's happening?
Well, we'll see if he's going to AWP today, because we do have m0NESY taking on the server later today. G2 will take on Spirit. You have Liquid taking on Vitality. Astralis versus MOUZ, but we're starting off with FaZe versus NAVI in the first elimination game right here.
A long road back to glory here for NAVI.
We might have lost, but we're not going to lose again.
No one expected NAVI to be in this position.
If we stand together and we have the right mentality, no one can stop us.
We faced worse odds before. This is nothing.
Now they really have to summon some strength.
Still an uphill battle here for FaZe.
We are prepared for this. We're here to play.
We are here to play. They better, because they're facing NAVI, the best team in the world. I know yesterday it wasn't a great showcase of their skill set. It was a lackluster performance coming in from Alexi B and the boys, but taking on FaZe today, in an elimination game could very well change that perspective. Now, FaZe have been struggling for a long time, Maui, and I think coming into this tournament, we were hoping that it could be a bit of a lead-up heading into the RMR, a bit of a confidence builder, but the loss against MOUZ yesterday and the frustrations coming out from the FaZe players didn't really give us that indication.
I feel like there's 2 teams right now that tournament to tournament, I am not sure what I'm going to be getting. And that's FaZe, that's G2. On the NAVI side, they've been a bastion of consistency. And that's what we've been praising them for so much in this season. It feels like every single tournament, they're destined for the grand finals, frequently a finals win on top of that. And so if I'm just kind of pitting these 2 teams against each other mentally, it's almost a surprise NAVI's here. And unfortunately, something that has felt a little bit more consistent for a team like FaZe.
Yeah, and I'm almost willing to say it's been consistently bad for FaZe, to be completely honest. You know, I get your point about not knowing what to expect, but look at these event results. Had you looked at their event results for the later stages of 23, when CS2 first came out, it was 1 and 2nd, and it was 1 and 2nd all the way through. Now they failed to even get into the playoff. Now they failed to even be competitive at the tournaments, and it does feel like the storyline surrounding FaZe right now is more or less them fighting to stay alive at tournaments, let alone winning them or getting into the playoff.
Yeah, it does feel like for FaZe right now, there's a lot of murmurs in terms of what they need to do into the upcoming season, but I do want to live in the moment for a little bit longer with this roster. With this core unit, which won the Grand Slam, won a major, you would expect that they're able to roll it back in some way, and obviously a frequent talking point is Frozen's fit on this team working out for them? Well, I can say with certainty as an individual, he is delivering, but it's just that for whatever reason, the cohesion with FaZe does not feel like it is the same as it was, say, a year ago. I
think we should revisit what happened yesterday, because it was an uncomfortable way, let's put it that way, for FaZe to lose. You have the very last round playing out right here. They actually do super well for themselves. Brokey's coming in with a nice trade right here, and they stabilize the round. You're playing under a lot of pressure. At this point, it becomes a 4v2, and we can almost feel the relief from the FaZe boys. They felt like, okay, we won the round, and then Jim Fat happened.
Right, Yimpat. This guy is just a monster, such a beast. You could have said stuff about the spacing, about some of the timings there, with Kerrigan just kind of ending up at the vent at the very end. That feels a little bit goofy, and I feel like if FaZe just made sure to be as punctual and on top of every single aspect of that round as possible, they probably would have closed it out, but I will also give a lot of credit to Yimpat. That was a sensational highlight from him.
And make no mistakes, there's different ways of losing. Losing a round like that, that's gonna frustrate you. We saw Frozen being obviously visibly upset after the loss. He was smashing the desk. He was not comfortable with it. And nor should you be, because you're playing against your ex-team. You're playing against your ex-teammates. You see it right here. And it almost felt like they would have won that round. They would have gone into overtime. And that game could definitely have been extended to a 3rd map. So do you think these frustrations that we're seeing right now is also sort of like a tendency that is building up within the FaZe clan, that things are just not clicking right now?
At first, you can give yourself a pass. then you start to sweat it a little bit. Why are we not bringing this one back? It has now reached the point of no return. You've lost to a team who you have been absolutely botting for a year straight. There was so many, 7 series in a row where FaZe was beating MOUZ. Now you lose to them twice in a row. It's a changing of the time right now, and Frozen felt it in that very moment. That's why he let out his frustration.
Frozen was indeed frustrated yesterday. I think he calmed down a little bit. We had James Banks catching up with him coming into the game.
I mean, I think we are always fired up coming to the tournament. Then obviously you lose the first game, and you are like, man, is this happening again? Yeah, but now, I mean, again, back against the walls, right? If we want to win or go far in the tournament, we have to beat everyone. But maybe it's just a matter of fact of, you know, also taking a step back. And I don't want to say, like, be relaxed, but, you know, just go with the flow, I feel like. Because we're always talking about, you know, going far, fighting for the trophies and everything, but after all, if you're not having a good period, it's, I don't want to say it's kind of hard to think about it, but I mean, I think it's just a matter of fact to take it like step by step at the moment.
I'm glad you said step by step, because in terms of taking it step by step, you guys obviously went through the bit where Karrigan was micromanaging a bit more, then you guys got some freedom back in it. Where you're at right now, are you all believing in like the process you're going through and what's happening?
I think I can only speak for myself here. I don't see inside the other guys' heads, but I mean, I always believe in the process, you know. I feel like we have a good thing going on. I feel like we are way more open-minded than we were, for example, at the time I joined, you know. Just, you know, the way we can talk about things, how people are handling things, and just the talks, you know. So, in my eyes, there is improvements in a lot of different areas. And now I feel like it's just about transferring it into our game and, you know, connecting with each other.
Now coming into today's game, it's NAVI, and it's been some tough games against them in terms of the recent games you've played against them. Do you guys have an understanding of why that is, or is it just because of how you've been playing, or is it something specific about NAVI?
It's a good question. I mean, they're obviously #1 team, right? They feel like they have a very consistent way of playing, and yeah, I mean, they always have great players, right? They can pop off at any time, any each of them. So I don't know if it's more like because of them or because of us. I mean, for me, I think to this game especially, I'm coming to different, like with a different mentality, you know. I said I don't really care what maps they're best on and everything. I just want to play 3 good maps and I mean, just see where we stand, you know.
There's no doubt there's a lot of pressure on FaZe right now, especially considering you are facing NAVI, who, you know, for the vast majority of this year has been the best team in the world. And also domestically, you know, every time they play each other, it's been NAVI winning 4 out of 5 times. So if you're FaZe right now, you can't be too comfortable. However, we did see NAVI yesterday struggle quite a bit. These stats are telling you a clear picture that these players were not showing up against Astralis, I guess everyone but Bit. And this interesting quote from Blade coming into the tournament as well. He's always looking a step ahead, saying that it's to a point almost better to lose this tournament so we can come into the boot camp being hungry. Obviously, that's not essentially what he's meaning, but there's a meaning behind the madness, isn't there?
Blade speaks in riddles, but sometimes when I see a quote like this, I do understand what he is saying. He did also mention in this same interview, in the greater context, that they are always giving it their all. They're always trying as absolutely hardest that they can, but sometimes he sees this greater picture, and yes, the major, it should be addressed. The major is the target of every single team in the world. You want to win that more than anything else. You can establish an era if you do that, if you are NAVI, and so that's what Blade is keying in on. But at the same time, I don't think you're trying to sack this tournament by any means.
No, I agree. It's very much still a very important tournament for NAVI. You could see that from the players as well. We had James Banks catching up with JL coming into the game.
I want to look at your individual performance as well, because you always talk to me that you're very harsh on yourself, right? You're your biggest critic with this. It wasn't a great game from you either. Is it just a one-off thing? Is it something you should worry about?
The thing is, usually when you have those kind of games, you have something to cling on, but I didn't have anything to cling on. I didn't even get tilted. I didn't smash the table once. It was very funny because, like, there are many rounds where I just wished the whole mag, and I just couldn't do anything but laugh because it wasn't even close. Like, you hit him 2 times out of 20 bullets. That is completely horrendous and unacceptable, but if I tilted, it could have been even worse. I was trying to come back on Mirage, but not much you can do.
There's positives though that you didn't tilt, so we do like that. Now you're playing against FaZe, who you've had a good series against in terms of recent times, right? It's looking very strong in your favor. Do you feel like you know what to expect in how they play and just the map pool you're going to get here?
Yeah, for sure. FaZe play a certain way, and they do have this, I don't know, it's a FaZe type of game. and you know how to play against it. But the other thing is to counter it. You have to hit your shot still. No matter if you understand what they're doing, you still have to deal with it. But wait, I wanted to say something. Yeah, you have to deal with it.
In terms of dealing with it, how fired up is everyone today, ready to deal with it?
I feel like the NAVI is back. Really, truly feels like it. It feels normal. Yesterday we had this fake good confidence. I woke up in the morning. I felt really good. Today we're gonna smash. Yeah. We didn't smash at all. But now we feel now I feel normal. Not good, not bad, normal. That's what you should be, in the middle.
He's stumbling over his words. He's hitting 2 bullets out of 20. That's it. It's confirmed. JL stands for jet lag.
Well, you've been working on that one for a long, long time. One thing you need to work on, Maui, is your prediction game as well. Because if we have a look right here, I think you're almost half dead, to be completely honest. You only have 2 lives left, and we started yesterday. What is going on right here, Maui?
I got picked on, okay? Anders stole from me. Scrawny stole from me. James Banks stole from me. If it weren't for these kinds of predictions where you could steal from each other, I'd be fine. I'd be right there in the middle with everybody else. But some reason, I'm the guy getting picked on today.
Honestly, had I known, I would have stolen from you too.
I bet you would have. I bet you would have.
I would have. We are just about ready to get started with the first game of the day. The elimination stage is upon us right here. Some may say NAVI is facing elimination, going up against FaZe, and you can say the same for FaZe. Facing elimination, going up against the best team in the world. I bet you NAVI is ready for this game, as JL said. However, is FaZe ready? I'm not sure about it. It's always a bit of a question mark. Stay tuned. When we come back from the break, we have the game ready for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's day 2 here, Blast Premier World Finals 2024, live and direct from Singapore. And I have some news for you. Elimination is on the line for the world's best team. A rivalry of sorts. You have NAVI versus FaZe here. I'm joined by MOUZ, Nuke. Why is that? What happened?
Honestly, I just snuck in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually, something happened to Anders. I may or may not have been responsible for it.
Okay.
And
Anders is feeling a bit sick today, so we are going to be covering his initial shift. It's not ideal, but we're going to have some fun today. We're going to be a little bit more conversational. We're not going to try and full send it with the play-by-play. We're just going to talk about the Counter-Strike and enjoy it. And it should be a bit of a banger, Anders. This bad start. You can see that the odds are coming through, and you can see that our favorites are NAVI, but MOUZ. NAVI didn't look great yesterday. They lost to bloody Astralis.
they got blindsided. I do feel like Astralis came with an excellent plan. The teamwork was there for them. They knew what NAVI had been cooking for such an extended period of time, because it's safe to say that NAVI is the most studied team in World Counter-Strike as it stands. So for Astralis, they've been watching their games not only anti-strat, but also to just beat them.
Well, here we go. I can't believe I'm saying this. NAVI versus FaZe. One of these teams has to go home. It's NAVI. They're on a 6-event streak of grand finals. Bear in mind, at the start of CS2, as FaZe have managed to get 8 grand finals in a row. So gunning for that record, and it could all come crashing down today. We're looking for a CT start here for NAVI as they make their way with the Julies towards the top of Banana. And FaZe, this is their map pick, bear in mind. Last time they played full finals, this is the only map they picked up in this series. They lost 2-1, but they did win Inferno 13-10. So a great start for FaZe, and we'll see if they can get themselves to a flying start here with a Karrigan P250. Now, MOUZ, the P250 in the hand of Karrigan is actually pretty impressive.
That is a little bit odd.
Honestly, he's good with it, man.
He's also weirdly good with the Scout too, but you would usually just expect somebody like Rops. And this is actually a similar setup that FaZe had to face yesterday versus MOUZ. The flash over the halls. Ema's already calming that everything is happening right in front of him. Rain finds the kill on a bit. Now it's up to Ema to try to find more, but all right, a good start for FaZe in this one.
Yeah, I don't think you can really do much about this situation. It's a 4-on-3, sure, but without the kid in play, and now Alexi B being removed from the equation as well, it's going to be a very difficult retake for Wonderful and JL. You might even consider saving the Julies and Kevlar, considering he's still got 100 HP. No way you can win the round now as Wonderful looks some potential exits here, finds Karrigan. That's $300 in the bag, and yeah, he's going to hold on to the Julies. And bear in mind, with 100 HP, he does essentially get a discounted helmet into the next round if they do want to buy. Which Inferno I do kind of like. I think it's a perfect map to force buy on the CT side.
I feel like most teams now are opting to force second round CT on nearly every single map.
I think that's fair, yeah.
The value in half armor MP9 is so strong.
Yeah.
You don't even need to actually save all of your armor. Like, you don't need that little extra boost from the helmet actually, because everybody's going to be buying this nowadays. It's so great on that first real gun round, round number 4, to have full util, take banana control, enact all the plays you want to. So it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. Well, we will see a potential force buy in the second, but FaZe just what the doctor ordered there, as we see them pick up a pistol, and quite a nice little execution where one player towards middle, smokes down towards Moto, and the arch side flashbang over the top and a pop out of the apartments. And here's the force by itself, so Wonderful can get the FAMAS due to saving the armor, and we'll see if that's an important factor. Deagles and MP9s otherwise, and we'll see if there's an aggressive stance in the CTs. Pretty traditional, 2 towards B, 3 at the A sites, and some decent chip damage at the start, but Frozen, he offers some back in return. That's JL down to 43.
Excellent nade from him early on, recognizing that there's probably so little utility on the NAVI side that as long as he hangs back in the very beginning, he's not going to take too much chip damage from that early util. And we're seeing that FaZe, this is something that they really like to do versus MOUZ yesterday. They kept going for A plays repeatedly and were frequently punished by these stacks over on this side of the map. So they got to do their due diligence. They got to use their utility well to segment and cross out some of these angles, because this is a 4-man stack right now for NAVI.
Okay, getting a little bit scary over here. The CTs still have 1 smoke and 3 flashbangs available. It's Alexi B, though. He's alone at the B bomb site. He's got to hold on to that extra utility and just try and set up a blockade and funnel them in towards that A site. But bear in mind, a huge firepower advantage here. The 5-7, though, has been absolutely monstrous here at World Finals. We'll see if he can replicate that good form once again. Karrigan, nice little double kill, and isolating smoke to set them up for a potential banana split here. MOUZ, extra creamy, I reckon, as they make their way towards the B site.
This is going to be more than difficult for Alexi B. He still has some good utility, and Karrigan, yeah, he's scouting it out. At that point, he knows maximum 3 people or minimum 1 person at B, and I feel like this is a pretty simple call for him overall. Alexi B smoked off of the angle here. Yeah, okay.
Hang on.
That's another body down, but as long as Alexi B doesn't get up to anything too crazy now.
10 seconds. If he denies the plant, dude, this could get all sorts of weird. They have gone for a kind of off-meta plant, so I guess you wouldn't be able to spam that. It's not too traditional, and now you're probably going to be saving the MP9, the Famous, the 5-7. Alexi B's still there. He hasn't got a kit, so no ninja potential, but there it is. Round 4 FaZe, and we'll see if there's anything Alexi B can grab here. He's got the 5-7. It'll be nice to save with the utility he has, but still can look for an exit. Speaking of which, Immo was trying to do just that from T steps. Karrigan will find his 3rd kill of the round. Farming that money.
Not bad for Karrigan. He was on such low HP as well. So he'll be able to take 1850 into the next one. Wonderful did actually change out the FAMAS for a Galil. Nobody likes the FAMAS. Just no.
I guess like the Galil these days, like it actually basically is like an M4, but with 5 extra bullets. Like the spray pattern not quite as comfortable, but still it's a very powerful weapon right now.
Yeah, basically the difference between it and the A4 is just fire rate.
Yeah.
Galil's just shooting a little bit slower. Otherwise, similarly strong. And overall, this was a good round from FaZe. This was actually showing a lot more in terms of just layering, in terms of checking out the different types of bomb sites, a little bit of scouting as well. That's the thoroughness that I feel like has been sometimes lacking with FaZe, especially against MOUZ yesterday. So many times just a single player, Rain in particular, was just going up that arch side by himself, just finding something out, but usually at the cost of his own life.
Here we go then, Wonderful. You are all in, my friend. Taking a lot of damage on Rook. Can he get one single frag? He absolutely can, and gets away with his life. That is not bad. Finds the in-game leader of FaZe and puts him in a 5-on-4 situation. Sure, he's down to 9 points of health. I guess you could throw the weapon over to a teammate, but no one else has Kevlar, so he'll hold on to the Galil for now. It's going to sell $3,000 as well. A second kill comes in for Bits. Rain is dropped by the Desert Eagle. 5-on-3, Maui. This is not what the script read.
No, Rops, he's got to find something. Okay. Catches the jump spot right there, but he's into the waiting arms. 3 CTs right there. In fact, 4 all over the A bomb site. Now, Brokey, yeah, this is how a lot of FaZe rounds just kind of crumble. Just the 1-by-1-by-1 peak.
That's exactly what it was, right? Like,
you don't want to see that.
You really don't. I understand with Karrigan making his way up towards Banana. He's still got that Mac 10. He's trying to just get some control, some space at the start. But there it is. Wonderful getting himself a double kill and still surviving the round. This would be an unbelievable clutch if Frozen can pull it off, but it's a clean sweep with 2 saved rifles, a double kill from Wonderful, Alexi B closing things out as well, and some brilliant shots there from Bit with the Desert Eagle. That's a frustrating one. You didn't even get a look into the round when you had all the advantages you could ask for. Isolated by a very powerful smoke. It was well played from NAVI, sure, but still, the fact you don't even get a single frag is not going to feel good.
And honestly, some great deagle shots being hit by the NAVI members, so can't fault FaZe too much for that one, but it did feel a little bit too individualistic. So this time around, we're going to see FaZe. They're going for their own force buy here. They're able to find a few AKs. This time, I think Frozen wants to be the aggressor towards Banana. He is a specialist in this position, but there are 3 CTs right on the other side of the smoke.
And the fact that everyone survived the previous round, now they've got T-side weaponry as well. They've got the Galils, the AK-47s. They are ready to battle here. And speaking of which, JL looking to make up for his low performance yesterday. He opens things up and has found 1.5 kills. Karrigan dumpstered by the HE, and that's probably round. We've got a 5-on-3 situation, a distinct lack of utility now for FaZe. 1 smoke, a couple of flashes. You have got Rops alive, but everyone knows he's going to be lurking towards that boiler room. Rain will join him as well as they hold for any sort of over-aggressing CTs.
I do like that FaZe are waiting this time, not going for the individual peaks once they find themselves in a man deficit. It will be a porch attempt here, but Wonderful. Great headshot from him. Good trade though, but it's still that much damage being dealt to Rops. Your chances are slim in FaZe clan.
Brokey hasn't looked his usual self. I know we only have 2 maps as a sample size, but couldn't really get going against MOUZ yesterday. Let's have a look. Is there anything left to be said about the round? We could step up here. It would be remarkable, but yeah, well positioned. Alexi B and JL could crossfire. And poor old Rops, 6 HP, nothing to do but save. That's going to be 2 rounds in a row now for NAVI, and presumably the money completely busted with no plants. It's going to be $1,900 into the next round.
And honestly, a very similar start to the previous round. The fact that banana control was taken very early on by Navi's side. The good utility setup here. We see Alexi B with the support flash.
Okay, that's actually pretty sick little play at the start of the round as well. That really nice pop flash and the grenade over the top as well. Right at Karrigan's front doorstep, and yeah, overlooked the cubby. Brokey gets nothing done. A couple of disappointing rounds there for FaZe, and it's not going to get any easier. We've got literal ecos coming up next. You can't really justify much of a force with $1,900 loss bonus. So this is like P250s and Glocks into the next round.
No, definitely not the start you're looking for FaZe Clan. Sure, you win the pistol in the second one, but it is the 4 spy wars that have concluded. NAVI come out way ahead here.
Look at the guns they've got. They've got 4 AKs into this like CT side campaign. Their money's going to swell in this particular round. They've got another 3250 coming on top of like the almost 5 digits. They have a couple of players. This is going to be a rough half of FaZe now. They're going to have weak buys going forward. They can't bring out the AWP. Not a huge deal on T-side Inferno, but with Brokey on the server, he's actually a bit of a specialist on this map with the AWP. He can do unbelievable things. Clutch up, close range, no scopes. Like, this is a specialist map for him. He won't be getting the AWP out anytime soon.
No, doesn't look good for that. And Rops, not usually the guy that you're looking for to find an opening in a round, but given he has the only premium rifle for the side of FaZe, he will have to do just that. Very curious as to how he's going to look for that kind of opening. And Rain, yeah, you just got a Glock, buddy. It's not going to be doing you much good if you're going to peek any farther than that.
So what have they got to work? We've got 1 smoke and a single flashbang. So your best bet, I suppose, try and bleed out the CT utility like you would in a normal eco anyway. 1 smoke for CT spawn, I suppose, send in the cannon fodder, go for a B attack, but NAVI seem more than ready for this sort of play.
Yeah, Brokey, he is making his way towards Banana right now with that singular smoke, and I do agree with you. It's either probably going to be the CT smoke or maybe even smoking deep up.
Or you could smoke like on the bomb site itself in front of Fountain. It's go for the plant in there.
Oh, he just threw this.
All
he
right.
threw the split smoke.
All right.
Okay, that might even pull a rotation or at least keep Wonderful here. So that actually is kind of an interesting way to use that one. But okay, Kerrigan, he's got that single flash. This has to be perfect. This has to blind JL and Alexi.
Could do. Looks pretty good. Alexi B completely wrecked by it, but it's going to be the first frag going in favor of NAVI. Their efforts now probably thwarted. There's no real time to make this one work. The rifle's being dropped. The Glocks will be mowed down. Kerrigan's done well to find a single kill there, but as expected, it will be quite a convincing round there for NAVI. No bomb planted again, so they'll be getting 2,400 into the next round off the eco, so it's going to be like a bare bones sort of buy. Not all the bells and whistles you really want there, so sacrifices and concessions will have to be made, but Galil's and AK's up next. But NAVI now, this is looking like a very strong half for them. They're going to have so much money, no ecos for them here in MR12 after having, what, 3 clean back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, and FaZe just have to rethink their banana control at this point. It's been consistent rounds, gun rounds that is, where they were losing that space. And NAVI, once again, they want to send 3 people towards banana early on. Frozen denied that space early, deep. Banana smoke immediately, blocking off that sight line, and so it's up to Rain, it's up to Rops to try to find something in apps to take some sort of space back. But right now, it feels like NAVI have just had such a stranglehold on the map.
Yeah, this is stifling. Like, you've brought up into this round, sure, but Frozen, no grenades, Rops down to a deagle. And as mentioned, just the very basics here for FaZe. They're going to go for another default setup here, 3 players towards second middle, Frozen waiting for the initial utility to expire. They haven't taken any banana control as of yet.
No bracket, no banana at 1 minute 8 seconds is not a great feeling. It is quite late, and perfect timing on the smoke there from JL, denying this until 50 seconds remain.
Going for it. Flash
they might
over.
just, I think they might just pop it. Yeah, okay, there's a flash right there, another flash. All right, okay, FaZe, they disrespect the smoke. They're able to find some space now. That should burn a little bit more time off the clock for the NAVI side. Alexi, he wants to play this close angle with the molly. Almost caught out there.
They've done well, though. The pressure's good. They bait out that smoke, and there's 40 seconds here. You could wait for the 20 seconds to expire, but it's going to be a bit of a scramble.
Reaction. Oh, my gosh, Bit. Oh, this is so ridiculous. If he gets a kill from this... Oh, punish, Rain, okay. Clearing his angles out, understanding, and doubling up on that reaction.
Okay, in we go. Wonderful. The last line of defense here. 20 seconds, Maui. This still could get weird. If he gets a couple of kills and denies the plant, the incendiary's a stroke of genius as well. Segregates the T side and can't convert the kills. If he gets maybe one more, could apply that pressure, but it is going to be Rain single-handedly winning the round there. Double kill towards the apps. Good read, and it will be FaZe breaking the streak here. CTs have no choice but to save. And there we have it.
That's a great hold from Rain right there. Ooh, nice shot. Okay.
Needed this phase.
Yeah, absolutely. Understanding that Navi are a team that is so proactive, even in the mid-late round, where so many other teams would just turtle up right there, say there's 30 seconds left, hold on to utility, set up a crossfire. No, they always want to make sure that they're actually creating their own destiny. They're not going to just sit on their hands, wait into a site, and say, let's just hope for the best. Let's hope their execute isn't up to par. It is actually Rain that says, you know what? I believe that you are going to go for that push. And that's that veteran savvy from him.
Well, that was been a very difficult round. Deagle, lack of utility, and Rain stepping up. As I'll look at the replay there a bit. Like I said, I like the proactive play, but great read on the second kill as well. That is absolutely astonishing from Rain. Rob's making that Deagle work. Frozen, lovely shot towards JL as well. But you are going to see the wonderful AWP now, Mau. A change of pace.
Yes.
This is where the game really begins for Navi. And we're going to see, I say the AWP, there it is. So JL's going to drop it over. But yeah, this is where they get into their final form, as it were. They were in cruise control. The rounds were going swimmingly, but now a change of pace. Blade has been brought in as well, just to adjust the setups here. And this is where you want Wonderful to start calling, I'm going to go find a pick here. We've been conditioning them towards Banana, maybe get him established towards the top of Car and having full control of that side of the map. But we'll see what Blade has got up his sleeve.
Right. That's the question here, because Navi have actually been winning the utility war towards Banana, but they didn't actually keep eyes on it. They just had JL right there at the hard corner, and in many ways, he could have just played the jump spot game. He could have played at the bottom. I feel like at this point, Navi just have to flip the script a little bit. The Banana control early is going your way. How are you going to hold it once you get it?
Cheeky little timeout. First one of the series. This is the pick of FaZe. You are joining us, ladies and gentlemen, for day 2 of World Finals here in Singapore. Elimination on the line. Bear in mind, this is a stacked tournament. Every game is going to be a banger. This one is no different, and we're completely tied up here. 3-3, and the AWP is out for Wonderful. JL at the sandbag, segregated from his team. Now the Molotovs make things very difficult. Carrigan spots him, but can't find a kill here. He's going to have that AK-47 in hand, but gets caught with the grenades. Broken for the double kill, and Frozen will snatch it away. 2-on-2 for now. Wonderful and Bit gonna have to retake this B bomb side, but it looks like he got the bomb and T spawn, so no quick plant here, and the round will be reset.
6 deaths in Banana in the first 30 seconds. That is not something you always see. And Rain, he's still hesitant about this. You would think with 3 kills towards Banana, you would probably send it by now, but no, he's going to exercise some caution, wait for Rops to actually come in tow. And the smoke there at Coffins does give them safe passage onto the bomb site. Now, Wonderful, he's got to pull something off here.
What can you do, though? If you start spamming shots to the AWP, they're going to know exactly where you are, and it's like a 1 in 100 chance here to get a kill there. So he's got to wait for his teammates. Bit will come through. He's got a flash. They've got 3 of them, in fact, as well. And, of course, they have kits available. Bomb just planted. There is a Molotov for Rain here. He's down to 59 points of health as they both sit on the bomb site here. Advantage to FaZe, but definitely a chance for Navi to pull this one off.
Oh, Molly's in. Okay, Rob's burned out of the angle. Oh, a missed shot from Wonderful there. But it actually still forces Robs into the fight. Now, Rain, 1 versus 2. Oh, okay, Nate, that should do it. Perfectly played by Bit. The Molly, the nade, and it should be enough time on top of that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a comfortable defuse in the end. It's going to be another round for Navi. A little bit scary there, and lots of action towards Banana, as you mentioned. 6 kills to kick things off. The problem was the bomb down towards T-steps. Rain couldn't really justify running in there. If he goes down, the round probably over. Absolute pandemonium here at the start. Flashbangs galore. Carrigan taken down. The spacing was pretty nice. Broken managed to trade out the kill, and then Frozen with the double, and then Bits. Cheeky one on that retake, and then Grenade from Hell lands towards Emo, and nothing Rain can do about it.
Nice!
Very nice.
Yeah,
let's go.
That's the energy you want to see from somebody like JL.
Yeah, hasn't had the best tournament so far. Only 2 maps, but as he said yesterday, I couldn't really get into the game, but I'm sure he's looking to bounce back right now.
Yeah, and look at how that sets FaZe back, though.
Full reset, really, isn't it?
Right, Tech 9s, a single deagle on Frozen. They do have a few smokes, a handful of flashes as well, so
there's only really 2 options in these sort of rounds. You go for the apartments pop, or you go for the full B execution. You're kind of bleeding out grenades and feeling out the aggression from the CTs to kick things off. Wonderful, as mentioned, will be proactive on Inferno, changing his position up pretty much every round. Apartments, Banana, arch side, quad. The world is his oyster as we go towards middle. It's going to be that arch play. All 5 players here. Alexi B to fend them off, and he's doing a good job so far. Trade potential, actually not too bad considering the spacing. JL, though, should be able to mop these last few players up.
This should be a pretty clean finish for the Navi side.
No.
Okay, wait, he has to
Hang on.
reload right there. Oh, he's not dead?
Come on,
What?
guys.
Okay, it's getting a little bit messy now. Wonderful's on an island towards B. Ema proactively taking some space on the short side. Rops lying in wait. Springs the trap. Ema down, and now 1-1 on each side. Bit, though, he is a master of this position.
Yes. The Prince of Pit. Let's see what he can make of it. 3 players heading his direction. A couple of kills should secure the round here. The first one, it's a bit of a meal of it. Takes heavy damage from the grenade as well. So Wonderful, he is actually here. He can go for this. 2 versus 1 with the AWP. Not the ideal weapon for the job as he slowly but surely makes his way towards quad. We've got Rops towards the apartments. His teammate Brokey with the Tech 9 on the bomb side. Bear in mind, no Kevlar. If the pistol does come out, Wonderful can make light work of him. He's got the kits. He's got a flash and an incendiary, speaking of which, that is deployed towards the pit right now. It looks like it's very unlikely he's going to be able to pull this one off with the sound cue, especially. They double swing him. And that's a lovely round there from FaZe. Tech 9s on the partial buy and a bit of an awkward encounter towards the arch side for JL.
Given the spacing of the FaZe players, it really did feel like the cleanup from Navi would be relatively clean. But as a matter of fact, I mean, I feel like this is a bit of a mechanical failure on the side of JL. Definitely an opportunity to get more than 1 kill there. But overall, good conversion from the FaZe side. I'm glad that they go in with a set plan. They smoke off the short side, smoke deep on the cross, and then they're able to actually make their way into pressuring CT.
Nice work from Robs there. Triple kill from the boiler room. Always seems to make it work. We have got a buy as Navi starting to run out of gold here. You can see they've got 4 players without helmets. Thankfully, AKs across the board. Brokey will get his first AWP into round number 9. They really have struggled with the economy. But getting to the bookend of this first half, this is the pick of FaZe. Mirage coming up next. People are saying Navi are considered to be the world's best team on Mirage, but lost to Astralis yesterday. A lot of tape out there of how they play it.
Yeah, this is a big swing round, though. Money is so weak for both teams overall, and that is a great opener for JL. Okay, takes down Frozen, his counterpart at the position. Now, Bit, he just wants to hold on to this. It's a bit risky at this angle. This is generally a good fight for the T's, but no, wins the gunfight outright. This is clinical stuff from Navi. Kerrigan's walking through smokes at this point, desperately trying to bring the round back. And 1v5 for Brokey. Yes, he is good at this map. He's not this good.
Well, let's see if he can at least make it a little bit exciting for us. He spots 1 behind the half. Always have to be a masterclass with the Tech 9, and he delivers on that promise. Still very far from winning the round, but still, that's what I was looking for. Bit of spice here in round number 9. 30 seconds, bomb down towards top and middle. 3 versus 1. I don't think he can do much more with it, but we'll see what he's got up his sleeve. He's got a smoke available to him. Bits is low, but yeah, if he had a minute on the clock, maybe there's something to work with here. Right now, go recover the AWP and save it. That's all you really can do.
Yeah, somehow, even though he finds a highlight either way. So
yeah,
good for him on that.
I enjoyed it.
Showing that he's joined the server.
Yeah.
Kill count across the board, relatively even. This has been a pretty balanced game. The game plan for FaZe is centered around both a slew of A and B takes. Nothing really that's standing out right now as a key factor. It doesn't seem like they really came into this game and said, we spot a weakness on the map right now. So overall, Navi are doing a great job in rounds like this just to make sure that they slow everything down. Good utility. They always are throwing that bottom banana smoke, making sure whoever is there at the bottom cubby of the banana is isolated. And that has led to frequent opening picks for the Navi side.
A little bit of a timeout. First one for FaZe. I think Navi will be happy to receive this as well, considering they just lost like 2-3 players towards the end of that round. Money is a little bit compromised. So we are getting to the closing stages of this first half. Not comfortable on either side of the equation, but Blade looking assertive. Looks like he knows what he wants, and he will have the AWP in the hands of Wonderful once again. And that was an opportunity for FaZe with Brokey getting a couple of kills, but saving the AWP, they will buy up around that as well. So it's going to be more the same. We've got the Tech 9s out again.
Hey, they won the last one like this.
Yes, and now they have the back of the AWP, but Brokey, I don't know, the last few events for me hasn't looked his usual self. He needs to go hard carry here. Let's see whether he can find an opening pick.
Okay, it looks like he had a banana spawn. I think he wants to take that one up immediately, but so much utility is going to be in his face. Yeah, double nade, the smoke once again. Navi are just so consistent with this. They're always going to be throwing that smoke, making it difficult, an arduous task to take banana away. And look at that. Jail just plants himself right there, and Brokey,
nice idea.
Opportunity. Yeah, good break on the smoke, but can't quite hit the shot.
That kind of nullifies their efforts now. Walked out a banana. don't really have the utility to retake. You're going to have to try and find an access point elsewhere. It's going to be Bits defending the quad side. They've got 3 players here. As FaZe, their options are extremely limited. They have 1 smoke here, so going towards B would be an absolute nightmare. They really do need some picks from Brokey. He has to be the tip of the spear as they make their way up towards the top and middle. Drops be dropped first, and Bits with the hat-trick on for the ace here. Looking like he'll probably convert it. There it is. Excellent work from Bits. They run into the Lion's Den, and he devours every single member of FaZe.
Damn, he made that look so easy. The time to kill was so fast on so many of those. You put an AK in Bit's hand on the CT side, and he's going to make it look like the most powerful gun in the server. That is just beautiful stuff from Bit. Also, really hasn't had the best tournament thus far, but this is already looking like a bounce back for NAVI.
Has anyone on the server had a good tournament so far? I think we've said that about literally everyone.
I suppose.
Well, they did both lose 2-0 yesterday. It was unexpected. NAVI losing to Astralis, of course. FaZe losing to MOUZ. 2-0 affairs. And now we do have round number 11 ahead of us, Galil for Frozen, and again, it's that bare bones utility setup. Apart from that, it's looking pretty good. We'll see that Banana control comes in for JL once again. You can see they've really conditioned them. They're not even challenging it anymore. Just waiting for the smokes to expire and then try and retake and hold on to the utility they have. They've been doing pretty well towards Boiler Room, though, in the apartments. They are getting that control at the very least.
Yeah, once again, though, the JL just peeking right down Banana. Doesn't know for sure if anyone's in the broom closet or at logs, so at least there's a sense of doubt in his mind, but with how confidently he's peeking right there, I don't feel like NAVI are too worried about the angle. Smoke for the long side comes out. That's going to block off Wonderful. Should indicate a bracket take from FaZe here. Some counter utility sails out for NAVI, trying to deter the FaZe aggress, but at the same time, this is firmly bracket in control of FaZe.
Thing is, JL's at the top of Banana, confirming that there's been no presence, no utility deployed here whatsoever. He's got the smoke, playing the pixel gap, and then now, 35 seconds, smoke deployed. You can't really justify going to Banana now. That's going to take 20 seconds. We'll be hovering around 15 before they can make their way towards B, so it does funnel them perfectly in towards the A site. Alexi B, though, not feeling too confident in the call. He'll actually rotate towards B, and realizing this could get a little bit dicey. Arch is definitely open.
I don't know about that smoke. You're throwing a CT split smoke? Yeah, you have to run through that. FaZe, you got to pop through your own smoke right now. That might catch NAVI off guard. It does. Okay. Kerrigan springs into action right there, flanking these players, but there's only 6 seconds left. And Wonderful in the back of the site, nailing Brokey, somehow keeping himself alive throughout all of that.
It's a bit of a wacky round, but you can see maybe there was some intent behind that smoke. The idea of it smoked off. You wouldn't expect the T's to walk through that themselves. It does sort of work out.
It pulled Alexi a little bit out of position.
It did.
Just barely, though. He was still able to help out at the end of it all, though.
There's some individual brilliance, though, coming in from NAVI once again. This double kill from the Live when they thought they were through the side. Wonderful hit, some bangers here. The final kill here on the headshot. Boom! Takes down Brokey. As we get into the final round here, Maui, I'm not feeling too good about FaZe's chances in this last round. They're getting the loss bonus, but no plants really coming through. These rounds haven't been massively competitive. They've got 4 on the board, but bear in mind they did win the pistol. And we will see Tech9's rushing towards middle. It does not look good. It does not feel comfortable. It looks like we're wrapping things up here. It's Bits dominating towards middle, and NAVI with 8 rounds on the board on their CT campaign here on Inferno. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? You are watching the World Finals 2024, and NAVI have quite the lead here as we go into the second half of Inferno. It's 8-4 in their favor on their opponent's pick. Now, Maui, 8-4 sounds like it's a reasonably competitive half, but bear in mind they won the pistol phase, but didn't really do much else in the gun rounds. Barely any bomb plants and looked locked out across the map.
JL was just dominating Banana. All of the utility was doing God's work to secure that position for Navi, and it really has to start right here. And already a gush onto Robs, hunted down by Ema. Fadeaway shot from Rain keeps things competitive though. 4-on-4, and Brokey at the porch side, still holding on to this position.
Yeah, they still have the majority of their utility, though. This is quite a technical round incoming here. I would say it's almost likely to be a B finish here. You've got the 2 smokes, the 2 flashes, Molotov and new boxes of first oranges here. That looks very likely to be the finish of the round. But Frozen with the Julies, the smoke, the Kevlar, he's got the Terminator build over towards that B-bomb site.
And there's even a flash from Kerrigan here to support whatever action comes their way. Early shot being taken by JL. Frozen, he's not deploying the smoke just yet. He knows Navi's ways. They aren't just going to rush into action. But,
no.
Wait a second. JL actually sneaking up close. Flash is there. And wow, Bit already playing to catch the punish.
Okay, so JL doesn't get the kill, but he causes absolute chaos there. They fumble the smoke. They stay alive, sure, but it's a 4 versus 3. They have no idea what's going on. It's going to be Brokey and his P2000 to defend here. Smoke down towards Moto. Flashes to come through. Brokey, good luck, my friend. You're going to need at least 2 kills here to stand a chance in this very important pistol.
This is unreal in terms of difficulty, and JL immediately takes him out. Yeah,
that's a demoralizing one, because you had a great idea, and like you said, Frozen trying to hold on to the smoke gets a little bit awkward for him, and there's no way. I was about to say that Kerrigan will find a kill here. He was given a bit of time, but Alexi B just smiling there through the kill. It feels like this man might be locked in after this particular round and what we've seen so far.
JL was laughing as he was running away.
Yes, it was so messy.
Yeah, he knew that he really outplayed Frozen in that moment. Getting the smoke to land at water, that is just, that's humiliating for Frozen, who's already feeling a little bit of that sting from yesterday.
Yeah, you're going to be in your own head about that one now. You thought you had the play. They've invested pretty much the whole round around you with the drop Julie, the drop smoke. You've got Kevlar as well. You need to deliver. You need to block them off, and you threw the smoke to actually take vision away from your own team.
It's legitimately beautiful the way that these T-side rounds are drawn up by Navi to play for the punish on a pistol round. So many teams are committing at that point already, and it's not looking too good. And we were talking about this in the last half. The fact that this is a very common buy for the Force.
Kerrigan goes down, it's round over.
Yeah.
He's the only player there. JL's on the call. Molotov? Okay, that actually gives him a chance, I suppose.
Oh, actually takes a little bit of damage right there in the flames.
I would be calling the save already. The smoke down there. Rain has to go ruins, essentially. He's got no one with him.
Oh.
Drops the smoke himself, but yeah. He always seems to get one.
Wait a second.
That might be enough to dissuade them.
Yeah, it blocked them all off.
That's actually remarkable.
It could funnel them back towards the A bomb site, and it looks like that's going to happen.
Whenever I cast Rain and the B bomb site, he always seems to find those spam kills. All right, that makes things a lot more interesting now. He's done enough.
Oh, blocking off the short side. And the smoke, sure, it's landing right in the faces of a couple Navi players, but with this much time on the clock, it's easy to bleed this one out. Rain,
I don't know, dude. Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this one for Navi. Rain's feeling himself. He's got a low HP JL, who presumably be thrown in first here. He's going to sit towards CT spawn. If he can time this one well, he could get a double kill here.
Well, they know where he is now. That's going to be a little bit frustrating.
Okay, that's probably it.
I think, yeah, that's got to be it.
Good try, good effort. Might as well hold on to the MP9, so they'll have a little bit of a look in. Brokey.
Oh, this is fast.
Yeah, they're going to give it a good go, and there's some damage being inflicted. A dink through the smoke will take Wonderful down to 58, and Brokey, yeah, he said, boys, we're going in. We're going to give this one a good crack. They have no kit and 4 kills to find. Damage inflicted, sure. No further utility for the CT side, but they are finding kills here. Exchanging frags, 2 versus 2, and it's getting awkward as hell. They've actually pulled this one off.
Wow. The speed of that flank was so unexpected by Navi. No one was holding the backlines there. That is, in some ways, a big mistake from the Navi side. Usually they're so punctual, they take care of all of those kinds of angles, and for FaZe to flank them that quickly, that was really the only losing condition for them in that round.
That looked like this Brokey said, boys, I'm going for this one. Let's just fucking give it a go.
Yeah.
Tuck in. And they just caught them on the reloads. It got really awkward there. I don't think anyone's expecting that retake to come through. They've got MP9s, you've got 4 B bomb site control, and then Brokey and Robs working in tandem, bringing the map back to life. It felt like we were done here. FaZe have looked weak. And now, they have the advantage here on the CT side. They've recovered Galil's AK-47s. It's going to be a force spam response. If they can win this round, Maui, the game is back on.
Oh, yeah. It feels like it's definitely in their hands at this point. A scrappy buy for the Navi side, but they always have a plan. That's what you got to worry about. If you're able to weather the storm on this round phase, you do have a chance in this game. But already, the counter smoke at the half wall right there, that's exactly what FaZe was missing. When they were playing the T side and they were getting smoked out at the bottom of Banana, they so rarely threw this half wall smoke, which allows so much space to be taken by these pistols from Navi. And now FaZe, they're flying blind at Banana. They don't know if there's 3 people right behind that smoke ready to pop it in this bomb site. They can't stack the A site, and Navi know that. Looks like they're already priming themselves for an A take.
Smoke down towards the arch side. Incendiaries in response here from FaZe. Brokey, the hero of the previous round, starting to warm up into this series now. He's got the Khalil playing on the front foot here, making sure no one can sneak up towards the top of middle and take valuable control of the map. Otherwise, we've got JL, at least presenting pressure towards Banana. As you mentioned, no vision there from the CTs. They have to keep 2 players on that side.
And look at this. I mean, FaZe, this is such a half-baked way to play the round, just kind of jiggling your way through middle. People are separated at this point already. Rain, yeah, okay. He finds a good timing on that one. And the pinch is coming in from Brokey, but he just goes for the dry swing. They know exactly where Rain is. He is not long for this world unless him and Robs are able to connect here. No way. Another kill from Rain. Short side completely exposed right now. Navi understand this is their opportunity to get the bomb planted.
So much weight behind this round as well. We enter a 3 versus 2. Massive advantage for FaZe, but wonderful. A key duel towards Quad. Mistimes it, and now they're in a real predicament here. Smoke down towards Moto, alleviates a bit of pressure, allows them to focus on this fight towards Short. We'll see who comes out on top. If Bit can win this, they're really onto something. That's a massive kill to take down Rain. Bumping into each other. It's getting awkward how here. Another dink, 1 versus 1. Wonderful. He's up against Karrigan. If he can fall back here and force out the fight, he really is onto something, but Karrigan's got the kip. He wins the round, and you could see Wonderful trying to sneak away towards the boiler room. If he gets there, he almost certainly wins the round, but Karrigan gets the timing and wins out. That's a huge one. But the bomb was planted. It comes down to a 1v1. There is definitely a conversation to be had to buy up again in the next round.
Oh, yeah. I think Navi are definitely considering the force buy at this point. Heroic effort from Rain here at the arch side to even find this kill right there. I think that's his last bullet on the JL.
Yeah, it was.
Brilliant stuff from him. And at the last second there, Karrigan recognizes he has to try to find that shot onto Wonderful before he sneaks away. And
that's
well done.
Pretty massive from Karrigan, not gonna lie. And so we've just gone for a hero AK. So not the force buy, so a couple of deagles. Bits, the way he's playing right now, 18 and 7. You've got to respect it, and Rops, he's trying to apply some pressure towards middle. Wants to get that early advantage and to sneak away. Spots a couple of players here. Does some damage, that's probably all it's going to be worth at this stage, and Brokey call his pants down and picking at the pace. We're going in. Bits, he's ready here for key duels towards the library side. Absolutely dominating his A bomb site right now. Can he get the hat trick as he finds his 20th kill? 5 versus 3. It wasn't the force buy. The hero AK living up to its name. More and more damage being applied as Karrigan is found by the P250. Rain, the last line of defense, is dropped by the Glock, and it's all Bits. He makes the call. He's got a key frag towards the boiler, and it's the clean sweep for the P250s, the Glocks, and the Bits AK-47.
That's unreal. When you think that Navi are the tactical team that they are, that they always have these layers, these plans, sometimes it does just come down to this. Bit finding a headshot into the apartment, recognizing early on from the setup that was called at mid that the 2 players are on the arc side, springs into action, and that's all they need.
Dude, that's a real instinct play. You get that kill in boiler room, you decide, boys, we're going in. Let's just get in there and see what we can do. Cause chaos, find them when they're scrambling back towards the bomb site, and he absolutely eviscerates them with that single AK-47. Fantastic work from Bit. A huge gut punch here for FaZe, who are just getting back on their feet. And after a close 1v1 in the previous round, Maui, sure, they won it. Karrigan picked up the round, but the money is going to be completely busted.
Oh, it's in tatters. This is not looking good for FaZe. Just when it looked like they were keeping things competitive off the back of a great clutch from Karrigan, it is Bit who just humbles them. I have to say, the Brokey push through the halls there, though, knowing that you've got two guys that are committed on the long side, so risky. He's even peeking into the window right there while Bit's coming up, and this is what they're working with. This is what FaZe are scrapping together.
Bear in mind, Rops was peeking towards second middle, right? He was calling that they're challenging me, they're looking towards me. He was hoping to get the couple spray down. They wouldn't expect it. It was a nice idea, I suppose, but didn't anticipate Bit with the AK-47 to be challenging from the apartments. They're going to force buy. But look at the state of it. Everyone's fully invested, and we got 3 pistols, one of which is a P250, a couple of MP9s. This is a nightmare of a round. They've gone for the B stack. 4 players over on this side of the map. They've got a lot of utility, smokes available, flashes as well. And we'll see if JL can just open things up with his contact play. On this side of the map, this could work out for FaZe.
Oh, if he just walks in, yeah, but Navi, they're already throwing the utility. They've taken 3 of these pistols out of the equation with the coffin smoke and the CT one. Now Brokey slinks into this bomb site. There is a counter smoke afoot, so Navi, they know they can't just bust through that. And they are whittling away the utility and the limited utility at that from FaZe.
The problem is for FaZe here as well. They've gone for the B stack and now smokes towards the coffin side CT spawn. You can't just call, oh, this is a fake. No one else is coming through. You're going to have to hope that they follow through with this attack. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Robs, he's got an MP9. And this is the very top end of the buy as well. Bear in mind, if you lose this round, Maui, it's 11-6. And the book suggests you have to eco, but it pretty much is game over if you give this round up.
And they're likely just going to have to save. I mean, Rops, this would be a Herculean effort. There's no way you're going to find the timing here. Yeah, that's just too many angles that he's going to have to hold right there. Tries to delay them with the utility, and FaZe, yeah, it's just going to have to be the save. You're going to be taking this into the next round.
I would say delay the plan, maybe get positioned to go find the boys, but let's have a look what they've got to hunt with. An MP9 for Bits, M4 for JL. You might be tempted to go and find these remaining players.
It's a little risky just because you don't even want to give them a rifle, though. Yeah, Bit should send it, though. Yeah. There's nothing against that. I have nothing against that.
You can see them making their way over there. JL locking them in. 2 players towards CD Sport. Everyone's okay, boys. Let's not send all 5 over, shall we? Yep, Alexi B, thank you. We've all seen
a little ambitious.
We've all seen the clips over the years. It can happen. So Alexi B won't be part of this hunt. I agree with you. You don't want to fully send it. It's not really worth it. You're the one to have much more to lose, but just making sure you get rid of that armor. They're going to be bottom of the barrel in terms of the economy going forward. Carrigan has a chance here. Strong position. Good little flash. Not the best follow-up, though. He gives himself up. That's one of the SMGs removed. And we are going to see at least 3 guns survive. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, Rain loses his Kevlar. That's a problem.
Yeah. Oh, it's not looking good now for FaZe.
No.
Only a couple of guns saved in that one. And one of them, I'm quite sure, was a pistol. In fact, actually, they lost the one SMG that they had on Kerrigan. So this is a dire position to be in for FaZe, especially given the fact, well, technically it's not their map pick, but they're up against, they actually picked into Mirage for map number 2, which I find incredibly curious given the track record that we've had with Navi on that map lately.
All right, then.
That's not looking any better.
That's the lack of Kevlar, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
It's going to be 2 opening kills, convincing ones at that. And here we go. Round over, map points secure. Jeez. Not really much to talk about or commentate here, I'm afraid. Just get ready for the next round, or they will have a limited buy once again. They're going to get $2,400 on top of their little reserves. And yeah, Robs will have a 5-7 in the 5v1.
It really felt like that there was a moment in this match where FaZe were going toe-to-toe with them, battling for control of this half, but once they lost the Force by Wars, once they lost because of the hero rifle from Bit, I feel like that has to be the most pivotal moment of this game. That just sealed the deal. There was no coming back for FaZe. They will have a bye into the next round, so we'll see, and I've seen FaZe pull off magic like that before. I'm not counting them out completely just yet, but it's safe to say that Navi are in a prime position. The money is excellent for them. Rops himself is going to be working with probably, what, at best, $4,400 into the next one. Even that, I don't even think their loss bonus is that good. 3,900, yeah.
Wait, who picked Inferno? It says in the graphic here, it was FaZe. It says in HLTV.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It was Navi.
Yeah, now I'm curious because I thought it was FaZe that picked it in the graphic earlier.
Yeah, because bear in mind the last time they played a full finals, that's the only map FaZe won was 13-10. So
and why would FaZe pick Mirage?
Exactly, that's got to be.
I think HLTV is incorrect on that.
Okay, calling them out. I like
well,
you hold them to high standards.
Yes, exactly. Great website. Great website. A lot to take from it.
Yeah, a little bit curious. I would assume our graphic is correct. It wouldn't make sense you'd pick Mirage. Yeah, you're right. All right then, well, considering that prospect as well, you really did need to win Inferno here. Elimination on the line for FaZe and not looking too good here on Inferno. Had their moments, had a couple of heroic rounds with Tech9s, a couple of pistol wins, but overall, it's looking like we are done here. It's going to take 6 rounds in a row from FaZe Clan, and it all starts with a very compromised setup. You've got M4s across the board, a single kit, and now Bits with 22 kills, 8 deaths, looking like an absolute machine out there.
Okay, this is just a gamble from FaZe right now. Okay, actually, they're looking for a little bit of proactivity. Nice flash from Kerrigan. Sets up the 5v4. Rain's able to take a scalp early on. Now, JL already pressuring this far into Banana by himself. Really, it still feels like Navi have a lot of control despite the fact that they've lost the opening pick. And we can see that FaZe, in this kind of situation, 5-on-4, they're just holding on to a default setup. They're not actually overstepping. They're not trying to give anything up. But this is where Navi are able to climb back into rounds. They're able to find all of these gaps. They always have these set plays for these kinds of moments, these finishers that are so deadly. And so despite the man advantage, there is by no means do you feel like you're out of the woods just yet if you're FaZe.
Well, speaking of a finisher, here comes Alexi B. Up and towards the Arch side. He'll trade out the kill and give them a fighting chance here on the A-bomb side. Could be the final round of play here. Brokey with the M4. Getting a lot of pressure from the apartments. Alexi B has been dealt with. Brokey looks like he's done enough to win this round now. It's JL, known for a clutch, knows what his second player is as well. Nails the kill. 10 seconds remaining. He's got a plant and a chance to win out in a 4 versus 1 now. I think he's got a fighting chance here.
Oh, yeah. JL, he's won these so many times.
Yep.
Already gets to the short
Beast.
side. Might have slipped the gaze of the FaZe player on the long side. Yep, brings it down to the one-on-one. Frozen,
Okay.
he has had a horrible game thus far. This would be a redemption, and the Molly sails right past JL, but it's a CT Molly. It's not covering anything. JL with the headshot to close things out.
You love to see that. JL, a compromised game yesterday. 0.6 rating. Absolutely dominates that final round of play. You love to see it. It's the first map going in favor of Navi.
What a way to finish it out for Navi, taking the first map versus FaZe. Once again, we see JL coming in clutch as he normally does at these tournaments. It's becoming a bit of a habit for JL always to have a round like that where he's just single-handedly turning it over. One would argue it wasn't really needed going up against FaZe, as you can see on the score here as well. 13-6 for Navi in a rather dominating fashion. So a nice clutch, a nice way of finishing off the first map for JL. But to be completely honest, the game was already won at this point. In particular, Bit had a fantastic showing, 128 ADR in this game. We get to see JL right here again in the clutch. It's a 1v4. The first couple of kills are cool. He has time to plant the bomb, and then I like how he's searching the duels. He's finding the off timing. He's catching Kerrigan off guard. He's catching his opponent in Frozen off guard as well, and he's coming out with the clutch. A fantastic performance from Navi that is once again establishing themselves as the, I guess, favorite in this matchup. And for my liking, MOUZ Snake, a little bit of a too dominant fashion right here. I expected FaZe to be able to put up a better fight, but they weren't.
No, unfortunately for FaZe, it just felt like so often they were thwarted on map control early on in this one for me. And I do feel like the way that Navi were taking banana control throughout this game set up JL so beautifully to build confidence, to take space away, so much efficacy.
Yeah, and as I said before, Bit a fantastic showing right here, having so much impact in this game from start to finish. It already begun on the CT side with many rounds, with multi-kills, many rounds where he was the, I guess, the deciding factor for Navi. So from your perspective now, casting the game as well, how much of an impact did Bit actually have on this game, making it so lopsided for FaZe? For Navi.
Yeah, I mean, he had the most important round with the hero rifle there. Their T side when they were looking for some kind of in. The fact that on CT side itself, he was just a rock everywhere that he was holding on to. And yeah, this round in particular, this was the moment for me where it felt like, okay, game's over. Bit's online right now. He knows the setup that FaZe are set in. And on top of that, like, look at this scoreline. 22-9. Like, this is just prime Bit. This is Bitferno.
And it's kind of like Bitferno, yeah. It's kind of fitting, you know, when you know the history of Bit, when he, you know, early on 2-3 years ago was first introduced into Counter-Strike. It was only on Inferno. It was Blade saying, you come in, you play Inferno for us. It was kind of lukewarm to begin with, but ever since he's been an Inferno merchant, we remember at the major final as well, how he was stepping up. He has this, I guess, the tendency sometimes to just take over games and find an awful lot of impact when he's playing Inferno.
There's so many key spots that I feel like he is in control of at this point. He's the Prince of Palace. People just call it Pit, P1T. I mean, I could just there's so many ways that Bit has found such another level on this form of Navi, because back in the day with Electronic and Simple, he was just known as a stable player that's just going to hit headshots like crazy. Yeah, you put him somewhere, he's going to get some kills. Now he's unlocked this cerebral side of his play where if he sees a weakness on the map, he pounces with such ferocity that is backed up by insane mechanics.
128 IDR in this game. That is absolutely fantastic by Bit. We may as well go back to the beginning where it all started, because FaZe did get off to a good start. You can see the round distribution right here. They win the pistol, they convert, and then the problem is Bit happens in this very third round. You have again a scenario where you spoke about it, Maui. A lot of banana control, a lot of banana contestation coming in. It's a bit of a weird buy coming in for Wonderful. He has a Galil, there's a FAMAS in the play as well, a Deagle on towards Bit. It's FaZe being picked apart at this point, and what worries me is the fashion they lose this round in. Sure, you lose the first duel on banana, but there's still a way of fighting your way into the round, but it's just one by one by one they're being picked apart, and they end up losing this round with even getting a kill.
I feel like one thing that I really have disliked about FaZe in the last couple months, where it feels like we've seen a drop-off in their performance, is that once they lose that opening pick, I just see individual soldiers going out by themselves in various directions, and I just want to see something that's a little bit more coordinated. We saw Navi in that final round, 4v5, secure the bomb site, get it down. JL, sure, he wins an insane clutch, but on top of that, I mean, they just had an idea of how they wanted to work as a team to get back into it, and for some reason, in those mid-late rounds for FaZe, they've kind of lost that X factor where it's not an individual that's bailing them out, and the strategy surely isn't helping them either.
Speaking of individuals bailing each other out, we have round 10 coming up for you as well, and that was a beautiful, beautiful moment by Bit. Kind of cemented that CT side for them. Again, it's against a weaker buy. Some may say Tech 9's in the play right here, but Bit was so aggressive in towards middle, and he was, as we spoke about, he was firing on all cylinders, and you can just see the confidence. He's going for every single duel. He's charging it down, and I guess this is a big part of the reason why Bit ended up with 128 ADR.
Bit's one of the best aimers in the world.
Easily.
I'd say...
Who's better?
Top 5 right now? Okay, I'd say Xantares. Okay. Xantares still is always in my top.
Nico?
Twist, while IGLing, looks insane. Still, as in terms of pure aim, I still think he looks incredible. Yeah. Nico as well. Maybe Donk, but Donk always kind of moves around, makes himself hard to hit. But like, no, when it's moments like that, that's just a highlight waiting to happen for Bit. He's on the port side. You're all peeking him one by one. There's no flasher whatsoever. He's going to mow you all down. That's exactly what he was brought onto Navi to do years ago. And now that he's got that in his back pocket, along with the cerebral side of his game, he's the full package.
We asked Bit for many years to find some sort of consistency, and I think he's found that within this new system of Navi as well. Even in the beginning, it was looking a little bit rough. To be completely honest, Bit had a fantastic game, so we may as well round it off with round 16, where it's once again Bit coming into play, doing a good job. Now, we want to praise him, and we want to continue down this trend of, you know, praising Bit for being fantastic. The reason being here as well, FaZe is fighting their way back into the game as well. Navi wins the pistol, then FaZe comes back into it, and then again, you have Bit coming in and just doing the dirty stuff. It's a hero AK-47. He's the only player on the server who can do anything for Navi, and he does.
And the thing is that his recognition in that moment, he kills Brokey in Boiler Room, and because his teammates communicated that Rops was peeking into second mid from top mid, he knows that there is likely a player in Rain that is looking down at this bottom mid smoke to cover that angle, and so Bit he springs into action. He immediately flies up the apartments and recognizes in that moment, this is a free bomb site. There is no way they're playing a 4-1 setup at this very moment, and so again, he gets the shot, because he's so good at mechanically, and 2, then he also knows the macro picture right in his head. It immediately formed, and he immediately worked off of it.
Listen, we had the conversation yesterday. Navi had a day off. It wasn't looking great against Astralis. For my money, I'm already feeling now that was just a day off. You know, they just confirmed that they're back to the normal level. However, if we're changing the conversation to look a bit on FaZe, yesterday we saw them lose a round against MOUZ on the second map that really, you know, haunted them. It hurt them. It was frustrating. Today they do the same thing against JL in a 1v4. I know the game wasn't as close, but still, FaZe seem to struggle. It's not a team that is looking better and better game by game. You even see on the scoreboard right here, the one player that stepped up yesterday was Frozen. He was nowhere to be found. Rob's a big question mark. Brokey is continuing to struggle. The more I see FaZe, the more I worry.
I have to agree with you, Pimp. I do feel like the Blast World Finals doesn't allow you any time to ramp up. You're going from playing MOUZ, arguably a top 3 team in the world, to playing Navi, arguably the best team in the world. But for an organization and team like FaZe Clan, these are games that you used to win. 6 months ago, you felt confident going into both of these matchups that you could be the victors, and now it's such a far cry from the FaZe clan that inspired so many with their play at the beginning of CS2. It really does feel like we're on the precipice of something that needs to give on FaZe's side.
And to be completely honest, I feel this clutch, you know, is very telling as to where FaZe is at the moment. We know Jail, he's a clutcher. He's been doing this time and time again. He's so good in these scenarios. He's so confident. You can see how he's constantly trying to find the duels, and he's not staying away from it. But normally FaZe would have the individual players to shut that down. Normally Frozen would take that duel and win it. Normally Brokey would take that duel and win it. Robs could be the same thing. But you said yesterday that it feels like FaZe players, individually speaking right now, are lacking 5 to 10%. I'm even willing to say we're looking at 15 to 20%, right? It's getting worse and worse and worse. So at what point do you think this team is about to implode? Because if they were to lose the next map, go out 2-0 right here as well, they wouldn't have won a single map at this tournament, and they would go out in last place once more. For FaZe, that can't be good enough, surely.
Not for the FaZe that we know and love, but I will say there's one event coming after this, the RMR into the major. It is a long stretch of time in which they are able to ramp up into an event. I know he's not on the team anymore, but Twist talked about it before, that FaZe, when they are in a tournament, the longer they're in it, the more they do power up. And that's still just me grasping at straws, unfortunately, because tactically they were behind NAVI here. Individually, they were behind NAVI here. And the mid-late rounding, which Kerrigan used to be so good at, was nowhere to be found.
Nowhere to be found. They were nowhere to be found on the server, to be completely honest. Right now, they're having a bit of a talk. They're getting ready for the second map, and so will we when we're back. The absolute biggest surprise of yesterday in the form of Astralis have just entered the building as they're getting ready to take on MOUZ in a game that could put them straight into the semifinal. That is coming up after we have finished our very first game, our very first elimination game. And as we spoke about Maui just a couple of moments ago, it is NAVI leading the game 1-0 against FaZe Clan. We're heading into Mirage, a map that they've played 3 times against each other. FaZe have won it 1 time in 2024, NAVI twice. It's always been competitive, always been close, always double digits on both sides. Do you expect it to be another close fashion right here on Mirage?
Yes, I feel like the FaZe that we just saw join the server is not the FaZe that we're going to get on Mirage.
Hopefully
I feel
not.
like their mid-round planning is a lot stronger. I feel like their CT side always has X factors, always optional plays that they can go for if they lose map control somewhere, and the familiarity is obviously going to help them with this one. The fact that they've played them as many times as they have, and really, if you look at the last 3 months, both of these teams have boasted a very strong win rate on the map, and so I do feel like the fact that NAVI is once again going into it, despite the fact, by the way, that they lost to Astralis yesterday on Mirage, I feel like there's actually a game plan there for FaZe that they could be studying. They could look at that one, and they knew that this was coming in the veto, so I don't see why the game planning from FaZe wouldn't be up to snuff when it comes to this map.
Okay, I sense a bit of optimism coming out of you, Mari. You know, unlike your character, to be completely honest. Now, I'm looking at FaZe, and there's a couple of things that worries me, and obviously Froze not having a great game is one of them. Another one would be Brokey. I kind of prepared something coming into today where I wanted to talk to you about Brokey, because it's been very lackluster for this man for quite some time. He had one good event at the Blast Finals where he played exceptionally well. I think he had an event rating of 127. He was an MVP candidate for that matter as well. He was firing on all cylinders. But apart from that, every single time he's turning up at a LAN event these days, he's not really playing too well. You see the event rating right here, 106. For a player of the significance of Brokey, with his skill set, with his very unorthodox play style, where he's very much in your face, when he's not playing well, there's realistically no chance FaZe are winning after.
And the problem is that Brokey, for the entire year, if you actually sort by opponents, he's been the best player for FaZe against NAVI.
Yeah.
And so for him to be having a little bit of a downturn, actually not just a little bit, a very strong and sharp downturn as an individual, that is incredibly concerning, because obviously it takes no genius to tell you the fact that his CT rotations and the way that he wants to break up the map control procedure of NAVI are incredibly important to being disruptive against the team that I would crown the best Mirage team of the year.
Yeah, and there's another thing I wanna ask you about. I know you've been preparing a little bit for this in terms of who does well against, you know, this specific matchup. I'm looking at the duel between Robs and Imma as well. When Robs is on the CT side playing connector, he tends to be quite aggressive, likes to take the fights. Imma, we know he's the guy in underground, we know he's the guy in middle, taking the vast majority of the fights for NAVI, together with Alexi B, gaining that map control. So how do you see that duel play out, Imma versus Robs in connector?
Well, actually, Imma, for all of the ways that we've praised him for his redemption arc on this roster, this has been a team that he's had so much trouble with. He has a sub 1.00 rating against FaZe for the entire year. And so in many ways, that's why I have a bit of optimism here. I feel like FaZe have shown me enough on Mirage in particular. I can't speak about all the other maps such as Inferno, but when it comes to this matchup, I do feel like there's such a strong familiarity that Robs, if there's ever going to be a resurgence from him in particular, this could be it too.
Do you think there's a particular reason as to why Imma is struggling against FaZe and perhaps struggling against Robs?
I do feel like Imma against FaZe has, one, a very hard time getting ecos, which has frequently boosted his stats, and two, I actually feel like he's so frequently being the point man in the system that is devised by NAVI. And again, when you're so much familiarity, you understand where that first point of attack is coming from. It's usually X factor players for NAVI that actually do well against FaZe, people like Bit who are able to make live reads and make their own calls based on that.
Listen, I like your optimism. I like the fact that you're trying to set us up for a competitive map. And I think, history speaking, you know, every single time these two teams are playing and duking it out of Mirage, it has been close. Realistically speaking, though, do you think FaZe have a chance of pushing this one into a third map? Or do you think that's all they wrote and FaZe once again will leave the tournament as finishing as the last tournament? Oh, sorry, at the last team at the tournament.
I think they have a great chance. I actually do think that FaZe have a great chance to push this to 3 maps. And I feel like it's going to be incredibly close if they do. Recent form would indicate otherwise, but for whatever reason, I just feel like FaZe understand this team so well based off of the previous matchups on it, and I've just seen them win this match before. I've seen them win this map against NAVI before, and so for that reason, I just feel like their CT side, it can actually be stifling. And I feel like Navi, because they've so frequently been looked at for why their Mirage is good, people are just, they just know what to expect at this point. Like, Blade wants a break right now, and because teams are taking advantage of the T side that was creating a potential era for them earlier in the year.
There's no steering away from the fact that FaZe is under an awful lot of pressure right now. A loss right here on Mirage would mean that they exit the tournament, and that wouldn't be a great look for FaZe at all. However, they still have a chance of pushing this one into a third map. However, they still have a chance of actually eliminating Navi, which would be an even bigger surprise. But let's find out whether or not that's possible. Henry, you're ready with the game, and I'm excited to hear your opinion. Do you think FaZe will survive, or do you think it'll be another disappointment for the FaZe boys?
No one cares about my opinions, Jacob. What they do care about is my little friend here, Scrawny.
Little?
Big friend, sorry.
Yeah, I'm
big,
huge,
strong
man.
friend. He's here.
What the hell?
What are you joining me for like the pistol or something when Maui comes over?
Well, I mean, we gave Maui Snake a chance. We gave him a map, and then, well...
that was enough. You're like, yeah, you know what? We've seen enough.
I got your text message. I figured I'd come down and, yeah, try to give it a shot. But I can hear him running over now, actually. I'm a little bit intimidated. He might actually push me off the cast.
Check out those odds. Wow, I missed them, but it doesn't look good for FaZe. Did you catch that first map?
Pardon?
Did you catch the first map?
Yeah, I did. What a blowout.
What a blowout.
How did that happen?
I don't know. FaZe not looking their best, and GL with the 4 versus 1 to close things out. We move on to Mirage as well, and I think it's fair to say Navi might be considered the world's best team on Mirage, as we are going to be changing commentators here, left, right, and center.
Are we?
Yeah,
We're changing it. Oh.
We've just decided Maui's being promoted. He's back on the commentary. Okay, okay, ladies and gentlemen, elimination on the line here. FaZe Clan, not a strong performance on Inferno, their map pick, and welcome back Maui Snake as we get ready for the second here. Lovely work on the desk, big fan.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and now Rops, that's a lovely shot as he opens things up, take down Imma.
Who was that guy in here?
Just one of the commentators.
I've never seen him before.
Don't worry about that, dude.
I don't want to see him again. Okay. Bit. Nice headshot onto Rops early on there. Frozen, okay, taking a bite out of Bit. Now, 3 on 4. A little bit of a labored fight right here. No one connecting with too many shots. And Rain still just waiting for Frozen to strike once again. Okay, Navi, they were contained on this mid-take there. No smokes, no flashes to get them out of dodge, and it's now just up to JL again. He did end the previous map with a 1v4, but instantly stuffed.
All right, they needed that. A flying start here, Frozen, after a pretty compromised Inferno by his standards, carries him through the pistol here. Convincing kills as well. Rob's opening things up. Never really got going down the Navi side of things. No bomb plan, more importantly, as having to lose now, I suppose. You're on the opponent's pick. No one really showed up. Rain was the top fragger. He got 15 kills. Second best was like 8 or 7 or something like that. So really do need to see this team wake up and show us that they can take us to a third map, which would be Ancients. So presumably no force fire. We are going to see the full eco here. A chance to build a nice reservoir of cash for FaZe. They've gone for 3 rifles, a couple of MP9s to farm some cash here, and should be a pretty comprehensive victory. The best Navi can hope for, lead out some util, maybe get a bomb plan down if they can find a couple of 1Ds here, courtesy of Wonderful.
Yeah, I will say that was a very uncharacteristic pistol coming out from Navi. It feels like they always have so many layers, so many outs, so many ways that they want to play off of the rotations, and the full send in that kind of round just doesn't feel like the usual Lexi B pistol round. I don't know. I'd actually be curious if James Banks wants to interview Navi after this one and find out, did somebody else come up with that one? Because I feel like for 5 years now, I've never seen Alexi just full send it on a pistol round.
I guess you've got the wind in your sails, right? It was such a comprehensive thrashing on the first map. You wanted to just kind of discombobulate on the first, do something unexpected. Didn't work out. And now you find yourselves in a bit of a hole. But that was the full eco. 0-2 for Navi now, but we'll see if this first gun round will yield some fruit for them as we get the AKs, the Galils coming through. Galil for Bit and Wonderful. Make sure they get a bit more utility, and we'll see whether there's any sort of aggression here. It's one of those rounds where you're a little bit compromised on the CT side as Carrigan and Rain operating with the SMGs. Any sort of aggression coming out doesn't look to be the case thus far.
No, and standard utility being traded here. Top mid smoke from Navi. Window smoke instantly comes out as well. Alexi B slowly going to creep on forward as he will connect with Ema coming from underpass. Already a fight between JL there and I think that was Brokey. And so there looks like there's going to be a push as well. Rain, the drive-by, taking him down. Already the aggression comes out. That's a great way to get an MP9 involved early on in the round. Find a 5-on-4.
You're going to take that swing all day long. I know what JL's going for. He's very good at the one taps, the preemptive shots there. But if you can hear him firing off 20 or so shots, of course you can catch him. And it will be Rain to make that SMG work. Fantastic start here for FaZe. 2-0 in their favor, a 5-on-4 in the first gun rounds here. And a potential AK could be recovered, but you can see NAVI just pumping the brakes right now. They still have a few smokes, flashes as well. This is the window smoke coming in from Alexi. Bear in mind, we're on the old patch. I'm not really sure to the extent smoke's been broken with jump throws, but...
looks like they got broken and fixed again.
Okay.
Valve's on the case quite quickly.
All right, nice.
All those charms you're seeing on everybody's guns are funding the updates as we speak.
So, is there any chance for NAVI with 30 seconds? It's Rain in a perfect position with this MP9. He gets himself his second kill of the round and does significant damage, speaking of which, it's Bits dealing out equal punishment. Brokey had to nail that one, I'm afraid. Had to nail that one. Had the advantage, can't hit the shot, and now Rain's efforts have been thwarted. Carragher can still win this one. Alexi B's very low. He upgrades to the AK-47, and he's going to be making... Oh, here we go. It's fine.
He'll make it.
He's up. He's up.
Yeah, but with no kit, I feel like this is...
He's got a kit.
Oh, he does.
Come on now.
Okay, I do see it in green. You are right. You are correct. Okay.
The best nade. Wouldn't have mattered either way. No one there, no one home, but running out of time and indeed space, surrounded. Rain's going to be gutted with that one. He gets you 2 opening kills of the SMG. Yeah. Sure, it's a bit of a bonus round with that's in play, but still, like, it feels like that was a done deal. Brokey at the bottom of the steps, not having the best tournament by his standards, and yeah, our key kill on Imma that doesn't connect leads to a double kill in their favor.
This shot from Bit, though. He tracked him and hit 2 headshots. That's unbelievable with the Galil. That's just, again, the mechanical display from Bit is on a round-by-round case. It's so frequent. Okay, and now a scrappy buy here. Not a lot of utility, so they're going to try to take the fight right to them. Brokey already firing off that op shot. Oh, can't escape. Alexi chips him right in the elbow right there. And early advantage once again, and that's a leg spotted. Bit usually found in Palace, this time taking out Kerrigan in the B apartments. Now Alexi's going to be holding off any rotations, and I think that's a round that's already done. Rops with low HP is going to just try to save that AWP. Rain, on the other hand, doesn't even know if there's people behind him in the window with him. He has no clue what's going on at this point. This is surely a second for NAVI.
It feels very similar to the tone of Inferno. FaZe win a nice pistol round, it's looking promising, then a couple of fumbles, the money starts to be drained, and they find themselves as being outclassed in almost every facet of the game. Rops, he actually is pretty handy with the AWP. He's low HP, but does manage to find Alexi B. And there it is, another excellent shot here. That should dissuade them from going for any further hunting here, but let's have a look. Wonderful coming towards the connector. He would love to pick up the AWP if possible. Rain cutting him off, though. The AWP should be absolutely fine. Bear in mind, Rain has looked fantastic today. Top fragging and then some in the first map. Got himself 3 kills, 1 death so far, and it's going to be 2-2. NAVI, that cost him quite a lot there, but they get $3,500 per player by winning via virtue of the bomb plant and explosion. Yeah. Frozen, that's a bit of a shame, that opening frag.
Yeah, you would love to be Brokey, making that jump, fire off the one shot, try to escape. Instead, Frozen with the all-in commitment with the A1S. Such a difficult fight. And the thing is that jump always feels great. Yeah, you hit it, you've already accomplished something mechanically in the round, but at the same time, you're fully committing to a spot that is completely flashed nearly every time that T's taken out.
Are you a movement player, Maui? Can you nail those sort of jumps?
That one? Yeah, that one is a...
I'm not. I didn't even play Mirage, but yeah, I'm definitely a bit of a boomer. I'm using spacebar and stuff, like, you know, I'm not...
Oh, I do that with spacebar.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Showing off.
The jump into the window, mouse wheel, the jump off of it, spacebar.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. Okay. We still got the op from Brokey. That's probably the X factor in this one. He is just playing toll booth at this point, though. And so, given the way that NAVI like to construct rounds, there is such a high likelihood that not only will he be smoked off of the angle, but there will be players coming up connector, swinging out Palace, flying out ramp, all simultaneously. So he's going to have his work cut out from him.
Window smoke and presumably one for connector as well. Lovely work. Ooh, powerful smokes here. Takes a lot of attention towards the middle area.
Oh, are they going to go dry?
Brokey can make this one work, but bear in mind with no Kevlar, a couple of bullets. Yeah, that's rough. That is extremely rough. And now when he peaks, player will be walking out of the Palace as well.
Oh.
It's really quite frustrating for him. Frozen, overlooked, but JR with the AK makes light work of him. They can recover the AWP as well. What was looking like a promising scenario. crumbles right before them. They didn't force buy into this round at the very least. Rain can save the M4. Lost bonus accumulating now, giving up 3 rounds in a row. They will be able to have $2,400 per player into the next. It will be a tactical timeout more than likely in the next round.
Yep. If you want to get your Navi T-side Mirage bingo card out, you've already checked off 2 boxes here. One bit coming out of Palace, clocking someone in the side of the head.
Yeah,
Another
true.
one, Ema going up connector, winning a fight around a smoke that's fading at the top of Con. In fact, he multi-fragged. The only other thing that's just such a hallmark is that when FaZe go for the correction, where they try to fight towards middle a little bit harder or go for an A push, that's when Alexi B always just calls for the B hit, the full-on B exec. So expect that to come later in this half as well.
Nice work from Rox. Keeping them humble.
Oh,
Matisse gets another, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take that. That's an extra $900. Manages to save the AK as well. That's actually pretty important. We'll force some reinvestments here. What was looking like a very clean round. Courtesy a bit of his entrance on the Palace. Frozen goes down as well, courtesy of JL. But yeah, nice work from Robs. At least gives him a fighting chance going forward. He'll have the AK to work with as Frozen and that P250 gets nothing done.
It's not looking good for FaZe. You win the pistol once again. It's feeling like
same story, right?
Very similar. Yep.
And it's like they're looking like they're getting outclassed.
Yep. I mean, the map control is just, again, so in favor of Navi. They're taking mid. There's no strong contest from FaZe here. Last time they went for it, they just took casualties in Con, casualties on the cat jump. And so this time, they just vacate the premises. They're giving Navi everything that Navi wants. Now it's up to FaZe to try to find some kind of setup to stop some kind of bomb site crunch. This is such a precarious position to find yourself in because you have to gamble so heavily that they're actually going to crunch the bomb site that you're guessing they will.
AWP for Brokey. So that saved AK as well. I assume he dropped the AWP. So the buy is actually pretty decent here. They've got kits available as well, but a couple of smokes remaining on the CT side as we go through the motions here. The mid control, a staple of Mirage. It gets towards connector as well, and here's that little smoke play once again. Rob's ready for it this time. Alexi B on high alert. He's got the bomb, and he has got himself a kill at the very least. 4 versus 2. The round's certainly not done, though. You've got JL, a master in these sort of clutch scenarios, an opportunity for Alexi B as he goes to the plant. A shot from Brokey, and it looks like the round is secure, though. We leave JL into another 4 versus 1. He'll try and do some damage, try and make it expensive. Very unlikely he can win this one. The AWP should connect this time as Brokey secures the round. Not much of a celebration over there. You can see that it's trying to get back into this game. A very disappointing first map for them. Not many moments of celebration. No. Rain was fantastic, but that was pretty much the only positive sign we saw.
Exactly. Overperformance from Rops in this position. After he gets Ema, he actually turns his attention towards Bit in Palace and just snipes him as well. And then the crunch onto the bomb site is right there and ready. So good performance from Rops. And we needed to see him. Pimp was highlighting him on the desk in the pre-game segment, the fact that he's going to be at that con.
So the ramifications of those 3 kills Rob's got in the previous round as well, that actually is being realized now. You can see we've got 2 Tech 9s, Galils. A real opportunity here for FaZe. They could not convert any of these advantages in Inferno. That's what cost them the map. Brokey this time nails the first kill. They've got big numbers here toward the B bomb site. Should be a comprehensive victory here for FaZe. Carrigan just needs to find one, and he goes down with nothing. Now the AWP in a very awkward position. Getting lots of damage. The wallbang comes through. Maui not like this. You got the 2 opening kills. You had Carrigan in a prime spot against the Tech 9 at short. He goes down. The bomb's planted. You got to go for this one, and it's going to be a clean kill. Wonderful. No. FaZe could not afford to give that round up. That was their ticket back into this series.
That's bingo. That's exactly what Alexi B does. As soon as he thinks that there's going to be any kind of adaptation, more towards middle, more towards A, he just goes for the full-on B hit.
There were 3 people in B.
That's true. He didn't even call it against a vacated bomb site. Yeah. He thought that there was going to be some kind of adaptation, but no, they had players there. They had players there, but Alexi over-delivers with that little remix. I don't think he usually even tries to go cat on that kind of play, and this time around he gets 2 kills on the split.
It's such a massive round. That was it. You'd have busted the economy. You'd have given yourself some open runway to establish your own. And now it's just another gut punch for FaZe. You know that's such a significant round. Elimination on the line, another last place on the horizon. As FaZe not looking their usual selves, the major around the corner, Maui, and this is just not a good look for them.
No, it really does feel like Navi is just light years ahead of even other teams that you consider in a top tier standing. because they have so many ways to kick off rounds. They have these little tricks, these little tweaks to the strategies that we all have studied in the past, and these just slight changes so frequently are able to throw their opponents off kilter. Rops, we've seen him have some moments in this game thus far. It needs to be another one right here. A1S is being sent up mid at present. Smoke top mid is blocking his passage. He's gonna have to find something quick though.
Come on, Rops. We need something absolutely monstrous here and wonderful. The AWP will shut down his aggressive intent. And that was pretty much all they had in the round. It's not a force buy. That was the Hero M4. It's gone down early. No real backup towards top and middle. So it's the Deagles 5-7 to no Kevlar. Not real opportunities to do anything with this one. We're going to see Brokey and Rain holding towards connector, but you can see Navi just waiting for any sort of reaction.
Yep.
Should be a done deal. They're slowly but surely making their way towards the B-bomb side. They're locking off rotations from middle. Yeah, can't really build you a storyline where FaZe even make a dent in this one.
No. At this point, the real question just becomes, once that bomb is planted towards B, are these players in mid going to fall? Will there be guns collected into the upcoming round for FaZe? Because it's a free passage onto that bomb site as long as Navi don't overthink things, and they are not ones to overcook.
This kind of says it all, like, okay, we maybe can get a 1D towards shore. We know they're coming, and it's a smoke land on your front doorstep. It's going to be Carrigan now, hoping to find a kill or two. The 5-7 has been very influential here this tournament. He does get one. We'll take it. But yeah, that's round over, 5-3. Looking to recover the M4, potentially. I'm sure they threw it out the map en route towards shorts.
And that's going to be a 5th. Already looking like a strong start for Navi here. Reminder that FaZe, this is for their elimination. If they lose here on Mirage, Navi's home map, they are out of the Blast World Finals. They are headed home from Singapore rather early.
I mean, it gives them extra time.
That's true. That's...
Maybe they kick up the ass they needed.
Would you want that, Henry? Would you want extra time, or would you want to win a tournament?
I don't know. I think that this has been reminiscent of plenty of tournaments we've seen for the latter stages of this season for FaZe. Bear in mind when CS2 first started, 8 grand finals, I think it was, in the first half of the season.
Yep.
And now we've seen 0. Sure, they've had 6 playoff runs, but they haven't made the grand final a single time this season. Something's not right. It's the same team, it's the same core, same coach. Like, something's not clicking. Like, the individuals aren't turning up. At one point, this was the powerhouse of Counter-Strike. This was the most talented team we had. Especially with like players like Rops, who is considered the best CS2 player.
Yes.
We're just not seeing that right now, and it's just something that's not quite right with the squad. And to answer your question, I don't know. It's kind of pick your poison. Do you want to go back and just reset the strap? But bear in mind, coming out of the player break this year, I think Carrigan even said, like, we've kind of revamped everything. We've kind of come back and trying to have a little bit more instinctual play and make sure we're playing like he's just calling on the fly and just feeling how the rounds feel. But
he's tested out giving people some level of autonomy and reeling them back in. And I just don't think that he's found anywhere that's been comfortable for him and his team. It's such a hard balance to reach when you have star players and they want to actually go for their own plays, because we see that people like Bit, they have their own options. They have their own calls that they can make any given round within the system that Blade and Alexi have created, but they still have that freedom. And I just feel like Kerrigan right now, he doesn't know how long he wants to let the leash go.
I totally agree. And it's a really awkward time to go into the major now. Do you want to go back to more rigid structured CS and hopefully just be able to run rounds down, go for the executions, because you don't really see many set pieces from FaZe these days. It's more about running defaults, trying to find gaps, causing chaos, pushing smokes especially. I don't think that's sustainable for a championship team, though. I feel like you do need the system. You do need to have things to back up into. And then, like you said, a few opportunities for players like Bit to use their instinct and find gaps when they can find them across the map. But it feels like we might be done here. The pistol victory, and it's very convincing gun rounds. I'm just not sure FaZe can bounce back. They don't seem up for it.
Unfortunately, I feel like FaZe are in a position where they also just don't know quite what their identity is. For example, Navi start nearly every gun round on Mirage the exact same way. They smoke top mid, they smoke window. Bid is almost always towards Palace. They obviously can't throw him there every single time. Alexi's coming out top mid, Ema's going from the underpass. That's 90% of the gun stun rounds from Navi, unless they're just running a set piece towards, say, like the B bomb site or something that's just a new trick up their sleeve. And that's really what's predicated their success. Then they remix that with a couple different people that move around in different positions. JL and Wonderful are more or less the floaters on those kinds of strategies. But really, I don't know what the signature starter is for FaZe on almost any given map. I don't know what they're trying to build towards in the same way where Navi, I watched the round and I know exactly what the win conditions are at any given point, and they're so familiar with their own system. And that's why it looks ridiculous. But Bit, on every single game of Mirage that I watch, he will find somebody on that A bomb site not looking the right way, because he knows exactly what's going on in their head as map control from his team is being taken.
Absolute masterclass from Navi so far in this series. We are just joining us elimination game here at the World Finals in Singapore. Inferno, FaZe's pick to kick things off. It was a 13-6 thrashing after FaZe won the pistol, a couple of convincing rounds from Rain especially, but now we find ourselves with Mirage, where Navi are considered to be the best team in the world currently, and even with so much tape, so much info on their play, they just seem to be outclassing FaZe in pretty much every facet of the game right now. Technical pause. Can't really chat. Let's get the stew in a game that's spiraling for you right now, and hope you can come back online. I guess I can check in with the cash a little bit and see what's going on.
Yeah, it's actually still absurd to me that Navi are running practically the same default for the last 6 months, and people just can't stop it. It's just been an undefeatable way to go about things, and that's just... If there has ever been a time where it's felt like there's been a set meta, I think Navi are paving the way right before our eyes.
Well, I did saw that the server looked like he was kind of getting a couple of lag spikes in the previous rounds. I'm sure they're just going to be looking into that, making sure that everything's good to go. But smiles all round for Navi, that's for sure, as FaZe are finding themselves in a very difficult scenario. Bear in mind on the CT side as well, we are considered to not necessarily be the favored team, but you're looking to get at least 6 rounds here. We've got the Karrigan Org, Maui.
Ooh, that's a sign of desperation if you ask me.
It was like the start of CS2, players like Karrigan and Magus were giving it a go, but it's I don't know. I've given it a go. It has some very situational plays. Oh,
do you like ice lattes? Do you like ice lattes?
I missed that.
They wanted a nice latte.
Okay.
How do you like your coffee?
Don't drink it.
Oh yeah, right. You love energy drinks.
I wouldn't say love. I don't drink them at home. Just when I'm at these events.
Okay.
Just need a little pick me up, you know.
Sure.
I try and avoid caffeine. It makes me a little bit stranger than usual.
Oh, okay. Well, we like you strange over here.
Yeah.
That's why we keep feeding you them.
Yeah, so I haven't slept for like 2 days now. The jet lag has absolutely busted me. Like,
no one could have told until you said that. But
I know, but
now we respect your efforts.
I'm sweaty right now as well. Like
it's humid here.
It really is. I'm not thriving right now.
It's a little sticky.
I am the opposite of thriving, whatever that is. And we are going to see the Orc from Karrigan. You're right. That does suggest some desperation. Like in the B bomb site, he's just holding towards the van. It could work.
The van spot. Oh, he actually jumped up onto the balcony. Okay, well, they're going for an aggressive play towards A early on.
Dude, look how little you've got in terms of utility, though. Like, it's 1 minute 30. They've got a couple of smokes remaining, no incendiaries, barely any flashes. And Navi got open runway. We've got the Brokey Orb, but this tournament, I haven't really seen anybody's signature massive rounds and impact, clutches, ridiculous no-scopes. We're not seeing any of that.
No. Okay, they've already slotted JL into window.
Yeah.
This is where the crunch begins. All right. FaZe, what have you got? This is going to be an A split. The intent looks to be towards that side of the map. Rops, very necessary duel to win. Okay, 5-on-4 once again. But FaZe have been in these positions, and they haven't always come out the victors. Rops, once again, wants another fight in the action. Wonderful with the whiff, and it actually enables Rops to find another. Doubling up on the action there. And Emo, he wants this desperately. Jumping up. Are you kidding me right now? That is not how the AK is supposed to work. Molly sails towards Frozen at his feet, and Bit, once again, the Prince of Palace, what is returning?
Dude, that's so frustrating. Frozen's having a bit of a stinker this tournament. Like, someone missed shots or anything like that. It seems like he's in his own head. And Brokey giving this one a real go. We've actually got a 2 versus 1, but Bit, the master of Inferno, gets a spray down and surely goes down. Robs finally will convert them around. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 victory there. But you can see Maui, like, no one's really giving it hell. No one's screaming. There's no high fives. Everyone's so subdued.
I mean, FaZe had so many reasons to win that round. Rops doubled up on the opening kills to kick things off, but Bit himself gets 4 and almost wins the 1v2 clutch on top of that. Yeah, that's nothing to celebrate at all if you're FaZe. That's kind of the dark side of FaZe. You get these hero plays where people go for these individual peaks, but it also means that you're vulnerable, that you're by yourself. And I don't understand how Bit gets that much done every single time from Palace. He is just legitimately the best player in the world at defaulting in that position.
Well, you heard it here first. It is going to be... Do you just win the previous round, and now you have to enter round number 10 here with double SMGs?
Oh, double op, though.
Double op, though. Okay.
Op's going with the op.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
We've had Orcs, Orbs, and now SMGs. It's unorthodox setup, but one they can maybe potentially work with.
Rain's going to make it his entire mission to just hold on to what Bit's doing, and Bit still got a kill. He still got a kill, and he had to walk through a smoke that Rain was holding. It's comical. It doesn't even make sense. Okay, 3 on 4. I don't see a way back into this one. Kerrigan, yeah, you're going to try this, but that's into the waiting arms of your opposing in-game leader. Feels like he's beating them both in the server and also in terms of the tactics. Comprehensive.
Yeah, what can you really say about that one? The double orb setup. This is the thing. These are not sustainable setups. This is not something you've ran in practice. Like, okay, we do the double MP9 double orb setup.
No.
Let's run that and see what we can do with it, right? Like
Yeah.
it says, sure, it can work, but it's not going to be something you've practiced and worked out. You're just trying to make it work and band-aid it together, and it just gets completely burnt. And we are going to see another comprehensive victory from NAVI. 4 players surviving, 6-4, a couple rounds left. They will save an AWP and an M4 at the very least, but... yeah, after winning that previous round in a 1v1, you can see they had such a difficult setup here. Bit comes down and gets the AWP, and then Rain has to take him down.
Oh my god.
That's so unfortunate.
How does Rain... Rain is just dedicating his life to holding that. He turns for a split second, and suddenly Bit is right on the other side of the ladder. That's so funny. Oh, man. Okay, Brokey's got to be a hero. We haven't seen enough of him yet today, and this would be a great round to kickstart things for him and his team. I do agree with you. I do think FaZe needs 6 rounds to make this one competitive, so it has to happen here.
Oh.
Okay, that's a start. Nice dink early on from Robs. Rain finishes up, and Ima quick on the trade, though. Yeah, you cannot wait for a second.
It's so much pressure coming in now. Sure, you got a nice opening kill, but now they've Molotoved off towards fireboxes, and now they're actually getting control of the A site. Here comes Bit once again, making his way out of the palace. We have got the Brokey AWP, as you mentioned. Is it going to be enough that the bombs and T's spawn and they're falling back? It's another beautiful call here from Alexi. He's holding off rotations towards short. His teammates can start making their way towards the B apartments, but will they commit to him? 1 minute 10 remaining. Alexi B, you can see, communicating a lot right now, hoping for some sort of reactive play from the CTs. Orb is transitioning over towards B, so he has got them in his pocket right now.
That's unbelievable. What an incredible mid-round already. Okay, nice win. Wow, baits him into the peak. Okay, that was a missed window smoke with no doubt. With no shred of doubt, was that a missed window smoke? That was not on purpose, but Alexi still punishes the peak
and look
through it.
how much you've pulled them around the map. I bet they go back towards A now. I bet Brokey, the moment they come towards B, he's going to make his way back and towards the A side. We've got a fake coming in from B. He's in the palace.
Yeah.
He's going to make his way out and see what he can do. He'll either call it's clear and call for the rotations back for underpass, or he'll find a kill and bring them back from the B bomb side. So you can see, like, no one's here, boys, and towards the underpass we go with the bomb. This is such a well-coordinated round. Great comms, a lot of moving parts here. You know Brokey's in play with the AWP, and they've completely bamboozled their opposition.
And they have more than enough time. I mean, yeah, it's 10 seconds. It looks a little bit tense, but they've crossed their T's, dotted their I's. They've got the bomb site under lock and key.
Has given you such a confident call. A is open right now. I know you're going towards B, but go towards the underpass, make your way through, and you don't even get a look in. Brokey doesn't even get to fire a shot this round. He's still got 5 and 30 in the AWP. Doesn't even get a shot off.
Great observation. He was just playing rotate strike the entire time. There was no counter.
So frustrating.
That's just wonderfully orchestrated by Alexi B. Understands what top mid control gives him, understands that going into B apartments with Bit coming out of Palace at the same time leaves a plan B option for that moment.
Just textbook mid-round calling, right?
So beautiful, yeah.
With Bit as well, like, he's shown so much presence towards Palace. The fact he's ready to hit his duels, you know he's going to get you at least 1 kill. He calls the sides open. It's all done. And Alexi B, like you said, 10 seconds remaining, but so confident in the plan as... is this the missed window smoke we're looking at? We're getting a replay, are we? But, okay, so the idea of, you got the kill afterwards is ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, man. Kerrigan, as soon as he gets shot right there, he just feels like he's so outplayed. And then he just watches the rest of the round unfold. Man,
what a good feeling.
look of
Squad.
dejection.
Been a rough few months here for FaZe. The Kings of CS2 at one point shrinking as the months go by. The major around the corner, the worst time to be presenting this level of play. And here comes Bit once again. He's had enough, Maui.
Wow. Oh my.
God.
Just so defeated.
Throw in the towel, boys.
No, this doesn't even feel competitive this round. Okay, well, the thing is, FaZe, they're going to give it a crack, okay? Brokey finds a shot towards JL in the apartments early on. Okay, Rain's actually out right now by the E-Box, and he's able to take down Bit. Okay, wait, they're bringing this one back for a second here. They know that there's 2 players on that B bomb site in Brokey and Rain. Ema's controlling the rotations right now, and Brokey reads it.
Okay.
What is that?
5 versus 3, converted to a 3-on-2 advantage. Wonderful, though, the AWP gets the bomb planted. Alexi B holding off rotations. A missed shot, though. Nice shoulder peek there from the short position. I think FaZe can pull this one off, though. A heroic comeback in a round that looked like it was completely done for. Wonderful, though. He can hear a player towards jungle, and it's a miss shot. The AWP. Frozen goes one step further. They have got a kid in play. Alexi B with 37 points of health. Surely can't win this one now with the smoke down.
No, no way. Okay, well, the defuse is in. 3 seconds, 2. You got to be spamming through the smoke right now. No, his cluster's right on it. But it's not in time, and FaZe are able to find a 5th, a little bit of life as we close the half.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the World Finals, and FaZe were looking down and out. Our last round miracle, though, Maui, a 5-on-3 situation converted, might light the fire beneath them. They needed that, and then some. So bringing that round back to life, I feel like if they can get yet another pistol, which they have been delivering on, there is a chance at the very least.
It has looked dire for FaZe, but in the last burning embers, they were able to make something happen there.
There is a significant difference between 8-4 and 7-5.
No doubt.
It feels tremendously different. We'll see whether they can pull off the pistol here. It's going to be Bit with the Julie.
Do you see what Kerrigan's doing? He was just crouching, looking down to strafe out right there. That's okay. That's crazy. We need a replay of that later. Either way, Rops takes down Wonderful early on in the Palace here. Ema knows that there are bodies in middle right now. He's trying to find out if he can get a shot or some information. And Bit, yeah, you are going to get pinched in just a second. Yes, he is the Prince of Palace, but he does not have control of it right now.
He's
right
trouble.
There, and this is just so difficult. No chance. Beautiful, clinical, and this should be a pistol victory for FaZe.
Needed that. Needed a lot of those. As we will see one round game, actually. So it's going to be JL looking to save Kevlar, I suppose. He's actually 2-11 right now. As we're getting ready for... this is, I will say, one of the maps I would say second round force fight for the CTs on as strong would be Mirage.
Right.
I don't think it's as viable as pretty much every other map.
The MP9 half armor is not nearly as powerful. And, okay, got Rops with the shot here. And yeah, this was okay. This was a better pistol from FaZe overall. Just like the layering of it. Take the control. Play to punish if anybody's going to swing back on you at mid.
All right, well, we got a game on our hands.
Absolutely.
Both pistols in the bag. FaZe have looked weak in some of these gun rounds here, but a couple of nice clutches have given them a fighting chance here with the pistol victory. And we'll see if there is a force buy. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible that they wouldn't force buy in the second round, but with the strong first half they had, considering it's Mirage, I'd say maybe some P250s, but a full eco would be recommended, but we'll see what they can bring to the table here.
Some kind of trap usually. Yeah, the flash. Okay, the single flash to maybe prime a big mid-swing.
Yeah, that's textbook, right? Like, you just get everyone towards connector, flash over, see if you can get a couple of kills.
Yeah, and Alexi's got it right
fair,
there.
Though, every time I have seen like full eco victories, it's normally on this map and this sort of swing.
Oh, what?
The Nico, the old classic, the Deagle at 140. He waited a little bit longer and actually pulled it off. I can't believe he's actually under the shot.
That's crazy. Rain's thinking this guy's got 3 kills and one of them's that. Okay. Well, that is frustrating.
Okay, boys, this could spiral now. Did he get the rifle? He did not. Okay, so well played. Carrigan hits him retreating towards short. It gets a little bit weird now. Carrigan, don't have to commit to this. Okay, nice work.
Wow. Doesn't feel like he's around the corner yet. Okay, Robs. Well, took a little while there.
Okay.
Some of these are labored, but all in all, FaZe have it under control.
It's all fine.
Well, okay. I'm not going to count out JL and Ema just yet. A dink. All right, wait a second. Okay, another dink. There's a lot of damage that's being inflicted.
Right.
These players are prime for JL body shots right now.
Okay, that Molotov secures the round at least.
It should. It should. But can there be any more damage inflicted? There should be at least one more gun that's retrievable right now for JL. Not sure where that body is right now, but either way, they're keeping them here.
Keep them on the bomb site. They go down the explosion. They can't really afford to vacate the premises. So yeah, the round is secure, but that's a very expensive round up against one Deagle. And some USPs here. A frustrating finish there, but still, FaZe get it over the line. It's going to be a tied game here at 7-7. JL starting to wake up as well. Like we said, 2 kills coming into this round as he goes 4-11 now. Will secure at least some Kevlar going forward. And now we are going to have the first gun round here. This is, like I said, the Nico. We saw it's a full finals from him.
Oh, man. Just
a beautiful shot.
Off of timing. Yeah.
Yeah, he did, like, I think the people have been saying it's 1:40. He pulled the trigger there. JL waited a little bit longer. And now, the first gun round is upon us. It will be indicative as to see whether FaZe can keep themselves alive and well in the tournament. It is getting better, slowly but surely for them. Full A execution, though. Wow. Like I said, we haven't seen many set pieces from FaZe recently. So just off the bat here from spawn, as we look to see them shut down the A defense. 3 players here. Bit is ready and waiting.
Good nade sailing in. Rain taking down a 60 early on. And there are a lot of bodies on this bomb site. Good counter utility as well. There's some flashes coming in, but doesn't seem to matter. Rain shooting right through the smoke. Good entry pathing from him as he's able to take down these 2 players. NAVI have to already be considering the save in this one. Very, very textbook call coming in from Kerrigan for the very first gun round. And all in all, looks pretty good. Yeah, Rain, I mean, is a classic player, so give him a classic call.
Old school play, 5-man execution out of spawn. And the way the defaults look today, I think that's the way they are going to make this one possible for themselves. It's a very clean round there. Rain finding both the kills. You can see the flight path he had in towards the bomb site. Flashbangs behind him as well. Hits the shots, and it's a very convincing round there. 5 players survive with 5 AKs as well. They expended every single piece of utility they had to make that one work. And the CTs will have no choice but to save. They've actually given up the lead now. It goes 8-7 in favor of FaZe. They will save 3 weapons, one of which is the LXB FAMAS. So not out of the woods just yet. This will probably be tactical timeout. You can drop a couple of M4s here. And they had about 3K per player, but you would be sacrificing a lot of the grenades. Like we said, the flight paths of Rain, you can see him actually just isolating these fights. That second kill is pretty ridiculous on Imma toward that bench position. And yeah, there's a timeout, considering this is going to be a very influential round to the outcome of this game.
We'll see. I mean, it's tough to call this if you're Blade. First gun round unfolds, and it's simply an A execute.
If you're Carrigan, I'm calling that again.
Oh.
I'm running it back.
The Snacks. Snacks loves a good
I know, that was
call.
the calling card of Snacks
Really
when he
does
first
love
came to G2. I love it. I think it's old school. I think it's fun.
I mean, this is where the mind games begin, and let's remind everybody that this is elimination on the line.
I'm calling it again. Let's do it.
That's wild.
Run it back.
That's legitimately
It worked
wild,
so
Henry.
well. Let's go.
Okay, let's see. Are you in the mind of Kerrigan, Henry?
I think I am. I can feel it. Kerrigan's like, you know what? They're overthinking this.
Is he your spirit animal?
They're going to be going for aggressive maneuvers. They're going to be probing underpass, pushing B apartments. We're just to do the same thing again. It was such a strong execution. I loved it. Oh, we're not going to see it. I would have been so good. I would have had my moment, my glory.
Yeah, that would have felt good. Okay. Yeah, a much more standard approach here. We got Rain flying out top middle. Will be contested by Imma, and the edge of the smoke. It's Rain that gets the better of him. Oh, doubling up on it once again. 2 double entries in a row for Rain, but the main brunt of the attack is towards the B bomb site. JL takes down Rain in middle. Alexi B is able to hold on to some of this space. Another one? Wow, no way.
Okay, nice work from Alexi B, but the round's still very possible here. 2 versus 2 of the bombs planted bit. Taking some damage and Frozen patrolling towards short. Is JL, though, on the other side. Smoke deployed once again, but JL's got the advantage, finds Frozen, and now throwing Brokey into the clutch. He can be handy in these sort of scenarios, finding some form here on Mirage as well. 12 kills, make it 13 to his name, 1 versus 1 against the king of Mirage, and he takes it down and confirms yet another round there for FaZe. Very important one, and it was getting a little bit turbulent there. 2 opening kills from Rain once again, comes down to the 1v1, but they get it over the line.
Never felt like it should have even been that close. Great effort from Alexi B in the bomb site, but really, when Rain gets these 2 kills, this feels like it's done and dusted. So for even Alexi, who is not generally the one that you look for on Navi to be a source of firepower, for him to stand up like that, very impressive, but that's classic Brokey. We needed to see this. He has been under quite a bit of scrutiny in the last handful of months. Pimp brought it up on the desk, and now mid-contest seems to be afoot once again. Right side smokes, and okay, there's a little bit of misdirection coming out from
yeah,
this time.
Yeah, looking nice. Okay. We are going to see this force fire, bear in mind, from Navi as well. We've got the SMGs for them as we enter round number 17. Rain is just a man possessed right now. Wow. Another double kill towards middle. Make it a triple. Delivering the goods time and time again. Frozen confirms the round. FaZe are officially on fire. 5 rounds in a row now, courtesy of the Norwegian on your screen right now.
That is excellent stuff from Rain. To be able to control the entire play from Navi. They were trying to stuff him. They were throwing body after body at him, but Rain stood tall. Well done. Damn, they need this.
That's 3 rounds in a row.
Yes.
He's got double opening kills. This time he went 1 step further and got a triple. That was the force buy as well. They had SMGs, rifles, utility. They were all in. And nothing found. Their map pick starting to spiral here. Partial buy. As we get into round number 18, they've got Deagles, MP9s, and Scouts. Open runway here for FaZe. Win this round. It could be a done deal.
Man, Rain is just such a monster.
He was the only player delivering on Inferno as well.
That's true. He woke up today and said, I am not going home. We'll see, though, if he's able to carry them to the promised land. Alexi here on short, the scout, and Kerrigan instantly takes him out. Okay. Yeah, FaZe are looking pretty comfortable here. They've got some map control. They've got some smokes down. Looks like the intent is towards the B bomb site with Rop still in the B apartments at this point. And yeah, they are making sure that they are leaving no stone unturned. Mollies and smokes in place, very much priming themselves for a split, but actually it looks like they're playing for the punish right now. They're waiting for a Navi reaction, and it does feel like these players, these CTs, they're ready to spring into action.
Round certainly not guaranteed. Deagle's deadly in the hands of NAVI. Significant damage, a lot of pressure applied towards middle, but not finding the headshots required here. Imma, 5 points of health, 11 rounds on the board for FaZe locked in. And that's going to be Rain finding himself yet another kill here. And yeah, touching distance of taking us to the third map. That's going to be Ancient as well.
That round, the composure in that from FaZe, they know what's going on now. They're in this series. They know that Navi, when they lose that kind of space, are going to go for some kind of reaggress. It does not feel good, generally speaking, to just sit in the middle valley and wait for the CTs to reaggress on you. But when you have 4 bodies there holding onto those choke points, you will find the kills. Now, gun round here. Oh no, a miss molly and spawn from FaZe. Your guys are on fire, but you don't actually need to set your own feet on fire.
I haven't seen that before. Molotov early. Let's see if it comes back to haunt them in any sort of way. Karrigan spamming off some shots towards middle, none of them connecting just yet. Was interesting to see if we see a change of setup here. It's going to be aggression towards middle. JL and Bit trying to get some intel.
That's a sound cue. Okay, Rain heard that. Yeah, he heard everything right there. Alexi turns around on a dime and doesn't even matter. 2 players instantly disrespecting his smoke.
He's open.
This is free for the taking. Oh, wait. No, okay, well, Wonderful's here with the op. Okay, they haven't gotten the bomb planted just yet. There's quite a bit of action still happening in middle as well. This is a chaotic round, and somehow FaZe came out on top.
Yeah, here we go then. Wonderful. A slither of hope, I suppose, if he gets this kill, but it's the USP that won't deliver. Karrigan certainly will. A hat trick for the captain of FaZe, and that's going to be map point as well. What a turnaround, Maui. In the first half, we were saying, yeah, they've won the pistol, but the gun rounds are looking so weak. They're not converting these key rounds and advantages. They managed to steal away round number 12 and give themselves a chance, a fighting chance in the second half, and so far, so good. Completely undefeated in the second half so far. Running away with it. That point guaranteed.
Such a massive turnaround. The mentality of FaZe right now has to be at a high. This is looking so stellar for them. The mid control has been working out. The mid rounds have been working out. The individual plays when they sense a point of weakness. But one more round. That's what they need. Move us on to Ancient. Such a flurry of utility here. And Karrigan, wow, he's calling his own number right here. He's pushing right through that smoke. Doesn't quite find the shot immediately. Fully blinded. Almost connects with the spray. But Alexi's able to hold on to his life.
Information, though. He heard 2 players on that side of the map at the very least. So if they can make their way in towards A quickly now, they'll have the advantage. Good Molotov. Makes things very uncomfortable for Wonderful. They detect him on the other side.
Wow.
Max damage grenade towards the window. Rob's trying to find him. He's sat on the bench right now, trying to catch him on the rotate as Bits. He'll swing out the connector to his demise, and now it looks like FaZe have done enough. Could they really finish this one 13-7? And offer up equal punishment that they received on Inferno. This kill could decide the round, and Robs will convert it. 4-on-3 now, 1 minute on the clock, waiting for the CT reactions to come through. Rain knows they're coming towards shore. Bear in mind, they've already clocked 2 players in towards that B bomb site. They have to react. They have to find some information here, and they've pushed towards the palace. So at least we've got something working in favor of Imma. He's called the A's at least open this side of the map.
Yes, it's funneling him right towards this B site. JL's got to stand up. The lineup's there.
Way.
2 kills in quick succession. Now it's up to Frozen and Rops. Bomb is right there at short. 30 seconds remain. Rops, he's trying to figure things out. How does he peek this angle? Might not even matter because Imma is coming right in for the finishing blow on this round. From Moss in hand, able to find the kill in 15 seconds. There's no hope for Frozen at this point. Bomb is too far away. This will be Navi with their first CT round of this half.
Well, well, well. It looked like a done deal. It looked like there was nothing left to be said. One flashbang could have made all the difference there towards shore before they swing. They line up for JL, though, and you give him an inch, he'll take a mile every single time. This is not a done deal, Maui. This is their map pick. We've said it multiple times, considered to be one of the best teams in the world on this map. And now you give them 12-8. They need 4 more, which is not the tallest of orders. They can definitely pull this one off. And that maybe where things get a little bit more complicated for FaZe now. That's a momentum remove. Bear in mind, 0 loss bonus. As you mentioned, no rounds given up. So they start at the bottom of the barrel now. The money should be fine. They'll have a couple of buys in the bank, but then if it gets to the point where they tie things up, we get the double digits. Your loss bonus then is at $2,400, and you could just have nothing left in terms of economy as we go to overtime. It's a very, very concerning situation now for FaZe. They had that in the palm of their hand. JL snatches it away from them.
Yes, good lineup, good positioning from JL. Still, like you said, a lot of money on the side of FaZe. Frozen was sitting on above 10K before he dropped a couple of players some weapons. And so for FaZe here, they've gone for the mid control, which has worked out fantastically due to Rain's entry attempts. They've had that A exec early on. Really haven't really seen too many B pops with the exception of the push through the smoke itself, but I think they're just going back to what's tried and tested.
So these next 2 rounds, obviously everyone's very important right now, but if you lose these next 2, that's when you are in a lot of trouble here. But the money is absolutely fine. Carrigan, another opening kill. Rob's taking matters into his own hands as well. Can they close things out right here, right now? Imma fighting back, but it's Pit that's dropped toward the Palace, and Imma keeping the dream alive here. 3 versus 3, 1 minute 30. Do we see a round reset, or do they continue with their push and assault in towards the A sites?
It looks like they're going to calm things down here. Brokey and Frozen at the A ramp. And now Navi, they're going for a re-clear in middle. Rain is on an island by himself. A kill here would be massive, and they know his position. Oh, too many bodies at this point. But that means Brokey and Frozen will spring into action. Molly towards jungle, Smoke as well, actually layering on top of each other. Not going to be too consequential. Flash is there. Frozen's going to try to take some space back. They know his position at this point. Pivotal fight, melting up, and Frozen takes Imma down. Brokey as well with the peek. This might be it, Henry.
The clutch master, though, in the 2 versus 1, trying to isolate these duels, trying to bait them out. He knows exactly where they are, Maui. AWP goes down first, and Frozen closes it down. It looked like they were down. They were being eliminated from the World Finals here, but a beautiful second half. They post 7 rounds in a row and close things down. FaZe take us to Ancients.
What a way to respond from FaZe Clan, making this series 1-1 after having a horrible start to the game. They come back right at it here on Mirage, as Kerrigan just said, as they won. Great mentality being showcased by the FaZe boys. This was a very good game for them. It felt like they got into that flow state on the T side, felt like they were definitely fired on all cylinders, and looked like a much, much better version of the FaZe that we've seen all tournament long.
Absolutely, and what we've seen as well is reminding me very much the game from Fall Finals, where on Ancient it felt like Navi are completely looking lost. They are not having their game, and well, they came back from 10-2 scoreline on Ancient. Here it felt very much the same, despite the scoreline being a little bit tighter, but it felt like even Maui Snake pointed it out at some point that the rounds are not even competitive in Navi's favor.
Not even competitive. What do you think that is, you know? Because as much as I want to praise FaZe for playing good Counter-Strike, we saw it in the last round as well. The flash in towards CT spawn, the dynamic and the synergy between the players. Definitely they played Counter-Strike at a very high level, but was it again Navi not living up to the expectations? We saw it yesterday versus Astralis as well. We see it now here as well. They played 4 maps so far at this tournament, and they lost 3 of those.
Absolutely. I think individuals just stepped up on FaZe. When it really came down to the wire and they were about to be eliminated, I mean, Rain had some impactful rounds there, and he was just carrying entries throughout the round-to-round basis, and honestly, this is so much easier to play Counter-Strike if you're always in this 5v4 situation.
There's a pattern though when I look at these stats from the Navi players. We saw it yesterday as well when they were playing against Astralis. Alexi B was top fracking, and that's not necessarily a good thing, right? So do you think it comes down to some of these Navi individuals simply not hitting the strikes right now?
Yeah, I think they were at some points definitely out-aimed, even though I think the rounds got so close in terms of clutches, and all of these clutches went into FaZe favor. So I think I'm giving them a little bit too much of a hate right now, but I really think that Navi should have been winning this. I mean, they all had it in their hands.
Yeah, and that's what it feels like, and I think it's fair that you raise a question in that regard, and mainly because of the fact that we've seen Navi play at such a high level that it's a bit of an abnormal to see them play 4 maps and lose 3 of those. So they are struggling a little bit more now than they have been for quite some time. However, the series is 1-1, and we gotta focus a bit on FaZe because they did play exceptionally well right here. It did feel like the momentum and the pacing of the T side coming out for Kerrigan, the calling as well, was just looking super solid. So it was like watching the old FaZe in a flow state almost.
And it wasn't like calls like A execute, B execute. There were some kind of defaults or variation of defaults that were, it's not easy to call these kind of things, and it's hard to get everything right with the timings and with the communication. And when you're down and you're about to be eliminated from the tournament, this communication is always going to fall a little bit, and people are going to be a little bit annoyed. But at some point, Kerrigan actually had to calm his teammates down to allow him to call, because they were laughing. They were having the time of their life. And honestly, this is such a nice thing to see, and it just shows the plot armor that FaZe are having.
I feel like that's one of the DNAs within the FaZe camp, that they can always laugh even when it's looking rough. We saw it at Cologne as well when they were almost out against Team Liquid. They make a fantastic comeback, but even when they were down, they were laughing. You mentioned the man and the player to the left right here, Rain. He had so much impact on the T side. We've seen round 14, it all starts with a double entry right here, running in towards the A bomb side, getting a multi-kill. You think to yourself, all right, FaZe came here to play on the T side. Fast forward to the next round, Rain again opening up with a triple kill in middle. He found so much impact that it almost doesn't justify his scoreline on the scoreboard, because over the entire course of Mirage, he was all right, but these 3 or 4 rounds in a row where he was the single player basically keeping them alive in the game, without Rain, they probably would have lost.
Those were the rounds as well where CTs had full economy. They were having M4s, they were having OBS. He just opened up so much of the space for the rest of the team to finish off these rounds, and he did it consecutively round after round. I thought that I'm looking at a different player from the first half.
And that's the thing, right? You look at the scoreboard, he's 16 to 14. He has 78 ADI. It's not like he's having a out-of-body explosive performance, but the impact he had in those 3 rounds was enough for FaZe to get over that hurdle. Another player who stepped up that me and MOUZ spoke about coming into the game was Rups. He's been having a lackluster tournament so far. He's been having a lackluster year, dare I say it. It hasn't been the same Rups for a long, long time, but on Mirage, he seems to come alive, and that was the case on the CT side as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be the guy that on Mirage he needs to be activated. He's going to play the connector position, even though on some maps he's required to be more anchor-ish. And here, this is definitely change of the playstyle that he has to establish, and he's much more vocal, he's much more responsive, he's much more into the action on the middle side of the map. He's responsible for some of the calls, and yeah, it seems like it suits him.
And that begs the question for me, at the very least, that I want to ask you. Do you think Brokey is not utilized enough? Oh, sorry, not Brokey. Rups is not utilized enough within FaZe? Because I agree with you. Every time I see him play on Mirage, every time I see him being, you know, deep in the action and be a little bit more fluent with his gameplay, being moving around and seeking those duels, he seems to find more impact. So is it a question of Rups not hitting his individual level that he's struggling, or is he not in the positions right now to do so?
I still think he's one of the greatest anchors that we've had in the scene right now.
Would he be better in a different role?
This is the thing, like, maybe. Yeah. The answer is maybe. What I'm going to say is that in anchor positions, you're going to be figured out a little bit easier. Like, there's so many things that you have to think about and be able to counter, that some of the things you will be naturally weak to at the same time. And this is just the nature of the role, that is going to be extremely hard to adapt and read the game, what is going on. And this is where maybe Ropes is struggling sometimes. You know, he's a little bit more readable compared to other anchors. Everyone studies him. He was the best anchor previous years.
Sure.
So it might be the point there where he needs to roam a little bit more. I've seen that on Inferno, I've seen it on Mirage. Needs to do establishing it on the other maps as well.
I agree. I think the more he moves on the map, the more he expresses himself a little bit, the better it looks for Rups. A great performance here in Mirage, topping the scoreboard. Another player we were putting under the scope, so to speak, is Brokey. He also have been struggling as of late. You and I, we saw him at the Blast Fall Finals where he did fantastically well for himself. He was an MVP candidate, but apart from that, every single LAN tournament he's played after the summer break has been lukewarm at best. Same could be said for this tournament up until this point. When Brokey plays well, it feels like he's installing so much fear into the opponents, and he's finding so much impact with the rifle, with the AWP, that he's hard to shut down. So for your money, how important is it that Brokey is playing well if FaZe want to stand a chance of getting the W right here?
It's funny because I feel like Brokey is one of the better players when it comes to facing NAVI.
Yep.
He's always kind of delivering in this kind of matchup, and it's funny to see how Frozen kind of falls off, and he is the one that needs to be adjusted, and then Brokey is the one like picking up the slack compared to some other games. So it definitely feels like his style works well against NAVI, and we've seen it beautifully on this CD side, especially of Mirage, where he was just locking down angles, locking down these sides, and he was really impactful throughout the whole half, no matter what gun he had, whether it would be USP or M4.
And I think it's fair we put it into context, because I agree with you. I think Brokey, he plays a bit more on intuition, maybe not the most thoughtful player, I think is a way to say it. He plays on his intuition, and I think, you know, for a team like NAVI that is so much into their own system, that is so methodical in everything they do, he kind of, you know, throws them off guard a little bit. Do you think that's part of the strategy for Brokey as well, knowing that he is a player that is a little bit more expressive on the server, plays on his intuition? Do you think he knows deep inside that the more he does that against a team like NAVI, the better?
I mean, it adds definitely to the layer of unpredictability. It really means that he is the one dictating the tempo, and it can backfire sometimes. If he has a bad game, the intuition is not flowing as well, you know, then he relies maybe more on Kerrigan to give him ideas. But if he's playing well, well, he's creating the playstyle around himself, and I like to see that he's very vocal in comms as well, and this is something that probably not a lot of people expect, because if you hear Broke interview, he's not giving much, but if in game, this is his comfort zone, and he's talking so much and he's giving ideas.
If anything, I'm happy we got a game out of this, right? We're looking at a game that is now tied up. It's 1-1. It is an elimination game. The loser of the next map, which is going to be Ancient, will be eliminated from the Blast World Finals here taking place in Singapore. The players need a break, so do we. We're back very soon with what could be, or what will be, the last map in this very tense series. It is getting quite tense in here in the studio right now. You have FaZe taking on NAVI in the first elimination game at the Blast World Finals in Singapore. I think everyone expected NAVI to win this game. Everyone expected them to win, especially after the first map, but we have a new situation now, Stico. It's 1-1. FaZe left the second map feeling comfortable. They were cheering each other. Kerrigan spoke about a great mentality. Do you think, as a temperature check right now, that the momentum have changed sort of?
Definitely. This is different phase from what I've seen like a half an hour ago, actually. Yeah. So the momentum changed, and if they can roll it into the Ancient, this can be extremely dangerous, because the map is kind of really snowball-ish when you have a good start and you get that economy rolling on the city side especially, and you fight everywhere for middle, for highway control, lane control. This is going to be incredibly, actually, intense game, what I would say.
Yeah. Historically speaking, we know Ancient to be a map that FaZe likes to play. You can see it here as well. They played it 10 times the past 3 months with a varied success. I feel like Ancient has been one of the consistent maps for them, even in their, let's call it, down period where they haven't been up to their best. It does feel like they always remain competitive on Ancient. So when you're saying this is a tense game, when you're saying that this could be a competitive matchup, is that your expectation as well? Do you think FaZe is good enough to play against a team like NAVI, who obviously likes to play Ancient? Ancient?
I want to give them the edge, actually. I want to see FaZe as a favorite all of a sudden in this best of 3. I think this is a good map, don't get me wrong, against NAVI. They played it 14 times, they have like 86% of the win ratio on it, but I remember one specific occasion, and that was Fall Finals, when these two teams actually played it in best of 3. It was a second map, I believe, and it all went kind of south for FaZe there, because they had the game in their hands, and 10-2 scoreline was kind of thrown away. It was such a close game, and a lot of situations were intensely like clutch, I would say. And in the end, NAVI managed to win the map, win the game, and went on into the finals. So, if anything, FaZe can take away from this is that actually NAVI is beatable on Ancient, because they were supposed to beat them last time.
I think that's an excellent point, right? Because you're right in saying that FaZe were leading that game and they were supposed to win that game. And we all remember the wonderful 1v2 clutch where Kerrigan had a great opportunity of closing it out, pushing it into a third. It was so competitive. So when FaZe were just outside speaking about Ancient, do you think that was a point of conversation as well? Do you think Kerrigan reminded the boys that, listen guys, last time we played NAVI just a month ago, we were leading 10-2. We were the better team. We were supposed to win. Is that a way of installed confidence into your players as well?
I better hope it was mentioned at least, because it showed me that that team was actually the team that I saw on the second half of Mirage right now. Like, Brain is going and getting entries. Everyone is playing well. Everyone is calling well. It was just a different phase that I was seeing. And for Ancient, that was the switch as well. 10-2 half in the 10-2 start in the beginning, and then suddenly falling flat on the T side is actually showing that Kerrigan maybe is the one needing to do some of the adjustments when it comes to calling, when it comes to preparation. And let's see how it pulls off. If anyone, Kerrigan can do it.
And where does that leave NAVI in this whole conversation? We're speaking about the best team in the world. We're speaking about the team that's won 2 Tier 1 trophies in a row. We're speaking about the main favorite heading into the major. Now they're just one map away, where you're arguing right now that FaZe could potentially be the favorites from being eliminated as the first team here in Singapore. So you're looking at NAVI right now. They played 4 maps. They've lost 3 of those, 2 against Astralis, 1 against FaZe. Do you think they're playing, bad Counter-Strike compared to their normal self, or is the competition just a bit too steep right now?
I feel like they're definitely showing weaknesses. Finally, like they've been way too good for the past few months, and finally these are some of the first weaknesses. They are backs against the wall.
Anything specific you've seen so far in the tournament?
I think individuals are just a little bit off when it comes to performance. It's like a little bit below the average, and at the same time I feel like losing a lot of clutches. We've seen JL winning some of the clutches, ridiculous clutches of Inferno, but for the most part against Astralis and even today against FaZe on Mirage, I feel like there's just not enough firepower when it comes to those tense situations, those 2v2s, 1v2s. It's just very, very close, but not enough.
I know you asked our lovely producer just before we went live if we could get information of the knife round, because I guess you feel like that's somewhat important. I can tell you that FaZe won the knife and they choose to start on the CT side. So what does that tell you about the mindset heading into the game?
Absolutely something that I was pointing out before. If you get the guns blazing start, it's insanely how you can snowball on the map like Ancient. You have to fight for everything.
Also on the CT side?
Also on the CT side. I feel like you can actually take a lot of control on CT side from the get-go. Middle is the contention that T's can fight off, but CTs are having general good approach for that. Lane is another thing where you can just purely fight it, and Kerrigan and Rain in those B positions, cave positions, they are going to push a lot of smokes. They're going to be really, really annoying, and if I'm JL, this B player on T side, I'm going to be super hyper aware about anything that can happen potentially with the smoke pushes, smoke flashes, all that kind of stuff is going to be dangerous for JL.
There's 2 duels on this map that I want to highlight for the viewers at home ready to watch this game, and I want to ask you the question as well. You look towards the mid area, as you said, you have Imma going toe-to-toe against Frozen. I think that in itself is going to be a very cool duel. And then you have Alexi B playing in the cave area, so to speak, against Kerrigan. Those 2 are players actually who takes a lot of fights within the lane area, within the cave area. So you're looking at those 2 duels. Imma versus Frozen. You're looking at Kerrigan versus Alexi B. You said FaZe could be the favorites right here. Do you think it'll be determined as to who of those 2 duels have a better showing, so to speak?
Absolutely. I mean, it all comes down to shooting. It's Counter-Strike after all. You can have perfect calls, you can have perfect micro corrections, but in the end, it's all coming down to who clicks the head faster. And well, you can predict that, right?
I love that. Sometimes Counter-Strike is very simple. We can talk about it, we can analyze it, we can go into depth, but at the end of the day, if you're not killing your opponents, there's no way you're going to win the game. You said the NAVI players have been not performing well enough from an individual point. Is there any player in particular you feel is more needed to step it up here on Ancient than someone else?
I'm going to give credit to JL here because for Ancient, I think for the position that he plays on this B side, he's extremely impactful no matter the game that they're playing. And yeah, he hasn't had bad tournament or anything like that, but for Ancient, I want to see him as the one kind of leading the charge, because Bit is always going to deliver on the day side as an anchor. For JL, it might be a little bit, up and down, but for the B side, he needs to lock down that as well. And, I'm going to be keeping an eye out for him.
Frozen versus Emma, you have Alexi B taking on Kerrigan, you have MOUZ taking on Henry G. As to who is actually the better player, I don't know, but let's find out by talking to the casters.
We were doing so well while you're opening that can of worms. Maui, we do have the next and final map of this series. I have to say the Norwegian force of nature, that was Rain, single-handedly has carried them through that second map. 3 opening kills time and time again. He was dominating Mirage, but can he keep it going on Ancient here?
That's really going to be necessary. Last time around, they faced off on Ancient. It was not the story. It was Wonderful who popped off. Seiko set the stage well that they are going to be on the CT side. They have an opportunity here to gain a lot of confidence because FaZe have earned that. They have earned confidence in this series. And what better way to send one of these teams off? Blast Spring Final, it was NAVI that won. Blast Fall Final, it was NAVI that won. We'll see if third time's the charm for FaZe right here.
Let's go. What this series is turning out to be. FaZe are back on their feet. Rain is looking quite special right now, and we'll see if NAVI can finally win a pistol. It feels like pretty much every single one has gone against him so far. As will be Brokey defending with the P2000. He's got an HG in reserve as well. He's even dropped a lot of utility here. He's got Kevlar, a nade, smoke, and a flash to hold middle.
Oh, yeah. There's the break. Okay, spots a little something, but isn't able to connect. Now, JL taking this fight against Rops, actually, who's...
Rops, let's go.
Wait, and okay, springs the trap, 2 kills to his name, and that's the start that FaZe needed. Bit by his lonesome. He's been great thus far, but he's wide in the open. Well done. It felt like FaZe, they knew what was coming. They had players in positions. They had Rops all the way back in Donut right there. That was well put together.
Beautiful bait and switch there. Rops is coming to life in this series. The first map for him, pretty uneventful, but now he's looking super confident. The tuck-in play from Rain as well continues to dominate as Brokey closes things out, no problem whatsoever. No bomb plant once more as NAVI still struggling in these pistols. That's a huge win for FaZe and a full eco for NAVI here in round number 2. Nothing invested apart from a bit Deagle. Ideally get a couple of kills here if possible. Frozen, bit of a rust series for him. Seems to have a lot of unfortunate deaths here, but we'll see if he can find some confidence as they take control of the B lanes. This is going to be one of those rounds, Mary, not really worth commentating, I'm afraid. No. There's people bleeding out the util, and you all know the story by now.
Yeah. I do like that Seiko brought into the picture the idea that on Ancient, it's one of those maps where you really do need to take some sort of control on the CT side early on, and whereas on, say, a couple other maps like Inferno or maybe even Nuke, you can't really be quite as oppressive as a CT side.
Yeah.
And so you can actually gain momentum. It's one of the few maps where it really feels like you can dictate a lot of the action early on as a CT. And I just want to say, I really appreciate Seiko's insights on the desk. Great addition to the crew.
He's a good guy. I like him a lot. He's doing a good job. And I'm sure he'll be back to playing soon, right? That's his plan?
I hope so. I need to keep my job.
Yeah, true. Yeah, fair play.
I'm being nice, but, I do have a job to
go back to play. Yeah. We are going to see a couple of kills.
I'll get back at the desk. He's back to playing.
Yeah.
It's everything in its right place.
So, a couple of kills. That's pretty much all they could hope for. And they managed to bleed out some grenades. That's about as good as it's ever going to get. So, yeah. We're all good here. If you're just joining us, you're not sure the context of this game. It's elimination here at World Finals. Both of these teams losing out yesterday. It was NAVI that dropped to Astralis, believe it or not, 0-2. And then FaZe lost to MOUZ 0-2 as well. Both teams looked rather weak in the opening stages. I will say, considering how I felt this tournament, I do think jet lag does have a factor here in Asia. Traveling like west to east is messed up. It leaves you disorientated.
You lose a day.
Yeah.
These guys lost a day. I mean, I was saying JL stood for jet lag, and okay, we'll see. Let's see if this actually plays a factor. Okay, NAVI, good contest early on. They have to challenge that smoke to make their way into middle. They have to disrespect it. Now, Frozen playing the pixel angle right here. Rops, this is such
an underutilized position, I think.
Yeah.
I find it sometimes it's just so powerful. Everyone overlooks it. Like, if you drop it in a couple of times a half, like, you rarely get checked.
We'll see. Bit has been fantastic today, and it doesn't even look like he actually wants a challenge. He's just making sure that nobody's going to push too early on. Has to retrieve the bomb. Ima has found quite a bit of space in Red Room. The challenge looks like it will commence between Brokey and Frozen. The swing is there. And yeah, Ima, okay, he's in a power position, blocking off rotations now. A little bit of a tag in his direction, and now FaZe, they have to suss out what's happening. They have some utility. Frozen looks like he wants to smoke off Donut. It's got to be soon, because you can block off Navi right here, right now. They are stuck now. They're stuck in Donut. This is an awkward position for them.
You've got no map control elsewhere on the map here, so this is really quite a tight spot. They've got one player in towards the red room, but all 5 players towards middle. And you're being locked out. This is essentially a little bit bonus round here as well for Brokey and Co. He got the MP9 in hand. He gets 1.5 kills, and it's converted by Rain in the end. Spamming those smokes. Frozen got a guaranteed kill here. JL is dropped, and this is beautiful from FaZe. A 3-0 feels confirmed, but Bit alive with Wonderful. The A main plane for Robt should close down the round, and they've got no idea. Why would you? Robt, Robt, that's not your best work, but it doesn't matter too much.
Okay.
He got assists on both of them now. It's all good.
Oh, right. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Of course. Okay.
He couldn't have played it better in terms of positional control. Went for the double spray down. The round was already secure. That's a huge one for FaZe there. You played with 2 MP9s and shut them down. It all came down to that smoke towards Donut as they were about to commit towards the A side. Really difficult round to play against, and it led them to hit one by one through the red room. Sure, you got the trade, but low HP, and Frozen shut down the round. And there we have it. 3-0, but bomb, did it get planted?
Yes.
It did. Okay, so there's at least the loss bonus accumulating and the bomb, so at least they'll have a partial buy, if not Galil's, etc.
Yeah, definitely could merit a half buy coming into play here. A little bit curious that Navi just decided to send every single person towards middle in that previous round. Usually you want to express a little intent with some extremity players, but Ima, on the other hand, fighting towards middle, that is a great opener for him. Inflicts quite a bit of damage to Frozen as well. And at this point, I mean, this is a round that's just built off of a single hero rifle, and that has spelled disaster for FaZe in the past, but this time Brokey's able to stand the test. Takes down Bit, puts him into the dirt, and now Wonderful is looking for something else in jail. This is sneaky. This is a good position right now. I'm not sure if Rain is too keen on this angle. In fact, he knows that this is completely possible, so it's still not the...
Carrigan and Polly's pocket.
Yeah, and they can't really trade off of each other, but it should be surprising enough as a position to multi-frag. We'll see, though.
I think Carrigan's got this one all tied up. A nice off angle as well. Double kill, perfectly played. Well done. The old master stepping up just when he needed him. The round was getting a little bit uncomfortable. It was a partial buy with a hero AK in the hands of Bits. It was low HP for Brokey and Frozen as well, but it looks like we're absolutely fine. I say that with bated breath. That's the AWP given over. Wonderful. And JL chiming in here. What is going on? It's actually a 1v1 out of nowhere. Wonderful can get the bomb.
It's a long journey.
It's actually towards Rain, my bad.
Yeah, it's a long journey for Wonderful, but Rain being a bit proactive, looking for something here in Cave. Wonderful, if he reads this, it is purely genius. If he just decides to look here, but he has to commit towards the bomb. There's no way that he can do anything else. Rain gets a glimpse of him there, and this should be an easy conversion. Oh, no.
He has to come back, though, so he has to come back and play round.
There's a shot. There's a chance. Okay, no. Rain, the smoke was right there. Very, very small opportunity there for Wonderful. I think he even threw that smoke himself to try to block off the B main position, but either way, Rain with the active movement there is able to seal the deal.
He's just in the zone right now.
Yeah.
Rain, when he's playing like this, it's so difficult to shut him down. Well done to Carrigan as well. Nice off angle as mentioned. Got a little bit dicey here. JL with a Tech 9 as well.
That was just a hero rifle, by the way, though. Yep. That's what's scary about this. You know, Navi, the firepower in this game has been exceptional, and FaZe are barely surviving by the skin of their teeth, but the important thing is they are surviving. They're up 4-0 now, but it should be a nice buy for the Navi side.
Very important rounds here, and Frozen taking matters into his own hands, running the gauntlet through the flames, and you can see players boosted up as well. It's Wonderful on the B-Ram box here. JL trying to take him down. Carrigan will find at least the second kill here for FaZe. They're going to fall back with the man advantage. Narrowly getting away with it. JL should have this kill, but Robt will find him. Chaos here in round number 5, but shut down our Navi. 4 versus 2. Bit and Ima left in a very unenviable position at this stage, and you can see Carrigan still being proactive, confirming the B lanes are clear. The bomb is down towards double doors, and Rain could find it if he continues with the push, but it's unlikely that he does.
I'm loving this active defense from FaZe. They're holding on to so much space.
Nice work.
1v1 opportunity from Ima goes the way of Carrigan, and now Bit, he's back at his own spawn. This is where you buy guns. This is not where you want to be at this point in the round. 55 seconds remaining. point. Sure, he'll be able to collect the bomb, but as soon as Rain makes contact, Kerrigan should spin on a dime and instantly find the trade if it's even necessary.
What a return to form this is, Maui.
Seriously.
The first map was a disaster. The second was looking very similar. And then Rain came online. He started getting double kills every single round of their T-side campaign. Yeah. And then the team just kind of said, well, if he can keep up with them, maybe we have a chance here. And now they're up 5-0 on the third and final map. They're officially on fire. Carrigan, beautiful work, you're right. It's very proactive towards the B lanes here. They're changing things up. Nice grenades, nice utility. Did he get a straight up wallbang here? Okay, must have been significant damage as his teammates were going through, and they had to extinguish the Molotov and run through the smoke itself, so that's a really difficult round.
I feel like the way that FaZe should be playing Counter-Strike factors in so well to Ancient. So often they just kind of end up playing on their heels in these weird default setups, playing on the back foot, but Ancient's a map where you just have to force the issue. You're usually smoking the elbow, as they are in this round. You're usually smoking the door, which they forego in this one, but at the same time, this is actually a slightly more passive setup. FaZe have been pressuring middle repeatedly, and finally, NAVI are allotted some breathing room, albeit they are using nothing but pistols. Although there is the lone rifle on JL.
Okay. JL, what have you got for us? He's known for the wall bangs, Maui. He's kind of defining how the damage is done. He's actually taking place towards long on that B-bomb side with the AK-47. Not going to be presenting that this particular round, but going towards the cave. Mid-control looking likely. Carrigan has been a bit of a beast so far. In towards Jag right now and waiting for his timing. You can hear all his grenades being thrown. You would assume someone's watching the extremities here for your push, the backstabs. He wants to get a little bit more aggro in the face of Frozen before he swings rounds.
Oh, Frozen separates from Rops. This is going to be a good flash. Rops going to be met with quite a few opponents here. Nice spray. Good control there. And Frozen right there in tow. Well done between the two of them. 5 alive. And man, right when it felt like they were going to peel away from each other, they begin to snap the tether.
Very, very nice indeed. Loving that. Good bait and switch. Robs takes 2 kills, tucks himself in. Frozen manages to get the third, then head on a swivel, finds the rotating player towards that A main position as well. And that's going to be a landslide performance here to open things up on their CT side. Blade has been brought in, doesn't look happy. You can feel them slipping out of this tournament now. Last place on the horizon.
Wow. Who'd have thunk that?
After the first map, not me.
Right.
FaZe are just keeping themselves in the games by winning every single pistol so far.
That does feel like the case, building off the momentum. And in this one, I feel like NAVI, they've been actually finding some control towards middle. That's actually something that's gone their way a couple of times. Ima has been very good on those openers flying out of elbow. But they just haven't been able to convert the extra space that's been taken by FaZe, whether it's Rops in A main or Kerrigan actually pushing down. It's always been a thorn in the side of NAVI.
That's the first tactical timeout. Let's see if Blade can convert that into their first round here. They certainly need it. JL's operating with the Galil, and you can see Frozen actually nailing the jump. It doesn't do much for him, though. It's going to be Ima to find him. Rops answering back, starting to get stronger and stronger in this series.
That felt a little disconnected. I mean, Ima gets the kill there, and Alexi B's swinging off of jump up, and they're not actually trying to pinch that position. I feel like this is a rare moment where maybe there's a miscommunication or a lack thereof.
Yeah, so, Rain's towards the end of A main. I don't think you're ready for this angle.
It's so tricky. And with 12 health, no chance. Okay, still a man advantage for FaZe.
Now you can't even go towards A.
No.
You know, there's just so much control. You have to be funneled in towards the B bomb site now. It's quite a defensive setup, though. We've got Carrigan tucked in. He just needs 1 kill. That would be enough. He's quite isolated.
Okay, Kerrigan, back in the corner and not able to find anything. It's going to be up to Brokey here, still on the long side, and Bit, he's not going for the peek just yet.
Yo.
What a shot. Okay. Perfect peek into the angle. It looks like NAVI are going to get on the board unless Rain has something to say about it. Flashes out. No way. Okay. Can't find the transfer, and now it's just up to Rops. No, wait, what? Bit, he just peeks all the way down. Wonderful's aware of his position at this point, and Rops, okay, he senses something. He feels like he knows about where Wonderful was. Flashes there. That might be good enough. Oh, swivels around. Oh, Wonderful just barely keeps himself alive to get NAVI there first.
God damn, that was close. Robs is in the zone. It looked like he'd done enough there. Spots him towards the cubby. On the repeat, though, couldn't nail the shots, and it will be Na'Vi at least finding their first round. One player survives. Money was already quite compromised, so all started with Emma towards middle, found Frozen, who jumped up, and then Carrigan, like I said, if he gets one kill, the round pretty much felt secure, but Bits hitting an absolute belter of a shot there towards long. Wonderful to clutch things out. Still a lot of Counter-Strike left to be played here. They can still tie up this half 6-6. Loss bonus will be low, but the money should be fine for now. As you can see, they're being chipped away at. MP9 for Carrigan, Orb for Brokey. Next kill will be very important. Carrigan doesn't fall back off that. To his demise. I think that was an opportunity to get the hell out of there, and he sticks around for the fight.
Yeah, that's a little bit overeager from Carrigan. I'm not sure if he expected that there was going to be a cave smoke there.
I would get it if there was like a jump-up player towards ledge. That would make sense, but the fact he's alone, you've just got away with that first interaction. Fall back surely, but 5-on-4 regardless. Frozen.
Oh, man. This player right on the other side of the smoke. Ema, he is... Oh, man. If Ema gets into red room right now, he's going to be able to block all the rotations off. Should allow Alexi B to call around this one. But Ema, okay, actually, this is a timing game for him. Is he going to look the right way at the right time? Oh, just a second. Frozen is able to even things out.
Okay, nice work there from Frozen. Good reactive play. Rain has been playing like an absolute superstar today. 10 kills to his name. And now with the 4-on-3 advantage, they need this round. Their money will be completely destroyed if they give this one up. A team kill comes in, courtesy of a Rain Dink. And now a 2 versus 1, but Bits. He has kept the dream alive time and time again for Na'Vi today. 6-1. If he can convert this, they are back in the series. They are back on Ancient. Molotov out of position, but it doesn't seem to matter. Gets himself tucked away in towards the cave. Powerful smoke, defensive smoke, as now Brokey, pistol in hand right now, grenade towards cave. A Bit is sneaking around, and Brokey's got no idea.
No way. Bit, oh no, he actually makes a step.
What?
Oh,
Why did he do that?
He thought he might have been on the defuse still. Oh, he didn't he believed it. He thought Brokey was sticking the bomb right there.
Such a massive round.
Oh, it felt like he played it perfectly up to that moment, but that single sound cue, Brokey spins around, finds the kill, and man, that felt like Na'Vi were breathing life into this game.
What was the HP of Bit there? Was he low? I guess
15.
He was 15. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Like
10. Okay.
It was looking so promising. It looked like he played it perfectly, but you're right. The tap of the bomb and then Bits. Dropped by the P250. Obviously, a call had come through. He had the M4 there as well. Someone's given him the information. He's been dinked. So there it is. Perfectly played from Brokey, but pressure's still being applied here. 7-1. Still with a plant coming through. They have a buy. It's not a great one with 3 Galils and a couple of AKs here. Mid control granted, though. Rob's trying to spam through the smoke. No significant damage as of yet, but it's a bit of basic control. Na'Vi, they haven't really had a chance to show us any sort of executions or any proper map control. They've been shut down in the chaos early stages of each and every round.
But this time around, FaZe, they actually aren't fighting for too much control. They don't fight towards middle. They don't fight towards lane. Likely a mid-round plan for them.
This doubles donut setup, though, has been very promising. They seem to have a good understanding of how to work off each other. Popping those smokes open for Brokey to get basic info.
Okay, this time around, Na'Vi, they're making their way towards A. Yeah. Okay, Emo once again at Red Room, able to cut off these rotations. This could be instrumental, and it already looks like the intent has been outlined by Na'Vi. Wonderful with the bomb in A main. Sure, JL and Alexi are still here.
Okay, yeah, it's a bit of a fake, yeah. So they're going to be Molotoving towards the bomb site, smoking sure. You have to keep 2 players here now, and he's going to make his way through it. It's absolutely fine. If he can just get 1 kill on the spam as well. He said JL is known for it. He does so much damage in the second player coming up. They're going to bite on this one for sure. No one's going to be towards A. Now Frozen, he is patrolling towards middle. He knows something's afoot now. The fact they haven't committed or finding that spam damage and having decent control suggests we're still going in towards the A side. It's the FAMAS at range, and Frozen keeps the round alive here, but it's still looking very problematic for FaZe. 8-1 available as they take the man advantage.
Oh, but the bomb is being planted away from Alexi B. Oh, wait, they don't get it down? Okay, they can just defuse now. Alexi was finding kills towards the B bomb site. This is free for the taking. There is no way that he's going to be able to find an angle on this one. Unless, no, okay. Not
quite. Headshot required.
It's a little too shallow there. And Na'Vi, they were constructing that round so well. It was going so well for Alexi on those B entries. He actually found a triple kill on the round. And for whatever reason, FaZe, they just didn't buy it. It just took a little bit too long. The amount of bodies weren't there. They were able to call that in. And Frozen with the FAMAS. I mean, people talk a lot of trash about this gun, but he just multi-fragged with it from range against Galils and
from way downtown.
Yeah.
That was pretty wild. The fact he gets the kill towards Red Drum, and instead of thinking this is a B split, he's straight back to that A bomb site, checking for information, gets a long-range spray, and saves the round. It was looking so good. And bear in mind, both teams are financially broken right now. Sure, the loss bonus is there for Navi. The bomb's coming through. They're going to have to keep purchasing, though. Now this one's starting to spiral. I guess maybe you go for a Tech 9 round here. Galils could be available to them. We'll see how much in terms of resources they've got. But I can't believe we're saying this. This is FaZe looking almost locked in to knock out Navi here at the World Finals.
It's looking good for FaZe. This is such a change of heart in terms of what they're putting into the server. From day one to now, from even map 1 to map 2 and 3, it just feels like we're watching a completely different team.
It's kind of bizarre. But we'll see if this mid control is successful for Navi once again. They saved the M4 from the previous round. Lexi keeps the finances strong for them, but let's have a look. Rops. Oh, that's ridiculous. You take down Bit as well.
Yeah. Such a heavy hitter out of the round for Navi. Emo, once again, I mean, he's always finding this space, but finally, Frozen, okay, takes him down through the...
He's having a game.
Yeah.
It's the first good performance he's had here in Singapore. And what a time to peek into the tournament, 14-6.
And he has historically had a lot of trouble against Navi, but what a time for him to come alive. Oh, even getting a little bit more aggressive.
This is cool. They can flash middle as well. See if they go for it. It's just going to be a dry swing. It gets a little bit awkward. A lot of damage received, but the kill is confirmed. Rain, it just needs one, and the round is done for. If he goes down cleanly, though, you never know. There it is. That should be enough to win this one. Wonderful is decent in the clutch. They are low HP, but it won't matter. No bomb planted this time, Maui. So, yes, maximum loss bonus, but that's going to be $3,400 per player. All 5 go down. And unfortunately for them, that's like Tech 9 armor and a couple of hero Galils perhaps, but yeah, this one is spiraling to say the very least. Robbed with that ridiculous kill on Bit. Frozen got one for the Smoker Donut as well. Very unlucky, very unfortunate, but FaZe, you got to commend them for their resurgence they've had here in the series. Frozen feeling himself right now.
This is exactly what Seiko was talking about. The fact that you can just get so rolling on the side of Ancient, the fact that they've taken so much space away. They even went for a different look. They're playing a little bit farther back and still made it work. Alexi, he wants to take a bite out of him immediately. He's already swinging off of jump out with Emub at the elbow. And Rain, okay, there's a little bit of pressure coming up the ramp right now. Looks like a contact play. Brokey is ready for it, but JL is actually past the angle. Okay, he might sneak onto the bomb site here. Oh, this is a pretty tight angle, actually, and Brokey looks like he wants to set up a flash. There should be a peek from Rain. Not able to catch him.
Good information, though. Rain seems to be almost certain that a player's in towards that beehive. Does he commit and just go for it? There's going to be a peek from JL momentarily. He's got the AK in hand. That's going to make things very uncomfortable. And finally, Navi have broken through. Need to convert this round. It's 9-1. They have a 5-on-3 advantage, and Brokey, he'll be dropped as well. This bodes very well. It's going to be 9-2 now. The money should be in a very problematic spot for FaZe, and you might as well go for the hunt here, as you've got Tech 9s, and you know if you can find these last 2 kills, you'll at least guarantee that third on the board.
And the money for FaZe is not good at all.
It's
1,200, 1,300 on Frozen and Rob.
You want to hunt these kills, you know they have nothing left, and you maybe get the third. Like 9-3, we see it all the time on Ancient. It's not a locked-in game.
No, by no means. I mean, let me remind everybody that last time around, when these two teams faced off at the Fall Finals, it was an 8-4 half, which Navi brought all the way back. They had 4 rounds, and they still won 13-11.
This is the #1 team in the world we're talking about right now. A tenured squad that have shown us that this half of the season as well, they can make multiple grand finals, 6 in a row. This event would spell their 7th, which is an unbelievable feat, really, when you think about it.
In what was an era of parity where so many people were talking about how anybody could win any single tournament, it almost felt like the certainty among that era was that Navi would be to face them in the grand finals. And so for Navi to already be here in this sort of position against a FaZe clan that is seemingly powered up out of nowhere, it is unexpected, and it is putting them to the test much earlier than they had expected.
Let's go for those finals. We had Blast Spring Final 2nd place, EWC 1st place, IEM Cologne 2nd, EPL Season 20 1st, Fall Final 2nd, Rio 1st. So logic dictates this event, another grand final, Maui, and maybe a 2nd place at the major, another one up for grabs.
It feels like we're all living in Navi's world, but
they've still got a long way to go in this particular map, unfortunately.
Yes.
3 MP9s, but I still believe if they can get 9-3 here, This game is still on.
Entirely agree.
Let's have a look.
Mid control early on for FaZe. They've actually dissuaded NAVI from taking too much space here. Yeah, a little bit of chip damage, but not all too important. Wonderful setup in the boost position. Ready and waiting, and it's actually Jail that gets the first. Oh, wonderful. A couple of whiffs, actually, and a couple of missed opportunities in a high-pressure moment. Now Kerrigan's just running wild with the MP9. 2 kills to his name already, and somehow with the scrappy buy at the end of the half, this could be the punctuation mark at the very end of things to put FaZe up 10-2.
Yeah, 9-3 feels recoverable, but an MR12 10-2 feels like a bit of a death sentence. We'll see if Rops can answer back here. 3 versus 3. Rops are going to close things down, and Bit finally showing some form here on Ancient. They've got the man advantage. Bear in mind, they know exactly what Kerrigan is. Or do they? He's actually back at the A side already. This is kind of remarkable. Can he find any damage whatsoever? Nice nade.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Kerrigan, okay. He's by himself. Broky's coming in from Temple, though. And just a second, Kerrigan with a second. There is no way that Ema's going to expect Broky this fast. But, oh, no. Ema pushing the CT smoke. Are you kidding me right now? This is unbelievable. Broky, though, senses it. He knows that this is afoot. And Ema, he's got to get away. Every second that he goes forward, he can build an advantage for himself in this round. Broky has to walk. He cannot reveal his position just yet.
Really sick call from him. He knows he's low HP. It's likely the Broky's lying in wait at some position, but advantage Imma now. Even with the HP, he's completely lost track of him. Looking for that third round. It's such an important kill. And Imma keeps the dream alive here. Elimination on the line, but they still managed to scrape the last round together. When it rains, it pours. The Norwegian has been delivering the goods here in the series today. They find themselves in a 9-3 advantage, but Maui, that last round from Imma, a thinking man's clutch. The outposition's broken and gives them the third round, and I'm still believing they can pull this one back, but they need to start winning a pistol round in this series right here, right now.
Off the back of Imma, hope. And that's all Navi need. They've won this before. They've been in a similar position, down 4-8 at the fall finals. And they've got to build off of that. Imma in cave with the dualies, but it's JL that's sniping from long, actually. Okay, pushing the molly. Imma, there's a player right there that's vulnerable, but Robs right around the pillars, able to take him down. This is going to be FaZe on 10 rounds already.
Dude, that's a super sick pistol. So not using the smokes to isolate long and short, using the Molotovs there to give them actual duels and flashbangs going over the top as well. Then the deep smoke and CT spawn to lock off the rotations. Once you've won the initial fights with the flashbangs there and put them in very awkward positions, there's no way you can even retake. Long is just under their remit, and you can see they just swarm towards that back area, towards CT spawn. The smoke down there, it's a real, they didn't actually land too well, but still we'll take it. It's a lovely little strap.
Oh, that's brutal.
Double Molotov execution with the flashes. That was brutal.
Huge option call here for Navi, and they elect to just full save. They think that they can play flawless Counter-Strike to bring it all the way back.
Don't know about that.
With how today's gone, it's tough to play flawlessly against FaZe. They're going to test you.
Ancient would be in that conversation like Mirage. It's probably a map that's not super viable for the MP9s and no utility. Like, you can rush the B lanes, but you need to be able to smoke double doors. You need to be able to Molotov down towards the ramp. It's very difficult to pull that round off. So they've gone for the tank setup in towards Donut. I haven't seen this one before. I'm here for it.
Angle, but if you're going to be pincered from the A side itself, it's tough. Although they can reassemble it, or they can actually just...
So they hear the flash of Rops, and they're just like, you know what?
Yeah.
Try and isolate a kill here.
Create a lineup here.
This is 11-3. Like,
yeah.
Unless something unbelievable occurs. The blunder of a lifetime.
The last time these two teams faced off against each other, the comeback was spurred by an excellent CT side by Wonderful. Ended up top of the rating chart. And this time around, he's got to play himself into the server. Sure, he's top fragging for Navi as it stands, but against all the heavy hitters from FaZe, he doesn't really hold a candle.
Well, round done. Robs, I guess if they can save an AK, courtesy of Robs, that is something. They probably will. They should be able to trade this kill out. After 2 kills, there it is. So you can save the AK, hopefully.
Oh.
A little bit dicey now.
They got 1 AK, and Brokey sideswipes him. Okay, 11-3. It's time to play Navi brand CS. It's got to be perfect from here on out. This is what Blade dreams of.
Yeah. If you're the #1 team in the world right now, let's see a CT side world-class performance required. Blade looks into the dossier, the intel, and what's going to be their first maneuver here after losing yet another pistol, bro. That's been a real significant factor. They do have M4s across the board. No wonderful AWP. Goes without saying, every round is very important at this stage. 1 more for elimination point here for FaZe.
Early smokes here from the Navi side. They're not fully contesting this. They didn't actually push down lane. They didn't actually push down middle. And FaZe call the bluff. They disrespect the smoke timings with that nade. Rain takes a lot of damage right there through a spam, and that is Bit on the other side, who has already inflicted 91. So that's going to be some excellent chip damage. Might play a factor later on, but no one wants to be the first one to fall for Navi. This might come back to bite them. You don't really have a lot of space, a lot of eyes on mid, but they are actually going for a mid crunch themselves. This is great. They're going to find out if anybody's here, and they're going to meet Frozen face on. Frozen, though, great headshot to find Imma. 5-on-4, smoke there at Red Room, and Navi, they peel off. They're not looking for the trade right now. Wonderful gets a little bit cold in the feet, and now if this is going to be an A pinch, it's really just Wonderful and Bit on that side of the map.
They don't have a lot of resources either. Bear in mind, no kit, so it comes down to a clutch, and Frozen might not even let them get to that position. 5-on-3 for elimination point. Carragher patrolling the extremities, goes down to his rival in-game leader, does some damage at least, gets the intel that can only really be maximum 2 in towards the A side in a 4-on-3 situation. Bit fighting back and doing considerable damage here. Keeps the round alive. Bomb will be planted, but like I mentioned, no kits here. And now a kill through the smoke actually keeps them alive and well.
Wow, that is a godsend for Navi. Very doable retake now. 3 versus 2. Frozen and Rops have a chance to put this game away. If they win this one, it's going to be lights out for Navi. Frozen, he's already found 2 in the round. Now slots himself here at Donut. Alexi's going to be late on the flank, but Frozen is just so crisp right now. Knows exactly where Alexi is. As well, and that is 4 kills in the round for Frozen, taking middle single-handedly and holding on to it.
He has been MIA this series. You could see the frustrations for him in the first 2 maps, but what a performance here on Ancient when it really matters the most. Another multi-kill round to find them elimination points here. Beautiful shots being presented. Great awareness as well, almost pre-firing every single angle. Has the awareness to take down the final player as well. Massive from Frozen. As they have themselves 9 map points, elimination points, Maui, in a row.
It doesn't get any easier for FaZe at this point. Put him away now before they're even able to get a real buy going once again. Kerrigan playing with the momentum, takes down Wonderful, and he evacuates. He doesn't get too eager. There is a B ramp push coming afoot. JL is on the long side with nothing but an MP9. There is no one here to help him. There's no utility. He's got to hit the shots. 1 man down in rain. Now Frozen keeps it up. The pressure is there, but Alexi's actually here. Robs though around the pillar, taken down by Alexi. 2-on-2 situation. 50 health remaining between the remaining Ts, but the bomb is at Alexi's foot. It's at his doorstep, and he pushes on further.
All right, Brokey, we know you're capable of winning these ones. They're going to present themselves to target. First kill available, but not converted. The dream, although fleeting, is still alive for now. It's going to be Alexi B to save the day here. As we've mentioned, it's going to take the perfect CT side, and they managed to make the most difficult round work after losing the first kill courtesy of Kerrigan. What an opportunity to close things out. JL, so much damage. Alexi B leading by example here, and the double push down towards the B round, but Dink on your teammate as well. Could have been a disaster. And they're still believing.
Yeah.
They are still believing.
Oh, yeah. They've been here before. They know how to make this happen.
Full eco. Some respite here.
They needed that. They needed that one. Well done from Alexi. Even taking the initiative with Bit in the late round. And that was too close for my comfort. Oh, my gosh. The lineup right there, Henry, I thought it could have been over. I thought Brokey could have got them both.
I really hope this goes the distance, just to kind of give us that drama, that sense of dread for FaZe. A locked-in, guaranteed game. You've lost to the MP9. You're still thinking this is fine. And it might be as well. There's a chance they can win this round, I suppose.
Surely not. Surely not like this. No, JL's here on the case.
There's definitely a chance. There's a conversation to be had.
Let's see. I mean, got to get another shot. Oh, wait a second. They're able to find Kerrigan there, and Rops, yeah, he's got 1 in the round, but that's going to be it. 12-5.
If he was overlooked in CT spawn,
maybe
something wacky could have gone down there. But there we go. Navi weather the storm. And they cut this one slightly more manageable pieces here. We are going to see the Deagle shot from Rops. Beautiful towards Bits. This tactical timeout. We're slowing it right down, Alexi. Might as well, I suppose.
That seems like a little bit of delay. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, all right. Navi this time around, they've got the op in the hands of Wonderful. They've got rifles here. Alexi moving on down. Supporting it, in fact, and Ima already takes down Rain. They want to double up on this. They've got lane control as well, and Ima finds another. 5 versus 3 early on, and FaZe, they have no space to work with. This is a suffocating presence from Navi.
Very nice play. No one turtling up and holding their position. They are bringing the defense to FaZe. B lane under their remit. Plenty of util, plenty of health. Alexi B stepping up in the last few rounds as well. Flashbang goes over. I don't think it affects him too drastically. 1 kill will absolutely be fine there as we see him take down Kerrigan, leaves Rops and Brokey with a chance to clutch. They're going to isolate the B bomb side, but it looks at things here. Molotovs towards short and defaults. And long. They've got so many Molotovs, it seems. JL, they're going to close things out again. Just 1 kill would secure the round. He goes down with nothing, though. It does open the conversation for a chance to finish things here in round number 18. Do they check his position? Absolutely no.
Oh, no.
That's the miss. That could cost them a lot here.
Oh, that's an opportunity, but Brokey 1v3 already pincered from every angle. No shot there. Great early round presence there from Navi, able to find that space. Bit is on the defuse, 12-6. When do you start to believe, Henry? How close does it need to be? Do you believe now?
I believe now.
Now?
No, honestly, yeah. Like, I think you have to. Like, if Imma's making these sort of plays, he's like, boys, like, we can still dominate this side. We can dish out equal punishment that we received in that first half. We just need to hold on, keep the comms flowing, keep applying this sort of pressure at the start of each and every round.
Yes.
Gonna have to take some risks. That's going to be part of the game right here. You can't just sit in default positions. Need to dominate and condition the map across the board. Now we just seen B lane control. They're going to be worried about that going forward. Did they go back to the 3-man setup in middle this time? We'll have a look and see the setup. It looks to be more the same. A B focus here from Na'Vi, the initial utility.
Oh, A play.
What have we got? Just Tech 9s and an execution potential, which is looking quite nice. If Wonderful's got the AWP, he will be isolated, but it's probably the most prime position. Not many smokes or utility thrown towards Temple.
Should have shadow advantage.
You get flashed, and that's about it.
Yeah, all right. Easily turns away from that. Smoke there, though. That's going to deny any sort of opportunity. Okay, they're at least going to get on the bomb site. Ema, though, in the backline. Oh, he's taken down early. 5-on-4. Wonderful has no way back into this. Kerrigan with a kill onto JL. Not like this, Na'Vi. Everything was going so well on the gun rounds, but the supporting flashes are in. They're sending Bit in on what seems to be a suicide mission. Able to find one, though. And Wonderful. Striking from the backline. 3-on-3. They're recovering this one.
All right, then. It's on a knife's edge. Bit fighting back. They've actually got the man advantage. Time is of the essence. The bomb taking at some pace right now. Kerrigan is low. Can they steal this one away with just the pistols, the A execution? We've got about 15 seconds left on the bomb here. Robs towards big boxes, trying to play for one kill, force the defuse to come through. It looks like they might have done enough here. This kill decides it. Robs will find it. Can they eliminate the world's best team from the tournament? One more bullet, and it's gonna be the Tech 9. Kerrigan keeps the dream alive. It's an ancient victory for FaZe Clan. It looked like they were done for. The first two maps weren't going in their favor whatsoever, but the Norwegian, Rain, he kept the dream alive, and they eliminate Na'Vi here at World Finals.
What a surprise. I don't think anyone saw that coming into this matchup. Na'Vi have been eliminated from the Blast World Finals in Singapore as the very first team to a well-playing FaZe Clan who got their redemption. It's been a couple of tough months there, say it, for FaZe Clan, especially considering going up against Na'Vi. It's been the story of Na'Vi beating them 4 out of 5 times. We are, however, looking in a situation right now where FaZe have eliminated Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a phase that has not been the similar of the first two maps, and the fact is that they bounced back similarly to what Na'Vi did to them in the fall finals.
Yeah, a strong performance coming out of FaZe. However, a weak performance coming out of Na'Vi. We have plenty of time to speak about FaZe, and we will see them play later on in the tournament. So I think it's only fair that we focus a bit on Na'Vi, coming in as the best team in the world, coming in winning 2 tournaments in a row. I don't think anyone saw this one coming.
Yeah, the thing is, you can attribute a lot of things to exhaustion. Like a lot of consecutive finals is going to pay the price of not having enough to just be able to practice and bootcamp. But at the same time, Major is coming, and that should be the main focus for any team right now in the season, and Na'Vi is no different.
You know what? One thing I like right here is the disappointment coming out of Na'Vi. You'd think to yourself, the best team in the world, you won so many big tournaments, you just had a break, you speak about exhaustion, you speak about the fact they've had time to take a bit of a break and breathe a little bit. You can see the sheer disappointment in the faces of Na'Vi right now. Despite coming into this tournament, maybe not having it as the main priority for the year, it's still disappointing for them to lose games like this, and I guess that's a healthy sign.
It is a healthy sign. As a competitor, you always want to kind of do your best no matter where you are, and the fact that you're still like competing for #1 team in the world, you're probably having the best time of your life. It is still so hurtful to lose like this and get eliminated from the tournament, no matter if it's last place, first place, second place. For Na'Vi, it's always the same. It's they lost, they were overcome, and it's a good sign that it bothers them, because that means that they still care to go deep into a tournament no matter what their tournament is.
If anything, it should make them hungry for what's coming up. You have the Arma coming up, you have the Major coming up. Despite losing right here, despite entering or exiting this tournament in last place, I think we both agree that heading into the Major, Na'Vi is still one of the main candidates, one of the main favorites to win the entire thing. So as much as it sucks right now, as much as it's disappointing right now, it doesn't really change the narrative around Na'Vi, does it?
No, it doesn't. If anything, as I said, there's more time to practice. There's more time to evaluate what went wrong, because even the wins that they had at the previous events, it wasn't flawless per se. They were losing maps here and there, and that could be a point of discussion when it comes to bolstering that team play, that strength, that strat book that they're bringing into the Major, because you need to be able to evolve things, adapt to the things that they're doing against you. And well, I hate to say it, but this is perfect opportunity to do so.
From a storyline perspective, I kind of like it, you know, because it opens up the playing field, opens up the conversation. As you said, there's things you can question now regarding to this Navi lineup. Same could be said for FaZe, though. They end up eliminating Navi. They play beautiful Counter-Strike today. It was looking a bit rough on map number 1, but the way they were getting into this flow state, you could hear the communication from Kerrigan as well. They were playing some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen FaZe play in quite some time. So for my money, it's a step in the right direction for the FaZe boys.
Yes, it is finally showing signs of life, basically, today. I mean, this year, if you really think about it, FaZe are only capable of lifting 1 trophy so far. I am Chengdu, and I actually mentioned it before they came into the event, where whenever they travel to this part of the world, they seem to do just better. It feels like this is a little buff for them. And yeah, well, they're showing it at least right now, where, yes, they're still far from making a deep run, but they are making it competitive against a team like Navi. I'm kind of impressed.
If anything, they are alive in the tournament, and we know what happens when FaZe entering a stage, when they enter the playoff. We also know that we can hear from Rain after the win against Navi.
FaZe get a huge win here over Navi and survive the elimination, mainly due to this man who just said, I'm not going home like this, it's not happening again.
Yeah, I'm so tired of losing. Like going through these mixed zones and interviews and just losing all the time, so it's going to be good to play some more games.
Talk me through Mirage for you, though, especially because you just seem to want to fight, getting so many entries. You were just going for it more than I've seen in any recent time.
Yeah, I know I'm tired of playing passive, and I've always liked being in the action, so I just press W and look for fights all the time.
And it certainly worked out for you. What was the mentality like? Because I think it was after you won Mirage, Karen got up and he said this was good mentality, he was happy with what he saw. So what was going on inside the server, what was going on inside the team?
I just think we never stopped believing. I think everybody got hyped up. Every single round, there was always somebody screaming. So it was a really good mentality, like you said, and the hype is what makes FaZe come alive, right? So we found it eventually.
And being able to do this on a group stage, is that a more positive sign? Because normally we see this kind of action from you guys when it gets to the playoff stage, right? But you're doing that here and now.
Yeah, we can't keep showing up only for playoffs because we're not getting there, right? So it's about starting from the scratch again and just working our way through the system and getting up.
And lastly, just how much does this win mean for you guys, especially Navi being the best team in the world?
Yeah, of course, it means a lot. I'm sure the guys there are very tired, and it's not the best playing Navi at the moment, but we're very happy with the win, and Finn did some great calls and made a lot of players with great plays today, so I'm happy.
And now we're finally being a top 5 team, the curse is broken?
Yeah, let's hope so.
Let's hope so indeed, man. Thank you very much.
It's an excellent point from Rain. You know, they can't keep on showing up just for the playoff because they don't get there if that's the case. However, this time around, they knocked out the world's best team in Navi, and they were looking hot doing so. As you said, definitely a step in the right direction for FaZe.
Yeah, you can see even in the voice of Rain that he's kind of like content already with the work that they're doing, and the way that he wants to approach fights. He wants to be more aggressive. He wants to fight for that position aggressively, whatever he's playing. I think that's a good sign because that's exactly what Rain needs to do in a team like FaZe.
It gives us this updated Group A where Navi have been eliminated from the Blast World Finals in Singapore, so it's not going to be another final for Navi. They are out on contention. They can go home. They can get ready for the major. They can do whatever the hell they have to do, but this was not a great tournament for them. However, we still have one more game in this Group A before we can conclude it, and that is taking place between MOUZ and Astralis. MOUZ obviously beating FaZe yesterday in a 2-0 fashion. 2 very close maps where in particular Brolin came in very, very hot. And then the biggest surprise of yesterday, Astralis winning their opening game, having another chance at doing the same thing against MOUZ. Be ready with us after the break.
pressure only fuels us to perform better.
They said Danish Counter-Strike is dead and gone, but Astralis take down the #1 team.
We're ready to come out strong and take control.
We play hard, adapt fast, and finish strong.
Today, we are looking for victory.
This is absolutely stunning from Rola.
That is remarkable for MOUZ.
Focus is on the game. We don't care who we play.
Group A final is upon us. MOUZ took down FaZe yesterday and Astralis took down NAVI, which means those two teams now battle it out for the #1 position in Group A. The two teams have never faced each other in 2024, and the fault of that would be Astralis. MOUZ have been consistently getting deep into tournaments, whereas Astralis have been struggling throughout the year. However, that wasn't the case yesterday. A 2-0 win against NAVI, which to many were super surprising. I guess maybe a little less surprising after we saw NAVI today, but none of the matter is that what we saw from Astralis yesterday versus NAVI is the best version we've seen ever since Cadian joined the team.
Yeah, it's a new team for Astralis. It's a new look, and yesterday they showed finally the first signs of okay, we're here, we're a tier 1 team, we're beating NAVI, and in the fashion that they did yesterday, it was impressive.
It was the fashion they did it in, right? You're saying that it felt like a new Astralis was coming to life. We know about the tendencies in terms of Cadian's calling. We know about how they want to play the game of Counter-Strike, and it's very proactive, very moving around, and I think we saw that yesterday. The players were activated, and in particular, the star players of Astralis were activated. You see Stown, Yabi, and Device, all three topping the scoreboard. There's a long way down to the other two players, and that's what you want to see. You spend a lot of money on these three players, and they were delivering yesterday.
That's what happens when you reunite Stown, Yabi, and Cadian. I mean, the trio just kind of makes it work all the time. Stown and Yabi in the form yesterday that we haven't seen them in a long time, and obviously Device to contemplate for the orb that he's having. I mean, this is just beautiful to watch, and well, NAVI had no chance yesterday, so this is the reason.
And that's the thing, right? It was just one game. It was just one best-of-3 series, but what we saw yesterday is what you would like to see for the future as well. Having those three players firing on all cylinders, that puts Astralis up there with a team that has firepower to contest against the best team in the world. One player in particular that I was happy to see play well was Stown. We saw him struggle a little bit coming into Astralis. We know he's a very vocal player. We know he helps with the calling. He's a player that is, again, very proactive on the server. He hasn't had the best start to his time within Astralis, but the last month, and in particular yesterday, that was the Stown that we saw for the vast majority when he was in Heroic.
And it's not only about the rating difference that we've seen under the Cadian leadership, but also the impact. That is the magic number that we need to be looking at, because he's playing positions where the impact is just needed. He's needing to deliver, and so far under Cadian leadership, he's just finally finding himself in the right positions at the right time. He's feeling good, you know, he's like moving around. He's being active and not only reacting to stuff, but also creating stuff.
And I just want for the viewers at home to understand why that's so important. The role he's in, being the secondary caller, being the guy that is calling the shots on the CT side within the areas he's playing. It's important a player like that is finding impact. It's also important that he has a coach that trusts in him, and we're James Banks catching up with Rocker heading into the game.
And how is your relationship right now with Cadian and growing as like a coach and in-game leader working together? How's that working out right now?
Like, we're still like adjusting to each other, I would say. Like I come from being a teacher as my background, and he comes from being a player and like being all over the place in terms of like being there with the energy, being there like in the opponent's face, like these type of like, I would say like a little bit more loose / freestylist approach. So right now we're trying to find a middle ground, and I think game by game, or even like practice game by game, like we're getting to understand each other better and how we can help each other.
Now, yesterday you picked Nuke against NAVI. Today you've picked Vertigo, which I didn't expect, and I'm trying to understand where is this veto choices going? What is the kind of mythology going around this?
I think when you're an underdog, you have more options in the veto, and I think a lot of teams, generally speaking, ourselves included at the past 2 events, try to play, you know, yeah, we feel confident on this map without thinking too much about how the opponents also like it or not. So I think in general, we like the 2 maps we've been playing here and also picked today, but yeah, like you also need to play your cards right sometimes.
Do you think your opponent was ready for these picks?
From the facial expressions, maybe not the second half of the veto, but yeah, maybe the first one, who knows.
What is going on with Cadian's hand? Can we get any info?
I think it's up to him to share when he's ready, so unfortunately the political answer here.
Well, it would have been nice to know what's up with Cadian's arm. However, it wasn't really affecting him that much yesterday. He was still playing somewhat decent, and the calling was in place, and in particular, the energy coming out of Cadian yesterday as well. I was listening into the communication. You were listening into the hype, so to speak. It felt like Astralis were alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's good to see. Obviously, you're coming into the event where you're kind of an underdog of the tournament. It always puts kind of different mindset to it. You know, you're not expected to perform as much. Obviously, the bomb out at fall finals is going to happen sometimes. It can happen here as well, but they're fighting against all odds, and they're actually playing good Counter-Strike.
One of the things that you should have paid attention to was the video running over your screen, because Vertigo was being picked by Astralis, which to many, including myself, is a surprise. We caught up with Jimfat as well to get his initial reaction as to why he thinks that Astralis were picking into that map.
How is it being preparation for them? Because like this isn't a team there's a lot of data on right now, so does that change things for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does definitely a little bit, because usually we always face the same teams and we always know how they play and stuff like this. But against this team, we had to look a little bit more in depth in like the preparation and stuff like this. And yeah, I mean, they're a pretty interesting team, I would say, now that Cadian is also there, but playing as a rifle. And yeah, I think they can definitely be one of the dark horses, I would say, because they have such a great roster still. Maybe they also haven't found their ground yet. They're still kind of building the team up, and I think yesterday they played really great against NAVI, so I'm also expecting today a tight match if they keep it playing like that. So yeah, I think it will be an interesting match, and also the veto was pretty interesting for me because yeah, they picked Vertigo and we didn't expect that, I can say, but yeah, it will be nice to see how it goes.
I'm glad you said that, because that was my next question was around veto, because I saw it was in for a shock. So you just said you didn't expect it as well. Were you prepared for this Vertigo to come in?
Yeah, I mean, we are always a little bit prepared for everything. It wasn't like top of the preparation, I would say, but we are still really confident, and it's nice to play Vertigo because we haven't played it in such a long time, I would say. So it's kind of nice to see how we are playing after a long time, but also for them, like they haven't played it that much, I think. So yeah, we will just play our game and see how it goes.
How ready are you for this though? Because you have a very tough role when it comes to CT side on Vertigo. You're gonna have to really lock this down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. For me, Vertigo, I think it's my least favorite map. But yeah, I don't really care. I just try to play my best, and I think I have a good player in mid, Exertion. So if I can play my game, then he's doing it for me. So it doesn't matter, you know.
The backup will be there to help you either way, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
It is very interesting that Vertigo is being brought into this map pool, and I want to pick your brain a little bit, Mr. Stuko. Now, you've been a player and recently been a player as well. When you have a map that you favor so much, we know MOUZ's Vertigo is super, super strong. You're never allowed to play it because no one wants to play it and no one wants to pick it against you, and then all of a sudden, someone surprises you by picking it against you. Is that a nice feeling? Do you feel like, okay, that's a free gift right here, or does it scare you a little bit? Because surely there's a reason why Astralis did it.
It can go both ways. Honestly, it's double-edged sword, and it can be a curveball that Astralis might be throwing. Maybe they know that, okay, maybe we're not as great as MOUZ, maybe we're underdog in this team. Maybe we need to surprise them with a pick such as Vertigo, and maybe they are not that comfortable because they haven't played it for a long time. Probably they didn't practice it for a long time, therefore, because Vertigo is by far the least popular map right now in Tier 1, Tier 2. So obviously, everyone is kind of dodging it, avoiding it, and even teams that are good on it, they hate the map. And honestly, only good matchup that I can see out of Vertigo coming is that if the game is incredibly close, there's a lot of clutches. It's not the map itself, it's the game, it's the team that play against each other. So honestly, I'm not looking forward to it, but well, okay. I will have to do.
Well, honestly, it's not a secret that I'm not too big of a fan of Vertigo either, but I think it's been such a long time since we've seen it, and I think in the context of this game, the fact that Astralis picked it up against MOUZ, it should make for an interesting game. So without knowing too much about it, because obviously Astralis have been practicing in the dark and MOUZ haven't really played it in an official for quite some time, what can we expect heading into Vertigo?
I want to mention one thing, and that is that new Astralis have been forcing maps a lot where you can actually go for double op setups, such as Dust 2 and Mirage a lot. On Vertigo, I think this is the map where you just cannot, on T side or CD side, go for double op setup. It just doesn't work because there's billions of smokes on the map and everyone is sneaking through them. Op is just not as effective. When you have two of them, it's even less effective. So this is going to be first time where we're going to see, you know, a map where Cadian actually needs to use his AK prowess.
Oh, Cadian on the rifle. That's an interesting prospect heading into Vertigo. I just heard Cadian giving out the final instructions for his teammates, which means we're ready with the game. So take it away, Henry G and McDonald Maui.
It's been 84 years since I commentated Vertigo. Anders didn't want to be part of it. We brought in Maui Snake. What are your thoughts?
I was actually in McDonald's training, and you guys just ripped me out, and I just had to show up because, yeah, Anders said I'm not going to be here for it. Odds are obviously favoring MOUZ. I'm actually thinking that this is I'm quite favoring MOUZ actually in this one. I really think that MOUZ are on the come up right now, and somehow Astralis have seemingly upset our expectations. They sent NAVI into the lower bracket earlier on, and now it truly feels like everybody here should feel like there is an opportunity for you to get a trophy under your belt in this season.
I think Astralis is going to win. What do you think about that?
You're on something. You haven't slept a lot.
I haven't. Well, the fact is they took down NAVI yesterday, right?
Yes.
I guess looking at what we just saw, a weaker NAVI than we might expect here in Singapore. But I like the game plan they're bringing to the table here. There's not much tape at all. Yesterday against NAVI, we'd never seen this Astralis roster play Nuke. Today, they're bringing in another curveball. Vertigo, a map that's literally not even played at tournaments anymore. And yeah, I feel like if they can have another flying star here, Cadian's slowly but surely coming online. I actually like the fact that double AWP setup's not possible on Vertigo. I don't think his AWP in CS2 is all that great. He is a great rifler, I think. I think he can hold up and just get a couple of kills here and there, play the one and dones. I think this is actually looking quite nice for them. Either way, there's only one way to know for sure as we get into Vertigo. I haven't seen this map in years.
It has been a while. So many of the top teams elect not to play it. G2, FaZe, NAVI. But these two teams meet on this hated
This is the
ground.
elevator smoke, right?
I think so, yes.
What do you think so? What are you here for? You don't know the smokes.
It'll block off Shuhei here. Yep, right there. Okay. All right, just one player that's able to fight because of that isolation, and now Astralis with a good start towards middle. 2 kills immediately. Now they're deciding where they want to actually go.
Well, just the roster. You don't normally see 3 Ts in the CT spawn and the dualies, and there are a lot of threats here. Xertion dropped with nothing. Jimmy, though, one of the best anchors in the game, only good for 1. Round over. And a lovely little pistol there from Astralis. Nice and simple. That smoke is very powerful from T-spawn. Allows you to get some great mid control and isolate those fights, as we saw. Torji just playing for cash at this point. 2 kills to get him an extra $600. That's pretty much all that's available to him. He has got the kit, though, Maui. So, see whether he can do anything here. Not going to happen. And Astralis, a flying start here on Vertigo T side. And I don't know. Vertigo, I'm actually not sure what the meta is right now. I don't think he would force buy in the second round. There are
I don't
fights.
You could, just because still MP9s are pretty effective.
I used to love the call that you get MP9s and just rush middle. You get like 3 MP9s in Kevlar. Rush middle into towards T-spawn, cause chaos.
It's a great pug call.
It is a great pug call. Maybe not applicable for the World Finals.
I mean, usually it can steal at least one gun away. Yeah, they are going for the force buy here, the MP9s.
Rush middle. Do it.
Shuhei with the 5.7. It does look like it's a pretty heavy A-lean, so I don't think you're going to get your wish, unfortunately. Yimpat here jiggling with the smoke out, MP9 as well. And there are going to be a lot of bodies to contest him. I mean, James Banks was asking Yimpat in the early interview what he feels like that about this map, and he said, it's my least favorite. So the stats actually reflect that too. This year, 1.06, and okay, well, hold on. There is a flurry of frags towards that middle side of the map. Cadian, though, he snuck up quite far here in Elevator. He's going to be able to relay this information over quite quickly.
He can potentially get 3 kills here and win the round single-handedly. I would actually say advantage Astralis at this stage, considering his ideal. He doesn't have to go for the first kill. He does not actually want to get this. So leave it be. Leave it be, Cadian. Get some intel first. This is okay. Well played. Very well played.
Okay.
That should secure the round.
Yes. Well played by Cadian there. Not a great chance for Brolin in this one. Both these players have head armor, so that MP9's going to lose quite a bit of efficacy. And yeah, okay, he's already gushed. I don't see how you're going to go for this one.
Okay, Astralis with the idyllic start here. The fact you've got a 2-0, potentially 3, and it's full eco next for MOUZ after setting the trap in towards middle. They got a couple of kills there, man advantage for Cadian. He must have come up short and towards the elevator. Yeah. What a brilliant play, though. As long as he didn't go for the quick kill here, set himself up for a double, absolutely fine. The significant damage towards Jimmy as well as Device closes out the round. Nothing Broline can do, and as mentioned, has to be the full eco here.
Deagle on Yimpat. 5.7 on Exertion. Not too much to work with, all in all. Only purchased because of those kills they found in the previous round. And so, Astralis, I mean, it's the start that they wanted. Got the pistol, got the conversion. And MOUZ, I mean, they just don't really play this map all too much. They got 9 games in the past few months.
I mean, it's what, Eternal Fire and Complexity to play this map. It's kind of it, right?
Yeah, for teams in the top 12 or so, that's practically it. And actually, speaking on Complexity, who are one of the only teams that seemingly pick it, I mean, Elige has told me they don't, I mean, he doesn't actually like the map.
Well, like they said in the interview, underdog teams have to pick it, though. I think you have to be able to say, playing 7 maps here. You can't just say, oh, we just don't play Vertigo. Like, you should have an underdog pick like this and try and catch teams off guard, especially when you're in a new team in your kind of opening matches here. You've got a new in-game leader. Why not play a bogey map like this?
Yeah, and to speak on why it's just so good for underdogs, one big component of this map on T side that is just so favorable for underdogs is that you can practically break every single smoke, and you're not really actually in a choke point when you do that. The primary smokes being the ones that are on the B stairs, the ones at the bottom of A ramp, all of those, if you just break them, you're not really in a bad position. It's not like you're in B tunnels where you're just already right there in fish in a barrel. It's relatively easy once you get some sort of gap in a smoke to just pile on through, and so you can disrespect smoke so much more than you can on any other map.
So far, so good. Bear in mind, not as much on the line as our previous game. This is a seeding game, essentially. Winner goes to the semifinals, loser goes to the quarters. Still for Astralis. Bear in mind, when Device was in-game leader, they did have that honeymoon period where he came in and they got like, what, quarterfinals or semifinals, I should say, Chengdu, semifinals EPL, semifinals the CCT, and semifinals Yellow Compass, but then they fell off. So the honeymoon period could be a real thing once again, but I feel like with Cadian as the in-game leader, it feels more like this feels where the team
real.
should be, right?
Yeah, this feels like they're actually powering up instead of just starting hot. So
yeah, that's fair.
I feel like this is actually a picture that is coming together for the Astralis side. They will pressure Yimpat here. Full execute, a foot. Molly at his feet. He's burning alive right now. The flashes are good as well. This is so hard to play against if you're Yimpat. You see that he can't even find anything there. And he was talking about the fact that Exertion was going to be there to help him. Well, he can't do anything now.
I don't think you go for this. Is the AWP on the retake here, and you've got just smokes to the retake itself. You haven't got the flashes of the incendiaries to flush them out. Bomb's not planted there. They're baiting it out, considering that util is available. Speaking of which, frags are as well, but Device, they're still here, and Shui gives them an opening.
Yeah, that might be something right there. Brolin, this fight is going to be pivotal.
Yep.
If he actually clears this angle on Cadian, that could be an in on the round. But oh, Yabby through the smoke, able to find Torzi, and that's almost just by happenstance. Shuhei made them both line up, and Brolin, he's going to force this one. Okay, it's a lot of damage, but without a kill, this is so difficult. He doesn't have a kit right now, and these players, they're playing keep away at the moment. Oh, they give him an opportunity, but can't quite find the spray transfer. That was close, though.
It was close, but no cigar, I'm afraid. And they have got maximum loss bonus at this stage, but on the CT side, that's going to be $3,400. It's just MP9s, Kevlar, 5.7s, etc. And what an execution this was in terms of the Molotovs everywhere. So we've got them at Jenny's default and towards the girder as well. So it's stifling, and the flashbangs are brutal. So even though they'd fallen back, they were at the Molotovs. They were so blind. Jimmy took, what, like 60 damage before he even saw anyone.
Yeah, and the thing is that in this day and age, the executes are so powerful on every bomb site. Nobody's throwing a bad execute anymore. So for Yimpat coming into this game blind, I would not be surprised if they really try to pressure him there. Yabby, labored fight with Exertion, still going to come out on top of that. And this should be another pretty clean one for Astralis, all things considered. Shuhei, yeah, he's dancing with this angle right now. Molly to flush him out. Good utility to take space from Astralis, by the way. This is looking really sharp from them already. As long as they don't overstep, they should be fine.
We'll see how this one develops. And I've got an interesting question for the next round. Let's see if this one's guaranteed. So the 5.7s are plenty of boosts here that can be very problematic for a T side. One of those is coming through right now. And bear in mind, the 5.7 seems to be such a meta pistol right now. The snapping turtle does find the first kill. It's going to be Yabby going down here, but still plenty of advantages as Astralis will dissect the map. It's going to be Stare. Haven't said his name too much as of yet. He's got some mid control, making his way towards the elevators. Doesn't even check spawn. Very brave peek as he goes around. It looks like the round is guaranteed. Now, my question is now, considering they took down NAVI yesterday, and now they're 5-0 up here on the first map against MOUZ, if they win this series, are Astralis the best team in the world? In your opinion?
You would have to, the hot take would be yes.
Okay, nice.
The realistic take is absolutely not. And you're off your rocker.
I mean, the stats speak for themselves. 2 top 5 teams in 2 days. Pretty impressive.
No, that is. I will say this: the progress that we've seen from Astralis from the fall finals, where Cadian just came in all of a sudden, into IEM Rio, where they only really got a win over Eternal Fire, and now into the World Final. Like, everybody saw this and said, who let these guys in? Yeah. Who let these guys into the tournament? How did this even happen? And now they're upsetting all of our expectations with how competitive they are already showing themselves to be versus MOUZ, and of course the victory yesterday over the world #1 in NAVI.
Cadian's chilling. Looks relaxed. What do you think about the whole hand situation?
The hand thing is just...
What is going on? At least lie about it. Like, I know. Just say, like, I just fell over, bro. Like, I was lifting weights.
Yeah, full disclosure. Like, I just feel like, okay, the reason you'd be hiding it is if it was some kind of nefarious activity, like you got into a bar
don't even
fight.
Speculate it. Don't even suggest it. Just say,
But you could just, if you just lied, it would probably be par for course for...
exactly.
this group.
Yeah, you expect it. Why stop now? The habit of a lifetime.
Exactly.
I hope his hand's okay. Seems to be playing pretty well. Not AWPing anymore, if you're not aware. A lot of roster changes for Astralis in the last year or so. It's a team we've been waiting to come back online to make blockbuster moves, but it doesn't seem to be coming together. I really didn't like it when Device was the in-game leader.
No.
I get it. But I just feel like we've seen it time and time again that these star players moving to the in-game leader role when they're not potentially ready for it. It just doesn't seem to be the one, especially when it's such a tall order. We're taking the AWP and having so much responsibility in a team that's really struggling as well. You're expected to save them. Didn't work out. Essentially, 3 months wasted, I suppose. But this is looking very promising now as Cadian and co do have a 5-0 start on the T side of Vertigo. I think we just don't have enough information on this new version of Vertigo. We've only seen it like a handful of times. It might well be T-sided now, considering this entrance point we have towards the A side. It's so unforgiving for the CT defense. But we'll see if they can continue with the momentum they've garnered here. Lots of money in the bank. Astralis looking like they're going to be finishing up on this side of the map as well. Here comes the execution. Shui wants to double dip towards Shore, and it does cost him his life. Traded out by Stout.
Good 1-for-1 there for Astralis. Even though it felt like Shuhei had an opportunity, he wasn't able to get away scot-free. And now, once again, I feel like Astralis, they just want to hammer this B bomb site. They know that they are calling against a Yimpat that is flying in the dark. He has no idea what sort of executes are going his way. When these nades are sailing over, it's up to him to live react to all of this. There has been no refrag training, he has no tape, no footage, and it's going to be exertion that has to bolster the defense this time. Right here, behind the half wall, they might overlook this position. This has to be the win condition.
It's a trade, though. The double kill was required. Jimmy's already 20 points of health. One bullet would take him down. I'm going to say that's going to be delivered. He won't be able to get a kill. He did very well to find one at the very least. He just start posting some rounds here. 1 versus 1. Stare versus Brolan. Bomb will be planted. He commits to it. Normally you'd fake in this scenario, so he's actually got a nice advantage here and knows exactly where the CT is. There will be Brolan to post the first round for MOUZ. Tantalizingly close there, back and forth. And Jimmy did very well on 20 points of health to give them a fighting chance there in the 1v1.
To even get one right there from Yimpat is why he is so highly regarded. Such low HP, doesn't know what's coming his direction. There was a forewarning in the form of Exertion, who was able to take down one and inflict a little bit of damage on top of that. But yeah, Yimpat stands up. And Brolan, of course, winning the 1v1 here. This was so necessary. MOUZ needed a little bit of momentum to cool off.
Thing is, you win your first round, Maui, and now you're going to get, what, $3,500, and what's the concession here? It's actually not too bad.
It's okay. It's surprisingly okay.
I guess Brolan could drop a rifle at that point. I guess it's actually pretty nice. They sacrificed the helmets. That's what they've gone for. Okay, so they've foregone the helmets, and that's actually pretty nice, considering you know the money's strong on Astralis. They won't be bringing out the Mac 10s just yet. So sacrificing helmets and basic utility. They have got a nice amount of firepower here. Brolan toward the AK-47, a boost in towards the B bomb site. Taking a few bullets there. Stair's going to use that reload as an opportunity to get up there silently as well. Beautiful shot from Device. We'll find Brolan, the AK-47, and the flashbang over the top from Yabi. Not the double kill, though. Xertion holds on towards the B side here, trying to reposition back towards default. Does he detect Yabi on the other side? It's a bit of a fumbled spray there. Perfectly positioned, but couldn't nail the shot. Exertion now had the advantage of that smoke. If he waits for the smoke, Maui, I dare say he can hold them at bay.
Oh, Torzi, though, not necessarily known for his rifling prowess, and not going to make anything happen right there. Device finds his second on the round, and Shuhei just a little too far away this time around. And yeah, this is exactly what the game plan is for Astralis. They're hammering Yimpat over and over. Of course, they're keeping the defense honest by keeping some pressure towards that A side of the map, Device finding that early pick on that side, but it is just a slew of problems for Yimpat. He does not know what is coming his way every single round. It has been an execute, another separate execute, a different one, and this time they go for the boost, and he just doesn't know what it is that Astralis are going to throw his direction. And at this point, I feel like if you're MOUZ, you have to call a timeout and say, we need to help this guy. We need to get some B main control because we can't be on the back foot on what is such a condensed bomb site. That's a nice shot right there from Stown.
Everyone's looking sharp for Astralis. Liking this, Device with a crucial kill, the AWP at the bottom of the A ramp. Leaves the B bomb site wide open with a single player there, and they seem to have a great understanding of how to take that area together. Could be the tactical timeout. We said the money was in an interesting spot even after winning the previous round, but now they've lost one. It's going to be like partial buy territory. We'll see what they can bring to the table here. And it's, yeah, exactly that.
That's not pretty.
Saved AK for Shui, and then some 5.7s and an M4 for Brolan. So it's not a foregone conclusion. They give this one up, but it certainly doesn't look good. This is a new smoke now. We're seeing that crane smoke seems to be, I'm not going to say meta, as we just don't see this map anymore, but I've seen a lot of people throwing this, and it doesn't seem to matter for Brolan, trying to use it to his advantage. Vacadian more than aware of that prospect. Gets himself the opening kill. Down. Maintains the man advantage here. Torji, 5-7 this time. Two of them, in fact, with Zershin joining in, working in tandem towards shore. Plenty of time, though. You don't necessarily have to commit to this angle. You're just patrolling as your teammates get control of the ramp itself. Need to be careful. A lot of sound cues here. Those 5.7s could swing around at any moment.
They're making a lot of noise, and the defense has solidified, and Torzi with the swing. Nice shot onto Yabi. Okay, well, they're not actually going to keep on going just yet. Wait a second, Yimpat, he's actually peeking by himself right now. Oh, what a shot from Stown right there. 2-on-1 advantage, and Torzi, no way. Okay, he's got the 5-7, takes down Device. Stare, 1-on-1. 35 HP onto Torzi, and he's able to slink away. Bides his time. Oh, spots out Stare. No damage from either party. Good nade. Sails on in. Okay, the drive-by from Torzi. He knows his tool is right there for the taking. He's on 7 points of health. Stare, the molly is out. Forces him back. Torzi has got to rethink this fight.
It's anyone's round, but certainly the advantage for Stare. It's going to take some fancy footwork here from Torji, and a round he can't deliver on. It was always going to be a very difficult clutch for him. Did well to even bring it down to a 1 versus 1, but 30 points of health. Couldn't outmaneuver the final player. And Astralis continue their dominating campaign here. Nice little swing from Shaw. He said that could be a problem, and they do manage to make it uncomfortable, but unless you're winning that round, Maui, it doesn't really do that much for you, especially at this stage of the half. When you're 7-1 down, the money's absolutely established for Astralis, and it will be another tactical timeout here, this time called by MOUZ, as this one's starting to spiral. So this bogey pick of Vertigo as a fledgling roster, I love this decision from Astralis. Taking a risk. They did it yesterday.
Yes.
We hadn't seen them play Nuke once yet with Cadian. They bring it out against NAVI and do a very good job. Similar scenes here today. Whether it's sustainable going forward into the events like the Major, etc., not so sure, but still, for this tournament, I think they've played a very intelligent game here in the Veto.
In an era that is so prep heavy, that teams' familiarity with each other dictates so much of what they're going to expect map to map. When you're the team that is the underdog, that is unstudied, that is unknown, it is such a power position to be in when you go for a map that you've never played in an official. And this time around, okay, they're fighting for a little bit of that B main space. This is what I was looking for from MOUZ. I really wanted them to fight for this. They throw the smoke at the bottom. They don't actually commit any bodies to the bottom, and Stare just disrespects it immediately. This is simply rude. They threw a lot of utility down there, and he just says, I don't care.
Not very demure at all.
No, not at all.
All right, well, they've got some B stairs control. Zershin, same position, swallows the grenade. Is there a second one coming in? He'll be happy with just one kill at this stage. Jimmy, you need to deliver. Good smoke Well, given the advantage on the first fight, do they want to continue with their assault? It's the bomb that's committing in. Oh my god, how are you alive? The reload has to come in for Jimmy, scrambling back towards the Jennies. They don't realize they've actually got some open runway towards the side itself. They've allowed Jimmy to reset here. Stare and Cadian very low indeed. Weird sound cue's been given over, and they're going to drop the bomb outside the side itself, resetting the round here. All 3 CTs are here on B. There's plenty of time. They need information. So this is actually pretty smart from Stare. If he gets his kill, call the round done, and he nails it. Shui removed from the equation. Bear in mind, Jimmy's already low and now dead. So what seemed to be maybe overcooking the situation, they've actually done very well and baited the CTs into an inquisitive push.
That was a beautiful mid-round by Cadian. He's actually back in his bag. This is what you want to see. He's going for these obvious sound cues that bait the reactions out of the MOUZ players. They need something. And Cadian has always been so good at recognizing when is his team in the driver's seat or when are they on the back foot and need to make a desperate play. He understood the dynamic and the balance of power in that moment, and he forced MOUZ into a reaction which his team was perfectly ready to counter.
That's a good feeling. If you're the in-game leader right now, everything going in your favor, every call seems to be perfect. And now, even like a round that felt really dicey and back and forth, they still have 4 players alive.
It's just going so well. I mean, this is, you couldn't have drawn it up any better. You hammer this B bomb site over and over again. All this little bits of pressure towards A, mostly actually on anti-ecos. And they're just keeping that defense for MOUZ honest. I'm frankly shocked that MOUZ dedicated a smoke to the bottom of B main, a nade as well, a molly on top of that, but they're not actually fighting down into those stairs. They're just kind of posturing as if they are.
So Maui, second map is going to be Nuke, where we just said Astralis took down NAVI yesterday.
Yep.
2-0 on the cards.
Oh my
on the cards.
Goodness.
Come on.
I mean, you said it. You said it. Did you predict him? Did you? What's the official prep?
I predicted it. I predicted on the predictions. Yes.
You did.
I put my money where my mouth is.
Wow.
I did it today. I did it this morning. I actually did the predictions today.
You actually did them.
I actually did. Normally I just copy stickos.
Yeah, as we all should, apparently now.
But let's have a look. Very important round here, and resources are low to say the least. We've got M4s, but almost no utility. It means you have to go more combative at the start of these rounds. Cadian hitting some bangers today.
What a shot. I mean, we've questioned his rifling, but he's proven himself today. Yabi with this. Are you kidding? He's just going to sideswipe Yimpad. He's looking at the angle.
Nice,
so much info, but Shuhei's able to recover the situation. Okay, he's able to reclaim some space towards the B bomb site. A minute 15, and now Cadian, he's in his office. He has a man advantage. He understands that his team is in the driver's seat here, and he's going to wait. He's going to figure out what it is that MOUZ want to do to try to recoup their losses, and they are waiting. But Shuhei escapes with his life and intel on top of that.
Anyone's round, but certainly the advantage here for Astralis. Brolan fighting tooth and nail for these advantages. Can't hold on to it, though. Once again, it's given over to the Danes, and they got themselves a 3 versus 1. Device is looking very sharp today on the rifles, too. Everyone delivering for Astralis. 9-1, written in the stars, as we do have Xertion. No util, no diffuse kit. Lost it for a second there, but he has got no kit. And yeah, 3 versus 1 should be a done deal here. Considered to be one of the best riflers in Europe right now. We'll see if Xertion can make a dent on this at least. Oh, there's a good start. Why is no one covering him?
Wow. Okay, smoke fades, but down quick with the trade. 9-1. No real cause for concern for Astralis there. Again, just doing such a good job of finding opening advantages, then just playing to punish, understanding when it is that MOUZ need to go for a peek right there. Yabi slinking out towards middle. I did not see that one coming.
Super sick.
Yeah, Device. That is just wonderful CS being played right now. They're making Vertigo look good, I will say. I don't want to even admit it, but it's true. They are making this look good.
Bit of a Furia buy here. The MP9s, the Kevlar. It's a map that can make them work, but Device opening things up. You've got Molotov towards short as well. You've got a gap in that smoke, and one Stare tries to utilize. He does significant damage towards Jimmy, but ultimately back to a 4-on-4. Jimmy just going to go grab that AK-47, takes the risk. Got to take some at this point. You're 9-1 down.
Right. 4-on-4. A lot of space taken.
Look how many grenades they've got. They can just fully execute towards this A side, and it's over. That's the easiest call of Cadian's career right now.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult to hold. Brolin's got to come up with a multi-frag.
Set up the util here, double nading, clear out these close range positions, full execution. Someone cover short, for God's sake. It looks like it's fine. Yeah, now you just execute to the side.
Yeah, okay, well, Torts is going to try to make something out of this. Okay, 2 kills in quick succession.
All right.
There's a chance here. They have thrown the utility out already. Yimpat's right behind the smoke with a nade. Throws that one out. A little bit of chip damage. Shuhei, unfortunately, he doesn't choose the right angle. It's going to take him quite some time, an extra 5 or so seconds to pull off this flank. Stound's already holding it, but quick flick down. That's a nice shot.
25 HP for the Finn. And you can feel like he's doubting his position. Device doubting his aim, but makes up for it in the end. Another convincing round for Astralis. Also, considering it's a T side, Maui, I think we're done here. If this was a CT side and they only get 2 rounds, you'd be like, okay, like, it's fine, you can bring this one back. But the fact you're on your CT campaign right now, I don't know, it feels like we're done.
It's the side that MOUZ picked, and that spells disaster.
Like, if one of these rounds gets converted, you still want to worry the 5-7s. Yeah, like, you've got something there, but they've literally got 1 round to their name.
They're just reading them like a book completely. These peaks are so strong, so concerted. The mid rounds as well. This is truly a masterclass. We overuse that term, but this is it. This is a masterclass. Okay, Shuhei.
Final round. Yeah. Where did all the time go?
It's just so quick.
You're right, though. This is the first time I've been entertained by Vertigo. I guess because of all the different context of we haven't seen anyone play it for a while. We've got Cadian back on the server. Everyone's looking super sharp. They're up against a top 5 team. For context, once again, we'll say it once more. This is a seeding game. You'll get through to the semi-finals. If you lose, you're not eliminated. You're into the quarters. So not a huge deal, but for a team like Astralis, to have this honeymoon start once again with a new roster and go straight to a semi, that'd be pretty cool.
Absolutely. Cadian definitely wants to show that
he still got up.
He was not the problem on the
That's a good point. I remember when he was here at Blast last time and he was having to analyze their play when they were like stomping everyone like a week after he was kicked. Like, that was pretty rough to watch.
Oh, yeah. He was squirming in those segments.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
He had to analyze it as well. Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Whoever did that was playing a sick game.
Yep.
Whoever just scheduled him for those ones. I know production's listening. Okay, nade right on Exertion's head. 41 damage. Softens him up immensely already. He's got to find some quick headshots if they want to have any semblance of a half here. Already down 10-1. Exertion looking for his time to strike. Is someone going to sail a flash right in? Okay, there it is. The support flash seems to be there. Stound, though, quick with the trade. The lineup? No? Okay, Yimpat finally stands his ground on the bomb site. Cadian gets 1 in return, and the time is too low. There is no chance for them in this round. MOUZ finally get a second round. A nice B-hold to close the half.
The Great Danes continue to dominate here in Singapore. A stunning first half on an unlikely map as well. Vertigo, they lead the way 10-2 after their T-side campaign. That's the part that impresses me the most. If it was a CT performance, you say, okay, maybe that happened to call them off guard, but what a fantastic coordinated T-side that was, Maui.
Very structured game plan, a little bit of pressure towards A main, peel it back towards these B hits, and Yimpat, he got swallowed up in those moments. Sure, he ended the half with 9 kills, but so frequently it was his bomb site that was assaulted. He's going to have to do something to bring his team back into this one because it's looking like Astralis are going to run away with their pick of Vertigo. Stare in the mirror position of Yimpat here at back default. And it does look like there will be a B exec coming about. Molly sails in towards quad. Stare with 1 HP. Still happens to keep himself alive in this one.
One kill
Maybe a chance, and there he gets it. Wow. Unreal that he's able to find a headshot there, but 3-on-3, and Device is able to find a kill from the top with the dualies.
Bro, there's no plant as well. They have the advantage here in more ways than one. If the bomb was down, they could start repositioning, and now you've got to plant for 4 seconds and cover that player. The smoke's dissipating. Nice work from Brawlline, isolating these fights. If he can get the second here, they're really onto something. But Torji, once again, can't get the plant down. Feeling uncomfortable, needs the double kill. Not going to happen, and that might determine the outcome of this map. With no plant being down, Maui, if you do force buy, it's going to be Tech-9's and armor. If that's no grenades, or you take a full eco and allow them to get to map points.
It is looking dire for MOUZ. That is not what you wanted. The fact that Stare was able to get a single headshot right there is great work by him.
Criminal.
Very strong start from Astralis in this one. Definitely blindsiding MOUZ with this pick, with the way that they wanted to play this game out. The adjustments not being actually made at half there by MOUZ, or into that first half, that is. And the pressure is surely mounting. At this point, I feel like if you're MOUZ, you're looking forward to map number 2, because this has been a nightmare scenario.
Disaster class.
Just Glocks. 5 Glocks. Bait some utility out, but at this point, is a war of attrition ever going to come out in your favor?
Well, this is the full eco, so yeah, this is map point guaranteed, and they will need 10 rounds in a row. That's just for overtime on your opponent's pick. On the T side, it's not looking good, but maybe they can do something with this. Maybe there's a miracle in the tank somewhere.
I'm going to say it's been a while since we've actually seen a domestic lineup that has had to catch up to speed so quickly with a really tenured in-game leader like Cadian. Like, usually we talk about these growing pains of teams, and they're international in nature, and so it takes them a while. They've come from different backgrounds, they've had different leaders, but the fact that Cadian is rejoining Stown and Yabi, who he's played with for years, on top of the fact that they're playing in their native tongue of Danish, it really feels like from tournament to tournament, it's been just instant and such sudden improvement for them.
Could be the final round of play here. It's going to be a difficult one, a bonus round at its very core. We've got 4 MP9s here up against the AK-47s. Shui setting up the basic utility to get A-ramp control. Zershan leading that charge. Grenades exchanged, and you can see he's ready to deploy the flash when they've got some basic control. That flash will blind anyone at crane and towards the ramp to push them back. But we've got quite an interesting setup here. 3-man lean in towards middle. Off angles being presented. And with the pressure being applied towards the A round, they probably need to hunt for a bit of intel right here, right now. Device, you don't see this angle too often. Can he make it work? He certainly can. First kill is his. Second one is possible. Damage being inflicted towards Shui. He will fight back and taken down by Yabi. Man advantage. He is the walking wounded, though, with 16 points of health. Next kill could decide the outcome of this round. It will be Torji to find Stown. In the smoke, though, lies another MP9. Cadian and Stare. 3 versus 2. Can they close things out now? Doesn't look likely.
Torzi, great job standing the test. The re-aggress coming out from Astralis right there. A bit of a gimmicky setup towards middle. Despite the fact that they were able to find those kills, it was a great push from MOUZ towards that A side of the map. In fact, I feel like that's all they had left on the map, and it still worked out for them there. But the weaponry, not too strong from Astralis. They still have quite a bit of money to work with into the upcoming round. If Stare's able to get even 1 kill right here, a drop gun is going to probably land in the hands of Stown, but not actually the case. And so It's actually a little bit awkward. It's kind of a tweener buy right now. A couple guys on the Astralis side have around $3,800.
I don't think you buy this one.
I think you have to half buy.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Get real
like,
gun rounds.
You just gotta get some 5.7s, some basic Kevlar, try and just apply some pressure, but you want a proper gun round here. You might even take a full eco just to get, you don't really need to be punishing their economy. It doesn't have to happen. You've already got map points.
Right.
You just want to get a full gun round out.
And then just 4-spot.
Okay, dude, that's a crazy
They're just so confident.
That's a crazy call, but fair play.
They have no utility on Yabby. Okay, well, let's see if that comes back to bite them in any way in this game. You have so many rounds to play with that you probably are going to get at least a handful of gun rounds regardless of what you did here. Flash down into the faces of Torzy and Shuhei. That's a right click right over the wall.
All right. I'm here for it. They pull this off. Very impressive. Certainly a risk, and the first shot doesn't connect with the AWP. It's going to be the MP9 swinging off that. Shuhei will find Yabby. You can see them trying to apply pressure. They have no utility remaining on the CT side, so they're forced into these fights. That's why I was saying maybe not the ideal buy. Didn't have to win this round whatsoever. Now you're opening the door of opportunity.
You're giving MOUZ a little bit of confidence. I mean, we'll see. Okay, Device, nice shot right there. Okay. I mean, this would be a tragic ending for MOUZ, and it doesn't look like it will be the case. He's already evacuating. Device falling off, wants to take that off into the next round moving forward, along with Stair, who's still holding on to that A1S. No real hunt just yet. Okay, actually, as I say that, Torzy is pressing forward. It's very slow.
That kind of encapsulates the warning we were giving there at the start of the round. When you don't have the utility, you don't even need to win this round. You don't even need to win the next couple of rounds here. Now, things get a bit dicey. If you save the AWP and the M4, okay, it's fine. You can definitely have another go at winning this next round, but still a lot of work to be done. We are going to see the AWP save, but looks of things here. Don't think there's a world where they can hunt down Device. He's got a very powerful position. He's joined by his teammate as well. Hunt is on, though. Flashbang's decent. They trade him out, and there will be an opportunity to get him, but Device actually makes this one a little bit frustrating. They finish off with more players than MOUZ. Somehow.
Flashy little 4K in total from Device, holding on to that AWP. I mean, yeah, I mean, we really did prime this one. The lack of utility, they're just sending body after body into the A-ramp duels, and Vertigo is pretty brawly in nature, and so sometimes that goes your way, sometimes it doesn't, although we would obviously like to see something that's a little bit more structured and coordinated when you're trying to show the world right now that this is your map. You're a force to be reckoned with on it.
Especially in MR12 as well. I think you can get away with this.
You know, actually, one point that I think if you win a round like that and you do just do it in a haphazard way, you actually hide strats for the next time you play Vertigo.
Sure. Yep.
So I feel like it actually, I see a longer term logic even in this.
It's a long play.
Yeah, the long play. Just saving strats because that was they just ran at them.
Saving strats the major.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an old school approach. Been tried and tested for generations.
Failed for many.
Yeah. So partial buy into this one. We got Scouts. Acadian, he can't get the double AWP out, but he's like, guys, I'm going to double sniper perhaps. Maybe that will work. Let's give that a go.
Loves having a second sniper. He can't get away with it.
Don't really see any Scouts on Vertigo either. Where's it gone? He's thrown it away?
What?
Did he go and sell it? Okay, I think he went and sell it.
Actually, I think he actually... Yeah, he did.
He ran back and said, he's just like, yeah, this is ridiculous. I shouldn't be doing this. What am I up to? I've got no money.
He's like, I can't quit you.
Yeah, that's the right call, I think. I think he sold it, right? Unless I'm horribly mistaken.
I'm quite sure because I think he had just $100.
Okay, yeah, that was a crazy call then. You know, you don't need to win these rounds, guys. Relax.
Yeah.
Oh, this boost.
Oh, I love this boost. It's so cheeky. It's if they press forward, that's good for one every time. Yeah, look at that.
You don't see this every day. Can you see middle as well? I know there's like Hugo does these boosts all the time when we play. Like he boosts towards B side, looks in towards middle, just like that, and it's going to be an opening kill. That's not bad. There's a rifle available now.
They should know that's the B lurker. They might be able to recover that gun if they press on forward. Well, they would be able to. Now Device. Oh, that smoke. That's very nice.
Brittle there, if you spam it. It's a big boy.
Yeah, okay. Well, Device might hear the plan. Okay, he's going to go for a spam, but not able to connect. So, clean round for MOUZ. The hunt is already on. Brolin looking for something here. Knows that there's a gun down. And yeah, playing off the timing, man. Brolin has looked really good at this event thus far. This map, obviously, not his best work, but yesterday, he looked like one of the sharpest players in the server against a FaZe clan who just took down NAVI.
All right. not going to say we have a game on our hands just yet, but MOUZ are making a convincing case to at least like another factor is like if you just completely owned them here in the start, you close it down early, they haven't got a chance to warm up. I've been saying it for years. Even when you've got these guaranteed wins, which is still probably the case here, then you bring it back and get like 8, 9 rounds, they'll kind of shake off the nerves and frustration they felt at the start of this game in that first half and be feeling like, well, we're the better team. We can bring this one back. If you get absolutely rocked, though, you don't even get a chance to get into the game, that is a very different story. So that's why we say playing it by the book and making sure you just close things out quickly with the resources and the tactics you prepared. That's normally the most ideal way to do it. But like we said, it's a fledgling roster, trying things out. Thankfully, KD did sell that scout, as we will have a nice purchase into this one. And this is more likely. We've got a proper buy now for Astralis. Looking to close things out here on the CT side. Quick boost potentially here. Xertion negates the flames. But Jimmy with him.
Yeah, Stair holding on to this B bomb site. Did a great job in the pistol round. Good smoke early on to deny the Stair's position. Looking if anybody is going to go for a peek over the half wall. The nades are all over him right now. There is fire at his feet. 16 health, still alive. Oh, and so much damage inflicted as well. Torzi, that must have been a great transfer for him.
Yeah.
4 versus 3, a lot of damage inflicted. And at this point, I mean, MOUZ, it feels like you really want to get this bomb down because every member from Astralis is here, though. So that is going to be a treacherous path to it.
Oh, no way!
Shuhei takes down all 3 players to keep MOUZ in this one with 4 alive.
Oh, it was Stair with the fantastic tenacity there. Gets the kill, 91 damage. I thought the incendiary was the round or game-winning play there. It would have forced him into the rifle, but no shots connecting somehow. Torji, big spray down to open things up. Then Shui with the hat trick to close things down. You can see that damage inflicted by Xertion as well. Convincing finish and a frustrating mid-stage here in the second half for Astralis. Can't find that coup de grace, the killing blow, as we get into another mixed bag of a buy.
What are they doing? Why?
It's just a hero M4. I think they got max loss bonus right. It's not ideal, I agree with you. You don't need... The thing is, like, the economy just doesn't matter anymore for them. They've got map points already.
You'll get 3,400 next round, so it's still not a great buy. I guess the logic is it's a 5-man stack towards A, so...
They can save it.
Yeah, they're going to save it. They're going to protect it for the rest of it.
We'll let them have this one, Maui.
Yeah. No, this one does make some more sense, okay? Once I saw the setup, I got it.
We'll let them have it.
Yeah.
It's all good. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. Now, MOUZ is starting to look like their usual selves, right?
Yep.
On the team side, it's what? 5 rounds in a row at this point. Looking confident they will officially be on fire. Whatever that metric really means.
I think it's quite
We've been saying it for years. Yeah, I know. But
it's 5 in a row.
Yeah, I know. But it's just like we've been using it for years. It's like, what does that really mean?
It's a cool graphic. I like it.
It's cool. You're right.
I like it.
I'd like to when we used to go gold. That was my favorite. Going gold. Back in the day.
What was that for?
That was Blast as well. It was like the early Blast events. Like, I'm not even sure what it meant, but I was like, we were going gold. And it used to, like, the whole arena used to light up in gold and orange lights. And
that's pretty
a lot of fun. It was fun, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great effect for those that buy tickets.
But yeah.
This Singapore crowd really came out, though. I mean, as in the ticket sales.
Yeah, dude, I've heard it there. They're going to be turning up. And to be honest, like, these Asian crowds, especially, like, in the hotel, people are camped out to meet the players every single night. Yep. There's like 30 players, or 30 people, I should say, waiting to meet players and get autographs and stuff. They absolutely love it out here.
Oh, yeah. I feel like this crowd is going to surprise a lot of people.
Yep. It's going to be fun. Got the quarterfinals kicking off tomorrow, of course.
They even said that the area that the people sit in is longer than the actual Royal Arena.
Yeah, in terms of, yeah, that's
quite big.
Low ceilings, but long floors.
It's going to sound booming in there. Trust us.
All right, Divides. Can he close things out? Oh, that's uncomfortable. It takes considerable damage. Sound cue's given up. Nice advantage. First advantage they've had in the second half. Stair will find Jimmy.
Strong angle from Sarah to find that opening pick on a Yimpat. Just the straight down fight. And now that Yabby's actually taken this space, it is a lot of info. MOUZ are being funneled towards the A bomb site. Exertion wants a crack at it. And no utility just yet. Okay, no, the flash, the smoke. It's going to set up the push. Exertion clears out the sandbags at this point. Now 4-on-4. Exertion is able to take one player out. Good damage onto Stair. They recognize that that's a B player. This is going to actually open up the eyes of the MOUZ camp. as to what is possible. And wow, this duel right here on the rafters goes the way of Stare. Shuhei, though, with the flank. This might be the finishing blow. 1 kill right there, and he is surrounded by options. 2-on-2. Wow. This is really breaking down in such a strange fashion. Able to take the kill on Acadian as well. Damage inflicted. 3 health, 4 health. So low right now. Gabby is right there. He could end the game right here.
It's a nice position with the AWP, and not going to be quite enough. An admirable showing there from MOUZ. They show they can be competitive on this map, but after a 10-2 start, it's a dominating performance from Astralis, and maybe the 2-0 is possible.
A 2-0 is possible. Astralis continue the win streak here in Singapore, winning another map in a rather convincing fashion, taking down MOUZ on the map of Vertigo. It was a big surprise coming into this series that Astralis dared to pick Vertigo against MOUZ, who, historically speaking, have been playing that specific map at a very high level. So, from your money, what you saw in this game, Stuku, I know you're observing the communication, you're observing some of the body language from the MOUZ side as well. Was this Astralis playing exceptionally well, or was it MOUZ not showing up?
I truly think that the Astralis were kind of having insane game plan coming into the game, and they were clearly better team, I would say. But MOUZ did not really let it affect them. I mean, when I listened to the comms, I don't think there was any frustration. There was always ideas flowing. There were certain players that were always hyping up the team. They weren't really silent, apart from like the players who are anchor and you want them silent, so you leave the space for the playmakers. But I didn't see any frustration. I think this is still MOUZ's game to take, and Vertigo was really well prepared by Astralis.
As you could see, T-side from Astralis is very dominant. I actually want to show you the first round that MOUZ is winning, and the reason why I want to show you this round is that Astralis made it so difficult for MOUZ. Look at the position from Exertion right here. Instant trade coming in for Stare. The next duel you're going to see is Jimfat playing around the smoke, and look at how Astralis are using the bodies of the players. Again, instant trade frag coming in. Now you have a 2v2. Torsi, instant refrag coming in. Despite them winning this round, despite Roland finding a way to beat Stare in this 1v1, you can see how much MOUZ had to fight for every single kill. No one lined up, no one made it easy, so even the one round they won within the first 12 in this matchup, they had to really fight for it. So that whole, system of using your bodies and, throwing in the trade system, Astralis perfected that here in Vertigo.
Yeah, and this was also in the back of the pause of MOUZ that they took, and Cyclone was actually very vocal about the communication to make sure that both parts of the map are actually communicating well between each other, because they were caught off guard most of the time. Whenever they were coming B, Yimpad was actually caught off guard a lot of time. So they were targeting this B side, especially during gun rounds, and that was really difficult to play for him.
When you say they were targeting the B bomb side, I have another example for you where they do exactly that. Round 9 is another great example of what Astralis did so well on this T side. Again, you're in a scenario where you're already leading the game. You're up 8-1, I believe it is, and it's looking 7-1, and it's looking good for Astralis. Again, a bit of trading coming in right here. Exertion being caught off guard, getting traded out. Jimfat doing his absolute best to keep control over the situation, but look at all the pressure that Astralis is applying. Jimfat doing his absolute best to get this kill on Cadian, can't quite get it, and then you see the rotation right here. Cadian making an awful lot of sound, faking the rotation, dropping the bomb, doing everything he can in order to bait out MOUZ. And you can see at this point, MOUZ is so pressured that they're falling for it. They want to push forward, they want to get information, and guess what? There's one player from Astralis waiting for it. Stat gets this kill, and all of a sudden, Astralis is once again in control. The double peak coming out from Device and Stare in this situation completely solves the round for them. So it's been a couple of years almost. Last time I was praising Astralis this much, but I think the level of Counter-Strike we saw here in Vertigo, the way they were using the bodies, the way they were using each other, the way they were communicating, it was Counter-Strike at a very high level.
And the round you highlighted there was a perfect example of what they were doing throughout the whole half, because they were always taking certain area of the map and then just waiting for MOUZ to re-aggress and retake that control. They were just waiting in the correct positions. They were always having crossfires, being tradable, and they were punishing them. Basically, MOUZ players coming to them. It wasn't like Astralis were creating the rounds. It was like they were punishing MOUZ for trying to take control over the round. And this is another way where you face team like MOUZ on Vertigo, where they are clear favorites on the paper, but they want to have control of the map. And if you don't give them this control, they're going to have an incredibly hard time coming back into the game.
Clear to see that Astralis have prepared for this game on Vertigo. Another thing I want you guys to look forward to right now is a little bit of a detail that we noticed when we were watching the game. This is a very interesting round. It was Cadian and Rocker after a timeout, discussing what do you want to do, how do you want to call this, and what happened in the round that we want to show you right now is something I have never seen before. Cadian buys a scout. You see him run out of CT spawn with a scout right now. Device is situated in middle, and if you stop the clip right here, Cadian has just been over towards yellow, and what he said in Danish, what I was listening into, he he's going to buy a scout, he's going to run over to yellow, he's going to zoom with the scout. So he's trying to sell the idea that Device is playing yellow with the saved AWP. Instead, if you play the clip right here, you can see the Device is situated towards middle. So this whole buying a scout was all just for baiting Device and baiting MOUZ into walking in towards middle. Now he then runs back into CT spawn, he sells the scout and buys a smoke. So essentially, it didn't cost him anything. He bought a scout, he tried to fake out the scenario that Device was situated towards yellow, hoping that the reaction would be that MOUZ would walk into Device in middle. Of course, it didn't transpire, but I guess the creativity, the effortless, way of doing that, where you buy a scout, you sell the scout, it didn't cost Astralis anything to try to do that bait. Have you ever seen that before?
It's another resource that Kaden is just giga-brain for this kind of things. And especially when Brolan was in the ladder room, and from that position, you can hear clearly the scout, and Brolan could have come to the team like, guys, I think Device is actually playing A, let's walk out middle. It did not happen, but Device would be waiting there with an op.
And that's Counter-Strike at an incredible high level, and I think it's a cool little detail for you guys to get presented at home, because that's how the players are thinking, Sometimes when we're watching it, you can dumb it down to, yes, who killed who and who had a great game, but some of the details and some of the thought process that goes into this decision is at a very high level. Now, we praised Astralis an awful lot for a great performance. We also need to touch a bit on MOUZ. Is it disappointing that you're coming into a map like Vertigo and you're not able to shut it down? You said that they were perhaps pushing a bit too much for information. Did they get ahead of themselves in this game?
I think it's definitely a good sign that they are losing in a way that they are, because if they would be scared, being passive, being outplayed, that's another way to lose rather than being overly aggressive, overly active, moving around the map and trying to beat the timings, because that kind of shows that they believe in their system. And yes, it did not work this time, but hey, it's just the first map of best of 3. So come on, Nuke is going to be definitely more competitive.
I kind of want to use you because you were sitting in here and you were observing the communication, you were observing the body language as well, and you said that there was no raging, there was no frustrations. Do you think that there was enough of a desire to find solutions? Were they communicating between each other during the timeouts as well? Were they trying to find solutions for what to do to get their way back into the game? Because the CT side was quite lackluster.
I think the solutions were there. It was mostly coming through Cyclone in the timeouts. I don't want to obviously reveal what kind of solutions, but they were playing accordingly, and I think those were on paper good solutions. It's just Astralis was again ready, one step ahead to adapt before MOUZ even knew how they are going to adapt. So I don't know if this was a preparation plan or they're just out aiming them, because again, even though it made sense as a solution, it just didn't work out because they were out-dueled. So it comes down to the fact that we need to reset now in the individual department, and it's Nuke. It's going to be fine. You're going to start on that T side, yes, but it will be fine.
And I think it's also fair to make the argument or make the case that the scoreline was pretty one-sided for Astralis, but a lot of these rounds were competitive. One of the big difference makers for Astralis once more was Device having another fantastic showing. I think he, at some point later stages in the game, was sitting at 22 kills. He finished with the same amount right here. He was topping the scoreboard once more. I know it's just been a game and a half for Astralis here. I know they just played 2 maps against NAVI yesterday, but they played 3 maps in this tournament. They've looked solid on every single map so far, and so has Device. Do you think that this could be the second coming of him as a star player within Astralis? Do you see anything, do you sense anything that is giving him more space and more comfortability on the server, or is it just a little bit too soon to make that estimation?
Right now, I would say he was really enabled throughout this whole map, because his teammates were getting a lot of entries. Device was never the one going first, and he was always being traded or, trading someone else. And this is always easier job to do if, well, your entry fraggers are actually getting that entry frag. And then you're kind of snowballing into the round where Device is suddenly all the time in the good position. Either he has AK, sometimes he had AWP. On CD side, he was locking down a lot of positions as well. So I think overall, great positional, not only aim-wise, but positional play from Device.
Obviously, nothing has been concluded so far. You even said before that you still think MOUZ can come back and win this series. But heading into the tournament, the narrative for Astralis was that who let these guys in? They were the one team, as per the rankings, that perhaps weren't up to par with the rest of them. Do you think that narrative have already changed by now with the way they're playing?
Let's overreact and say yes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm asking you to overreact a little bit here.
Yeah, I think they're definitely showing that they are not the weakest team here.
Okay, I think that's a compliment and a half. Not the weakest team at the tournament, as everyone thought coming into it. Astralis leading this series 1-0. We're jumping on a quick break, and when we're back, it will be with the second map, which is Nuke, between Astralis and MOUZ. The players have had a break, we've had a break, and we're now ready to move into Nuke, which could be the deciding map between Astralis and MOUZ. Quite surprisingly, as already established, Astralis is playing at a very high level. However, they're going up against MOUZ on Nuke, which you just told me have a 4-win streak against some pretty cool opponents.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ is... This is kind of their home turf when it comes to Nuke, in my opinion, because they are, again, very versatile on the map. Like, they are winning these games with the different kinds of playstyles, different kinds of strats. They're always bringing in something new, always tweaking stuff. And I just love watching them on this map. For T side and CD side, there's a lot of cool things that they're doing, and I want you to keep an eye out for the details that they're doing for this map as well.
The details. One thing I have noticed when it comes to MOUZ, especially on the CT side, is Torsi's relentless aggression with the AWP, especially on Yard. He likes to take duels, he likes to try to fiddle with the smoke wall outside, and he's never afraid of doing so. Do you think that's something Astralis would have prepared for coming into this Nuke run?
It might have been, and it better be, because again, if you are in disadvantage for Astralis side, MOUZ are able to convert whopping 81% of the rounds in the advantage. 5v4, that is way above average, and you really cannot afford to, you know, give away entries for free. Whether it would be outside through the smokes, this is where MOUZ is actually going to be able to build up their game plan on.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. We also said Broland yesterday played really, really well, especially his rotations on the CT side. He was constantly being annoying towards FaZe Clan, annoying towards Kerrigan. So that's something they must have prepared for as well. However, if you're looking at Astralis, what are some of the things they can do in order to make life hard for MOUZ?
Well, they're going to be probably, I assume, starting on CT side. I actually don't remember this, but this is actually the map, apart from Vertigo, where they can whip up a double AWP setup. And this is... It's not ideal, but on Nuke it is a great surprise when you throw a curveball into the gun rounds, where you have one AWP posted up on ramp, which is really, really easy to flash away, and then you have one AWP outside. It is a economy gamble essentially, because if terrorists are taking the retake these are going to be impossible to take. So, but you can carry on these AWPs into the next rounds, and this is potentially something that they can keep doing.
And it's a good point and a nice thought experiment. Dare I say, the fact that you can have two AWPs on the CT side. However, let's say that Cadian is buying the AWP on ramp. Let's say that Device is playing the AWP outside. It also limits what Device can do in the middle of the round. Normally, as an AWPer, you're free to go wherever you want to after the first encounter. Now, if you have Cadian playing the AWP on ramp, you're also limiting Device a little bit. So do you think that is a trade-off that is worth it, considering how well Device has been playing so far?
You have to think about it this way. You know, Device can move to ramp as a rotation, and then Cadian from ramp goes upstairs. So it's a nice mechanism that works there they work in tandem, so to speak. And you know, it's one of the rotations that they can do. And on Nuke, there's like 10 of them. So like, obviously, imagination is only your border there. And you have to think about it this way. It always enables the riflers to be a little bit more aggressive, because AWPs are going to be locking down those areas of the map where it's kind of, you know, anchor-ish positions.
Speaking of the riflers, I think the man on the screen right here, Exertion, was one of the few players who stepped up on Vertigo. He tried his absolute best to find the openings. He was involved in a lot of stuff, sometimes with success, sometimes with little success. On Nuke in particular as well, I think the duo of him and Torsi on the CT side is something that's causing a lot of different teams problems. What is it Exertion is doing so well on his CT side with the way he's constantly being aggressive and seeking the duels?
I would say the variability as well. If you look at the heat maps where he's getting a lot of kills, it's
all over the place.
Yeah, he's getting the kills in main, inside door, outside. Like, he's just kind of everywhere. He's being a nuisance, and it very much makes sense why he's doing it. He's playing a role where he just needs to be active, and he's maybe sometimes too active, but you know, if he feels it, and he's one of the best riflers that we have, and definitely one of the best ones on MOUZ, he is going to deliver some of the nasty headshots.
Sometimes I like to put the teams up against each other, right? You have Torsi going up against Device, you have a guy like Stown going up against a guy like Broland in similar roles. They play the rotation. I think there's one position on this map when it comes to Nuke where the difference between the two caliber of players is very big. You have Jimfat playing the anchor role, the ramp role for MOUZ, and you have Cadian doing the same thing for Astralis. I think in that particular matchup, it's safe to say that Jimfat is significantly better. So what can Astralis and what can Cadian do in order to mask the fact, or almost hide away from the fact, that ramp potentially is a weakness?
I already spoke about it. The double AWP setup is
think
the
that's the solution? Yeah.
Maybe Cadian activate elsewhere while Device takes over the ramp, you know, with an AWP. That could be another way, or just straight up just you know, ramp is a position where you don't need to cover that. It's not a bomb site, so you can always fall back down, and this is where reinforcements are going to come in through the rotation, through vents, through secret, all that kind of stuff is possible. So KDN playing ramp, I don't think is a big of a deal, despite that being completely new role for him, being an anchor and an IGL.
So as I hear you saying it, you know, there is ways of masking that fact, you know, maybe being a bit less aggressive on ramp or being a little bit more, having the tendency, I guess, to rotate lower, etc., etc. So if you were to point out a weakness on the MOUZ side, what could that be? You said they won 4 in a row, they play against the best teams in the world, they are looking solid on Nuke. Anything you've seen that could be exploited by Astralis?
Not something top of my head, okay, I'm gonna be honest, but it's just showing the fact that the way they're playing on Nuke lately, it's been pretty damn impressive. You know, it's been very much structured, but at the same time loose in a sense, and a lot of clutches are actually going in their favors. And I'm not clutching on like 1v2, it's about these 2v2 and 3v3 situations on B side when they understand what's covered, what they need to push, how they need to utilize the smoke to actually get the bomb down. And these afterplans are always such a dangerous position to a team that is playing against MOUZ. And honestly, that's their winning condition, I would say.
Sometimes not being able to localize a weakness is also a sign in itself. You know, that must mean the MOUZ is playing at a very high level. Speaking of a high level, we have 2 commentators ready for you to follow you through this, what could be the last deciding map between MOUZ and Astralis. Nuke is upon us, so let's get it going.
That was a compliment.
Kind of, yeah. He tries to be nice sometimes, otherwise like a couple of jabs. What is quite nice, KDN quoted at the start of this tournament, the best version of Astralis will not be seen in 2024. I kind of disagree. This might be the best Astralis we've seen in about 3 years.
Yeah,
and still, a declaration of intent. If they feel like they can get better and better than what they're presenting right now, that is a scary prospect.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they're hitting the ground running in a way that I did not expect. It's been one tournament of disaster at the Fall Finals, a Rio that was underwhelming, and now at the World Finals, they are showing that they can take it to the elite teams in the world, and they have a chance here to 2-0 MOUZ on MOUZ's own map pick.
And they get the CT start, presumably.
Oh, yeah.
You would assume.
Yes.
You're not going to pick the T side unless you've lost your damn mind. And it is going to be the Julies for Device, the Kevlar as well, and a fast play. Is that a smoke you just threw out there?
I think it's a decoy.
Okay,
that would be. Is it?
Yeah, so they've got 5 sets to Kevlar.
Yeah, it's a decoy. No, that
decoy underrated. I feel like it's got a place in the game. We just haven't seen it yet.
I mean, I've seen G2 use it actually, and unironically. Like, I'm not trying to clown them right now. No, it actually looked good.
Yeah, decoys, like in terms of like getting someone to turn from an angle, even for a split second. It's got its place. Anyway, let's talk about decoys, the whole pistol. Xerxon opening frag will find Device. That's the Julies thwarted, but they got to get past Yabi. Not the ideal weapon for a multi-kill, as you can see, unless you get crystal clear headshots. It's going to be difficult to find 2 kills. It's going to be a 3 versus 2, though, as Stare and Stown try to retake the bomb side. Bomb going down towards the back of the site itself. Still a fighting chance here, I suppose. If we can get a clean one from Stown, there is a chance here. It does find Brolan. 2 versus 2. Shui and Torji to defend.
Stown approaching right at Tetris, knows that there's one back silo, other player in the hut right now. There it is, that's the decoy actually. Stare turns away, but he still hits the shot. That is incredible stuff. Decoy's still bouncing around right there, not really gonna matter all too much, and he's gonna stick it. Are you kidding me? Torzi, you gotta peek him. Okay, 3 seconds left. Oh, he's right there, and he gets off the bomb, and Torzi finds the headshot. That was close though.
All he really could do there. You know he's not going to bite. It's unlikely you've got the kid and the last player there. So, yeah, he gets 8 seconds through it, but I can hear Torji coming, and it all falls apart. But as we've been discussing all day, Nuke is one of those maps with the force fire. It does make a lot of sense. Round number 2, opening kill from Xerxon as he finds Device, and still pretty admirable effort there. Stown especially finding some key frags. Stare, good effort. Couldn't quite convert it. But here we go. Round number 2. Going to be a difficult one here for MOUZ. Brolan, great efforts there as we get into the Scouts and MP9s.
Device has been a menace on this map in the past. And now Xerxon, though, quick to find the 5v4. Device gonna break the smoke right there. Oh, he might get an opportunity right out of his view and still able to find the tag. Nice shots traded. Okay, Device through the smoke is able to take down Xerxon. KDN, he's just got the 5-7 though.
Does he want to tuck into one of these corners? I think he kind of has to. It would be too much. Yeah, he has to stay here now. 1 kill and a half would give them a fighting chance. I think it's going to be pretty fight though. The fact they're slowing things down, not trying to capitalize on it. There's the 1.5, 1.25. As Torji's down to 80 points of health. Yabi's here though. And he's good with the Desert Eagle, let me tell you. He can find another kill. An absolute master with this weapon. Another opportunity presents itself. He's got players all around him. Surely can't get another kill now. Well played by Jimfat. Good movement, but leaves him in a 2 versus 2. Certainly the advantage for MOUZ here with 50 seconds remaining and Device staying down at 9 points of health. But Stare looking for his moment to strike. He holds towards Decon. 45 seconds as MOUZ pump the brakes. Couple of flashes, 1 HE. Waiting for a bit of intel here, but time is of the essence now. If they wait too long, could be very uncomfortable on the plan.
They're really taking their time with this one. It looks like they want to go for the door side clear together. Device is waiting with the scout.
One tag, though, he could, even if he goes down, one tag could be enough. There it is.
Yep. Headshot, though, and Stare. Oh, they're going up the vent.
Good call.
What a bold call. I mean, if he's waiting right at the top right there, this would have been a disaster for them. Now he has to climb up the vent to follow, but Yimpat, no, turned away. Okay, no, he turns back just in time.
Okay, a little bit exciting towards the end there, but good calls after slowing it right down. Time was of the essence, but will be Jimmy to control the vents and deny the kill. Yavi was certainly looking dangerous there, as we are going to see the opening kill from Xertion. Nice work from Device as well, clean through the smoke. And then Jimfat, that pretty much decided the round. There was a fighting chance of Device getting the tag, but ultimately, Zico coming up next. And a perfect start here for MOUZ. Yeah, nice calmness.
I do think that what's going to be difficult here for Astralis versus when they played against NAVI yesterday is that now we've seen some of their strat book. They're not completely flying blind, so that little surprise factor that they had up their sleeve, not quite as effective.
For the MP9 and helmet.
Is he doing his best art impression right now?
Yeah,
that's the only other game leader that was doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point. But that's the helmets is the most baffling. That's another $350 you kind of just thrown away. Let's see if it works out for him. If he just gets one kill, I suppose he'll have something going forward to the next round. Does need at least one, though.
I'm just not a fan of all of the weird mismatch buys coming out from Heroic in this. It just feels like if you trust yourself to just win gun rounds straight up, you wouldn't be going for those kinds of plays. And you're also fighting from heaven right now. Okay, Brolin, quick to clear the bomb site, and there is nobody else here, although they're able to find a kill onto Exertion. So that is a gun that will be retrieved, a Galil at that. And at this point, I feel like Yabi and Device, you're going to go for something. You're going to see if you can find a kill with one of those Deagles. Yeah. But for Cadian and Stound, you have to just keep these guns moving forward.
Yeah, nice little position for Cadian and Device. Nice little headshot there. Through the smoke again. Ridiculous, frustrating frags received here from MOUZ, but ultimately the round is guaranteed. And yeah, Cadian holding on to the MP9. No harm, no foul, I suppose, as we do see 3 survive the round, but 3 is on the board as well. MOUZ on their map pick. An absolute flying start here.
I think he wants to jump down. Okay, no, he's not going to commit to it. I feel like the fake tap there, even with no threat of a defuse kit, might pull a player back, might get another kill.
Okay, well, there we go. Galil taken into the next round here. Keeps the money nice and strong. Certainly a serviceable weapon on the CT side. You can make that one work. But MOUZ back to their winning ways here. A really disastrous start on Vertigo. They were 10-2 down in that first half of their CT campaign. Looking to bounce back here. Third map, just to note, will be Dust 2. I don't think we see much Dust 2 this tournament. It's going to be a welcome addition to the
Mirage
setup. Oh, yeah.
A lot of Ancient, a lot of Mirage.
Yeah. Dust 2 is my favorite map to commentate right now.
It's been great in CS2. I'm shocked at how good it plays out, actually. So I hope we do get there. But nade early on, not too much damage onto Exertion, who's trying to find some space towards outside. Device spamming on through with the A1S. Exertion should be able to find a safe passage onto lower at this point, although there is quite a bit of spam still flying his way.
And the grenades
as well. Okay.
MP9 for Cadian to defend off a full-on ramp assault. The smoke that comes right now, they really do isolate these fights. Good little flashbang with Device as well. They sacrificed some control, which is absolutely fine. There was probably going to be equally traded out there. They might as well hold on to the man advantage. The ramp is not a bomb site. It's a portal down towards lower, but you don't need to have control, especially with the advantage here. You've got rotations coming down towards lower. 2 CTs ready and waiting, and Device a little bit overworked in the position right now. You can see outside's a bit of a problem, and they're making their way towards hell. He probably goes down here. That's if they check him. He could get a fantastic timing, and he certainly does. Finds the bomb and gets himself 1.5 kills.
Still a tough position for MOUZ. Sure, you go 1 for 1 there. Generally favorable for the T, but Device found out where at least a couple players are, and Yimpat, He's taken a big risk by coming up that ladder. Stair is in a great position to defend, though, although he's not holding up right now.
It's a bit of a problem.
This is a bit concerning, although he's right beneath them. Sometimes this goes overlooked because he is right beneath. Yimpat might fall right on his head. Okay, we're going to see how they clear this one out, and yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is the hard-to-clear angle, and Stair is reaping the rewards of it. Brolin there, now in the hut by himself, able to find one headshot. 14 seconds left, but too many bodies.
All right, first round on the board, quite a nice one there as well. Will be that first advantage, allowing them to have the ramp control, and then Device getting only one kill from Hell, but the fact he actually gets the bomb down there puts him in an uncomfortable position with Xerxan to go drop the grenade. This moment here, you've got 50 seconds remaining. You've lost a lot of control of the situation at that point. And as you mentioned, Stair waiting beneath them, working in tandem with the player towards Hub. It's a convincing round there. Well done, Astralis, and need to keep to their winning ways. So the money's actually pretty bad. They're fully invested here with Mac 10, Tech 9, and P250.
And Device got an op. Sure, he perishes in the previous round, but okay, fast play onto the A bomb site. Exertion first up is able to take down Yavi. Snare only returns with one. Now 4 on 3. They break the smoke. That actually allows down an opportunity, but he only goes 1 for 1. Now Katie and Device, they have a decision to make. There's an op in the hands of the Device. That makes this retake so difficult, and I do feel like they are opting for the save at this point. They don't want to send it. They don't want to force the issue. There is still decent money on Stair. They're going to be able to buy into the upcoming round on him, although there will be concessions that have to be made. It's down on just $300. Maybe Device could drop him a FAMAS at the bare minimum, but a quick and ferocious play coming out of MOUZ.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. It was P250s, Mac 10s, Tech 9s, and a lovely upper rush. Very uncomfortable flashbangs deployed, as you saw. It was a little bit scrappy there from Astralis, leaping through the flames of USBs in hand, just trying to find one kill if possible. Xerxan took care of business, though, and Katie, you need to stay alive here, my friend. Nice kill, that will do. Hold on to your weapon here. Gets himself another $300. He definitely can drop a weapon. So can Device as well. Loss bonus is somewhat established there, so there is a buy going forward into this one. It was the Mac 10 and that flashbang, courtesy of Torji, that really set them up. You can see how awkward that was for Stair as he tried to dismount from the huts. But as mentioned, though, money okay, but the scoreline starting to get a little bit out of hand, considering on the CT side here. Dust 2 looking more and more likely as we get into this one. Gonna have the offer Device once more, and need to start posting some rounds here on the CT side. We'll see if it's going to be more of the same. They want to keep that pressure toward the upper bomb side. They found so much success there. It's more subdued start, but Xerxan making sure there's no pressure coming in towards the CT huts.
Stair on top of the silos right now, peeking on in. Looking for something. In fact, he doesn't actually keep his gun out. He just has a molly right now. Thinks it's going to be the full-blown exec. Not going to be a quick little peek. Re-smokes the door, and it looks like it's just another A exec. Okay, mollies are out.
Staring
both directions. That is a good kill to kick things off. It looks like it's actually halted MOUZ in their tracks.
Yeah, they would have gone down one by one there. Now Stair can actually do more and more damage. Gets the dink on Brolan as well. 4 versus 3 should be the round. If they can get a play down Vents, you never know, but it wasn't broken. Coming out of the gray screen, there was nothing Torji could do. Sure will be far behind him as Brolan, one more bullet will take him. And that's a great recovery from Astralis there. You can see Stair more than ready for the upper execution this time. Wasn't caught in the flames and completely blind on the huts.
Well done. Good counter utility on top of that. And the player towards door as well. I think it was Yabi was able to find some impact. And so Shuhei, yeah, tried to double dip. A exec worked last round. This time around with the hesitation, not going to find anything.
Very nice. Bear in mind, they don't have the loss bonus or a plant bad. So, yeah, another compromise setup. MOUZ managed to make this work with the upper rush before, though, bear in mind. So, not out of the woods just yet. Need to be cognizant of the fact that a pop towards upper could be coming in once again. Good flashbang. Takes Device off the angle momentarily. They've got that main smoke down to allow them to get closer and closer towards the garage undetected here.
Xerxan's taking some space. And that's a good flash to set up Device.
Yeah, they're aware of this prospect. Device has to be at least checking it.
Oh, this could work out. Wait. I think Xerxan could sneak in right now. Yeah, he might actually blindside Stair. Wow, he's got an angle right here. Actually finds Yabi first. Now Stair is on an island.
Oh my
and Xerxan with the double entry. Well done by him. Sneaking right by the gaze of Device. Doesn't peek out quite wide enough with that flash, and it costs his team everything.
Oh, that's so sick. The fact he gets the AK as well, discombobulates the upper setup just as they're about to pull the trigger through the hut as well. Nothing he could do. He even gets the double kill. It looked like a done deal regardless. And now a 5 versus 2. It's the pistols that prevail once again for MOUZ as they post their 5th round. That was some open runway there for Astralis to get themselves right back in this first half. It's still possible to bring this one back. They can still win the half, even with this round going against them, but still uncomfortable to be losing to the Pistols over and over again. They know Device is out here, and they are slowly but surely encroaching on his position. Shuey, knife out, though. That's not going to bode too well. He's trying to escape the bomb blast, I suppose. Do they find Device outside?
Ooh, right around the corner.
Oh, no. Okay, he's towards Secret.
Yeah.
All good. Probably a tactical timeout here, but this is the moment he sneaks through with that smoke as it's deployed. Yabi was just about to come back and check that. It's really unlucky and very, very well played from Xerxen. Like, sure, you can be aware of it, but he's hitting shots like that. He's just absolutely owned you.
Just perfect timing on it. As soon as Yabi knows that there is a millisecond window, that's when he strikes. And that's just working out perfectly. That's why Shuhei's so happy.
Good
just
vibes.
How they drew it up. Okay, full buy now coming in from MOUZ. Off the back of that last one. Exertion once again pressuring towards outside. He's been a menace thus far. Wants to continue to strike fear into the hearts of Astralis. And this time, though, he doesn't expect Stown. Okay, so a more proactive setup coming into play from Astralis, and Device is already waiting at the ramp. This should be a freebie, and it is. Spots out a couple other players as well, able to retreat relatively safely. And MOUZ, yeah, you got ramp control, but you're down 2 men.
Let's see what they can do with him. They're going to focus towards Heaven this time. Problem is, they'll be very aware of this. Device has solid control of the ramp still. He's got information. They're not pushing down towards the lower side. Cadian just needs one. Really nice off angle as well. AK-47. He manages to secure the round there. That should be all she wrote. There's still a minute here. You've got players like Jimmy and Shuey. They've got utility, sure, but it would take a series of errors here from Astralis to give this one up. Stare, you can see he's a little bit worried. The timing's going to elude him here. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's all good. There was a moment there. Now he spotted the last player as well. Shuey's got no chance of winning this one. Up he goes, and yeah, he's not long for this one, I'm afraid. 40 seconds, getting spammed as well. Good job from Stown to close things out. That's the round they needed. And bear in mind, the money's just not established, nor is the loss bonus now. They keep going back and forth in these last 3 rounds. Astralis can't afford to lose to Tech9s again.
No,
they can't do that.
One thing that they seemingly have to worry about is some kind of A play early on, because every other defense has seemingly worked as well as it should have. So
like, these gun rounds are convincing that it's not handling the upper pops very well.
Exactly. Yeah, just bolster the A side defense at the very least, and you should be clear here. In fact, actually, though, MOUZ don't have any Molotovs, so it doesn't look like they're going to be going for the straightforward A exec. Looks like they actually probably want to send a majority of their players down secret with some cross smokes, but it's down once again, just playing back red. This is such a hard position to deal with if you don't have a Molotov, and there's a lot of support utility, but what? For a long range, the Tech9 comes out on top. Okay, Brolin's on one right now.
That's insane how he gets that kill. Double dink from the top rope. And that makes things very uncomfortable. Cadian, though, he's in a precarious position, realizing that fact. He's surrounded right now. Players towards main roof. They're going to drop down. Perfect flashbang. They overlook him. He gets a little bit of a gift there, Maui. The fact he gets a double kill is kind of unbelievable, and still is looking like it's going to fall apart here. Yabi on high alert, scrambling to stay alive, but the flashbang's deployed. He's got players all around him, running out of bullets. Has to be the USP, and it's not quite enough. Device again to try and save the day. Low HP on this player, though. Gets the bomb down. Oh, my days. Exchanging blows here. It's Device down to 12 points of health. Torji knows it as well. He should be winning this round hands down, unless Device can somehow get the shot. Nailed with the AWP. Finally, they get one over the line against the Pistols, and it's Device to save the day. He's returned to his world-class form since he handed over the in-game role to Cadian once again, posting 35 kills against NAVI yesterday, 22 kills in the first map today on Vertigo. This guy is back and looking red hot.
This is the Device that we want to see, and we need to believe in Astralis. The 2v1 to put MOUZ down off of the back of what was looking like, once again, another force buy that was going to go the way...
We can't understand him.
Unfortunately.
You're not hoping to get some insight there?
Yeah.
No, it's just the fact he's saying don't get carried away. We fucked up so many rounds against the Pistols here.
Yes.
Make sure we close this one out.
Okay, and they're doing it with some aggression, some style. Stown pushing on early, and they don't want to overstep too much. They've already got a smoke there at the entrance of lobby. They're clearing everything out.
Good call here. So you can see they've got loads of money, plenty of cash, but they've gone for the MP9 here to say, let's not let them get comfy. Don't let them execute on us. Let's get that lobby crunch coming in. They won't expect it. We will trade our kills. And now with the advantage, but the boost is actually pretty interesting. Information, at least. They take a lot of damage, but no frags given over.
Anything but a Glock.
Yeah,
Anything
exactly.
But a Glock,
yeah.
And that'd be a dead down right there. Yeah, MOUZ feel like they're completely locked out of this round. At this point, it's just a matter of how much cash Astralis going to get, how many people are going to stay alive. Torzy, yeah, you got a Glock on top of the roof right now, but they're hunting you. They're toying with you. This is looking like a tie game for Astralis.
This has been one of my favorite series. I'm not really sure why. It's Vertigo, everyone's like most hated map, but it was quite entertaining seeing these guys flourish and Cadian actually making some incredible calls, keeping everyone contained as well after that pure like jubilation they had in the previous round. Everyone's feeling so great after you win the clutch. Finally he broke him through, but he still calms everyone down and said the job's not done yet. We need to beat the Glocks. We need to take down the P250s, which has been an issue, and they managed to get it over the line here and tie things up.
I feel like the question right now, though, for Astralis remains, you had 2 MP9s that you brought into that round. You farmed a boatload of cash. I think they got 3 SMG kills. Yeah, I feel like you have to.
There's only 2 rounds left.
You have to upgrade.
Yeah,
you got to go for the upgrade there.
And the economy is not worth sacrificing the round.
You know, Stiko and Pimp were really talking about this one on the desk. Is Cadian going to bring out the double op to try to defend ramp? And at this point, money is a luxury. You have quite a bit to work with at this point. You could go for it, and they do. There it is. Finally, the double op. The economy has stabilized for Astralis, and this has really been their calling card, their signature for the defensive side.
Yeah, they still got 7K on device. So yeah, this is definitely the right call. And Cadian, they were speculating he could head towards the ramp, I suppose. We'll see what they've got up their sleeve. It's an aggressive play from Device. Feeling himself today, looking razor sharp. As we will see him tuck himself towards red. An awkward spot. Flashbangs coming through. Decides to deploy the Deagle instead.
Close range. This is so sticky, yeah. Device. Is he going to overlook this? No, wait, what? Exertion was just looking at it. Oh, he just passed him.
Oh my God.
Oh, any other gun right now, there's no shot. Trade is there from Roland. Stown right through the smoke. Important frag to keep the advantage for Astralis. And Stare, he actually wants to try his luck towards Hut. Comes out on top, although immediate trade once again. Yimpat finds him. Also finds some passage onto the A-bomb site, though Yabi still standing strong. Torzy in the 1 versus 3 with an op, no control, a Yabi that is slowly encroaching. He does not look long for this world. This is such a great off angle already.
Oh, I'm liking this from Astralis. Great recovery, great mental fortitude. They were, what, down 5-2 on their CT campaign, losing the pistols as upper pops kept coming through, but now looking super solid. Good adjustments coming through, the double orb setup and Device. Like you said, if you had the M4 there, there's like 3 kills available. The fact he's overlooked by Exertion as well. Oh, it's ridiculous. And Stown pretty much confirms it around there. Yabi gets the final kill and takes away that orb of Torzy. So they've actually got the lead, Maui. 7-5 still possible, and the money's still going to be a little bit shocking with no plan coming through. Could be Galils and Tech 9s, I reckon, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, fast A play again. This has caused trouble for Astralis before.
They're ready this time.
Not this time. Okay, Yabi with 2 kills,
relax.
and they're just running them down. Okay, Stown with the quick kill around the vent, and that is 7 rounds on the half for Astralis.
Damn, I could have watched that all day. Those guys are pretty good at your commentary, but that's neither here nor there. We've got the second half of Nuke up ahead of us, and it looks like Astralis might be able to 2-0 this one, Maui. What do you think about that?
I can't believe it coming into this tournament. They were the underdogs. They were the lowest ranked team. A slew of bad results, amounting in a Cadian swap on the in-game leader role for Device. They take Bro out. And there's a lot of people that are rooting against this Astralis right now, but right now they are all being humbled. This team has taken down the world #1. They're taking down another elite team in MOUZ, and they might get it done in 2.
And there wasn't like an open runway here. It's not like MOUZ completely fumbled the game. They had a 5-2 start on their T-side campaign. That's as good as they really can get. And now Astralis have ground their way back into it. Can they find a pistol here? It doesn't look great for the Device at the start, though. 95 damage, a bullet to the face. And Yabi, he will exchange blows with Jimmy. Stare's got tantalizingly close towards heaven. I think he surprises Shui at this point. Doesn't nail the shot, though. Had the advantage, couldn't connect the dots. And it looks like MOUZ should be taking this one. No problem whatsoever. That confirms it as Device only has 5 points of health and he's in T-spawn.
No chance for him whatsoever. MOUZ, 6 rounds for them, and I will say that despite the fact that the pistol isn't going their way, Astralis's A-execs versus NAVI yesterday were devastating. They were putting JL in the blender. They were putting Alexi in the blender. It was living hell.
But as you said, that tape is available now.
Exactly.
Adjustments would have been made, and sure, it caught NAVI off guard, but now you knew that you're picking this map today, you're watching that demo. Your analysts are there, your coach is there, working out what went so well for them, and the fact you've picked it suggests that you know how to counter it. A very important pistol here for MOUZ, and they win comprehensively as we get into what should be an eco. We did see some interesting purchase ideas from Astralis on Vertigo, but I feel like this will just be Glocks, maybe a P250 or a Deagle.
Without a bomb plant, difficult to justify. Okay. Well, they went for it.
They're a little bit fruity, these guys. And we'll see if this is going to be where they can, I guess, execute towards outside and get down towards secret. There's multiple members making their way out there. They've got the bomb in position as well. He's like, you don't expect to buy here.
I think they're actually doing a little bit of a remix of a strategy they did yesterday. They had one person, Cadian, jumping down secret immediately. This time they send 2. So if MOUZ have prepped, they might have seen this strategy before, but it is a little different this time. Smoke goes in the face of Brolin, tags him in fact, and they're trying to scale towards outside. This is putting a lot of pressure on Torzy, but he's got help in tow. Yimpat striking from the stairs, and Yimpat, he's unsure if there's anybody in this, but Yabi on the flank, he's taking all this space, but he misses the shot. Oh, a golden opportunity, but it presents itself once again. Torzy still so much pressure. Damn. Stare with the long-range Deagle, and it is all unraveling for MOUZ. Exertion, a chance to recover though. He's coming up secret. Brolin as well, able to find a kill on a Stare. And Exertion, he knows exactly where that player is at the AC unit. And Shuhei, he's taking some space back, but he's by his lonesome.
I would say massive advantage now, considering the positional control and the information that player behind the AC units. Round still possible, I suppose. We'll take some more Deagle antics. It all starts here. Yabi with the chance, can't quite convert it, and that should be all she wrote here. An exciting couple of moments, but ultimately it's down. Okay, I was about to say nothing he can do. An opportunity presents itself for some reason. Shui overlooking the ramp. No double kill potential though. Brolan puts that round to bed, and now a moment's respite with no bomb plan there. I'm assuming this is the eco going forward now. An interesting idea and some wonderful shots connecting with the Desert Eagle, but well positioned from MOUZ. Good reactions and taking the lobby. Yabi did very well, so did Stare to make that one uncomfortable.
It was looking good for Astralis, but like you said, the fact that they re-aggressed into lobby right there, I think they actually were able to see the bomb at some point in the lobby as well, so they knew that they just had to congregate in that space. And wait a second. Okay, the force buys continue for Astralis.
All right.
They just keep going for it,
I was about to just recline my chair, just get ready for the Glocks, but I'm locking in.
Oh, we have to. Okay, Cadian on the scout. Again, it's a habit he can't quit. On the top silo.
He does love a scout. Loves the snipe. And very nice defensive setup, though. I love this, like, 2 layers they've got to the defense. You've got Torture behind the steps. Xertion inflicting that damage towards main roof. And the CT should be absolutely fine here. Nice shot from Stare. Not sure if you're expecting the buy-in again.
Oh, no.
Oh, damn. That's good from Yabi.
Oh, it's happening again. This is getting a little freaky. Yabi actually just goes all the way up the ladder as well, and they're down B. Oh man, yeah, this is great work from Cadian.
This is actually like proper calling going on. Mid-rounds and an understanding of what their potential options are and what to do once they get that kill towards upper. Everyone dives down towards lower. I don't think you can really justify going for
They're
it.
outplayed.
You've been absolutely owned.
Yeah, they've been outplayed. That's it. I don't see how you get back in this one. I think Shui's just going to give it a shot. Okay, if he evens the man deficit.
Katie's got him though. Katie no misses. He's a scout master now.
Right.
You know that.
You are right. You called it.
He doesn't miss those. Even with a broken hand, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but
Still the weirdest narrative out of this whole thing, yeah. Yimpat's going to try to save that A1S and spawn, and okay, well, they broke the money of MOUZ, so there's no loss bonus on the side of the CTs right now, and that is going to put Astralis in a prime position. They keep the advantage here, 8-7. Yimpat, okay, I mean, you're getting tested right now, but I think that flash is going to buy him enough space.
Well, the war of attrition officially begins here. The victors of the previous round are Astralis going against the grain, going against the book, and managing to have a very impressive mid-round call here after getting the advantage with the pick. You can see Yabi's objective there was to get Info towards upper. He nails the headshot and they dive down towards the lower bomb site. There was no chance of a retake, no chance of the round going in their favor, and Astralis take the lead here, looking for the 2-0 after taking down the #1 team in the world yesterday. They now have a chance to book themselves a place in the semi-finals against MOUZ. The scout will deliver significant damage towards Stair. He's down to 30. They have struggled against these pistols and SMGs, Astralis. If they convert this one, I dare say, Maui, they are heavy favorites to win the map.
I have to agree with you. And I feel like for MOUZ, they needed to break this smoke. They needed to get some eyes on these players crossing because they are once again in the dark. There is a boost towards the ramp, and unfortunately for MOUZ, the bomb is actually just down secret. Always feels a little bit risky to send the bomb carrier in that position, but if it is your primary point of attack, why not? And now Shuhei's got the 5-7. We've seen this gun do significant damage at this tournament
Nuke
thus
especially.
far. Yep, from Yimpat especially, and this time around, Shuhei, you gotta stand up.
Let's go. I can feel this one won't be as clean as you might like here for Astralis. The flashbang being deployed. Shui suggests there is presence down towards lower, trying to dissuade them potentially here. CT's towards the ramp, looking to retake, and Shui's being a real nuisance, just ducking and weaving around the smokes, waiting for his moment to strike. Sits inside it. 30 seconds remaining. Device is overlooking it. He might get too comfortable here. Does he detect the presence of Shui on the other side? Waiting for his moment. And I think this is the right call. If he can confirm this smoke is clear, it looks like they've done enough. We said if they win this round, it's pretty much a done deal here on Nuke. There'll be a full eco coming up next, and double digits locked in for Astralis. As now the kill from Yabi. He's played such a good game so far. What's he up to? 17 kills? I think they still win the round, no problem, but there are rifles available now for MOUZ. They'll probably save those and give themselves a fighting chance into the following round.
Yeah, so they're still going to have a little bit of bite going into round 17, but wonderfully played by Device around that smoke at the bottom bomb site. Shuhei was doing such a great job to just slow down that offense, but Astralis, they had already outlined what it was that they were going to do. Cadian, with his own lurk actually towards the ramp, was finding some effectiveness in the kill on exertion. And for the MOUZ side, just so much of that round, they were not quite sure what was happening. It was a silent take of lower in the back halls, and then for Cadian to come out ramp, they still had some presence towards A as well. This is looking like a completely different Astralis from when Blame F was calling, from when Device was calling, and even including the first tournament or two where Cadian was calling. This is just looking so great for them.
Totally agree. MOUZ starting to shrink here as well. They know they're in a lot of trouble. Bear in mind, not the same as the previous series. This is seeding, just to reiterate one more time. Winner advances to the semis, loser goes to the quarterfinals. Still a big deal, especially for Astralis. The confidence will be flowing, to say the very least. No one expected them to cause this sort of damage at the World Finals. And now it is the two safe rifles, USPs otherwise, but still, Brawlan and Torji, there's still a conversation to be had that they can win this round.
Has to be on them.
You did mention earlier, Torji not known for his rifles, but we'll see whether he can make this one work.
I feel like I've liked what he's done on T side sometimes with the AK, but when it's a CT M4, unfortunately with Torji, sometimes leaves a little bit to be desired. tough ask for him to find anything here, but Shuhei actually taking a big risk pushing the USP. In fact, not really that big of a risk. It's just...
No, exactly. Like, if anything, garners some very valuable information, allowing Brolan to get down towards lower, but they feel something isn't quite right.
I don't know how Cadian's doing this right now.
He's got him in his pocket.
Yeah, he sensed that something was off. I mean, you lost all of that lobby control. He assumes that they've pushed in towards lobby, found this information out, stacked the B bomb site, and now we see that MOUZ, they're having to recalibrate their defense. They're going for a push towards Secret right now. I don't think that there's any eyes on this, so this could be the flank that they're looking for. If
surely someone's aware of it though. Like, you're gonna be looking and thinking about Secret.
Not exactly. I mean, Stairs looking right now. Okay, and yeah, the flank pays off. Although the gunpowder is it's just way too strong. The firepower is too strong from these rifles. Wait a second, I might have spoke too soon.
Yeah.
Roland's able to strike in, and they know that there's a player in heaven right now.
Massive nade takes Torji down to 53 points of health. That should secure the round. I say that with bated breath, though. Brolan has been fantastic in the last couple of months. The star player for MOUZ, time and time again, lands the headshot in the first. This would be a robbery of a round if he can take this 1 versus 1. Up against Cadian, though, has shown some incredible form today. Great understanding of his opponent, and now he should be aware there's no kit, Maui. That's the main thing. He doesn't have to take the bait on the first defuse attempt here. As long as he stays alive, I'm pretty sure he wins the round here. You don't even have to swing around. Stay calm, and he's exactly what he's done. Well played. The veteran comes out on top here. There'll be no time for the 10-second defuse, even if he goes down. So very well done from Cadian. He knew exactly what he was up against there. You got to take the risk that they don't have the kit there.
Very composed from Cadian there, securing the one-on-one. MOUZ made things really interesting there. That was actually a very high-level round, despite the fact that it was just pistols for the majority of MOUZ players. The reaction, the push, the way that Cadian read what was likely to be happening there. So many intricacies in that round. This series has shaped up in a way that I just didn't expect.
So, they managed to weather the storm. Intention towards ramp by the looks of things here. Very defensive from young Jimmy. Doesn't have the smoke, and now might not have a head. He's going to be traded out for sure. Good damage there from Yabi. They're going to try and retake this. This is crazy. You are asking for trouble here, and they might just get it. Torji locked in by the Molotov. His teammate now behind the flames as well. 3 versus 3. Advantage Astralis, although Stair is low. Good opportunity there for Cadian. Might just fall back towards the lobby itself. I don't think there was enough smoke cover to suggest he went down Secret. This kill could decide the round. Device on high alert, down to 50 points of health, trying to reset, trying to recalibrate. As Brolan hunts for information out towards ramp. 1 minute 5 on the clock. And, well, perfectly timed there, Brolan. Well played. That's the round. Finally, they break the streak here.
So many re-aggresses there for MOUZ. Exertion, Brolan. Feels like you can actually just dictate based off of whose nameplate it is, who is going to be re-aggressing for them. Love the coordination on the MOUZ side. Something that they definitely had to address with their failures at prior tournaments. And they have talked about that in interviews, the fact that they needed to come back to the drawing board, and they like the way that Brolan has progressed as an individual. The mindset that he's brought to the team, you could see that he was a little bit of a fish out of water, despite the lack of an age difference. He's around the same age as everybody else. It's just that he came from such a different culture, but now he is finding himself as a player on a team that really is so key on lifting each other up. The morale is so important with a roster like MOUZ, which is so young.
Well, here we go. This time, the economy in favor of MOUZ, so they can win this round. It's a tied game. If they give this one up, it might be GG. You can see it's the AWP of Device. A lot of weight on his shoulders right now. Flick required, one that doesn't connect. Tantalizingly close. They smoke off main. It's going to be Xertion, showing some fantastic form as of late. He's got the timing, and he's got the aim to back it up. The spray down towards the main entrance converted, and it looks like they've done enough to get through this difficult round. And as I mentioned, it should be 10 on the board. We should have a tie game. Oh my God, what just happened?
Oh, Stair snuck through. He slipped the net. Now Yabi, he's in what? He's in hell right now? Okay, wait, he might catch them off guard. Oh, what?
No way.
How does he hit
9
that?
HP, bro.
Oh my goodness. What just happened with Yabi? What? A man possessed to deliver Astralis around out of thin air.
Holy shit. That's so hype.
I mean, whatever Cadian said to Yabi, who was having so much difficulty on the prior Astralis lineups, like, he has activated him. He has truly activated him. every single round that feels like it's falling through the fingertips of Astralis. Yabi has so frequently pulled them back in X Factor fashion.
You think for that hot play he got with the Desert Eagle towards that main entrance, and he does the same thing again. He's behind enemy lines. We don't even know how he's got there. We've got the whole map in front of us, and somehow, some way, he's behind an entirety of MOUZ Sports here. After this, we thought this was the moment that stole the show. Xerxan gets the double kill. You think you're done. 4-on-2 for sure. Then Yabi, out of nowhere, gets dinks and multiple frags with the famous. I don't know what he said, but I'm in.
That is what Astralis
I'm ready to go to war for Cadian.
Yeah, me too. He said, good job to everyone, production just said. Surely he said more than that. Probably swear to me too.
Been a more hype matter than that. Okay. Dude, they're eco. And this is going to be series point.
Yeah, and they're making clean work out of it. No real contest from the MOUZ side. Holding on, playing to punish, seeing if MOUZ are going to encroach on this newly found territory. I mean, this Astralis team right now is fierce. They are one that you have to take seriously.
I missed Cadian winning.
Seriously.
You know?
Seriously.
You love to see it.
I know. It's such a polarizing figure in the space.
Right.
I mean, I get it. Some people don't like a little bit of trash talk, but come on. Buckle up.
He did call people noobs once, Maui. That was beyond the pale. Come on now.
Noobs once.
He did call someone a noob, which, fair enough. He should be exiled from the scene, but...
Should be arrested on the spot,
yeah,
if you ask me.
Can't be called someone a noob.
4 match points here on Nuke for Astralis. You predicted it, Henry. You thought
did.
That
Called
this
it
was
early.
very possible. I didn't think that Lightning could strike twice.
Dude, it's the Vertigo pick that got me invested. Just seeing that, like no one even plays Vertigo anymore. I don't know why the underdog teams, if you're not a favorite going into a matchup, play Vertigo. Like if you're not a top 10 team, play Vertigo. Like catch them with their pants down. Get them flustered in the veto. Like it's a really cool idea.
Look at the utility for MOUZ. So little to work with. Sure, they got some weapons, but it is a fast A play here. Brolin so blind at the opposite vent, able to find Yabi and stare quick on the trade. Oh, it's a flurry of frags, and it looks like MOUZ are going to weather the storm.
Okay.
It's down in the smoke, and he's not going to be able to find anything.
Okay, that would have been a really cool way to close things down there. Little cuddle in the corner there. Didn't work out for Astralis. They hold on by the skin of their teeth. Torch has got the AWP. We haven't seen many of them for him in this series. And I think he's only got about 8 kills, but if he can come online now and dominate outside, be a welcome addition to their defense. Nice work from Stare. Very confident with the entries, but Torgy shutting them down, and nothing Stown could do against the pistol. Money is brutal.
They're forcing. They have to. They have to.
Let's go.
Everything that they've done has indicated they would force here.
Let's go.
Couldn't even be surprised.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Torzy's not actually playing outside right now. It's Xerxan on the lone yard duty. Trying to make something happen. Nade sails deep. Device looking for a fight. Torzy all the way in the back lines. Think he wants to play behind the stairs. Such a strong position to be holding with the op. And it does feel like Astralis, they want the space.
Yeah, interesting variation of the outside smoke. So you smoke towards main and lockers, taking vision away, allows you to isolate these certain fights, but you can see there are vulnerabilities there, especially against the orb. Baiting him into a second peek, though. Didn't anticipate the Danish sniper on the other side. As we go to a 4-on-4, can they close things out right here, right now? Stown, double orb set up on the T side. You don't see this too often, and we'll see whether he can make it work. 1 minute left on the clock. Going to slow things right down, waiting for the reactions here. MOUZ have opted for a lobby retake, at least get information, and they've got some. No one's home, but they can assume it'll be an upper take eventually, and Xerxan repositioning now.
Brolin still has eyes on lower. Does feel like MOUZ have so much information as to what's happening. Although Brolin is playing quite far back, they are in the dark on this one. Stare, though, this might be the finishing blow. If he's able to find an entry onto this A bomb site, Stout, he's got the flash ready, usually used for retakes, might be the entry this time.
I think it's perfect. I think you'll be looking at this position completely. You're so bloody blind. This should be the GG moment. If we can get the double kill from Stare, if Device can chime in as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Astralis came into this tournament as the underdogs, and they've just booked themselves a place in the semi-finals here in Singapore. Unless something unbelievable happens, it's not going to occur. What a performance from the Great Danes. Cadian leads them to a dominating victory here on Nuke.
A wonderful, wonderful performance coming in from Astralis once more, confirming that what we saw against NAVI yesterday wasn't just a one day off. It wasn't just Astralis having one good game. They do it 2 days in a row. They beat NAVI, they beat MOUZ, and they now find themselves in the semi-final at the Blast World Final Singapore.
What a turnaround from the Astralis that we've seen 1 month ago in Denmark, on the home soil, struggling to get around together. And now they're just here, advancing straight into the semis.
It's the energy, it's the level of communication, it's obviously the level of Counter-Strike that we're seeing on the server. The very last round here as well, I think, was it Henry and Maui, you know, both pointing out the perfect flash coming in for Stare in Heaven, and we could hear it here as well. They're constantly communicating, they're constantly helping each other. It feels like there's brought new life into Astralis. I know you don't understand Danish, but you understand Counter-Strike language and you understand energy. Yeah. Would you agree with me that what you're sensing right now from the Astralis camp is a new rebirth almost of Astralis?
Yeah, almost. I mean, it is easy to play Counter-Strike when you're winning. That's the first thing.
True.
And obviously they're on a wave of basically winning map after map. So it is generally nice to know that players are capable of giving ideas and making sure that the communication is on point. Whether it will sustain in the times when there's going to be a little bit of slumber, people will figure out stuff against them, that will be the real test.
No, don't get me wrong, right? It's just 2 matches, but you can continue to say that. Like, let's say they win the semi-final, it's just 3 games, now then a final. But it's the level of Counter-Strike that we're seeing from Astralis that excites me, because it's been a while since they've been playing that well. There has been times where they won games where it was a little bit scrappy, you weren't too convinced by it, but I would argue that this performance I've seen from Astralis the last 2 days is probably the best Astralis we've seen in a very long time.
Nothing to take away, obviously, I didn't mean it that way. The thing is how they were able to play both on Vertigo and Nuke. There were some similarities, especially on T side, that I really, really liked, and it reminded me of this nice way of playstyle when it comes to Heroic and Astralis. Like they had a baby basically, and now they take the perfect out of both worlds, and they're just kind of making it work.
And it's something they have to refine, obviously something they have to confirm for us once more. And as you said, you know, one thing is winning a couple of games, another thing is being consistent with it. But at the very least, we can agree that it's a massive step in the right direction.
Massive one. I completely agree. And for the semi-final, for example here, it is going to be extremely tough to put them down, because these players are so experienced, especially on the stage, that I think it might actually play in their favor.
It may actually play into their favor. However, on the MOUZ side, we're praising Astralis for playing good Counter-Strike, rightfully so. Do you think MOUZ turned up today, or was it simply just a case of them facing a better team on the day?
I think the playstyle-wise, Astralis had a good idea what works against a team like MOUZ, and I think they were just really, really outplaying them in a lot of tense situations. That's my opinion, honestly. It might not work against some teams that they potentially face further into the tournament, but today they were clearly a better team.
Clearly looking good, Astralis, right here. It's nice to see them play well. It's nice to see MOUZ weren't too hard on themselves as well. You're observing the body language. Even when they were losing on Vertigo, they still kept themselves sane. They kept themselves in the game. So it was a good game of Counter-Strike by all means. Another guy that I want to hear from is none other than Cadian, and James caught up with him after the win.
I am impressed from start to finish by this. Cadian, this is not what many expected coming out from Astralis for sure. You started with the NAVI game, now you've just done it to MOUZ as well. You're into the semi-finals. What has changed? Like, where did this switch turn around?
Oh, wait, we had time to practice. Huh? Everyone giving us like 4 days of practice for the first tournament, and then we had like 5 days of practice for Rio. We get some tough draws against good teams. It's kind of hard when you don't know exactly about your map pool, with a lack of repetition and stuff like this as well. So for me, the easy answer is practice, you know, kind of getting more on the same page, having more reps together. And of course, also, I think individually people are, due to the confidence of knowing the system and the structure, as well.
And you've also got the best out of Stown and Yabby I think they've had in an Astralis jersey. This is like looking like back to the heroic days. How did you get them more comfortable again? Is it just because it's your system?
I mean, it's hard for me exactly to answer, because I'm just doing me, you know? Like, I'm trying to hype them up, tell them when they're playing good. I'm trying...
We see that.
That's happening, of course. Trying to correct the situations where I see some flaws in our play. They know that I'm very direct, and you know, it also gets the best out of them, knowing that, you know, you have a captain that's applying pressure to you and that's expecting and demanding of you. But I think also you could see at the first 2 tournaments how quickly Star was into it, and now Device as well, showing exactly what he's made of. So yeah, we are a tough team when things are going in the direction that they are right now.
lastly, I just want to ask is you picked Nuke against NAVI and then you picked Vertigo here against MOUZ, kind of picking into some of their strengths. How much of this was like the preparation and also looking at like some anti-stratting with this? Because it looked very confident from you guys, but obviously you mentioned the practice, but this seemed a bit more than that.
One of our main goals for the tournament is actually kind of like sticking to the playbook and trusting like our own plays. So of course there will always be adjustments according to how the opponents play, but it's maybe also picking the solutions within your strat book for the team you play, rather than always creating something new. So I would say that's one of the main things, yeah.
And ARM is still fine to play with?
You want the real answer?
I want to know what's going on, man.
Yeah, there's been some fuss about it. I broke my elbow 9 days ago. Yeah, on my mouse arm. So yeah, broke it Friday, biking. Was back to practicing Monday, giving it the best I could. I'm supposed to also wear the...
I was about to say to you should not be like this, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we also have competent people around the organization, and I talked to the doctors and stuff, and I'm doing what I'm capable of within the limits. Of course, there are situations where I can feel pain, and with no chance of playing individually up to this tournament, you know, my focus has just been on trying to help accommodate the boys as much as possible. So yeah, a broken elbow, but one arm is enough apparently.
Fair play for doing it, mate. That way you did. I'll fist bump you this side as well. Thank you very much.
One arm is enough from Cadian playing with a broken elbow. Finally, we got the truth about that. There's been a lot of speculations around it, and surely it can be nice to play with a broken elbow. However, I was observing and watching him play as well. You could see that he was in some sort of a pain, but he can still move the elbow, he can still move the mouse, and even on the server, I think he had a couple of moments, especially in Vertigo, where individually he was showing up as well. So how much of that is a disadvantage, I'm not quite sure, but it must be nice to be able to win with a broken elbow, huh?
I mean, getting top 4 the event like this with a broken arm is, I mean, wow. Well, I'm speechless. Obviously, it must hurt, and the way that it resembles in the practice as well, it must be a tough thing to deal with. Also mentally, like you're a clearly new team, and everything's going bad ever since the roster change really happened, and another thing is kind of happening in a direction that it's not optimal. You can't do anything about it, and well, they're pulling through. They're top 4 at least.
If anything, if there's one thing we know about Cadian, it's adversity kind of motivates him, right? When it's everyone against him, whether it's the community, the fans, or his elbow, you know, going up against him, we know Cadian can pull up. We have an updated group, you know, we have an updated overview of what happened here in Group A, and I think it's fair to say that it's been quite surprising. We saw earlier today NAVI be eliminated from the tournament, losing 2-1 to FaZe, and then of course Astralis not only winning against NAVI 2-0, but also taking down MOUZ 2-0. They find themselves in the semifinal without having lost the map.
I'm looking at the group, and I think I predicted every single match wrong. Well, it happens.
It happens, and honestly speaking, it's been very, very, very surprising. We're not done for the day, though. We're only halfway through. It's been a long day already, but as I told you in the beginning, as I told you during the morning, there's so much good Counter-Strike taking place here in Singapore. We still have 2 more games coming for you. The first one is Vitality, is Jax, is the CEST show showing up in order for them to stay alive. It's elimination time between Vitality and Team Liquid. I am very curious to see if CEST can keep the dream alive for Vitality. I'm curious to see if Twist have what it takes in order to keep Liquid alive. We will jump on a quick break, and once we're back, it's with elimination game number 2.
we're looking to twist our tail in our favor.
Struck down by G2. The pressure is on.
We are ready to establish ourselves within the best.
It's not always going to be smooth sailing.
The comeback starts now. I hope they're ready for what we have in store.
Fright Night about to get a whole lot scarier for one of these two teams, as either Team Liquid or Vitality will meet their end at day number 2 of the Blast Premier World Finals. For Liquid, it has been a story, or a battle rather, of consistently trying to make it through to those playoffs. Where for Vitality, sure, they've lifted a trophy this year, but they come in with a less than ideal shape without their full 5-man roster, because Deco, as we saw yesterday, Jax replacing Mezzi, sure, he put up a valiant effort, but it's always going to be tough when you're not coming in with your full 5-man roster.
Yeah, and he mentioned it. He's playing a roles that he did not really play before. It is only natural that you're going to do a lot of mistakes, but at the same time, they are using Jax in a sense where he is allowed to do these mistakes. If he loses a fight, there's always a teammate trading him. There's always kind of help behind Jax, so he can help the rest of the team. So it's nice dynamics.
Yeah, I feel like we saw kind of the difference between, T side Vitality with Jax in the fray versus the CT side, because, first half of that first map, he was top fragging at one point, right? He was really putting up impact, but it's when he has to go into kind of those more traditional anchor roles, which we see Mezzi, leaving him to be putting in those roles. Things get a little bit difficult, right? I think it was most evident on Mirage, where he's having to play that B-Apps position.
I mean, yeah, it's an infamous B-Apps position, but at the same time, he was finding some form of impact in terms of info pushing. He was always there. It was not like Jax was a liability that you can, target him and you're gonna win the rounds off of it. It definitely shows that he's capable of fitting in, even though 2 maps of practice that they had prior to the event is just almost nothing, basically. But at the same time, I think that he is capable of pulling his weight when it comes to, playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike right now.
Things got surprisingly close on that second map of Mirage. I think there was a couple of hero plays, or one hero play in particular from Apex, that nobody expected him to pull off. But talking a little bit more about some of the head-to-heads going down against Spirit yesterday. Obviously, we got to see ZywOo taking on Donk. You said, this could decide maybe who takes the edge towards that #1 position. They both ended up with the same amount of kills, didn't they? So we didn't really learn anything about that race.
We only learned that it's going to be incredibly close until the end. So something we already predicted before, but at the same time, it's beautiful that these two players of this caliber are not crumbling against each other, despite having vastly different playstyle, vastly different role, one being an opener, one being a rifler, entry fragger. So, it is nice to see that we are still competitive ahead of the end of the year when it comes to who is top 3 player of the year.
Yeah, and it's definitely nice to see ZywOo in this form, particularly, powering up towards that RMR, towards the major as well, which I'm sure they have their sights immediately set on. Tell me about the comparison, though, between the two AWPers this time around, because obviously Shiro versus ZywOo, that was one discussion. Ultimate, though, this is his rookie year. I mean, he's surprised us all by coming out and having amazing impact, but how would you compare these two, like stylistically?
There's no hiding that Ultimate is just struggling as of late, and it is natural when you're jumping up 2 tiers, basically from tier 3 to tier 1, and you're being scouted like that. It started well, but people have started to figure it out, and you can immediately see it on the stats that resolving in the last 6 weeks. Like, ZywOo is putting up his usual performance, which is bonkers to say that usual performance is 1.4 rating, but it happens, and the impact resolves around that. Obviously, ZywOo is going to be head-to-head purely better aimer, better opener, but at the same time, Ultimate hits his number when it comes to Anubis that I remember from the Fall Finals.
Let's talk about that exact series going down back at the Fall Finals, because it was incredibly close, and I think we could all basically see that ZywOo was the man that really kept Vitality in that game.
Yeah, I remember it was close as a 2-0 scoreline, but the maps were actually, 13-11, I believe it was an overtime as well. It was Anubis there as well, and that is where Ultimate was pulling out tricks against ZywOo. And even though it doesn't show on the scoreboard, I remember Ultimate having like insane rounds that actually pulled the Team Liquid into that overtime. Yes. So it might happen today again.
Potentially. How would you classify Ultimate versus ZywOo, like stylistically? Do they like to play the same brand of AWPing, or is it a little bit different?
I mean, it is different, obviously. Ultimate is known for the aggression, but at the same time, we're talking about it that he needs to adapt. So I can't really predict what Ultimate has in store for us for this event or the events in the future, for example, the Major, because he needs to play a little bit more versatile, running around the map, being even more defensive sometimes, you know, being less of a liability when it comes to these openers. He cannot afford to die too early into the round, and therefore the aggression is naturally going to fade away a little bit. Whereas ZywOo is known for being versatile god. He can do it all. He can play well with pistols. I saw it with Galil, with Op, with AK. He's moving around the map. Whatever team needs, he's there, and he's there delivering. That's the most important part.
So after that head-to-head back at the full final, there was a little bit of fallout, if you will, which you noticed in terms of Liquid's results on that side of things.
Yes, I noticed it, and it was mainly due to Yekindar, obviously, and he was having a rough time individually, and it all kind of, in the recent results, translates in the fact that they have not won a single best-of-3 game in the last month.
Ouch. Yeah, and only taking down Complexity, ranked 12th in the world, every other team well inside the top 10. So many games against FaZe as well, which just seems so cruel for Twist, right? Going up against what used to be his old in-game leader, the kind of professor versus the student. We get to see the veto rolling on in. Last time around, it was Anubis and Nuke. We didn't even need that third and final deciding map. This time, it's going to be Anubis, Dust2, and Nuke as that decider. Does this make sense for you, Stiko?
Absolutely. I predicted that Anubis is going to be there because Liquid are feeling like they should have won it last time, and Vitality feel like they maybe could have won it more cleaner. And it is nice playground for both of these teams because the playstyle and how they play around the map is just makes sense.
Now, if you did hear some barking in the background, that was indeed Jax getting fired up for this best of 3 series. And I'm sure Connor and Mo are equally as fired up to be getting into this one.
Wow, wow, wow. That was Jax out in the...
Yeah, he's mogging, he's mewing.
It was either Jax or it was Stan. Stanley, your new dog.
Oh my.
Sorry, yeah, I forgot his name. It does have a Lee at the end there.
Stan, he's not that old.
Stan the man. Or it was the Scrawn dog. It was one of the three. But yeah, we're yapping. That's what we do here, Freya. And we've got another best of 3 to talk through, Mo. I think, obviously, we've got the odds here to Vitality's favor. And that's wild because it is still with a stand-in. I'm of the mind today, I think Vitality should take the Navi approach. Just bomb out. Focus on the major. They've got all the excuses, okay? If Navi can go ahead and lose today and just kind of...
But they got someone riding for #1 in the world. He just needs to have a deep run no matter what.
Wow,
Navi didn't need that.
Okay, so everybody else plays poorly. ZywOo pads his stats.
Yeah.
They bomb out. They get extra time off. They let Liquid go forward. They get more tape on North America. And they get 4 more days in Singapore.
We need the confidence, so I'm down for that. I'm down for that for sure. What about Jax, man? You don't want to see Jax winning?
I would love to see it. And you know what? This is at least the side that we saw good things from him yesterday. T side of Vitality versus Spirit had some legs. And, well, it's got itself an entry. Into the B bomb site they go. Jax, no contact deep water. I'm not trying to tell Vitality to lose. I'm just saying they don't need the win. Apex holds the flank here. We get a 3-player pack on this flank. A little delayed on that one, but hey, down he goes. It's going to be pressure on Spinks, who gets popped by JKS. This 3-player push, now all the way in, perfectly placed incendiary, so we're going to have to see something from Jax. It's going to have to be entirely Jax, and they're on top of his bomb, so he's going to get nothing. Liquid come through with the defuse, ultimate on the kit with the stick, and JKS pretty critical as well there, I think, coming up long to get a kill.
That was fantastic. Yeah, the shots were great. Retake timing was great. I think Apex, where he was, could have used somebody swinging out behind him to draw some attention. That would have given him a free kill. But he was pushed up and maybe looking at his radar as well, not totally sure what it was, but 3 guys staring directly at him waiting for this. I think he was obviously hoping there was 1 max. So Vitality come into this next round with a bye. Anyways, they've even got a lot of utility.
Ooh, hello, Twists. Hyper aggressive.
A lot of noise being heard.
This will smoke play in round 2 with bridge and stairs covered. Tech9 flies down on him. Oh my, who's supposed to be watching that?
Well, it's smoke, so there's, you know, it's ultimate, but they just ran through the smoke.
But Twists, I thought the smoke was on the other side of the opening, the door, because we saw Twist drop down and I didn't see him smoked out. You know, Ultimate's holding middle, but not even looking at the smoke.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it wasn't, I mean, I don't know. It didn't look fully smoked.
I'd have to see where it landed exactly, but I think in the end, they had the smoke down, so they didn't expect anyone to drop.
Play.
Yeah, so he came through with smoke, right? Yeah, it's
Okay.
totally smoked.
And ultimate caught by the player who did.
Pretty cool play, actually, because, like, if you know, when you do that as Twist, you would never expect someone to come from behind you.
Right, yeah.
You have that plays, you're the guy who does the one cheeky tactic that round. And when Twist dropped down, he was able to listen for everything when it looked like there was going to be a quick setup to the A site. And then it got countered. So, nice death drop from Vitality.
Okay, he
That was
gets
pretty
up.
good. It's a good down.
Yeah, nice rapid reaction as well. Take the same route as Twist.
That was also pretty cool because there's no way they had the pre-plan tactic that was so unique right after Liquid's super unique pre-plan tactic, right? So they must have reacted to something there.
Just a little killer instinct.
They just heard Twist running off and just knew what was going on. But now money's back in favor of Vitality. Still a buy here for Liquid for what it's worth. A couple of Fomuses.
Hell yes, Vitality. Little momentum swing. Quick as can be. I think there's going to be eyes on Ultimate tonight. We had a 13-0 win for Liquid in their series against G2 where he just didn't get a chance to feast on anything. String of bad events. Could be his last match. JKS. 5-7's going to get there with the single frag. Twists in the background off the Fomus. That's the double that they're looking for. And as Spinks clears him out, it's going to be man advantage Liquid. Could be a threat inside of the site, so he pops it open.
This is one of those rounds where you have to plant fast. There's no incoming camera. It's too big flank, and I guess I was obviously going to watch it. It'll come down to his performance right now. They spawn. Oh, and he'll die to the 5-7 straight up. 1v3 now for Spinks.
5-7's been getting highlights here in Singapore. And Spinks coming back, but they didn't even see that second player, right? So if he thinks he's going to go for a 1v1 duel versus a 5-7, you're going to meet your Kinder's MP9, or maybe not even needed. A bounce back from Liquid just as fast.
What's kind of crazy about this round is we saw Vitality versus Spirit yesterday, and Spirit could not stop that B attack.
True.
They could not stop that B attack. And
Or
I was even with
A.
Or with A attack, even with the camera split sometimes. And on this round, we got Twist doing it with just a Fomus in the back.
Yep. But you know what? We had this conversation talking about the contrast of what Spirit was doing and what they needed, and what they needed was sometimes to get up close and personal.
Which is not what Twist did, so I'm surprised that he wasn't blind.
Right, because the flashes were good, but at least JKS was a little closer, and we saw him, his first kill of the round, that 5-7 is what kicked it off.
That's true.
So, a little this, a little that. And Team Liquid come back with the rebound. Caught in the open. Oh, you Kinder. Gets it his at least. Naf not fully punished for it. Obviously, lesser weapons here for Vitality, but a chance to pick one up. AK trades hands, and the pack pulls back.
Almost out of nades here.
What was your prediction for this match today?
It was actually Vitality.
Okay.
I think they're at a disadvantage. I'm just not totally sold on Liquid's map pool right now and their T-sides. So I was actually quite impressed about Vitality's gameplay despite having Jax, like, as a team. So they could have played better individually, though, right? We had...
that is very true.
Like Flamesy had a bad day.
Yep.
I think he's been having pretty good months. He's had a pretty good year. So just expecting a better day from Flamesy, and then I think, yeah, I have him slightly favored, but...
You believe in the noyau solide.
Yes, the caramel nougat.
Yep. Strong foundation is what Jax praised Vitality for having, despite his stand-in. Naf, ooh, just the one. There's an MP9 to peel a player back. ZywOo's coming through. And ZywOo's someone you should believe in, but also a little X factor that maybe we didn't get last night. He gives cover to the bomb, the cross happens, and then he gets clipped by Twists deep from plat. Spinks tries to duel with the Dark player, but Ultimate jiggles in perfectly.
Great utility there, that volley.
ZywOo stepping out onto the train tracks.
He looked a little uncomfortable there, that's for sure. Yeah, that's for sure.
All aboard the hype train. Liquid 3-1 the start.
It's crazy to have NAVI out, but one of the interesting storylines about this tournament it's not as relevant as like who's going to be the best team, of course, but it is like the 3 players who are all going for #1 this year still in the mix. I think obviously now Vitality and ZywOo's got the hardest chance here at the World Final specifically. But at least they didn't have to replace ZywOo himself. I don't think it's that, you know what I mean? I think they could still operate at like maybe 85%.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I also think there were some positives about. I mean, Jax was the best player on T side when they played against Spirit. That was pretty impressive.
Yep.
None of them got any CT rounds, so that kind of sucked. But
poor guy though. You sing his praise, and then Yukinder comes swinging. You had a Tech 9 to try to stop it. Position gets predicted. Speaking about players who had good times, I mean, Yukinder's first map in the series yesterday was a key part of the Ancient Ownage. And unfortunately, his SMG goes dry. So just the 2 frags here in the free one.
That's actually another reason why I'm like not so sure about Liquid.
Okay.
Because the first map was so good, but then we kind of got like, you know, what we've been getting.
Yeah.
Where he like dropped off a lot in map 2, map 3. So
it was a spectacle and then an unfortunate disappointment. As reality check came out.
I feel like Naf's going to have a big moment this game.
Well, Naf is the guy, you know, I never doubt. That's the thing. It's like, even though he wasn't a key part of the stomp versus G2 on map 1, it's like...
It was interesting because like he had a comment on... I don't know if it was Yukinder's performance in the like the player profile they did on him, but they were talking to Naf, and he's like, yeah, you know, Mirage is having a tough time. He's like, you know, sometimes you play bad, and then the next day you just play good again, and then sometimes you just stump, and then you just get out of it. And for some reason, just can't get out of it. And like the way he put it is like in his head,
it's easy.
Like the slump just ends. Oh, that's nice.
Love that for Flamesy.
Another note right here. Ultimate's definitely putting himself out there a little less, getting countered a little more.
Okay.
And now even in a moment like that, that's relatively safe getting owned. So he's having an identity crisis, I think, as an opper who used to be really aggressive just a couple of months ago.
Oh, different position for Jax this time. You can see Yukinder ready to clear close wood once more, but Jax just didn't get the instant headshot he would have needed to deal with Yukinder.
Yeah, that's a nice find.
It is easy for Naf to say exactly what you just mentioned, right? Because he is somebody who has always seemingly brought himself back whenever he has somewhat of a slump.
Insanely consistent career. Oof. Insanely consistent.
That's what Jax was looking for. One of those laser beams of a headshot. ZywOo shows us how it's done. Catches that flank. Of course, that's going to keep JKS a little more locked in towards A. Pressure on the Canadians to lock down this 2 versus 4 on the B bomb site. And so much utility as well here for Vitality. So we'll see if they come in quietly or whether we get one of these.
This is a good position for the T's. They have dark control. There's no one
ouch
in jail right now.
Great flash. Naf never sees it coming. Twist though could catch them off guard. Cover's got to be good by Spinks.
Oh, no way. That's a huge gap.
Black goes down, but Twist can't manage more than one. Flamesy plants and gets the kill. All that space created now. JKS gets caught out as the smoke fades, and Vitality. Very clean, smooth moves off of the back of maybe what was an overstep from Yukinder. Because remember, kills Jax, but then goes for that deep water play.
Yeah.
And that's where he ends up being found out by ZywOo, which enabled the setup of the 4v2 on B.
And that B split, when you have that much map control, it's definitely very T-favored. So, hey, it's a nice long-range duel here for ZywOo at least, but it does allow for a situation where here, you know, the whole first 40% of the site is open.
And I like that Vitality, you know, we see that kill from ZywOo versus Yukinder. They never even sent anybody close to going back to take any kind of map control there. But we see the effect it had on Liquid. JKS a little slow to the play. So just really allowed for Vitality to sink their teeth into that 4-player exec. So we may very well have the makings of a nice little half here, Vitality. Let's see what you got. Money's flowing. Grenades are good.
I'd definitely like to see how he gets ultimate starting out on rounds like these. Because again, you know, he's kind of quiet yesterday, and feels like the ideas have been passive with him. like you looked at scoreboard yesterday, and it looked like the last iteration of Liquid. It was Naf and Twist at the top. Everyone else struggling beyond, you know, beyond him, beyond them. Now this is interesting. We've got no one pushing mid just yet. Flamesy here could be the jackknife for this position, but right now the CTs are going to get a little nervous if they don't see any exec and they're just listening to action happening in middle. The setup last round looked a little stiff, and that's why they ended up losing to the B split. So at least now they'll expand. Oh, he got spotted.
Oh, and he's locked in too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Spinks just hits him with the instant headshot. Twists wasn't there with any flashbangs to help out, so that was Yakinder very much stuck on his own. At least the bomb site still has 2 defenders for Liquid, and maybe Jax gets caught. Nope. He's going to turn it on JKS. Apex ready for that rotation, but Naf prepared as he peeks into him. 30 seconds to that clock, and we're going to get that bomb rotating over into the A split instead. Ultimate 2 missed chances, 2 huge chances that could have been, and now instead looking to lock down camera. The sight peek will help. ZywOo's done. There's the double. Those are the shots he was looking for.
Man, that could have been an ace.
Spinks doing the stanky leg down on the site, looking for ultimate as he peels back to storage. Hit him with a Dougie and try to find the 1v2. Twists. Oh, he walks in. Ultimate has made up for it, but can he close? No need. Twists gonna win. After those 2 whiffs, Ultimate pulls out that.
Of course he misses the 2 easier shots. I mean, the second one was not super easy, but it was the makeup shot, so you kind of had to hit that one. But somehow he still gets a highlight out of the round. So nicely done, Ultimate.
Fucking sick rolling! Nice! Vodka!
He put himself in a good spot, and he dodged the first flash, so he had an opener. But really what matters is closing at the end of the day. You can lose some chances. As long as you don't, you know, that was his last chance. He didn't have any more fallback position, so it was a last stand, but he made it happen.
It was tactical whiffs to give the other team a false sense of confidence.
Oh, it's like
so
how Navi bombed out of groups.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's because Navi don't want to go into the major as the very clear favorites. That's not how they won Copenhagen, you know? It's all tactical. Pros don't make mistakes. You know, one of those, that little triple right there is what's going to get Ultimate up and going in this series now, I think. Oh, but Yakinder, he's just out in the open. Ultimate comes back for second servings, gets caught by Apex, isn't able to escape himself. At least he gets a second kill out of all that. Do you think it's worth?
They attacked it, sorry, for who?
Just for Liquid to go down 2v2?
Oh, yeah. It's hard to fall back. So I think that's why Vitality punished them. They jumped right on the setup because they said, okay, we have a chance to get 2 pieces of material back for this one trade that happened on ZywOo. And only because it's down there, if where Yakinder's going to go is like, you know, jump to walk up to watch the bridge, there's a chance that they can punish them for being there. And they know Ultimate has to cover him. So they risked it, but it's totally worthwhile for Vitality to go for the risk. I guess that's the way I would look at it. And Vitality have had some great flashes on this map, but right now Liquid are up 5-2. They just won another trade. They're in a good position to get a 6th round. The bomb can get picked up.
Yeah, the opening fight there, a little back and forth, but the mid-round moment, definitely Liquid's edge. Twists taking a teammate, going towards the bridge peak and finding man advantage, but Spinks comes to join Flamesy, who has carved a path through the bomb site. 20 seconds and the smoke goes down, so Naf's going to try to interrupt the plant. Oh, man, Flames almost rewarded for a bit of aggression. It's going to be a tight one. That bomb plant needs to be covered here by Flamesy. Hands busy for Spinks. Oh, yes!
That's clean, man.
Underhands the flash, denies Twists. and pushes JKS into the clutch. Now, they've got no idea where he's coming at, but it's usually this direction. Back's turned to him. He finds timing, and he's got Spinks stuck behind Obelisk.
Oh, JKS trying to pull a bait. Yeah, he's found the timing. Spinks too clean with the peek. That's the kill. That's the clutch. And that keeps Vitality alive in this half.
Nice from Flamesy to cut through this bomb site to find that space to get Spinks in.
So, this is a weird moment. Seems I would jump out like that, but they had the instant smoke. He threw his own flash, but they had a good way to approach after he died if they wanted. It looked like they were fine with Liquid trying something like that, basically. That's the way I would put it. And they did do a good job of punishing the setup right after. But this took a little bit of heroics from Flamesy and Spinks to make up for the trades.
Going to try to take it to top middle this time. Woof, getting a little wild.
Look how valuable this round is. They need to be careful here.
Holy hell. Trying to run into what is the Deke behind the door. 5-7 behind the cake. Jax is going to shave twists off the play, but there's still threats in sight. He doesn't realize JKS is close, but luckily Spinks is there to get the double down and clear the remnants of that A-hold.
Now Liquid are broke.
Things got a little sketchy for a second, but all good for Vitality. They come out on top of it.
No, really feel the effect of how key that last round was. Vitality recovering their T side. Really wondering if they're going to go back to the A hits in this game. We had the one good counter setup with JKS and the 5-7 and Twist fragging out with the FAMAS by camera last time. But it works so well for them versus Spirit.
Oh, God. Not going to happen. Tries to take a page out of the Flames book. As well with that A play that came out from Vitality against Spirit, too. That was so obviously like their opening gambit. You know, right out of the gate, there was this like affinity for the A site 3 rounds in a row. We didn't really kind of get that same posturing at the start of this half.
Yeah, they were spawn calling it, right? It was... And even in this game, we've seen them just sort of get a kill and then reform right to the split.
Let's go, boys.
We've had a pretty calm Apex this event.
Yes, yeah, true. That's the Jax vibes effect. Or the jet lag.
Let's see if you can make some money here, Jax.
Pad the stats. No one will remember it was just an eco.
Definitely. Okay.
That's happened twice. I think.
Yeah.
You know, well, he got one.
Yeah.
I was here to show him how it's done. You know, but Jax he's just a good support. Because of Jax, ZywOo gets 4.
Because of Jax, ZywOo is #1 in the year. The 480R round.
No, that's support. ZywOo.
What kind of mouse grip do you use?
All 5 fingers.
All 5 fingers?
5 fingers.
Like fingertip or?
Like one hand.
And your palm? That's the only difference.
Yeah.
So palm grip, okay.
I don't know, man. I put my hand on the mouse.
Yeah, no, I just saw you do it. It's
I
palm
swing
grip.
that bad boy.
I had no doubts.
Ooh. Nice nade from NAF. Not too worried about any kind of A flank. Vitality setting up for the 5-player split. Honestly, numbers come over as Ultimate looks to join site. Utility's a little bit dry for Liquid, but ooh, ZywOo, he just comes out on timing. Oh, that's so dirty! No. He just walks out of the dark room alongside Jax. Killer instinct. It's all intuition.
Oh, man, there was no one. Why was there no one covering E-Box in that position with 3 players on site?
I just wouldn't believe that ZywOo would walk out.
But even if they did later or something. There was no good way to hold versus a split in that setup. Look at the X's on the map. That's usually what you end up playing if, like, you get pushed out of map control, your rotators come in late, or the site gets smoked and you're just, like, in emergency mode.
How's he do it, Mohan? How's he know?
How's he know, man?
How's he know what to do and when to do it?
I mean, yeah, Zywoo's positioning. He's like most like Device in the sense of, like, Device was always famous because he was there, and then 2 seconds later, the player would swing, and then you get the easy kill, and then you'd be like, oh, I never remember a Device highlight because it's just so easy. Zywoo does the same thing. Maybe got a slightly better aim or something, so it looks like, you know, a bit more action. I don't know, marginally or something like that, but he's just ahead of everybody all year long. Never been less than a top 2 player ever.
Crazy.
And only ever beaten by Simple.
What a phenom. He's only ever played on one real team. He's only ever been in the top 2 every year. It's honestly kind of...
Drinks milk?
It's dreamy. A real legend in that career trajectory.
And now he's got and ironically, the year with the most parity yet, with 3 players we don't know who's going to get #1, and somehow none of them are Simple. So we got some new challengers emerging.
Looking for the timing again, but Spinks has already found it, boosted outside of sight, so it feels like it's all too easy. Zywoo a little antsy, but it's all good. He'll come back in, deal with Yakinder. Oh, ultimate double kill, not bad, but unfortunately is the 3rd defender and the only one to find kills. It's not what they were looking for. Twist, can he do it? Can he close it on his own? It's a late one from JKS as he looks to join.
They're like
through
not
lane.
totally
Twist.
ready for this.
Yes, the peak is perfect, and he finds the double headshot. Flamesy is going to have to clutch this one down to 30 seconds with the bomb at least. JKS just made a step, but doesn't matter. Twist comes up big with the triple kill and posts another round for Liquid. Twists yet again at the top of the charts here for Team Liquid as they lost their grasp on that half. A little back and forth to start it all off, but at the end of the day, it feels like ZywOo's just kind of stepping up as he didn't do in their opening matchup. He is clearly making a difference, and enough of a difference that Vitality should be content with the way they brought that back to 6-6.
Yeah, there's a couple of like weird deaths, I guess, but overall, I think the impact that he's been having, like this year as well, is another part of this conversation. Is this year, I think it's just his best year in terms of the eye test. He's playing like way more initiative. He's kind of taking control of rounds like a lot more. He's not just there making smart decisions all the time. He's like leading.
He's kind of cooler.
He's cooler, yeah.
He's cooler this year. He's got a little more attitude to him.
Yeah.
And I like that. You know, that's where, regardless of who you thought was 1 or 2, Simple always kind of had him covered in that department.
Mm-hmm.
Not anymore.
All that's missing is the graffiti.
Oh, it's coming. Maybe.
Should have been that new clip, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
That Nuke 1v4.
1v4.
That was play of the year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
The
to me it
sound
was.
drop, yeah. No, it was, yeah.
Spinks and ZywOo setting up for the holds. Beretta's turn. Ooh! There ain't nobody that holds them Berettas.
There's
like,
a new sheriff in town.
Dear ZywOo, I'm telling you, dude. He shoots them faster than anybody, and the accuracy barely falls off.
Yeah.
It's just something to behold.
Yeah, that's the kid right there.
He was born with those in his hands. God damn.
Like, how are you going to be born the day that Counter-Strike is released and then become the #1 player in your rookie year?
It's just so weird. It's honestly, it's like, I mean, they might be listening. But
Yeah.
It's evidence of assimilation.
Yeah, yeah. So Anders made this happen somehow.
Somehow, some way.
Always knew Anders was French.
I mean, born on the day the game comes out. And you're not just like, oh, he's like a top 10 player. Like, isn't that kind of funny? It's like, no, he's ZywOo.
Yeah.
He is
the chosen
legend of Lens.
Yeah. Lelu.
ZywOo.
Cyborg.
Always a treat when he takes it to this level. 16-8 so far. Him and Spinks tearing him up. Apex ready. Ultimate gets a kill in the middle. And what do you know? We got a little opening here for Team Liquid.
Oh, lots of pressure on Jax. He's all alone pushing camera.
Time to shine.
His decision could make or break this round in a very complicated spot. Oh, what?
Yeah, that
no one
ain't
told him
it.
about that?
Nope, that ain't it. That's a little...
So...
That one ends up looking a little awkward, and because of it, it's looking like Team Liquid just break through. So Ultimate's Desert Eagle, Naf double tech 9 kill. Oh no.
Yeah, where's that one gone? That's unfortunate.
I think that's just, I mean, I hate to throw him under the bus, but it's an example of somebody who's like not up to snuff at the very highest level of Counter-Strike.
Mm-hmm.
That's an odd little walk up from Jax. Unfortunately, nothing else was going on at the moment, so we got to watch the whole thing unfold. Nice and slow, awkwardly slow, and we know that he could have saved this round, or at least made it more competitive.
Yeah, to be fair to him, it was a different place where they paused and waited to re-aggress, but it didn't feel like they had the sort of like heat map of what was going on. Some pretty good timing right there from NAFly. It's had some critical impact so far, so makes it a tie game.
Always bank on Naf, seemingly. He'll sprinkle in his impact and does so in round 14. There's a filthy little CZ on the field. Sprinkled in with these MP9s. A Team Liquid that doesn't look to be taking risks out of the gate. Trying to feign a bit of presence towards middle. It does indeed draws Spinks back. The site players themselves, though, they know what their plan is, and a couple pieces of util is not enough to make them move. Apex trying to find timing on the smoke, but they're already out from the exit, so what's he going to do about it? Banks a flashbang off the wall instead. Twist holds flank, but there's no immediate entry frag, so things don't go badly for Vitality just yet. And there's nobody on top bridge for Liquid to punish that water push. Utility's getting low, and Jax gets caught out, unfortunately, just trying to lurk around in B site. Nav walked through smoke. ZywOo fell down off the bridge and doesn't manage to get two. Fast stomp on the flank from Flamesy. Sure, Nav is deep on site, but time is of the essence, and he just kills Apex standing in the doorway.
He had some massive plays this game.
Oof, 2 rounds back-to-back, in fact.
Yeah.
And just enough time for that bomb to go down. Just enough health for this to still happen. Look at JKS Twists and Yikinder.
That was great from everyone. I mean, even Yikinder holding the flank right there with the limited time. Of course, you're going to run through main thinking that they've committed to the other site. So, great kind of patient decision-making here in a tight spot where you're lacking your most important resource, and every little bit of patience paid off.
Cheeky couple moments out of Nav. Didn't look like Jax was too entirely caught off guard by the smoke play, but just Nav quick on the trigger, in with the instant headshot. Having his way with him.
Haven't had Myther get involved too much just yet. First map still playing out. Push is coming through. Shot's not in. Denied by Nafly. All 3 on the push.
Trying to throw out the Hail Mary, trying to get a little crazy with it. Spinks is giving himself some kind of an opening because he just killed the bomb carrier, but now with that death, yeah, you can't ask too much more. Apex was hoping that that kill had drawn all the A players back, but Ultimate keeps a quick little eye on smoke.
Cool part of this game definitely can be JKS taking his individual fights in the same way that he holds. We've got the full buy-in here. Ultimate and Nafly both have MAC 10s. Which might have you believe that this round's going to be a little bit faster. Look how much money's in their pockets.
One of them setting its eyes on middle where ZywOo already drops it. So that's one SMG dead, but Yikinder slides forward, punishing ZywOo. Only 1 kill for him this time.
Oh, that nade
banks off the pillar. Not ideal here for Apex. He'll still try to flex, try to hang on as he moves down. Nice kill towards Twists. And that's going to slow it down a second. It's going to give man advantage over to Vitality despite Apex on the quarter health.
Here's the big
JKS
one.
with bomb down, has a player pinned behind sight, but he can't do anything, so he banks on Yikinder to join him through camera. Oh, and JKS catches him on the jump up. Now that bomb can definitely be planted, crossing over for free.
Spinks wasn't spotted, I don't think.
Nope.
Yikinder walked by. So still want this to be a moment, Yikinder, where he's not, checking behind him, but timing is everything here, and he hasn't advanced just yet.
JKS makes it over. Spinks is inside of the smoke. Oh, he tries to walk out. Yikinder kills him. Jack's immediate trade frag, and he's got a health advantage. Oh, but the gun gets away. It's another one of those moments where JKS is simply quicker.
Yeah.
And it's boiling down to clutch after clutch.
Yeah, that's the key one right there. That's 10 for Liquid. They've actually stabilized. Very nicely done here for Liquid. Handled this situation well. And when Yikinder snuck in, he just getting at least 1 kill was the difference for sure. And honestly, I think Liquid could have afforded to even lose this round. They came in with 2 MAC 10s and had lots of money left over. They could have had full AKs on this buy. So this is a sticky situation here for Vitality. It's goopy.
It's the humidity.
It's
very
It's a humid situation here. It's time to get sweaty. I think it looks like you're going to need to have a ZywOo hyper carry in this game. Flamesy having another bad Anubis, which is quite surprising.
Uncharacteristic of him.
And I thought this duel between Flamesy and JKS was going to be more interesting. I think that's where I was sort of expecting the critical frags to be dictated.
Flamesy's just not the same without Mezzy. He needs his Merriman.
He just needs to know that he's alive over there on B side while he's working on A.
2 MP9s, and one of them's going to thrive already.
Oh, hold on.
ZywOo hits the Deke, so
that's a lot of damage,
not
too.
getting away with a multi-frag this time. That's good.
This is not the round you want to lose.
They do have the extra trimmings, of course. As you mentioned, those SMGs lead a ton of cash to the bank, but it's also a pretty free-looking A-site. Quick scramble from ZywOo. 5-7 of Flamesy. Oh, he tries to dodge a flash and instead goes down. ZywOo almost ends it himself. Twists looking for the 4K. Low players ahead. Oh, and he's got them all. Twists comes in big. 4 kills in what could have just been a great chance for Vitality to rob back momentum.
That was becoming a gruesome situation for Liquid, but Twist saves the day. 4 frags on the round. ZywOo with a 3K on a Deagle. 2 of them headshots, I think.
Ooh, that's so nice. One barely looks slow-mo. ZywOo's X Factor is 100% been a part of the equation.
Let's go! Fucking sick.
No one's shooting like him right now, unfortunately, for Vitality. Lot rests on ZywOo's shoulders. Oh, well, quickly into the next round. 5 straight here for Liquid. But that was the save for Vitality.
Yeah, this is the exact same scenario that what happened yesterday with Spirit. Switch to the T side, flawless half. ZywOo, however, working with Flamesy is going to change that.
He did his job even though the molly came down, even though they got the guy in the back, even though he didn't hear anything. He waited, okay? He was a Secret Service here. He protected his VIP. He did his job. That could have gone wrong. And instead now it's 5v3. No trades back. Ultimate.
Great flash.
Eats the flash. Doesn't die, but okay.
Oh, man. What? He gets away with it. Nades do 20 damage combined. And he ends up finding one. So Flamesy sidelined. We'll see if Liquid can keep this flawless T round going. T half, rather. Vitality opt to go 2 players at a distance. Couple of smoke grenades still for Liquid, so an execute that could definitely get them into a bomb site.
We got to watch for Jax's molly because it can land default. They're not playing to fight if the cross comes out.
Or Sphinx's frag. Doesn't want to open it. He's going to get flashed in.
Pretty blind.
He's going to dive it. Jail player holds him back.
Too
Twists
awkward.
Connecting with the headshot. Now, Jax, what can you do in terms of pressure?
Oh, he got it. The
that
bomb.
right there.
10 seconds. They have to die for it.
They're going to go. They're going to scoop it. They're going to put that down. Doesn't seem like it'll get interrupted. NAV hasn't found it.
They didn't pick it up.
NAV hasn't found it.
He doesn't know where the bomb is.
No way. It flies forward over towards Plat, and he never picks it up.
Oh.
The flawless half comes to an end. Awkward, and all thanks to Jax.
Yeah, if not for Jax getting the kill off the audio on the cross, that would have been a much harder situation. How did the bomb fly that far?
Thing had wings.
Because it was while he was strafing forward, and the bomb drops wherever you're looking, so.
Watch that. Yeah. Well, you can't. There's smokes. Would you look at that?
Just take a look at it.
Just look at it. Well, all set up by the Flamesy ZywOo combo, long A. Excellent way to kick off the round. We'll get the first CT round win for Vitality across their 2 Anubises, if I'm not mistaken.
Why'd you say it like that?
2 Anubises.
Anubises.
Anubi. I feel like I almost said it in a Danish accent. Anubises.
How does Blame F say Anubis?
Anubis.
Okay.
Hit it.
They need it again.
Yes, sir. They walk right into him, and ZywOo has been something special tonight. It's always...
He's doing his 75%. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If Vitality are playing at 85% of their Mezzi roster, then he is indeed at least 70.
They just need... It's at least 70.
Flashes have been good, man. Apex
Vitality's
sets up
flashes, man. They have been fantastic.
Nice.
The T side attacks yesterday versus Spirit. CT side tactics here.
Yeah, Kinder, what are you going to do about it?
They are flashing people like perverts right now.
Okay.
Well, hey there, Chris.
Mav's going to molly deep. Apex going to try to get them through smoke. No, sir. No connection. Don't lose this 2v4. Stray bullets nearly killing Apex there.
Yeah, at this point, don't even like shoot through a smoke. Pick a good angle, get one kill. And ZywOo's still alive. He's on the op. They're roaming around. It's a position where Liquid... Oh, it looks like they're going to just save, huh? Just a long... They're in almost said Alaska. They're in the Northwest Territories here. The two Canadians out in the cold.
Long, cold winters in Yellowknife.
Flamesy coming in to melt the igloo.
Really?
That's a big one.
Oh, and he's going to come for Twist as well, who can definitely lock in and guarantee
Sometimes
one
it is good to clear a flank like that just because then you don't have to... You can just commit to the other one without having to do a 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
But in that situation... Well,
no bueno.
There was someone there, yeah. Usually when you do that, you just like hope there's actually no one there. So,
Right.
so you can just... You know, there's 5 seconds left. They'll never come from this anyway.
Nice hold from Jax.
Yep.
And a nice map from ZywOo.
Just massive impact. Like, we saw that dually round, the op kill, the opening frags. Like, just been a masterclass so far for ZywOo.
And propping up, you know, a portion of the map alongside Flamesy where clearly there's a struggle.
Yeah.
You know, I don't mean to throw him under the bus.
Oh, I mean, if they win this game,
but
it's going to have something to do with Flamesy. I'm sure of it.
Yep.
They're going to need him at some point.
Bullets whizzing by Spinks. Kinder's not alone here. Him and Ultimate
This
both
is the flash
ready.
Jax through this last time.
Yakindar sees
it's
it.
Perfect.
Oh! Flash almost makes that weird, but unfortunately, maybe Jack's not flashing it fast enough.
Well, it was the flash that made Yakinder shoot.
Right.
But Spinks did have to swing. Last time they did this exact same thing, like yesterday versus Spirit, so probably Yakinder was just waiting for this. Could have still died if the swing was wider, but what happens now? It's a key player down here. In Apex, this would be a great gap to find if it's real. Yakinder's watching this big time.
Good round for Yakindar here, collecting 2 kills thus far. Now he can just kind of operate on his own and allow for the 4-player Liquid pack to set its sight on B.
And
looking to punish Jax, who does pull himself out of the dark room, but is also very much alone here.
They're going for
seconds.
A. They're going for A.
Yeah, they're going to go for the gamble stack, and it's not going to work here. This is going to be Liquid guaranteeing 12.
Yeah, they wish they were actually right about the stack because they would have certainly wanted to defend here.
Unless, no.
Oh, you can see his backpack. I didn't see that.
Did feel like Spinks was out there for a long time.
Yeah. He's got to be the one calling for it, right?
Yep. I just hope that he didn't call for it sooner, and then maybe, you know, Jax's discomfort rather, kind of delayed it maybe, or ends up looking a little awkward, but hey. Yakinder blind, nails the kill on high alert because of the backpack, and 3 rounds to close this one out. And you know what? Shout out Yakinder as well, because he had that dirty little angle holding back the bridge play and denying Apex any mid-round moment as well.
He's caught some good flanks this game. It's been like an anti-lurk. So a very good looking position here for Liquid. Three players didn't really get a chance to fight there for Vitality, but two tactics shut down by Yakinder in succession. Means there's no chance to deny Liquid guaranteeing overtime.
And it's felt like Liquid had this in the bag ever since the T side got going. Yes, we had a nice little resurgence, 2 rounds back to back.
We get the twists. We get the twist like 1v3, as well as the JKS over Jax win as well in the 1v1. Like a lot of clutch moments going in favor of Liquid.
Yep. ZywOo kind of had his glorious moments to tug back a couple rounds, but unfortunately, it feels like the floor of Vitality isn't quite there. Apex and Flamesy both very much struggling, even more so than Jax.
I mean, even Spix got a lot of kills, but some of those moments have been awkward with him. Some of the tactics, not just the last round. It is always Jax flashing for him, though. But the last time, it was Jax blinded 3 people, and then he jumped out and didn't see the guy who killed him.
Yeah.
So. Straight down to 50 here on Yakinder.
And the clock down to 60 in a second. As what looked like an original 5-player A hit. It's going to throw Yakinder over towards Dark. Just
Liquid have been using a lot of time. Sometimes not doing much.
Ruffling some feathers over towards Dark, but no real follow-up behind that.
Up on the other side of the map. This is what Liquid want.
Rotations in at the right time. Vitality positioning themselves well.
Flamesy, this is the big round that he needs you in.
It's him and Jax to face forward towards Long. 30 seconds on that clock. Apex is right behind him. We've got 3 rifles in position, and it looks real good. Ultimate's going to try to make that difference. Apex just looking to keep his head down. Rotates far off, but he seems to have gone unnoticed. Yes, sir. Drops bomb and buys just the perfect amount of time. Beautiful positioning there from Apex to get Jax in to support Flames and then to also allow for him to just hold on to the element of surprise.
Yeah, that was idyllic there because you have Jax who gets the first kill, so they forget about Flamesy. That's the only way you can set up a 2K from that spot when there's, 3 players coming in main side, because the guy in the back will always hold for you and the other 2 can swing out wide. But if you take the first guy out, then suddenly everyone's starting to focus on this. And Ultimate wasn't wide enough to see Flamesy, so well done.
Yeah, they know. If you're not...
This kind of comes down to if they're going to be broke in one of these rounds. I'm not sure about when, but
it's not now.
Oh, okay.
Boy, that is a big moment. Out of the gate, ZywOo goes for the bridge play. Second shot is...
Oh my god, that would have been like the game right there.
Luckily for Vitality, that
close
one
enough
missed.
You get ZywOo out like that, that was a little too easy.
Apex playing dangerous games at a man disadvantage. No clear follow-up from Liquid on bridge. No real indication they even wanted to kind of force themselves in that way. It was just a cheeky hold and ZywOo stepping into his own death.
Okay, the op on Apex, let's go.
You've all been waiting for it, and the time is now. JKS alone over on A main. Pressure coming Jax and Spinks' way in a second. Feeling like they got to make a move here at a disadvantage. Dropping an incendiary, trying to buy time. A players stop moving. This utility usage just keeps coming out of the B defense, and soon enough they'll run out of nades. They start to see the presence. Liquid indicating that they're coming at this with the split. Jail gets taken over by Twists. He gets vision back. Plat doesn't kill Jax. 1 HP. A single point of health that could still make a difference as he not only gets NAF, but softens up Twist a little bit more. Bomb goes down. Rotations here. Ultimate connects, and so does Yakinder. And that spells disaster. Team Liquid with a late game squeeze get through a well-performing ZywOo as the floor of Vitality falls out beneath them.
Oh yes, sweet revenge claimed for Team Liquid. On map number 1, at least, clearly, Stiko, you said it. They felt like they should have won Anubis last time these two teams went head-to-head, and a really great streak on that T side really propelled them forwards to be getting that advantage.
Exactly as we said before the game. Actually, everything kind of happened as we spoke about it, and the fact that ZywOo was having absolutely stellar game. There was no real answer to him, but despite that, they win as a team, and they were just trying to, you know, bring this game plan that they were having as well from the previous matchup against them, and this time it just worked much better.
Was there any like particular differences that you noticed between last time around at Fall Finals where things were clicking a little bit more for Liquid?
I do notice this trend, especially for this event. I think Anubis is becoming extremely A-heavy when it comes to that T side. Everyone is attacking this A side, either through splits. Yesterday, Vitality did it in their opening game. They were doing A splits a lot, A hits a lot. Now they did it against Team Liquid, and Team Liquid did it against them. There were a lot of runs they ended on this A side, and it's a nice pace of change because before that Anubis was kind of like this mid-heavy default kind of thing and then hitting B side, but A side is getting its love.
There's a couple of names that I want to give some love from this particular matchup. Let's begin with NAF. Obviously, we talked about him yesterday and that 13-0 slacking that they delivered to G2 on map number 1. Obviously didn't pan out exactly how they intended with the rest of the series, but great to see him once again just delivering. I mean, Mr. Consistent, right, for this Liquid roster.
Yeah, and a lot of pistol kills actually to the start of things. It was kind of hazy at the beginning where kind of everyone was trading the rounds, but really established themselves as the kind of guy that is so versatile, so reliable. Look at the positions that he's getting all these kills from. We have not seen a clip from the same position, and he's just all over the place, and he's delivering.
On the other side of the server, I mean, I'm going to sound like a broken record once again. Obviously, ZywOo showing up. It's a shame that Vitality couldn't get things over the line, considering, you know, how competitive that first half was. 6-6 split down the middle. Where do you think the particular issues came from then coming into that second half to kind of get some momentum and get those rounds back to back, because they weren't really able to do that?
Yeah, I wonder as well. It's kind of hard for me to point the real issue here. I just want to credit ZywOo here because throughout the map, I found myself multiple times thinking there's no way he's winning this duel, and then he just wins the duel. All these 50-50 duels that he's taking is making like 70-30 in his favor, and it's ridiculous how consistent he is with those. For the most part, I think he's been finding impact, but it's just the rounds were so messy, and it was kind of hard to build up upon the rounds economically, you know.
Should we take a look at one messy example? Because round 18, ZywOo opens things up with a 3K, and he's got a deagle, and I'm thinking, okay, this is the moment where Vitality managed to change the tides. Maybe they're going to string a couple of rounds back to back. What happens next, though, Stiko?
It is true that this kind of is a anti-force buy that honestly, Liquid should be winning much more cleaner. In the end, it happened that Twist had to recover 1v3 situation after some stellar shots again from ZywOo. Like, he's out of position and he's still getting these. So it's kind of nice individual setup that they had there, with ZywOo being the one kind of bringing the round back, but then Twist, above all players from IGL, he's kind of bringing the 1v3 back into his favor.
You touted him as the biggest fragging in-game leader, or one of the biggest fragging in-game leaders that we have at the moment. Would you put anybody else up there with him, or do you think he kind of takes the cake in the #1 position currently?
I would definitely put him as #1. I think Suhi has his moments where he's pretty well, and I think from top 5 teams, as well, Alexibi actually played pretty good tournament here, even though despite early exit, but I think that wasn't more of an anomaly. I think Twist is a guy that you will always rely on having some sort of impact when it comes to shooting, but Suhi is, I think, close second maybe?
Yeah, I think that's what we were kind of maybe concerned about when Twist was moving on into this role, right, is we want to see that superstar form still coming out. It would be, you know, almost a crime to see that removed from the Counter-Strike scene. Can you give any words to, like, how difficult it is and how much of a feat this is, particularly for Twist, to keep up that individual form while still calling the shots, because we heard him. He's obviously going to be super vocal during the game.
He is, and he's not only macromanaging, deciding what are we going to do with certain rounds, but he's also micromanaging. He's asking for certain nade drops whenever he needs to adjust the execute, depending on the read that they're having. So he's able to kind of see the game on, it feels like he's playing with two monitors. On one monitor, he has like an overview of the whole team, and he's ready to kind of micromanage, and on his second monitor is like his crosshair. He's focused on that, and he's like, it feels like he's dividing his attention into too many places, and he's doing so well at it. It's kind of impressive.
To wrap up the conversation that we were kind of prefacing earlier between ZywOo and Ultimate, obviously we're not going to compare them on a basis of Ultimate competing for 1 to 3 in terms of that world ranking, which we're presuming that ZywOo will be hitting unless something drastic changes at the RMR or the major. How do you feel it went down in this first map of Anubis?
Actually, for the head-to-head kills at 3-4 in favor of ZywOo, I honestly thought, just from spectating the game, that the head-to-head will be much higher countered towards ZywOo. But overall, clearly ZywOo was a better player on the server. He was bringing more impact, but as I said, Liquid are proving themselves that the fact they're winning the games is not necessarily through individual prowess, but it's also coming down through great game plan. And honestly, these 8 attacks were much sharper compared to Vitality's ones.
I do think, finally, I think it was in the final round where Ultimate manages to take down ZywOo in mid, right? And then everything just kind of spirals, right? It's in terms of that impact that we saw Ultimate having, we can't doubt that he's having a lot of impact on the server.
No, and he's having rounds where he's missing 3 shots and then he's recovering and suddenly getting a triple kill. It's an up and down roller coaster situation for Ultimate, but we're already used to that. He has a liability. I mean, he has a leisure to do that. He has kind of a moments where he can shine and carry the game. He's also has a moments where he's kind of quiet, but there are so many people on stacked Liquid lineup that can just pick the pieces up.
Mentally, where do you think Vitality's heads are at right now? Because they were close to making that comeback and potentially pushing us to OT.
They're map away from going home. And I think they, despite not having a full lineup to come here with, this is not something that they were expecting. And the only thing that they can really lean back on right now is the experience, are the vibes, make sure that this does not really affect you mentally, because I still think that this is a team that should be in competition for the playoffs and top 4. However, they're having a tough times against most of the opposition that they're having here, and Jax is trying his best. So far, it's not enough.
Yeah, Jack's certainly bringing the vibes, but will the vibes resurge on Dust 2? That's going to be Vitality's map pick going down after this short break.
Yakinda, we all know you were a dominant beast when it comes to VP days, at the start of Liquid as well. But right now, there are some struggles you're going through. Do you understand why and what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously like I'm working on it and to understand like what is happening, and I think a lot of it comes from kind of mental things in a way. For a long time, when you kind of cannot find your form and cannot find the necessary success, especially with like changing rosters all the time, it's really hard to find stability. And when you lose kind of stability and you lose start losing a little bit of confidence, but the team does everything to support me and the organization does everything to support me, and I'm kind of figuring it out right now, and I feel like I'm finally getting on the right track.
We've also seen with some of your games recently, you've had a couple of games where you go back to the super version of yourself and we see that dominance. Is that inspiring you a little bit further, like, okay, we're on the right track?
I mean, of course, like, I kind of understood that, like, maybe I was taking it for granted for a long time, and
good honesty.
Yeah, and you kind of start to understand that, like, hey, like,
need to step up.
Exactly. Yeah. And these games kind of just you store them in your brain just to like remember how it feels.
Obviously, we never love to see Yakinda in a slump, but I can appreciate so much just how candid and authentic he's been about it, right? Because you can't deny when you're in one of those periods, you've got to be open and honest about it and go, hey, we're working on it as a team. And I hear that Liquid have had quite the approach to actually trying to help him get out that slump.
It's no secret that the guy is working on it, he's aware, and the whole team is giving him space and resources to kind of make sure that he's feeling well, not only on the server, but also off the server. He's working with the best in the field, and that's kind of clear to see that is helping him. What I want to say, one angle we haven't touched ever upon, is that the fact that he's not performing well is not coming from the burnout, and that is an important sign.
Yes.
The burnout is kind of hard to deal with. Other mental issues when it's come to not confident enough, that's another deal.
Yeah, I know this is $1 million question. I'm sure Liquid are trying to decipher right now, but what is the best way from your experience when you've maybe had a player under your wing that's in a bit of a slump, that's lacking a bit of confidence? I mean, I'm sure it depends on the personality, but it must be really tricky to try and resolve those kind of issues when it's not sure exactly what the causation is, right?
I'm trying to think of some solution here, but honestly, it's something that a lot of teams don't have this luxury, but to take a break is actually super underappreciated way how to deal with a lot of issues when it comes to mentality. But top teams in Counter-Strike are not really having this luxury to be able to take a week off or 2 weeks off or just skip the event. Like, it's not happening. You have to be able to perform week in, week out, and well, it might be taking its toll.
Let's talk a little bit about Vitality's map pick of Dust 2 if they want to keep their heads in the game here at the Blast Premier World Finals. Now, obviously, it's a bit skewed in the side of Vitality. That's exactly why they've chosen to pick into this map. Makes sense, obviously. French CS, you know, that's exactly where the flair of Dust 2 really did come from. And since it's been brought back into the map pool, it's been amongst one of Vitality's, you know, stronger maps.
It's been one of the fans' favorite maps as well. It's pretty good to watch, actually. I'm pretty surprised. Vitality have beaten Team Liquid on it recently in EPL, so if you look at the last match, Vitality might be a little bit ahead, and it also plays nicely into the fact that Jax is replacing Messi, and for that CD side, Dust 2 is the only map that is kind of really heavy leaning into playing spawn-based Counter-Strike. If you have a spawn for long, you're gonna take long, so you never really kind of know where Jax is going to play, which could be your target weakness. It's not going to happen on Dust 2.
Yes, very interesting. Vitality will be starting on the T side of things. However, how do you think that affects the whole Messi Jax discussion? Is that going to affect how Vitality approach this at all?
100% it will, and I cannot say to a certain extent where, because this will be the first Dust 2 we're going to be seeing. Maybe this tournament? I'm not really sure, but definitely from Vitality side of things. And I'm honestly excited to see what they're cooking, because obviously ZywOo's playground up and he's having a good time there, but also it's purely this aim map where I think Flames, Spinks, and even Jax for that matter can do a lot of damage that is going to cause some trouble for Liquid.
I really want to see more from Flames, and I'm not putting the blame on him as an individual. It's more that yesterday versus Spirit, it was looking a little shaky. I think on this first map of Anubis, it wasn't, you know, that same aggressive Flames. I know that Launders wanted to see a lot more of those head-to-head duels going down. Didn't really happen. How do you expect him to be approaching Dust 2?
Another good question. Like, you're keeping to do these good questions. It's really difficult to understand what kind of game plan they're coming in with. It's always something different that they have to adjust from the last game that they were doing, because obviously Team Liquid is going to be ready for that as well. Yes. And it kind of layers up a certain kind of meta game between these two teams that is really hard to predict. What I will have to say is winning condition, I think, for both of these teams are going to rely heavily on pistol rounds, because Liquid, as we have seen, are not too great when it comes to statistics for pistol rounds on this particular map. Out of 14 they have played last 3 months, won just 4 of them, so measly below 30% actually is pretty bad, and you want to have that economy on a map like Dust 2. Long-range duels, you can't fight them with MP9s.
Stiko, I can't guarantee you many things, but I know you wanted more Ultimate versus ZywOo, head-to-head duels going down on that first map. I think we can almost guarantee that to be happening on Dust 2, right? Orpus Playground. But for Ultimate, he doesn't have the same rating, which I think is totally fair, as when you compare it to ZywOo in the past 3 months on this map. I feel like this is where ZywOo, he has such a field day on Dust 2.
He's going to be able to find out different angles to play with the Nov, and I think it might actually work because, you know, Liquid is versatile. I like how they're playing, and they're showing it on multiple maps. Let's see how they do it on Dust 2.
Dust 2 does lay in wait for us potentially the last time we will see Vitality here in Singapore. Connor, Launders, that can't be true though.
Whoa!
Why'd you say it? Why'd you put it into the ether, Freya? It's all about what you say.
We know who to blame now.
Yeah. Look at the odds now.
Yeah, odds in the favor of Liquid, obviously up a map, and obviously, again, Vitality, unfortunately, dealing with this stand-in. I mean, not all unfortunate. You know, it's not like somebody's just sick. Mezzi's at home celebrating the birth of his first child. It's great. And
I would love to be Mezzi's child.
Yeah, me too. I don't know why I said that. I actually don't. I mean,
I'm standing on it.
Yeah? Okay. Why?
I think he'd be a great parent.
Oh.
Yeah, just seems like a lovely guy.
Well, you know, Mezzi's dad is great. I met him in London.
Yeah.
And so if he was anything like his own father...
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
That's what I'm saying.
So...
That's what I'm saying.
I'm sure he's still cheering for the team, though. And to be honest, man, I don't think this might have... I mean, maybe it has to do with the fact that there's a little extra communication in the rounds to help, like, Jax in moments. But, like, where's Flamesy 2 days in a row? Come on, man.
I know.
That's not my Flamesy.
It's pretty wild.
So, nice like, ZywOo was incredible last map. Yeah. Help him out a bit.
Spinks is going to try his damnedest. 2 kills out the gate. Ultimate has come into this series as the lowest rated player at the event. Luckily for him, after Anubis, that's no longer the case. And that's a crazy thing to say when he's also a player who has won a 13-0. Right?
Yeah, but going 5-3.
Kind of odd. Real testament to how the struggles were in the rest of that debut series. Now, NAF is going to find Apex, who is also struggling.
Maybe if that means if he would have helped more in the 13-0, they would have lost a round.
Ah, all right. So you have to play your part.
That's why his rating wasn't very high.
You got to know when to hold him.
Know when to fold him.
And you got to know when to go home. That's the thing with Counter-Strike players. They never want that ticket home. They're going to fight tooth and nail, even despite stand-in situations. T-side pistol here.
Is NAVI the most demure Counter-Strike player?
Most demure Counter-Strike player.
Who's doing less than him?
Terrorists win.
Emotionally.
Who's doing less than him emotionally? It's a good question.
I guess Ultimate's up there, to be honest, on his team.
True.
Except it doesn't work if you're not also, like, owning every game. Who's owning, like, NAF, but not showing it?
What is your thought on, like, Yimfat? Because he shows it, but it's kind of in, like, a Finnish way, but, like, NAFLI is almost in a Finnish way as well.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, if you told me NAF was Finnish...
I could think about it, yeah.
I'd hardly believe it. So I'm gonna throw Jimmy up. I'm gonna throw Jimmy in the ring.
Jimmy's a good one, yeah.
Jimmy is in the ring. You better protect your neck.
Brokey.
He was loud today.
He did do some. He has done the double middle fingers at Liquid.
Yeah.
NAF wouldn't do something like that.
Hit him with the double barrel. Early scout damage. You ultimate. Can't see Jack Diddley squat. Come on, Vitality. Don't drop the ball on this one. Your util's good, but you're met by a smoke on door. Ultimate's going to try to find somebody climbing up. Missed it. funnily enough, we're having 35 seconds. Ooh, that scout shot could have done a bit of damage and made things weird, but Spinks finds the kill to NAF, and it's all good. And if we go back to that conversation, you know who else is Demir?
Yeah.
Well, he's in the same team as NAF. It's JKS.
Oh, JKS.
Right?
Man, that team. Okay, so is Liquid the most Demir team?
They're pretty chill.
Yeah.
Yep. I think Twist has the funniest 100-0 when it comes to hype. Like when they pull off like a half-buy round win, it's very. I mean, he's got a very manly scream to him, victory scream. War cry. That's the word I'm looking for.
Victory scream.
Victory scream. Yes, Twist's manly war cry, but then it's right back to reality very quickly. Almost like that time Doja flicked his eyes around and then felt like he was doing something wrong.
Yeah. I know the gif.
Twist does that with his war cry. Terrorist. Nice. Good setup. JKS giving a MAC-10 for his troubles, and Vitality convert it. Very long, drawn-out round. A lot of mid-action, but it really just boiled down to Flamesy and Spinks getting entries. Easy as could be.
Let's go.
I mean, thinking about the finish thing, it would have been only like ends 2019 that could have been more overall relaxed.
True.
That team could not have gotten more finish.
Kinder, here's it coming. But slippery Flamesy on a MAC-10's not going to let him capitalize with the Deeg.
JL cited jet lag. JL stands for jet lag, of course, so.
Confirmed.
He said flying east. The meme was always flying west, but. Oh, okay, Apex. They're also mad all of a sudden.
It is crazy that I'm sitting at an event right now and Navi have already been eliminated. That just seems unfathomable. 6 consecutive grand finals. They were due for a doozy.
It was,
you know, they saw G2.
FaZe's first win versus a top 5 team in almost 5 or 6 months.
There we go.
And it was Navi.
You know, they saw G2 win fall finals and then bomb out of Rio, and they're like, "Oh, we can do that. We're allowed to do that." So they're trying out new things. Advanced tactics brought to Singapore by Blade. All in order to question their consistency.
There have been some cursed interviews, right? Because there's Blade's interview where he said, if we win this, we'll have too much confidence, and they bomb out of groups.
Yep.
And then there's Cadians that said, you will not see the best of Astralis in 2024. And then they're literally the best that they've been.
Yep. And then Device, who said that non-international teams take longer to get going. That's the craziest thing. I wonder.
I think that was more.
Somebody's got to ask him if he meant that.
Yeah, I think he would.
If he could take that back, I think he'd be like.
Because normally you'd say international teams take longer to
100%.
gel. That's normal.
100%.
That'd be the normal thing.
Where are these pesky USPs hiding?
I guess he forgot that his time on NIP did not count.
Everybody's going to get swept away. Sorry, JKS. That AK is not... Hey. You put that down. Not yours for the taking. Flamesy makes a bit of money. Vitality keep that streak rolling early. 3-0 the start.
Not too shabby. That's a lot of MAC-10 kills. Did Vitality send you their keyboard? That keyboard that they're all...
Yes, the Vitality Cherry Extrafy keyboard. Yes, I did get one. Yep. Thank you, Vitality.
Yeah, I'm using it too, actually.
On your first or second setup?
First setup.
Oh.
Actually, I like it a lot.
2 setup Andy.
Yeah, if anyone wants to come LAN, I have a really good setup.
Yep.
So if anyone wants to be my friend, come over.
Sorry, I'm busy that weekend.
Any weekend?
Yep, that one.
Any year.
Smoke to the door. We've already got the catwalk climb up. We had some very drawn out rounds at the start of this game, so let's see if there's a bit more of a
last map too.
Pace to Vitality, but with bombs still back towards spawn, Jack's gonna have to go soup that up. I wonder how he's looking to slot into the Dust 2 formula of Vitality.
Dust 2, he knows this map, man. He's 32. He's seen this map many times.
Ooh, you Kinder might get away with timing.
Big timing.
Yep.
Who's watching this flank? Oh, right when Spinks is about to turn around.
Right? Kinder strikes one down, though, but they still lose long control as JKS gets found on blue box. Ultimate pressure's on, buddy. Ooh, they're going to come through that smoke in a second, but he's able to stop ZywOo first. Good timing from Flamesy out middle, but that's also covered. Nice tethering going on here for Team Liquid to maintain man advantage, but Apex looking to just inch his way up Cat, where he has been this entire round. Will he blindside one in sight?
Ultimate, well, he might come check this in a second. We'll see. Oh my God, Apex, big find.
Yes, sir, and he saw him go into the smoke as well, so he's on high alert, but he can't stop Naf.
1v1.
Naf goes deep for the long frag, 20 seconds. Oh, yes, Apex.
Don't jump at him.
3 kills on the round to keep Vitality's flawless T-side going.
Might have freaked out a little bit. Nafli, like, what's he doing on top of the railing, waiting for me to jump up? Really nicely done here for Apex, and finally an important clutch going the way of Vitality.
And one where Liquid were doing their damnedest to draw this round away. Apex comes through, clutch. Few bullets left in that weapon.
Apex being so chill, man. Everybody wanted Apex to be more chill. I bet if he becomes chill, everyone's going to hate it.
Yeah. That's why I don't want to, especially if it's like, you know, he's not playing too well. But this map's looking like an uptick.
Yeah.
Because he is coming into this map as the lowest rated Vitality player. Oh, I lied. Jax is 0.03 rating beneath him. You know, there's a period of time as well where Apex, I feel like with CS2, alongside a lot of the other in-game leaders, just kind of had that uptick in form that was so fun to watch.
Yeah.
You know, all these space-creating in-game leaders kind of making the most of the more aggressive Counter-Strike that CS2 allows you to play. Sit down. It's also a welcome sign to see Flamesy off to a strong start.
Oh my God, I thought I couldn't see Yakinder's monitor on his screen. I was like, oh, is it far away and like really...
Like he had changed his style?
Far below him, but no, yeah. Like if Yakinder stuck his tongue out, he could lick his monitor.
There's a chance he might do that regularly.
You wouldn't lick a public monitor though, would you?
Well, you know. Depends if you get down like that.
You just learn who sits in that chair.
Was Navi playing here today? Yeah,
J-Lick?
Yeah, that's bit.
He's like a bat, but with his tongue.
Yeah. Oh, Bit skip breakfast. Couple warning shots down through the mid-smoke, but nobody around those barrels just yet.
Oh, wow. What a punish here from Nafly.
Just pops up.
Spinks just wanted a little peek, man. He wasn't even really trying to commit to anything. Have a little look-see.
Like Flamesy is right now in mid.
And he's got a good angle for this. Yeah,
Yep.
he won't get traded either.
He's pulled it off before as well, right? He kept the pressure up in the round where Apex posts the 3K.
Now they want to go mid-B off this, right? They've got the right side rotation cut off. Now that what they're hoping is there's some scramble, either the cat push or the long push or whatever. But they're actually still right. I thought they were for a second going to read that there's, you know, maybe one on the B site, but...
Pop open smoke, flurry through. 2 players drop down. Ultimate, gonna land his shot. Chased and covered. Perfect. Done. JKS gets 2, and that's Yakinder killing someone from mid.
Yeah. Oh, man. Beautiful stuff here for Liquid.
I wonder if he opened the smoke and the kill feed kind of betrays us, or whether or not that's just Yakinder trying to help out blind. Either way, it feels like he saves ultimate.
That was pretty explosive, too. Like, they dropped CT. No one saw them off of Cat, so... Like, that's an insane shot from Naf. And then if ultimate doesn't hit this right away, Yakinder saves him on the trade, and then JKS gets both on Cat. Insane.
Beautiful. Nice first round for Liquid, and Ultimate capitalizing as he comes through with the opening kill to ZywOo, who is now 7 rounds into this game and without a kill.
No kills. And last game, I think he was 4-3 in the kill matrix versus Ultimate. But there were some key frags that went the way of Ultimate. That last round where he got picked off on bridge. We got Ultimate here. Not keeping up on the sheer numbers, but important duels are being won. Okay,
there's another one. Like you said, numerically, you know, not topping charts, but big impact. Oof,
Dude,
missed.
he is unbelievable at this fight.
This is what we've been wanting.
That's not even like something you can regularly do, you know?
FlameZ officially arriving in Singapore as he goes 9-4 already.
Oh, he's got a pretty good timing, but he needs a flash now because he's made so much noise.
There it is.
There it is.
Perfection.
Oh, there's the FlameZ.
Apex with the assist, as he was doing back on Anubis as well. Flashbangs have been so good for Vitality.
How does FlameZ go from that Anubis just now and yesterday to this?
I don't know.
Unreal.
I don't know how they do it, man.
It's how they stay locked in.
Some resilience from FlameZ. 3 kills. Absolutely masterclass of a mid to B entry path from him. Waiting for the flashbang, which blinded both B-site players for the record.
Great flash.
Shout out Apex. That's my goat.
How do you say scrawny in French, by the way?
Scrawny.
Oh, okay. Which one do you prefer? Because, like, Apex is Apex, right?
Epics.
Apex.
Yeah, Epics. ZywOo. Jex.
Jex.
Emenek. Deveduvek.
Yo. It all makes way more sense now.
Kenny S.
He's here, by the way.
Yes, he is. Kenny S in Singapore. The S stands for Singapore. I haven't seen him myself, but I'm looking forward. It's always a fun time running into Kenny. But yeah, you can say my alias in English. In fact, you can call me Connor if you'd like. I've known you for 8 years now. You could start calling me Connor.
I just forget.
Oh.
About your other name.
Yep.
So.
That's me. Corner.
Yeah, corner. How do you say corner in French?
Coin.
That's the next move for Pimp. All right, man. It's 6-1, and that last round, well, that was the toughest one so far. What a comeback into it by FlameZ. Nice tag. Careful.
It's a Kadoozy.
Uh-oh. Ultimate, he's staying.
Yep. For that. A chance at Spinks up close, but instead 5v4 to Vitality. This is off of a Mythard timeout. And it's not the start you want because NAF gets tagged on the cross and Ultimate's dead out of the gate. Vitality came into this second map with a very meticulous approach to the T side.
Oh!
Well, it's paying off, is it not? 5v3 off of the headshot from Spinks. He's got himself a double kill. Looking to catch up to FlameZ and pressure on B with this pack of players. But Yekindar loves to get disruptive like this. They're not going to take their eyes off that tunnel push, and the trade frag's good. Spinks the triple already. And all while Apex carves a route into this A site so that the bomb can come and join them. There's going to be no challenge offered here by JKS, seemingly. So FlameZ, go ahead, climb up and hit that A site.
Okay.
No?
They can just go over top of him still, but now they're not. I mean, this is just about, wait a second, now it's 2v2.
Surely you don't let him back in.
They know where they both are, at least, so they can plant here. Let's see if FlameZ plants good for plat, or if they decide to go for just something more standard. ZywOo walking in with the op. This has got to be his first kill.
If not, FlameZ's got it all, because that's looking like Twist's heading off for the save. So things get a little sketchy.
We don't even try the 1v2s these days, eh?
Wow. Counter-Strike used to be fun.
It used to be. Some people would, I think. Try it.
Jax.
I think maybe... I mean, he wanted to stay, but he was going to get traded either way. I don't know if he really needed to do that. He probably thought he was going to die, but I think that timing, you do get away into the smoke at least.
Yeah, but we're all min-maxing nowadays, and, well, there's an option to be safe, so...
Or, I mean, the Ultimate's first duel in the beginning of the round there and lower.
Oh.
Yeah, when he sees them coming over. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe it was part of the plan, you know? Maybe he got hyped up by Myther in the timeout. Come on, kid, you got this.
Don't come home without a kill. That's what Myther said.
But mamas, there's 4 of them.
No returning to spawn without a frag. Mommy Myther.
Don't you come home till you kill them O'Driscolls. Oh, yeah. Had a chance.
Yes, he did. Kind of.
Second off exposing them on the cross, but even that little peek gave him a chance. He gets away, and Apex is going to try to press through. No way. No way!
Oh,
Yakinder,
my gosh.
good trade, but there's a lot of bodies behind this door, and now they know Yakinder's against the wall, so good for him.
Not bad.
Coming out with a second kill, making sure that he even goes for more. Trying to press forward now. They've got him stuck behind Nubox, blinded entirely. Naf helping out with twists off Cat. Bomb is down lower. Nade from Spinks. Bada boom.
Oh, 2 health. He has 1 left.
Insane. Molotov should finish him if he even steps into it once, but Naf dodging death and danger.
Another nade.
And Yakinder goes deep up into the tunnels to try and catch Spinks, which he will. So, hell, damn, Yakinder. Just a couple moments there where I feel like Yakinder's trying to do too much, but in this round, he gets away with it all.
Damn, those are key moments there, actually. Yeah, and between now and Anubis, we had like Anubis. He was like the flank catcher. Here, he's had some very interesting rounds, and definitely a good play here all the way through. Good communication with Nafly. They identified where ZywOo was and caught everything. Great reads. ZywOo, it's round 10. Vitality have 7 rounds. ZywOo has 0 kills still.
We wanted Flamesy to play better, but at what cost?
He had to drink ZywOo's blood of this game.
Oh, it's Halloween today.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Woo-hoo! That's why you're being so gory.
ZywOo dressing up as a bottom fragger.
Okay. It doesn't suit him. JKS peeling away.
That nade, man.
They get out of there. They're through the doors at a heavy cost. Jax was almost exposed to the Opper, but 4 players out long. Spinks solo mid. We're going to get the CT aggression towards Catwalk. This could just blindside Spinks. Yeah, poor guy. And now it's a single direction on the attack for Vitality. Ultimate just popping up and down, trying to find timing, but now they're on top of his ramp, and ZywOo.
There's a good kill.
There's the first. There is more to come. Jax doubles down with his entries. Yakindar is here, but traded out instantly, and now Naf is tasked with a 1v3. Chucks the nade out, and Flamesy survives it. The bomb is yet to climb up from the ramp, but they're gonna make sure the CT falls back first, and all's good. Bomb goes down, and Vitality gunning for that 8-2 lead. It's another save.
1 kill, unbelievable impact. We give him that. Not an easy shot either. Saw that Vertigo got played today.
Yeah.
What is wrong with people?
Astralis abusing it.
I guess that is a matchup where it would happen with MOUZ as well.
Sense, yeah. I take that back as well because that game was fun to watch. So I'm actually glad it happened. Yeah, you know.
This Astralis has been fun. 24 ADR. If you average it out, he's still owning the series because of the map that he had on Anubis, and he's also just
yeah, but the race for #1, Launders.
You know what's interesting though? Like when's the last situation where ZywOo bottom fragged on a winning map? You ever had that stat where when ZywOo bottom frags, you know, they lose?
Yeah, that pimp stat where, what was it? It was such a few amount of games.
Yeah.
Just the anomaly that is, like, if ZywOo's not on, you lose. And, well, this could be one of those anomalies where it's not the case. Why? Because Flamesy has cranked it up.
It's burning bright. Another tag.
The thing is, it's not the first time he's hit that shot. Naf has been tagged twice, so if you count those as half kills, ZywOo's not doing as bad.
This one's for a good 91 damage.
Get them numbers up. Yakindar on an op and lower. He lands his shot, but everybody's surviving these ops until Ultimate gets his. That's ZywOo down. Stuck on a measly 1 frag going into round 12 of this half. Ultimate gonna double down on Apex's head, but still wasn't able to catch the player climbing up. Has done a good job of kind of isolating Jax for the time being, whether that's by killing Apex or burning off the lower player from joining him with the bomb.
A lot of saving this game. No one has 10 deaths yet.
I mean, maybe it's my fault, but it's kind of felt like a bit of a boring Dust 2 map.
Oh, yeah.
There just hasn't been a lot of electric rounds.
Playing very slowly overall.
Slow out of the gate. Yeah. 4 players saving in the first 3. But, you know, it's all about posturing. And right now, Vitality doing a good job. JKS's nade catches Flamesy, and it all gets shut down. Team Liquid gonna add something to the scoreboard as we get to the tail end of this first half. And then we'll see what kind of tempo, what kind of pace they're gonna set. But Vitality have been meticulous here because they know they're on the chopping block. It's elimination that looms in this match. A stand-in scenario for Vitality is not ideal, but a Team Liquid that simply cannot beat top 10 teams.
Nice to see Ultimate playing this well here. I mean, it's 6 kills, but you have to watch the half. He's had some very good ones. Yeah, Jax has the most deaths with 8 here on the map. Everyone clutching their pearls. They think they're going to lose a round.
Naf finally gets to play one with 100 HP. As the Opper doesn't find him because there is none. Single AK for ZywOo, not yet given a chance to shine. Good damage, at least, for Ultimate. Ooh, but he tags Jax on the crossover. Naf fully blind in smoke. Nice positioning, but he's not going to find more than the one. So the pistols try to throw a flurry into the B site, and it's working. Oh, the Op's getting away from Yakindar as he's tagged down to 2, and as Deagle finds nothing. Pistols prevail. 1 AK, that's all they had. And it looks like Vitality sprinkle in a 9th. JKS, 11 frags deep on the map. He's got a player stuck down in CT spawn, but Spinks grabs the op, and Vitality finished the half with a round they had no business winning. Freya and Stiko had a beautiful conversation about how the stats showed us ZywOo was going to walk into this server and do something crazy.
Yeah, 2 kills, crazy.
It's crazy, all right. Crazy because, well, they didn't even need him. Flamesy finally going to have himself a good map here in Singapore, and that took over the server so that ZywOo didn't have to do any lifting, let alone heavy lifting.
I wouldn't make my goat work
6.
either.
That's all he's got.
Okay.
If I had a goat, I would milk it.
You'd milk ZywOo. Is that what you just said?
Nope, that's not what I said. If I had a goat, I'd milk it.
So he's not your goat. I understand.
Twist holding the long angle. Flamesy's up first. We've got support behind him. That's for damn sure. How about them flashbangs come flying, Apex? It's been the best thing about his play tonight. His supportive utility primed and ready to go with 3 players. Now 4 outside of the doors for Liquid. Ooh.
It's a standoff.
Ooh, the tension.
Everybody knows what everybody knows.
Contacts made, swing is had, and it's a trade back and forth. Spinks commits. Ooh, he gets one while blind. Twist hits the ground, and ZywOo's coming through for the cleanup duty. Ultimate with the bomb, right? They would have seen that at some point. NAF didn't really activate yet. Oof, Ultimate, long range, deals with ZywOo, and now suddenly this 2 versus 4 gets equaled out.
How do they always make it possible? Jack's coming in from below, and it looks like he might not see Nafly. Oh, here's a chance. You got to be careful, Jax. You're controlling the rotations, but he's also buying time for Apex to make the push off of short. Now, I mean, they know it's A. They know Nafly's run this way. Jax is here. Apex telling him to watch the cross.
Yeah, just got to keep this pressure on the flank.
And now Jax could just chill in the spot, take his 1 or 2 shots, so he's going to have to rotate Cat afterwards, or he could go there now.
Apex keeps coming. 20 seconds on the clock. Still no cross, so Apex should be on high alert. Sees the gun on the player car, but misses his first few shots. Oh, man, and now the bomb has managed to get over. And NAF's even giving him more chances, but Apex hasn't hit the head. Bomb goes down. There is no kit between the two. Oh, and Apex drops to Nafly. Pushes the clutch onto Jax instead. This could be a door open for Liquid early on their T side, but Jax has other ideas. With a smoke on top of the bomb, he could cause this frantic moment, right? We're talking about no kit. It's a 10-second stick. NAF comes climbing.
Got it. Oh, what a shot.
Instant headshot. Jax right back on bomb.
I'm telling you, Jax in the clutch. It's a thing. It is a thing.
Sit down.
That was great aim when that 1v2 started. Oh, man.
Just when it felt like Liquid were going to get to play out their T side, now pistol round win thanks to Jax.
He swatted him off like a fly here.
Thank you, Jackie. Bro, your nose, it's horrible, I swear. All the time, bro.
What is horrible?
I don't know. Overtime? Is that what he said?
I didn't hear.
Oh.
I wish I did. P2000 maybe?
Oh, that's probably what it was. Did he pick it up from ZywOo?
I don't know. Fast one though. Gonna try to take it back.
Very
Liquid.
fast.
Listen, easy solution. Just charge down B.
Okay.
Problem being, Spinks has got a triple. Jax is getting more impact, and your mid lurk gets nothing for his efforts. Clean sweep of the T's. An 11th round posted for Vitality, and Dust 2 looking like their playground.
It was a good, hard-fought first map, but it looks like we might be seeing 3.
Take me to Nuke. I'm ready.
Oh, so ready.
It's crazy that, you know, poor Team Liquid, 13-0 versus G2, lose the series. Unable to kind of take any best of 3 wins in the last month over top opposition, but always kind of in the series seemingly on a map or 2, but then it's just blowouts the other direction,
yes,
right?
They always show they can, but their full map pool has never been
and it just
very
really
consistent.
It really undermines the success that they do have. Because cool, nice map win, bro, but a match is so elusive. And at the moment, this is looking like that'll be added to the same pile. So Team Liquid better hope they've got something in store for Nuke, because Vitality have a guaranteed win on Dust 2.
It's also like not having a close, like, lost map. It's like they're getting stomped for some reason. So, Dust 2 doesn't seem to be in their future. They'll take every little bit.
Ancient and Anubis, really two great places for Team Liquid that we've seen. An 83 and 88% win rate on them, respectively, but yeah, weakness in the pool. Oh, team kill. Not ideal
Don't
here.
go through it. Oh, he did.
It's with the 5v4. They caught FlameZ over on the cross, but oh, ZywOo through the smoke. So adamant about still trying to continue this fight. It really just feels like they're trying to speed run to Nuke, and Twist's gonna be that last victim. Let's get out of here. Dust 2 wrapped up. Vitality's chance in Singapore still alive. A stand-in, so be it. Jax has got the vibes.
Vitality answer back, and they answer back convincingly. An absolute blowout on that second map of Dust 2. And I think Stico, Vitality proved exactly why this map is such a comfort ground for them. That was a dismantlement to Liquid.
Not only that, it was dismantlement without the ZywOo firing on all cylinders. So it is definitely showing the great signs that, well, Vitality are here to play.
And having the good vibes go along with it. I mean, the approach to this Dust 2 was kind of interesting. I think Connor and Launders talked about it outly during the game. It was kind of slow and steady from Vitality. It wasn't relying on like too many flashy plays. It wasn't necessarily executing towards those bomb sites super fast. It was just relying on that team synergy, which seemed to be heavily in the favor of Vitality.
It felt like Vitality were hyper aware during their defaulting of any aggression that Liquid might be pulling through. There were certain situations where Ultimate was in lower tunnels, it was Yekindar sometimes there. You know, when you're playing against team aggressively as this, you have to be every single round cautious about these certain aggressions, because once you fall into, during the default period, you actually are losing a lot of nades to work with that might come and bite you towards the end of the round because you don't have enough for execute or pop.
Seiko, I feel like you're a bit clairvoyant today. A lot of the things you've been speaking have actually come into existence, maybe because it's spooky day, I don't know. But FlameZ, we asked for more from him. I think he heard us, but boy, was he delivering on this map.
Yeah, he was cooking. I mean, he was bringing back rounds that I thought are borderline unwinnable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's FlameZ. We said it before that we just need a little bit more from him.
Yes.
And he perfectly fit into the shoes of ZywOo, I feel like.
How would you describe, like, the classic FlameZ style if you have to go up against him? Like, what is so punishing about the way that he is kind of able to open up those jaws when he's in the zone, when he's in the form like we've seen on this Dust 2?
I mean, the man is sharp. He is not requiring too many resources as well to entry into the sides. He's kind of always at the right position, I would say. He was always kind of delivering when it comes to impact, and he's either part of the duels, which he very much can win on his own, but also he's having like teammates behind him who are capable of trading him if anything goes bad.
And it's kind of exactly how you said. It didn't really matter that they had not their full 5-man roster on this particular map. I mean, Jax, he had some impactful moments. I feel like it was FlameZ show basically through and through. But the fact that Jax wasn't a liability, and it didn't really seem to affect Vitality's game plan too much.
He won the second pistol round. 1v2 clutch that without the defuse kit and as well the 2v2 was, by the way, played pretty well by Vitality. It's just Apex missed the guy on the car in the back. It was kind of struggle, you know, but it always is when it comes to CS2 and shooting in the back. So they brought it back from a 2v4 situation into 2v2, but then Apex made a really good move to flank long. It didn't work out, but Jax kind of solidified the full 10 seconds defuse, and NAV was forced to push close to it because Jax was playing that supportive role together with Smoke on that B side. He was holding on to that for that whole round.
It's so cheeky. I loved exactly how he played that one. Let's go back around before we went into the halftime break, because ZywOo comes in with a hero AK. I'm thinking, okay, maybe he can get some work done, but he massively delivers.
It was as well the round where Liquid finally decided to go for a double AWP setup, and they actually get entry kills, I believe. And this was a 3v5 situation that they decided to go for this B split through the smoke. And I think it's actually super underrated strat when you're sneaking through your own smokes into the area of the map, which is kind of heavily contested. It might surprise CTs off guard, and it did in this case. ZywOo with a hero rifle, not having best performance, but they still tasked him to do it, and he delivered on the round. It was one of the most important ones because it could have easily swayed the other way around.
Yes, anything that was clearly lacking from the Liquid side. When we reflect back upon that Anubis, where you were praising them for, the strategy coming into things and the fact that they'd clearly reviewed the demo of what went wrong versus Vitality last time around. What was different in this +2?
I'm gonna give the fact to the twist as well, that he just had a really silent start to the map. I think at some point he was 0-6, very close to 0-7, and then it kind of steamrolled. He was bottom fragger of the whole series, I believe. But nonetheless, I still feel like the aggression from Ultimate was paying off for the most part, but on the rounds that it didn't, those were the most important rounds, which Zaivu and his friends were able to just close out, and the economy was never really rolling for Team Liquid.
What's your take on Yekinde so far throughout this series? I'll include Anubis in this question as well, because we know that he's, been very candid with us. He's been trying to, focus on improving his form. He's been in a slump for quite a long period of time now. I think we were giving him a little bit of leeway back at Fall Finals because, he was incredibly ill there. Didn't really seem to recover in Rio, and here as well, it's not looked convincing from Yekinde just yet.
I am going to go on a limb here, and we have to stop putting Yekinde into the spotlight where he's going to be carrying and outperforming everyone else on the server. Maybe this is his new average or something like that. This is where he's going to play when it comes to performance. And don't expect anything out of him. And then once we don't expect anything out of him, I hope that will be the moment where he recovers. So just, I don't know, I'm just enjoying the show, and so far on the first map it was clear outplay from Team Liquid side. On the second map, the other way around.
Now, production have found a cheeky little stat about Zaiwu. So last time that Zaiwu won a map with a negative KD was indeed versus Team Liquid, and today he goes with a 1.0 KD, gets 7 kills, 7 deaths. So doesn't really matter whenever Zaiwu plays up against anybody on Dust 2. Apparently his team can really help him along for the victory.
And we spoke about as well the importance of an op on the map like Dust 2, and this is just making us shut up a little bit when it comes to analysis because, well, at least for Vitality, it doesn't seem to matter that much, which is another point where they're having such a strong gun rounds and the ability to rifle away some of the openings that it is pretty impressive how they're managing to do it.
How does this affect your perception of this series then? Because I was ready to, obviously Vitality's coming into this tournament with massive asterisks of missing Mezzi, having Jax as the replacement. I was ready to see Vitality departing after Liquid's start to this series. How does this shake up maybe your predictions for this best of 3?
I'm going to still stick with Vitality playing good enough Counter-Strike that I don't think they should end up last in this event. I know the full lineup is not here, however, I still think they're playing better Counter-Strike right now than Liquid, and that might be a little bit biased because I'm just, watching more of Vitality and I'm more invested into the team than Liquid, but it is proving me that the maps, even like this, where they are not feeling that comfortable overall, I think those are the maps where they're kind of shining through, and they're putting up a really good game plan to work with.
So were your expectations for Vitality, even coming into this tournament with a stand-in, do they still surpass that of Liquid, who have their full 5-man roster?
I think so too. I'm not expecting much from Liquid overall before the event coming in. For Vitality, I was thinking that they could be a top 4 contender for this event, despite Messi not being here.
Well, one more map will decide who is going home. Liquid or Vitality is going down on Nuke after this. Oh, yes. Everybody very excited for that Austin Majors that's going to be going down next year. Have you ever been to Austin, Stiko?
I have.
Have you?
As a player, yeah.
Yeah? Did you enjoy it?
I did enjoy it. I don't think I enjoyed the tournament. I think we went last time.
But more time for going out, seeing the music, getting the nice food. Austin, incredible place, can vouch. But we're in even more of an incredible spot right now because it is Vitality versus Liquid. We have gone to that third and final deciding map, which is going to be Nuke. And there is a lot of history between these two teams. Both times they've played in the past 3 months. This map has featured last time around incredibly close 13-11. Vitality just about edging it out, managing an incredible comeback as well because Liquid started 9-3 up on the CT side of things. What are your expectations then for today's Tico?
As you said, a lot of history between these two teams on the map. The past 3 months they played it twice. Both of those times Vitality were the one happier after the map. Obviously they are having some kind of a read on terms of what what Liquid are doing and how they're approaching the map. I'm going to go on a limb here and say that there are clear favorites for this little fact because they were also on an 8-map win streak before they lost just recently, and for Liquid it has been shaky at best. They were always winning one game, losing one game, winning one game, and if this pattern continues, they should actually win this game, but I'm still giving the edge to Vitality here for the sheer reason of being just strategically a little bit sound team.
Totally makes sense. You can see the players just arriving back from that little bit of a break after that second map of Dust 2. They will be getting to the knife round shortly where we will be seeing rather who'll be starting on CT versus T side. If Vitality do win, and I presume we'll pick the CT side of things, how does that affect the whole Mezzy Jax conversation? Is it a little bit more impactful from what we saw on Dust 2 where it was, a little bit more free flowing, I would argue?
I think for Vitality it doesn't need to be that big of a weakness because again, if Jax is replacing him as a 1-for-1, he's going to be holding the ramp position, and you know what happens there? He's going to not be able to, die. It's okay if he falls down away from the ramp. It's not a bomb side. We said it in the previous game as well. It's just a position kind of nice way to play anchor position because there's no pressure on you. If you die, it's not like you're losing the round immediately. So this is nicely plays into Jax being allowed to be a little bit more free-flowy. At the same time, it allows him to do some kind of mistakes which are bound to happen.
How much would you allow Jax's freedom to be pushing from that ramp position, maybe into lobby, getting a little bit more aggro? Do you think that's something that maybe Apex should utilize simply maybe for just gaining some info, right?
That is purely when we were talking specifically about lobby crunches, those are the set rounds, and there you have a CT circular lobby crunching from hut, from door, and from ramp. So those set rounds, I'm actually okay with playing because that is clearly something that they've practiced before, they dry run it before, and that is where they can actually utilize Jax, sending him in, being able to trade him, and lobby crunches are extremely effective way how to disrupt the T side of opponents pretty much on any level. So I'm a fan of this actually.
We can hear that they are just about ready to be diving into the knife round. They're just waiting for Liquid to get situated on the other side of the heat stage. For the Liquid side of the equation, any big name that you're putting under the spotlight, particularly for Nuke? Is there any player that you feel like is the real difference maker when it comes to this map?
I'm gonna throw it again to Twist for
There's a lot of pressure on this guy, no?
I mean, he's playing positions where he needs to be pressured a little bit. So Twist is going to be the one that I'm going to look forward to seeing how he adapts for that CT side especially. There's going to be a lot of rotations involved from him. Understandably so. He's going to be the one reading the game the most from the IGL perspective and having this kind of bird eyes overview over the map of his teammates and then also of the opposition. So I'm going to be seeing Twist as being this rock solid and kind of wanting to see him recover from the Dust 2, which was rather poor.
I don't know whether I'm being a little bit greasy, but I really want more from the head-to-head from Ultimate and ZywOo. I think that's fair to say after the second map of Dust 2, which I was saying, it's an Orpheus paradise. This is where we're going to see their best work. No, not necessarily. We didn't really see either of them shining super brightly. Didn't really matter for the side of Vitality. How do you think that's going to be going down on Nuke? How does that differ to a map like Dust 2?
Well, for Nuke, again, you have this outside and it looks like Orpheus paradise, but there's like 7 smokes every round thrown there. So it's really hard to do some kind of impactful thing with Op early on. But however, there are multiple ways where you can aggress either through ramp or door or even hut. So I can see that Ultimate might be actually using this to his advantage to keep them on their toes and be unpredictable when it comes to aggression on CT side, especially.
Knife round just about beginning to decide who will be starting on their favorite side of this particular map. You mentioned Twist in the positionings. When you're an in-game leader and you haven't been before, you're used to being in those star positions, how do you kind of decide that you're going to be keeping those kind of key areas of the map? Like, what's the process of that?
I mean, having the key areas on the lockdown means that a lot of information, you don't need to rely on that from the teammates. So if teammates are a little bit silent or they're not having a great game and they're kind of struggling with giving information, being on that position yourself gives you this 2 seconds extra that you're already having this information because you heard it in your own ears and you don't need to rely on anyone else giving you this information.
Yeah.
So that's why positioning for IGLs are extremely important, and on some maps are just non-negotiable when you want to create a good game plan and you have a good overview of the round.
We could hear Vitality exclaiming, Apex in particular, he's always loud and proud, because they won the knife round. They will be starting on that CT side. One last chance, Tico. Are you going to flip-flop? Are you going to stick with your prediction? Who's winning this?
Vitality.
And that's exactly what we hear Vitality exclaiming behind us. Do you think it's going to be a whitewash like Dust 2?
I hope not, actually. I still cheer for Vitality here. I think they're a better team. But let's make it a close one.
Okay, who's going to be the most important factor other than Twist on the side of Liquid to make that possible?
That's a good question. I'm going to give it to JKS. I think he's a pretty good Nuke player.
We've kind of slept on him, haven't we?
I think he's actually a pretty good player, and if you want to get better on the map, those are the demos you want to watch.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that JKS is, I mean, I don't want to compare him to NAF because it's kind of different styles of play, but I think we can kind of sleep on both of those players in terms of their impact. It has been NAF that's really been standing up this tournament, but I think it's fair enough that JKS, super reliable piece of the puzzle, and I'm excited to see if that does indeed come to fruition on this third and final map of Nuke.
Well, cross your fingers, Freya. We'll find out who's going to step up for Liquid if they do step up at all. Our odds favor Vitality in this one as they just dismantled them on Dust 2, Mohan. It feels to me like Vitality are powering up to at least win a best of 3 at this event. And I think that considering the context of the stand-in, to just dispatch of Team Liquid would do good for them. And then they could fall and we would all just say, well, of course they have a stand-in in Jax, right? But a win here, just kind of one for the road, perhaps is I think the best case for Vitality. I think they can beat Team Liquid. I don't think their road in Singapore goes much further than that. But hell, beating Team Liquid means, of course, they'll have a chance to play at least one more day, and to do so in front of the fans. Put ZywOo on the big stage, get the lights on Jax. Ooh, baby, who knows? We're gonna have our first crowd surf at a Blast Premier event, I think, if Jax makes it to the playoffs.
Well, they failed to win Anubis in spite of ZywOo's performance, and then they won Dust 2 despite not having ZywOo at all. What's going to happen now with him on Nuke? This has been a very interesting map to talk about him from the perspective of opping versus rifling, because it's one where you'd see and expect him to have the op more often, but versus this ramp rush, it's just going to be pistol. ZywOo again on his P2K, and he claps too.
Well, makes it look good. Confirmation, Apex is also playing P2000 by choice, despite missing all the bullets he fired back on Dust 2. So be it. Jax won that pistol round, clutched up, and gave Vitality a quick road to map 3. Spinks going deep through Hut. They're cautious about any kind of a heaven wrap. Little do they know, Liquid are entirely up in lobby.
You see that Spinks and Jax just working together every single time. And they are going forward with a good double push here. The bomb's going to get spotted. Jax's back has turned a little bit. It's about timing for him. And they're coming in his direction, but the reload buys him some time.
Oh, 2 backs turn, Twist kills Flamesy. Oh, JKS wraps around Hut. The silent lurker gets into the back of him, and now JKS ready on the vent.
He doesn't know.
Apex is going to step right into it. Team Liquid recovers the pistol.
Full house here between JKS and Twist on the pistol. That's from a 3v5 after ZywOo gets his first 2 kills.
It was jubilation for Apex and Vitality coming off of the knife round. We had some antics, some tomfoolery. You know, a laughing Apex is always a welcome sight, but quick reality check as Liquid win double man disadvantage. And just like that, our odds skew back to the favor of Liquid. I think really a testament to kind of like the uncertainty that exists in this head-to-head right now. Liquid's inconsistencies, Vitality's stand-in. There's a whole layer of unknowingness wrapping up this match.
I wonder how they transpose from here. They've got a lot of outside presence. They are spawning ramp. It's going to be a heavy ramp hit. Flamesy, does he see this? Yes. Glance exchange, and he'll get away.
Little redirect to the other door, and well timed on the peak, but fast on his heels is ultimate. Guns him down. Yakinder's gonna hang on to the ramp. Doesn't have to go much further. Could just hold on to the map control, but the scout shot whizzes by. No damage done. No issue, no worry.
Not bad.
No stopping that bomb from going down.
Delayed ramp pop works beautifully after ultimate's refrag.
And Jax heads for the hills.
What's Jax's real name? Is it Jack?
No, it is... Oh,
I feel like I know this, but I just...
super French, but I always forget.
Oh, okay, okay.
Let me pull that up. It's Audric.
One more time?
Audric. A-U-D-R-I-C. Audric.
Wow, okay.
Last name, Jug.
Do we have the lore on why his name is Jax?
No, actually, we don't. I don't think so.
We've never asked, have we?
No, we haven't. Oh.
Audric. Audrax.
It's a bit of a stretch. It's a bit of a stretch. It's like the male equivalent of Audrey.
Audrey, yeah.
Yeah, Audric.
Audrey Plaza.
What the hell? Settle down, Zywoo. Somewhere off in the background, shooting bullets past Apex, who goes in for the free AK upgrade. Audrey Plaza. True. SMGs for 2.
Audrey Graham.
Alexander Graham Bell.
I'm just kidding, guys. Aubrey.
Moving that ump ever closer. Apex just waiting and waiting and waiting and timing it well. That'll keep them out of secret. And then their smoke's going to fizzle out, and Zywoo's going to get a chance to nab himself another. Oh, he doesn't stick around. Ooh, kind of 2 minds right here. I feel like there would have been a chance to maybe...
There's the rotation, though. They freed him up to go downstairs, so Apex is in time. He's got a good gun as well.
Jax comes down to join him. Here's the rumblings of the approach. 30
this is
seconds
important,
to the
actually,
clock.
because Jax on 30-second timing needs to check this if no one's here, because then there's, it's a weaker upstairs.
He's following.
Look how many players are downstairs.
2 CTs following up the secret stairs, and Spinks is going to be on high alert, ready for the attack. Shadow advantage. Oh, they line up. Ton of damage. We've got Zywoo up in heaven, looking to stop it. Naf turns and stops Jax, but still they haven't been able to cross. 10 seconds, and Zywoo's keeping that damage up. They're going to plant on the front of sight, and Flamesy's coming through. He comes off of the plant.
Oh, he's got to stay alive,
is looking to get out, and they'll take to the rooftops, keeping that AK for the time being. The pressure scrambles Naf off the site, and Team Liquid don't even get that bomb down.
That looked like a round that was about to go wrong for Vitality. So much damage, but no kills coming in. I mean, the fact that Spinks nearly takes down 3 with an MP9, obviously. The setup for the round is perfect here for Liquid, who they lose a player early, but they get all the rotations downstairs. So the fake works out beautifully. Just comes down to 1 man. That's Spinks.
Little rum boost for ultimate, but nobody home. Zywoo taking a comparable angle. Whoa. Ultimate getting up there. Oof.
Oh, the scout.
Damn, tagged and bagged by Apex.
That was the worst case situation. They lined up exactly with the rifle and the scout.
Didn't have anybody to trade with him. Just stepped up as the smoke was pluming, and Apex doesn't want to just go for any kind of a spray. He's going to keep himself tucked back garage. Secret will play a role in yet another Team Liquid round. And CT is not wasting any time clearing this out, huh? Spinks.
Check. JKS. He's going to come back to this. Yes.
And
he wins, yeah.
And now suddenly things feel compromised. You've got a Garage player who feels like he's got to get active.
Are they going upper though?
Apex takes a step and dives to Twists. Looks like this A site's still getting split. You've got 2 players back here.
Yeah, this is surprising.
There are still options. And Zai will remember just with the scout. Bomb is in the middle of the pack here. Zai will wait for a chance to strike them down. 4th player was watching, but he takes a dig to the forehead. And Jax peels a player off, but he loses 1. There's still another back here. That's going to catch them off guard. Twist stuck between both, tries to run away with the Glock out. And Vitality on the A site. Dude, if they went B, that's done.
Yeah, I thought that was what made the most sense. I mean, they killed the secret rotation as well. I thought for sure they go lower in that spot. That was an interesting. You have Vitality sitting upstairs just going, oh no, they killed our secret flank. Now they're going to know. And they can't even, they have the longest possible rotation. Jax dropped out of heaven. But doubled up back here was perfect. So great read on the situation here for Vitality.
Tech9s to try and get fast. Don't lose this one, Vitality. You just felt like you built a bit of momentum.
Oh my God.
Twist gets a second, finally goes down. ZywOo connecting through the smoke. And as Apex tries to keep pressure up backside, it's bomb planted. M4 still in hand, Mo.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Is that the round? They're going to have one coming up in heaven. And lurk outside. This should be fine for NAFLA. He can get away from this.
Here's the retake, though. Flamesy keeping the pressure up. That's one player still preoccupied outdoors. They know that T's going to run back around. Spawn just trade out. Keep it going into the backside. Hot moves from Flamesy. And now he can put the pressure on Naf, who's going to try to run him down. 2 seconds in the smoke.
Can't find him.
He gets there. And from Tech9's off Twists to the Naf clutch to close.
Wow, very few bullets left there for NAFLA, and he makes it happen. That's a clutch to him. It was a nice move from Flamesy. He jumped to make sure that you couldn't tell where he was running in from. But the second frag with the Tech9, that's where it just becomes too much. First one, okay, but both upper anchors dying at the same time. And this is with so many Vitality players waiting for this play. They're waiting for the upper call. One of those moments that should have never happened.
Hey, don't hit the black lights.
You can't take down the black lights, though. The table is sturdy.
Will break you.
Yeah.
Tough pill to swallow there for Vitality. The last bullet, half a second on the defuse, denial. Still good tools, though, for Vitality to work with in here in round 6. So don't go writing off Vitality just yet. ZywOo finally not working with the scout. You're taking up the responsibility of outer. Liquid positioning in lobby. When we get this lower vent play, you know, the one time they did turn around from secret, I thought to myself, oh, maybe because they think that Spinks is definitely not alone down there, right? He was just sent forward on an operation on his own. And this round, we do see multiple bodies try to move forward instead. But no contact to be made, nothing outside, nothing red, nothing silo, really Liquid up in lobby.
They're going to go ramp. And ZywOo's rotation is coming down the ladder? He is. Yeah, he is.
Well timed at 40 seconds. Eats a flashbang, gets a little awkward, still comes out with 1. And Flamesy queued up for a multi-frag, but can't quite finish ultimate. It's going to be the MP9s to rotate downstairs. 30 now on the clock.
Yeah, they don't need the op to do it now. If the MP9s have enough time, they can get into spots like these.
And with the little health that does remain.
With 3 little MP9s and all these corners. But if it goes back upstairs, well, that's the other good option. 15 seconds, they are going to. Yeah. ZywOo, can he figure this out?
He just turned away.
Oh.
Second guesses it, and he is correct.
Timing.
Shot straight to the chest of ultimate. They're going to try to gun him down, and he's not going to give them anything further than the hut attempt. Of course. 3 rounds for Vitality, because so be it. You lose to the Tech9s in the last. Guns look good for the defense.
Yes, they do. And you can upgrade, pick those up. This is also one of the maps where Liquid, I'm a little bit worried about what we see from them sometimes on T side. When we talk about oversimplified, some maps they just are really adamant about their outside crosses, 4-1ing here, ramp sometimes.
Apex calling to be worried for the Force, but it's not the case. Team Liquid looking to take one on the chin round 7. Apex not going to allow the ultimate pressure to cross. Gives ZywOo a flashbang, says, set me up, Chief. These are my anti-ecos. You gotta be careful when you approach ZywOo. I heard he hunts by movement, like a Tyrannosaurus. You just stand still, he can't quite see you as well. Matt gets a Glock kill. Oh my god.
Should still be okay.
Apex on for the ace. Dies to the Desert Eagle.
Never said ace packs, have we? No, doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound right. 4 kills, job done.
That's all she wrote for the pistol attempt of Team Liquid. Still 3 rounds on the T side, 7 rounds deep. That was with pistol and the conversion. And
with ZywOo, a footstep is worth 1,000 words. That's the saying with him.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Because of the 1v4? When he didn't make a footstep as he jumped out of heaven?
Well, just any footstep he hears.
Okay.
That's like you're reading a book to him. You're telling the whole story of the round. But only to him. He understands the language of movement.
It ain't pretty, folks. Pistols again for Team Liquid. They haven't really had to call on Jax to do too much in this third map so far, but that's because Flamesy's bringing it from Dust 2 forward into the decider of this series as well. Flamesy is officially here. If he can do it back-to-back maps, then, you know, my questions about him and my worries, really, for Vitality.
That was genuinely my main reason for thinking, like, Vitality have this today, because Flamesy wouldn't play bad 2 days in a row.
Well,
but after the first map, I was like, oh.
Right.
A day and a half.
What are the odds? ZywOo kills Yakinder, but the Heaven player still shot, so that's 2 CTs found out. Nothing you can do about it, though. Poor Naf on his own, and they smoke him off, man. They just smoke him off. They smoke him out. He's got the bomb. He could actually go plant B. It's just 1 player down there. Go ahead. Blast his head off with the Tech 9, and you're good to go. Oh, but it's Flamesy. That's right. And the bad half of the day is over.
Bad half of the day's done. Yesterday you said tomorrow.
Windows open. That's how the bugs get in. Nap up close. Yeah, Flamesy's got this one locked in as he goes up 11-4 and makes sure that no bomb plants can be had, no kills to be stolen.
Now this will be a tale of 2 halves. Like as long as Liquid have a decent T half, that's kind of what it's about here sometimes on Nuke. Best map ever made.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, some versions of it were pretty shit, but
that's the catwalk around the outside. Yeah, that wasn't great.
Yeah, you know,
well, not ironically, but I think like without the hut window, it's been better, which is something I never thought I'd say.
Oy.
Oh, nice find, nice find. No cover here.
Faster pace to this one. Apex, though.
Oh, Twist gonna be regretting that.
Doesn't die in vain because ZywOo finds the climb up.
How do you know he's gonna do that?
ZywOo, he just knows.
How do you know? You know what I mean? This guy.
He knows you better than you know yourself.
Does he know there's 1 back mini right now, 1 top silo right now, 1 cross seeker right now?
Yeah, the secret cross, that's the question, but Flamesy can go and answer it as he looks to head downstairs after holding off the NAF play out ramp.
That was a key duel because now ZywOo isn't responsible as much for watching the cross. You can just stop the late mini lurks which have happened, right? It's been a lot of secret, but back to mini.
Yep, true. But Ultimate didn't hide the approach down into these tunnels, right? He flashes for the cross and...
Flamesy not playing clock. Jack's coming in to pick up the ramp. Where's his, like, finish zone here?
Yes, where is the end zone? Smokes on the windows.
Okay, there we go.
Yep. A more secure position to anchor in to close this out as we get to 30 seconds. Nobody actually decon just yet. They double up instead towards control. And again, Jax is now pushing forward, but exposing himself to the decon swing, which is now in position. Flamesy goes down first. Jax is now known, but he delivers a double kill out of Jax, and even further damage done. 1v3 for JKS. You know he needs it. Hole in the door, goes deep into the stairs, and ZywOo's Tech9 guns him down for Vitality's 6.
That's excellent between Flamesy getting his kill on Nafly at ramp, as Jax's rotation as well. All the players downstairs were super ready for that exact outcome, so well handled between a lot of them. This is a 4v5 as well. For just a second. Yeah, after have an opportunity. He's been pretty good on these like raw duels as well. But that's sort of indicative of how the game is now swaying. Like Flamesy just suddenly on Dust 2's woken up and just hasn't gone back to sleep.
Good. Jet lag's not real. It can't hurt you. I was worried that was what was kind of plaguing Apex and his energy. But now we're starting to get it, you know? Now we can feel him winning again.
It was funny because it was worrying because when he was losing, he still wasn't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wasn't even just about the happy moments.
There was just a lack of emotion. And I thought, my God, they've broken him. But he's back.
He's back.
In full force. ZywOo will see nothing here as the pistols do get ever closer to that hut, or the potential for the 3-player burst lower. That nade from Apex. Oh, excuse me, it's just a flash. He runs away from the pack of players trying to gun him down on sight. Good movement, gets up on top of the rafters, serves a perfect distraction for Flamesy to feast on the freebies. And his teammates here to make sure bomb can't be planted. 30 to the clock as the main player gets found out, and JKS, the last defaulter here. It's 5 in a row for Vitality as they post a strong CT side.
Yeah, these rotations are pretty ironclad. They're in time, and they're aplenty. What do Liquid want to try to do now? We've got Myther chiming in with some ideas. You know, one of the rounds that Liquid have won was just that full-on upper pop that they pulled off with the Tech9s. And then, man, it's the pistol and conversion, isn't it?
That's it. Wow. Yippee!
He actually managed to not go negative on Dust 2, by the way. He went 7-7.
Crazy.
After having just 0 kills for the whole game.
ZywOo haters just hoping.
Just couldn't go negative one time.
Give me something to point at. But nope. Just breaks even and then turns it around on Nuke. You know, ZywOo sacrificed his stats on Dust 2 so Flamesy could get the game going. And Flamesy has not stopped. Now both of them at the tippity top as Spinks goes deep through Squeaky for the first. It's good posturing from JKS if he wants to wrap into the A site, but he gets caught. Flamesy, the timing out from Secret to a T.
Their awareness is so good at the moment.
And Jax is always happy to sit up in the rafters. Yukinder tries to come swinging out for him, but a quick headshot will put down the Latvian. And Flamesy with a hailstorm of bullets, just reminds Liquid that he's not falling for your shenanigans. He knows probably where you're at. And as they try to chase him out from behind the vent, he's in with the reload, so he'll deal with ultimate and finally die out to Twist, who's stuck on 14 HP to close what's left of this 1v4. Odds so heavily stacked against them, and Vitality's momentum has just been unstoppable.
Yeah, seriously. Another solid round here for Vitality with just the squeaky push. That's it. And a couple of very hard kills. Like Spinks could have died on the push to Nafly 100%, but he hit a great spray. Every bullet in the last one a little bit through the wall. You had this push on the timing just to catch JKS. He was a hair away from disappearing in that smoke. And then this is where it got easy. These kills were more simple. They knew exactly what Liquid wanted to do from the beginning of the round, and they countered this, I think, call from Myther probably out of spawn just to try to make this a mini wrap into an A hit.
We heard Vitality cheering as they picked up the knife round, understandably. Solid CT side looking to post a 9th. A cheeky position here from Apex to catch one off guard. Whoa, hey, JKS actually gets the better of it. I would have put my money on the other end, but now 3 players ready to walk out hut, and Spinks just standing inside of the vent ladder looks foolish in the end. So Liquid finding the better of just some timings.
That's like the same strat, actually, right? They just took it a bit slower, different approach here from Vitality who pushed up with Apex, and
yes, indeed. And it works out perfectly. So how do they make this last one look so easy? I don't know. But for Liquid's sake, let's hope they can continue as the T side comes to a close. Time to do better. Myther He said it right there in that content piece. Got to do better. And hopefully for Team Liquid, well, this is exactly what they did in the last round. Simply winning one with barely taking any damage. A little timing through the smoke and the hut walkout sprinkles one in for their attempt to take it all back on the defense, Mo. But vibes at an all-time high for Vitality and 8 rounds in their back pocket.
It is. Now, pistols have been very friendly to them. ZywOo has just been such a core piece of that. He's 14-3. This T-side pistol could actually dictate the game. I certainly believe in Liquid CT side more than their T-side. That was sort of, unfortunately, what I expected a little bit with their nuke sometimes. It's one of 2 or 3 maps where I think they haven't really figured it out yet, but this would take the edge off for sure. It's a tense moment, I'm sure, for Vitality, who I know Jax is here on the team. They haven't won a nuke yet with him. Job's not finished.
A little bit of posturing going on outside of main with the smoke play. Flames comes through it. No contact. Vent player's done for as he jumps in on him. Oh, Jax comes through with the kill to JKS to boot.
Oh, another.
Yes, sir.
Damn.
Sat in the back of that site, and I feel like Team Liquid just fizzled out.
That's some good aim right there from everyone involved.
It's just wild that it was like nowhere to be found yesterday. You know what I mean? Day-to-day Vitality looks so much better.
Oh, yeah.
Flamesy particularly. And even ZywOo, you know, like ZywOo was like, obviously Flamesy's was a poor performance.
Flamesy had no help ZywOo had no help yesterday.
Yeah.
Flamesy should have been better. Apex has just been not really as, you know, he can be a bit better overall.
Sure.
Like, but it doesn't have to be that much better. And then Spinks is just like good here and there.
Yep.
It's a little awkward, but
you know, it's like
you want a consistent 3, right?
Of course, yeah. And especially when you have the stand-in, right? It's the classic. It's like your stand-in's going to bring something to the table, but that's when you no longer have the option of leaning on your 5th player. Even if, you know, your 5th, let's say Mezzi is the 5th best player of Vitality. He's just better than Jax. But you don't have him anymore, so you got to step up. You're not allowed to have an off day when you have a stand-in. That's just the rules. Them's the rules.
But hey, pistol kills, they're worth 2 each.
And, well, they did have an off day yesterday, and I'm glad that they have turned it around because now it doesn't look like a stand-in's going to hold them back. This is convincing pistol victories and a super strong individual level from Flamesy. It's what we've come to love about the Vitality win conditions. Spinks doesn't get the best of the clash over towards ramp, working on his own in lobby. Threat, of course, of all of a sudden players flying at him, but it doesn't look like Liquid want to pull that trigger yet.
And he's still on lower ammo right now. Hasn't reloaded after that first spray. One of the good guns of the round. CT's readying this attack, but ramp is open. This is what? They must be quite aware that it's lower. Actually, like the setup here from Liquid. I don't know if they catch the timing. They have control side. They can be pretty quick to this flank. Really comes down to this flank, I think. Yeah, Spinks is not watching for this just yet.
Hello. And farewell.
Now there's pressure. Now there's a lot of pressure on Vitality.
Twists also connects with his, so SMG's doing good work, but Jax from the pistol to the follow-up, coming in with the impact, and Flamesy's going to keep that ball going. Rolling forward, ZywOo looks to take over stairs, but doesn't have to force the issue. Your 3v3 post plant now. CT's come to you. That's going to be Flamesy to try to keep his head down as ZywOo does indeed connect with a second kill. That MAC-10 nearly empty, but so be it. And because Flamesy escapes on a single point of health, he is just such a distraction. NAF has to give attention to it. He will kill ZywOo first, but Flamesy can still just serve as the insurance policy. NAF will get himself that last frag, but so be it. It is double digits Vitality, making the most of what was a rough start after JKS hit that flank.
Yes, everybody dies on this round, and you can actually hear Apex for once getting real excited because they crossed 10, and they are starting to put this puzzle together. This was a great setup, I think, overall from Liquid, considering the guns that they had, but a couple of key duels. This one versus ZywOo and Yakinder in Decon, I think, is massive. Yakinder slowed down this fight. He could have actually had a good chance of winning the round, along with NAF, and then the other one was Flamesy breaking out into ramp with his 1 health.
Rock solid 3v5 for Vitality, just to show now that not only on an individual level do they have it, but they're bringing in the X factor. They're not panicking in sketchy spots. And this would be a heartbreaking way for Team Liquid to get eliminated from Singapore, going now more than a month without winning a best of 3. And of course, at the same time, just one single best of 1 win over Complexity. And the craziest thing about this Singapore shortcoming is going to be that they started both of their series with a map win, one of them 13-0.
And they ended up, yeah, not even winning more rounds in that series somehow. This is because they got stomped in the next 2. No nades here for Liquid. Not great guns either. I'm going to take a blunder here from Vitality. Or something really crafty from NAF, and he did find something good here.
Nice angle, boys.
Hold on.
And he comes in with the double to Jack. So back-to-back 3v5s is what's demanded of Vitality if this early team momentum's going to keep going. Well-timed from Yakindar as he lets the first one go through and blindside ZywOo. Then doubles around, perfectly positioning here. Oh, Yakindar, he's slippery, isn't he?
So slippery.
Apex comes back and falls victim. Wonderfully played from Yakindar downstairs.
All right.
Somebody who has been quiet across this map, but posts an important 2K to start the CT endeavor here for Liquid.
Classy moment from Nafly. Picking a perfect spot to catch a lurk. This is a round where I feel like Liquid almost didn't have enough money to justify buying. They came in with almost no nades, 3 MP9s, and now they've upgraded. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to this one key position, perfectly played from Naf, and the second kill to pair with it. Look at this. One with no...
Look at it.
Would you look at that?
So ready for Jax. Yakindar's such a weasel. Yeah. Gotta be frustrating if you're Apex. You go all the way into vent, you clear the vent corner.
Just all the walking you had to do right there.
Yeah. You think you're the hunter, but in reality, you get hunted. So tough pill to swallow if you're Apex, and a chance for a shift in Liquid's favor. But it's going to take a step up from someone. Ultimate is right back to the bottom of the board. On the brink of again ending and extending what will be now a 4-event streak with a sub 1.0 rating.
Oh my god.
Good wall bang. What the hell? Was that on the edge of main or straight through the door?
It's like towards the front of main, but yeah, he hit it from back here. That was nice.
Oh. I feel like a kill like that's when you know someone's really feeling the game.
Yeah.
If you needed more evidence after Dust 2 to Nuke, Flamesy is in the flow state, folks. JKS gonna pop up and blindside a couple, and it's a quick sweep away of what was left of Vitality. It's only a 4-round lead.
If Liquid play their cards right, they can do this. They definitely can. They got CT side. They have survived that low buy win. There is now significant pressure on Vitality. We can obviously look at ZywOo and FlameZ have an even better game than him and think, well, we've got some outs. But they aren't their full squad, so let's see what they can make of this.
You want to know what Twist wrote in all chat after he got wallbanged by Flamesy like that?
I would love to.
He wrote, "Effing lucky kid. It's always the kids, man."
Wait, what? He actually wrote that? It's always the kids.
It's always the kids, man.
Twist, you're not that old, my friend.
I know, he's the wisdom of in-game leadership is aging Twist too quickly. I feel like he's going to start 2025 with a wizard beard.
This isn't winnable, is it?
No, it's not.
They don't have armor.
Surely
they were
not.
Fully saving this round. I mean, Liquid must and will win this round because Spinks is on a Glock.
Surely
ZywOo
not.
and Jax have no nades. Flamesy's dead. You cannot simply plant lower. Look at the full kits of utility coming in. Just forget about it. You know what I mean?
But the script
3
here.
players are upstairs, though. Nobody has rotated down here at all. 20 seconds, and they haven't even considered it. They're going to go for the full-on retake. This means that Vitality want to win, they got to double up either decon or control side. That's it. If they don't take control of that and they just go for the plant and they play within the site, you got to think they're going to lose.
Oh, it's wild. It's 2 rifles.
Connor, the retake should be just fine here. After everything Liquid done.
Just Glocks, huh? Jax turns around, loses his duel, so man advantage comes through for Team Liquid. They got a ton of grenades, they got good timing, and it's ZywOo in the middle. Of course, it has to be ZywOo, the last one left. 1 kill to his name. Sits inside of the frag and lets it do half damage. What? It's so good.
Wait.
It is the perfect peak and just enough bullets with fire on the stairs. The timing is going to make this impossible. No! He who defines what is possible. ZywOo, come on.
Did anyone have armor?
No. They had nothing.
No way. Sometimes you see a way out. Nades come into control side. 1 guy on the stairs. The molly to the stairs is the only thing that stops that refrag.
It's so gross, but it's also so good.
Whoa.
I mean, that's the making of the final blow, because Flamesy's just going to keep that impact up.
Hold on. At the beginning of the round, did they have any guns?
I don't believe they had a damn thing, dude.
My God.
Nothing. Maybe a P250.
This was literally such a winnable map with that rounds. 7-10 into your next gun.
That's why we were gaffing and goofing.
Even on this round.
And they come right in with the headshot. The speed of which Flamesy executes.
1v3 with no armor.
Yeah, 4K on the round.
All rifles.
Flamesy gets the Glock kill, and then ZywOo from that point forward had an M4. Simple as that. You gave him an M4.
Insane.
And he wins.
1 bullet and his crosshairs in the sky, and they couldn't find it. They couldn't find it.
Wow.
All right, JKS, this push.
Up close and personal with Flamesy, who's not going to find himself a second this time. Ozzy wants to hang on to the site, gets away with such little HP, but he's hanging on for dear life, and the pressure's coming in. Jax perfectly timed out from heaven. Next contacts main, that player goes down. It is way too easy.
Okay.
And Vitality, off the back of that, from Flamesy's Dust 2 to Nuke, we're never gonna lose. They've just felt like they're in their lane. And that is why, dude, I swear Counter-Strike is simply the best.
Yeah.
Because any round with any tools, at any moment, if you believe, and if you are as good as the likes of ZywOo,
You just have to be
pull it
born
off.
on the same day that Counter-Strike came out and be a top 2 player for the last 5 years, and anything is possible. Unreal, man.
You can go buy your items and level up your abilities elsewhere, man.
Yeah. Oh, you need a stun to set up the ult? Come to Counter-Strike. Get yourself a ZywOo.
That's the beauty of CS.
It had to be instant headshots.
And it was.
That was the one criteria. Insane. And with that, he somehow passes Flamesy on the board after his unbelievable game. We got Stinks and Flame Packs at the bottom of the board here, getting their asses carried by 2 studs in ZywOo and Flamesy. I don't know if anyone's ever called him that. Yes.
Oh, man. And the burden of Team Liquid, again, just, it's been a rough month. As far as the season went, right? The expectations exceeded when they were able to beat NAVI in the same week 2 times. to start off groups. JKS single M4. He can do it too.
Okay.
He can do it too.
What?
You're not the only one. You may be the chosen one, but JKS is capable. And another swift reminder that the M4 makes the difference. 3 kills for JKS, shuts down the secret play. Can Apex and Spinks, Lamepex and Stinks pull this 2v5 out of the hat? I don't think so. I don't think so. Game goes on. Liquid not done yet.
That was silky smooth. That was actually so impressive in its own way. He couldn't even fall back out of his position. He had the worst case scenario after he got spotted, and he still managed to get 3 unbelievable kills, all with a silenced M4 too. All right. What other surprises does this game have for us?
It had such a weird feel in the first couple of maps.
Yeah.
There's just like something off.
It feels quiet.
Yeah.
Everything feels overall quiet these days.
Yep.
These 2 days.
Just like a tempo coming out on Dust 2 felt like they were like, you know, it felt like they were so afraid to make mistakes, Vitality. Like there was a certain uncertainty about themselves. But it's from there that they kind of put in place the building blocks of this series. And now, again, off of the back of a flamesy back-to-back performance,
Sick, Justin.
they're still in it, but Team Liquid gonna have to dig deep. Huge moment for JKS. Still a 5-round difference, and elimination looming every step of the way. It's gonna be fast tempo. Ooh, Vitality trying to take it straight to A. They get shut down with 3 kills before Spinks has an answer, but his answer is a double, and he's got Jax to work with. Still they'll hang on with 3 players in the rafters. Liquid ready for the hit.
All right, let's make it a little bit closer. Tragedy avoided, a JKS 3K to be remembered. The CTs are sort of back on their feet. This round will still be expensive for them with the 3 frags that come down, but JKS looking to have a map, man. He's been pretty sharp in these past couple of rounds.
Jax getting all giddy when he gets that first headshot, but too many players in position for Vitality to follow through with. Listen, we saw Zywoo pull off the single rifle round win. We saw JKS set them up with his triple. It is Spinks' chance to shine. Working with the Kevlar. Let's see it. Apex leads the charge. Deagle in hand. Glock behind him. Yakinder turns at the wrong time. Sees the shadow, though.
Not to Glocks again.
No, because the AK isn't a Glock. Unfortunately for Spinks, he's only going to get that 1. Last player's already been softened and spotted, and so that's Liquid to cut the lead down to 3. We always said the CT side could still come through. We've seen resilient moments from Liquid throughout the struggles of this season. Trying to piece together round by round.
Looks like they may have motion for a timeout after this. See if they need the extra time to chat.
Liquid trying to keep it focused. There's a certain aura of seriousness that has kind of set in because at one point, I'm sure Vitality felt like they were getting eliminated after Anubis. Team Liquid sure as hell are sick of losing, let alone to a stand-in. In one of the final chances to end this season on a high note, we're gonna go back into the aggression. Vitality, at least with the utility, elicits somewhat of a response. Yakindar's gonna get a fight while blind and he wins it, but the hunt pressure still comes out. Jax, he's got his. Flamesy dead with nothing. Good pressure out from Twist. As he combines with the backside, it's a rock-solid defense again.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Apex. It's gonna have to be a little more complicated than that.
It might, yeah, go all the 24 rounds now if you're going to go for the double upper pops and have them end out in the same way. Yakinder stopping the first player coming out on the swing. This is exactly what happened last time. And this situation's a little messy. This push is so common, obviously, these days. Out to second vent from mini side, you just get such good fights on such good timings, and it really helps that they're feeding JKS, who's having a fantastic CT side. I'm not sure why they want to take the fight to him backside. He's consistently delivered output. This is giving Liquid chances. JKH just touches 20 off of that round. Half buy comes through. Obviously, any round could be the last. So you got to stay sharp, but they really want this smoke upper, huh?
Nade finds 4. Easy does it yet again. Looking 3 for 3 on stopping these attempts into the A play. ZywOo dead to ultimate. That's a good sign if you are Team Liquid. And ultimate's going to be the nail in the coffin of round 23. So okay. 1 round and OT very much possible.
Yeah. This is 12-8 at one point. 3 upper pops later. Here we are. Sometimes you repeat a round like you saw Liquid did at the end of the first half because they thought they did something wrong and that's why they lost, or they got unlucky. So they tried it again and it worked. They did the mini split, slower into upper, a couple right things in place, and they won the round. Sometimes it makes sense to repeat. Here you've got 3 upper pops. You know there's not going to be a 4th one. So that immediately comes out of the playbook here for what Liquid are thinking about, and they can reinforce other parts of the map in the early rounds. I think this is a nice advantage for them. Great damage done.
Apex doesn't want to use that full belt. A lot of util to go, so they're going to wait for the smoke to fade, and maybe ZywOo can connect one. Obviously, NAF is back in Garage. They don't know if he's still stuck in that corner, but he hasn't decided to change position, and he doesn't really have support.
And Ultimate's watching ramp, you know, so the cross is a little bit weak right now. Twist can't actually fight this if they want to go outside. You don't normally see a Vitality have problems with time. And no one's here to replace Ultimate, so he has to stick ramp.
NAF's not going to get vision on that jump over. Oh, loses the duel.
Jax got him.
Oh,
Jax got
both. Second. Just like that, Jax puts his name up in lights. The double entry that could push Vitality further in Singapore. 3v5 queued up, and it's softened players across the board.
And this is the guy who could stop him. JKS on 22.
He comes out from his corner with a kill. He's able to reposition as there's no further pressure. Jax has 2 frags into the round. 30 seconds to that clock. And there is a defense downstairs. Yakindar connects to the head of Apex. 3v5 equaled out.
The bomb has to go back up unless ZywOo's going to fight downstairs.
The
scramble noise.
Yakindar in the open, caught out by Flamesy. It's another headshot from him, and ZywOo's got the lock onto the ladder. How do you get down? ZywOo's got bomb. He has to give up the angle. And as he gives up that angle, JKS slides out through the vent. So the game's on. It's at hand. It's still possible for either to take this away.
So many flashes.
ZywOo creates uncertainty with the door open, and as he plays up close, the peek's coming his way. But they close it first across, and Flamesy slides out. He's been so good, but he goes down with no further impact, and it's a back corner position from Jax. He is the one that started this. ZywOo survives the nade, takes over into the corner, crossfire set up on door. CTs have to go. Team Liquid on the line, and Vitality into quarterfinals.
They made it happen. Wow, what a moment for Jax with the double entry.
That's what he needs. 2 great maps like that from the stars. Flamesy, ZywOo come together, but who makes it possible? Who closes out? Jax.
By the skin of their teeth, Vitality keep their heads here at the Blast Premier World Finals. Relief, elation, understandably so, on the side of Vitality, but for Liquid, man, this is such a bitter pill to swallow. We talked about it, Stico, the fact they come into both series, they win the first map both times, and then it slips away from them. And it was so damn close to be pushed to OT.
My heart is actually still racing from this past few rounds. And it all comes down to Jax as well to close it out with the stunning double entry on the positions that I thought they will definitely be overlooked. NAV was in a prime position to get at least 2 kills from Garage, but man, Jax really pulled some amazing rounds there.
And it's crazy because it wasn't like he was the name that we were really pulling out during that map of Nuke, right? It was ZywOo and FlameZ that were both firing on all cylinders to be taking down Liquid in this one.
I think after 10 rounds, they had like something like 30 kills combined, while the rest of the rest of the server had barely around 30. So it's one thing to really look out for. And FlameZ had an enormous last two maps in this best of 3.
You can see FlameZ just fanning himself, you know, swerve his brow, wipe that off. You are indeed going to the arena alongside Jack, standing in for Mezzy, of course, coming into the Blast Premier World Finals. I mean, for FlameZ, I love that we got to saw the resurgence from him, because map number 1, pretty quiet. Series yesterday wasn't necessarily his best showing, but the final 2 maps in this elimination series, he was just so clean with so many of these kills.
This is the thing, you see that he's taking a lot of duels on his own terms. He's so confident in his ability, and maybe that's part of it coming from Dust2. And this was kind of an important round where they won an eco right there, and actually he was the one taking the first frag on NAV. All these kind of little things and the frags that amassed throughout the whole Nuke, super impactful.
And it's so dangerous when you also have ZywOo firing on all cylinders, which we didn't necessarily have on Dust2. Didn't matter. Vitality, you know, put a commanding lead, a commanding victory over Liquid on that one. But the fact that they were both popping off, I think it's a testament also to the side of Liquid for how competitive they did make that late game, considering you did have FlameZ and you did have ZywOo really putting impact in today.
I mean, they farmed a lot of kills, especially throughout that first half of the Nuke. But at the same time, when it comes to ZywOo, I think his position is always in good spot where he, even if he gets caught off guard, he's just not going to be able to die because he's so far away, he's so well positioned, and even the 1v3 right there with no Kevlar and M4 is just wow.
Yeah, should we relive that? Should we relive round 17? Because this was a round the Vitality should not have got away with. And it might have been a completely different story if Liquid had managed to win that round. We might be in overtime right now. We might be looking at a Team Liquid win.
Yeah, I mean, it all started, as I said, with the FlameZ getting opener on NAV. That made them retrieve the M4, which eventually got into the hands of ZywOo, and he won the round with it. He got an important frag on the Ekender, actually, and there was a little bit of a miscon where Molly actually made it from Twist's hands into the stairs right behind ZywOo, where there was JK's waiting for him, ready to trade, but he couldn't beat his teammates Molly because he would otherwise burn. The fact that he got pre-fire there, actually, in the angle that is non-existent, it's pretty impressive. I mean, he was trying to stick the C4, obviously, but ZywOo peaked before the smoke bloomed, and that was one of the most impactful rounds we've seen in Vitality.
Certainly was. Incredible stuff coming out from ZywOo and the side of Team Vitality. Unfortunately, that does mean the end of the line here in Singapore for Team Liquid. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Twists and Banks.
Liquid's road will be cut short here against Vitality in a series, Russ, that started off very well in your favor, right? We know how good your Anubis can be. We then come on to this Dust2, and it seemed like you just got stuck again with this, right? With a bit of back and forth between maps and not knowing where to go with it. What is it like for you when you're going through this?
I mean, honestly, it's just a fucking disappointment, this series. There's no connection at all on CT Dust2. Just a lot of individual players, a lot of saying, I'm going to do this, not saying we can do this, you know? Yeah. And maybe it's bad leadership for me, but typically CD sides is like a team effort. Sure. So it's a bit disheartening when, you know, people are not playing for each other 100% and you can feel it, or there's like hesitation. Yeah. And yeah, I feel like that carried on to Nuke. And then obviously the game is just not going to be easy if you're scared to play. Like anyone that's scared to play, like the game is immediately not in your favor.
Yeah. When you're saying about being scared to play with it though, right? Obviously there was a bit where it turned around, things got better. Who was able to kickstart that or bring some hope back into the guys? Because you were fighting to the very end on Nuke.
I mean, it's just about calling the right setups because they have a limited playbook with a stand-in. Yep. I just knew from their time, like when they had Jax before as a stand-in, when we were on FaZe, that they relied on a lot of A orientation. Yeah, yeah. So that's kind of just like, sometimes I told NAV to stack at like A one time. I was at A one time. Roland was also at A one time. So we made sure that A was reinforced for the remainder of the half. But yeah, you could say some missed shots, kind of, I mean, unlucky Glock round, I guess, at ramp can happen. Obviously, it sucks that it happens in this situation, but it really can happen to any team. Happened to us, even on FaZe. And then in this last round, yeah, just like guys probably running past NAV screen. He shoots him like 3 times, gets re-peeked, headshotted. I peek lockers. It's like I see a shoulder of one guy on the left. I look at him, the guy main peeks me. So it's like CS nuances combined with just getting too late into the half. T-side Nuke is a lot about hitting the right timings and getting the right duels at the right time. I feel like we could not do that, or like people would lose track of, you know, CT players or so. And yeah, CT side, obviously, game's much easier when you get more T rounds on the board, and 4 rounds against a stand-in is kind of, shit.
Very quickly, I want to touch on the fact that is this now a worrying sign because you're staying in Singapore before going into your RMR?
No, it shouldn't be. I mean, now we have even more fucking time after getting knocked out in another event. So if we can't do things right at the next one, then yeah, it's rough. I don't want to say we're not clicking because we're playing good in practice. We play really good in practice. That's why we're confident to be fine, go on to these maps. It's fine to like let them pick Nuke or Dust 2. It just sucks that we cannot replicate our results in practice, that we're playing good, confident off of each other, good comms the entire time. And I know it's in us, so it's just We've seen it. Yeah, it's there. I just, you know, needed to crawl out again.
Hopefully you can bring it to life, the RMR, man. Thank you very much.
Shout out to Swiss, even in such a tough moment, giving us such an eloquent and insightful exit interview. Kind of reminds me of Alexi B's exit interviews when you feel like he's already done the post-match analysis. He already knows exactly what went wrong with the team, and there's a lot to be building off of, obviously going into the RMR, and fingers crossed the major as well.
It almost felt like he was watching the game from our POV because how detailed answers some of them were. It was pretty impressive how he manages to, you know, keep an overview over the not only the last map but also map that happened 1 hour ago on Dust 2. So it's another thing that they mentioned is that how they're struggling to contemplate the performance from the practice environment into the officials, and they're getting again eliminated. You could clearly see the frustrations coming out of his voice there. It is very weird seeing that on Dust 2 he kind of puts his teammate in a spotlight where they were doing a little bit too much of an individual play style and maybe not believing in what the team has practiced before, and this is always frustrating for an in-game leader. If your teammate is playing one way in practice and then in official games, in tournaments where you have to put that practice into actual game plan, people are just kind of doing their own thing, and that is frustrating.
That does mean that Liquid eliminated last place in Group B. How does that, or does it rather, alter your expectations for them going into the RMR? As Bank said, they're going to be staying here in Singapore to be boot camping, and they've got a decent amount of time to be doing that now.
As a matter of fact, I think Liquid and Astralis were my teams to go out last place in this event. Obviously, Astralis exceeding my expectation. No time for that. But Liquid are actually going home, and well, it's time to practice more for RMR.
And it is time to get into our final game of the day. And what a banger to be rounding out the group stage at the Blast Premier World Finals 2024. We got G2 taking on Spirit after this.
winning is only the goal.
We are about to make this look easy.
m0NESY does not miss. Defense is impenetrable. G2 reverse sweep.
We are not afraid to face anyone.
Pressure only fuels us to perform better.
It is with conviction that Team Spirit end up chewing through the defense.
We know what we are capable of. I think we have shown that.
No tricks, just treats in our final series of the day, as once more we get to see G2 and Team Spirit locking horns. No elimination in this series, but a spot straight through to the semi-finals is up for grabs here at the Blast Premier World Finals. For G2, it's been a story of hopefully righting their wrongs from Rio, and for Team Spirit, it's been a question of seeing exactly what they were putting that practice time into developing as a team. But Stiko, this isn't just any head-to-head. This isn't just Spirit taking on G2. This is Donk versus NiKo, which has been one of the most touted head-to-heads throughout the latest stage of 2024.
And just to bring it into context, Donk is obviously the one running for the top 1 of the year player in his pretty much first year of competitive Counter-Strike. And he's been donking on everyone, apart from one guy, and that guy is sitting right behind me, and that is NiKo. He's actually standing right now. So, that guy is NiKo, that he has his number throughout the majority of 2024 as the second best rifler, and it's been pretty impressive how consistently he's been beating Donk. You can see the duels that they've encountered throughout the whole year has been 71 duels, 50-21 in favor of NiKo. Opener duels 8-4 in favor of NiKo. It all comes down to the fact that he's just better against this specific opponent, and it's kind of impressive to see the consistency out of it.
Yes, that round conversion was a stat that blew my mind when I first saw that one. Tell me stylistically, Stiko, because you just released a very in-depth video looking at both of these players and exactly how NiKo manages to get the best of Donk. How has he managed to figure him out? Because I feel like he's the only player that we've seen do it.
Obviously, they're both riflers and they're great aimers, but the vast difference is in the roles. NiKo being the lurk role on the T side, he's going to be enabled to, go for more of a flank positions. He's not going to give a chance to Donk in most of these, whereas Donk is that pure entry fragging power on Team Spirit. So he's the one encountering NiKo for the first time. He's like being surprised by some of the positions. NiKo is using his teammates' utility very well. It always has kind of purpose behind it, and therefore Donk's time against NiKo specifically is just incredibly hard to deal with.
Can you tell me stylistically how these two have kind of matched up in terms of maybe the evolution of Donk as a player as well? Because obviously he absolutely balled into the spotlight when we're looking at 2024. He matched NiKo's highest ever LAN rating in a grand final back in Katowice. They both at 1.7, which is absolutely insane when Donk was lifting his first trophy. How have you seen Donk kind of develop throughout the year to keep up this consistent level?
Yeah, absolutely reinvented the way riflers are playing. Obviously, the Donk slide is the signature move that he's doing. He's being really aggressive. He's making sure that he's all over the map. He's making sure that he is kind of delivering on all cylinders, but at the same time, NiKo is kind of like more, I don't want to say stationary, but he definitely requires help from others a little bit to set himself up. And in the end, it all kind of comes down to, Donk being and donk sliding pretty much everyone, and then NiKo finding the perfect counter to specifically this type of Counter-Strike.
Do you think mentally that there's anything coming out from NiKo in terms of him going up against Donk?
Absolutely. I think there's absolutely psychological warfare that is going on in between those two, and Donk being in his first full year of Counter-Strike, being so young, it can actually play tricks with his mind.
Maybe we should check in with Donk to see how he's feeling up against NiKo once more.
NiKo, looking at him as a player, one of the best rifle players in the game. What do you think of him?
Yeah, for sure, he's one of the greatest players in the CS history, and I respect him. So like, I don't know, to be honest, what to say. Like, it's like NiKo. Everyone knows him. So.
Is he a player you look up to because he obviously plays rifle? Very strong individual player. Is he a player you look at in that way?
Yeah, I was looking his games a lot, but like, I know it's like casual practice for the players who wants to become better, and you're just watching the player who is the best. So that's it.
Now, in games you have against G2, for you personally, NiKo versus Donk, he wins a lot of these head-to-head duels. Do you understand why?
Yeah.
Why?
No, I won't say.
Is it a mental thing for you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you feel like, is it like you're worried about fighting him? Maybe scared or not as confident? No?
Not really. Not really. It's about team, I guess.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But you ready for the challenge this time? It's going to be different?
Yeah.
I like it.
Fingers crossed for the side of Donk, because yeah, as history would say, Nico always getting the better of him. And is it a question of maybe Donk putting too much respect on Nico's name? What do you think?
It might be, but it definitely underlines that it is psychological and mental problem, and obviously, well, statistics show that it's also a mechanical one, but we will see on the first map.
We will see indeed. It is time to get our final game of the group stage underway. We've got Spirit taking on G2 with Connor and Mo.
Hell yeah, one more game tonight. Thank you, Freya. Thank you, Martin. And our odds damn near split down the middle here, Mo. This one's a tough one to call, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that what we saw yesterday should give you some more faith and spirit in terms of having a renewed confidence. They looked very good in terms of how they spaced out their attack pauses, how they dealt with lost rounds, and they looked a little bit more sustainable yesterday than I think we have seen from them in some of their lower moments. The interview, obviously, with the Donk and Nico, it's just a very interesting conversation. Yes. And Stiko's done a whole video on this, watching every single duel that they've had this year, which is really cool. That'll definitely check out. I suspect it has a lot to do with the fact that, as good as Donk is, Nico has the best crosshair placement of all time. And I think that, straight up, that's going to grant you a long and sustainable career of being able to beat all the best riflers ever. Because it doesn't take great aim to have good crosshair placement, actually. Just practice and knowledge. But Donk matches up. He's just a bit more quick with it sometimes, and he seems to have sort of an idea of what to do to fix his problem. He also seems to be aware of it, which is fun. So let's see how it plays out now versus G2.
It's, you know, you can be aware of it, but it still does boil down to the mechanic execution. So let's see if he can change it. You know, we said yesterday there was a big conversation about Team Spirit just being more rational. Right? That's what Zontix was saying, that the time off was going to help this team do. And I think that in Donk versus Nico, that case is another one where rationality will help Donk if he's able to employ it.
It's a great word to strive for.
MOUZ, opening kill. He's going to try to double down with the flashbangs finding their targets. Good support from Snacks. Okay. Good pistol from G2. I mean, that could not have gone any better. They absolutely tear him apart. And that's Snacks coming through with the utility assistance.
That's straight off peak form G2 right there.
And adding quickly, A-Site was a problem even versus Vitality yesterday for Spirit.
That's a good point. They never actually adapted well enough to solve that problem. They still managed to get enough rounds in the half, but that was off of the other side of the map where Donk was playing. That was off of defaults that didn't end up with the full A attacks in general, but that was a problem.
You know, I felt like the rounds they won were the ones Vitality decided to go to B.
Oh, just go to Fuse.
If only it was that easy. If only you could buy time.
Terrorists win.
But time comes for us all.
If you don't look at clocks, time doesn't exist.
I mean, we can change the time, so it's all in our hands. Like, this pistol was in MOUZ because he tore him up as he came flying around that corner. Again, supported by the Snacks flash. We can talk all the numbers about Donk versus Nico, etc., and how Nico has the edge, but there's still this like weird undercurrent of Snacks having negative ratings.
36 maps. This would be 37. I mean, we're not there yet, but that's what we're wondering.
The numbers, what do they mean?
Ooh.
Magic's dead. Donk to follow suit, so Team Spirit's force buy here doesn't get them anything out of the gate, but there are still something to work with. And in this case, something to save. Go ahead, write off your losses. Keep the majority alive in for the next one and see if you can stop G2 in the third.
This is pretty good looking from G2 so far.
You have G2 in this match?
I have Spirit in this match.
Okay.
I have Spirit 2-0 in this match.
Whoa!
Actually, I don't think it would necessarily like be a... It's going to be an explosive finish. It's not going to be necessarily a fast 2-0 or anything like that, but I hit them 2-0.
Hey man, on a day when NAVI gets eliminated in the last, anything is possible.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I still have my doubts about both teams, for sure.
Sure.
But I was I think feeling pretty good about what we saw from Spirit. When they said rational, I saw rational.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you in that case. For me personally, I found like the IEM Rio performance really it really chipped away at my confidence in G2.
In G2, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
just like, oh, this is, I can't believe in you anymore.
You know what's funny about that? Like, I didn't actually watch those games when they were live. I just saw the result right after. I was like, okay, well, that's too bad. But if you watch something like that, it's going to permanently, for the next few months, it's going to alter the way you look at the team because you just saw how bad it was.
Yeah.
You really saw how bad it was. I kind of thought, oh, it's disappointing, but they can forget about that. Overall, they've had a lot of good games.
And it was like a long travel into a nice destination, parallels to draw it to Singapore.
Oh, yeah, true.
MOUZ finds the opening kill versus Chopper.
MOUZ not jet lagged.
MOUZ G2. If I had told you that 6 months ago, you would have laughed. He is now on the short list of stars from the Americas that make it into a European call-up. Short list. Zontix, whoa, hold on. Whoa!
The bomb?
5-7 for the double kill into the Berettas. We've got a minute for the clock.
Oh, they pick up a smoke, and they have the bomb, and they get an AK on Zontix.
Man, these pistols again, huh? Double kill out of Zontix. I mean, the Berettas, that's
he missed that? Did he see that? I think Snacks...
Feels like he's locked in.
Yeah. Whoa. Oh, my God. He's going to miss this. Oh, he's going to miss it. Oh.
He started running?
Donk just checked it after running as well.
I thought Snacks also ran.
No, I think he was...
Okay.
He turned and he heard Donk run, but Donk was just checking top of plat, maybe. Yeah, that's where...
All right.
You think there's no way now. We'll see. MOUZ, with the amount of time left over, you basically just got to run and gun. Twist dropped a tutorial on this on X. Maybe you can learn something from him. See, he doesn't even pick up the bomb, though. He's out of there.
Lets it go, and so Zontix double 5-7, and the Magic's Beretta's there to help him. Oof, little stack on the front side of middle, and that's going to cost G2 one round early. Opening kill, 5v4, and then this.
That would happen to Snacks. Like, he walked in. I think he had the right suspicion. Came in carefully.
Cleared the corner.
The only way he could have gotten unlucky there is that way, and that happened to him. That's the kind of last 36 maps he's been having.
So you're telling me it's not bad, it's just unlucky?
I'd have to do unlucky or bad, obviously, in all the demos to know for sure, but sometimes it's unlucky.
And sometimes...
maybe she.
Zontix in the corner here, supported yet again. Chopper double kill. All right, not bad. Lines up a headshot through the smoke. A little gift given as Team Spirit forced their way into the full gun rounds. There's been some criticism for the T sides of G2 as of late. Ancient versus Liquid being the real red flag. That game had the online pundits asking questions.
The noticers.
Such as, did anybody call? Question mark.
What game were they playing in boot camp? That was my own tweet.
Cheeky timing here for Donk. Into position at the right time. Can he just close it on his own? Because he's got no support. Ooh, nothing for Donk. Snacks gets an entry.
Oh, that could be a round straight up. That's a good position here for G2. All right.
Utility comes flying back. MOUZ and m0NESY tethered nicely. Shiro on the opposite side doesn't want to lose his op, so he's going to have to walk away. And this is Spirit offering up a solo donk hold over towards the B site, and guess what? It blows up in their faces.
Dude, that is just what G2 are so good at, though. That's what they're so good at. Is they group up and explode in they squeeze 10 doors and 10 guys in a doorway, and they all come out at the same time. Like, that's like literally the scariest moments for anybody facing G2. It's m0NESY, MOUZ, and Nico trying to get out first.
Terrorists win. When you squeeze 10 doors and get a lemonade. Used to be a lifeguard.
It's like which commercial was it? Was it the Volkswagen, was it the Beetle? Where they had like 10 guys. It was like clown car commercial.
Sorry,
like early 2000s.
I don't know.
Was it the Beetle?
I don't know what the hell you're talking
Maybe it was
about.
a PT Cruiser.
PT Cruiser. What a whip. Who the hell watches commercials?
I miss commercials, man.
I miss commercials.
I'm gonna cancel my YouTube Red subscription because I actually kind of miss them.
Yeah, for a day.
I realize like I don't even know when movies are coming out now. I don't see commercials anywhere.
Yeah, my mom asked the other day. She said, "You hear what they said on the radio today?" Like on the what?
On the yeah, my mom too listens to the radio.
Boomers.
We were kind of built for radio. I guess we should really appreciate radio listeners.
With a face like yours? Ooh, on that smoke.
That fast tap. What was that?
Donk hanging on. It gets open for m0NESY. He doesn't take any real risk. And that's fine. You got plenty of time. You get that utility back out the other direction. Donk's even going to... No, I was going to say give it up, but he sticks around a little while. Burning out the util of his own. A main utility to set up MOUZ. That's Snacks helping him out, trying to set him up. We get aggression out from B site. So they don't go for the dark fight. They smoke it and then instead try to take it out long, and they get a edge with that. Magic's good trade frag.
It's a key duel to take, and they go 1-for-1, but they come with info as well. So now pressure goes back towards Zontix, but this side of the map is pretty well fortified. You have Shiro here with the op as support. A flash for him too. But no smoke to block. So again, this entry pack.
Oh, he gets away. He gets away with one, which isn't half bad, all things considered. He was under the microscope yesterday in the shortcomings of Spirit. So one frag to Zontix. Good enough to set up the rotation where all goes well.
Okay. And again, I think the round went the way they wanted it to. They had an idea of, okay, now it's time to expand. Now we know G2 are about to make a decision. Let's go for the flash retake. Going 1-for-1 for Hunter is worth the information. Keep Shiro on this side of the map. And they've had some struggles over here, but this is a good setup that deals with the pops. Like keeping Zontix up on the pillar, and Shiro can't get flashed in the spot that he's in. So now money's gone here for G2. Timeout's called. It's time for the vibes. Get 9 rounds and 9-3 half. 9-3 half. 4 to go. Plug it in. Win it. Go to map 2. Rinse and repeat. Let's go, boys. Look alive.
Meanwhile, Hallie. And so when quadrant 47 suddenly has a smoke grenade at 52 seconds, it's at that moment that you have to consider the two possible outcomes.
Duality of coach.
Nerds, I tell ya. Got 3 smoke grenades here for G2. What do you have up your sleeve, gentlemen? It's off their timeout, too. So a plan of action. First one lands on bridge. Second one lands in dark.
What was that? Let's see how this setup plays out. Shiro holding the cross.
Yeah, I mean, first smoke keeps them in sight instead, right? So
no flashes, though.
Keep them in the sight with the first dark smoke, and then, what, put up a wall for the commitment? What's the play here, G2? One fizzles down. MOUZ hits a deep shot. There comes the smoke grenades down from long. Donk locks in the double. And as he turns it back, he's getting squeezed. But it's a triple kill from Donk, which is real nice.
They're going for the Hunter? No, it's got
Magic's sprays down through the edge of smoke, and poor Hunter's left 1v3. He's got the Kevlar and the AK and utility to boot, but the pressure comes out from Chopper. Donk does enough to set up the team so that they can sweep away what's left.
Of course, he had to get 3 right there. Had to get 3. Nice opener from MOUZ for what it's worth. And a tech pause.
Quick dig to the brain out of MOUZ.
I want Nico to try to break this desk. I know he can't. I went and I checked them. These ones are too sturdy. One of his hands just explodes. That's $1 million hand.
$1 million?
I think so.
$1 million hand?
I think so.
You think he's got him insured?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should, for sure. Your mouse hand?
Your voice insured?
It's not going anywhere. I think we should, though.
We probably should get insurance, yeah. Yeah.
Actually, my feet kind of hurt, so not really helpful to my career, but
I'm going to make a claim. Let's see if this B site gets tested again. Did they not watch the Vitality game? You got to go A. You're going to the wrong site, boys. Did Donk not just teach you a lesson with that 3K?
They got Shiro over here, though, now.
I know.
You know? They are learning.
Here we go. Exec comes out.
Uh-oh.
It's pretty quick out of nowhere, and Chopper can only get the 1 this time around. And of course, Donk is already dead, empty-handed, so pressure on Magix to go above and beyond. He gets pressured back through smoke, and this rotation's not quite finding its space to get into sight.
They're not
Smoke
getting the
grenades
bomb
all over. G2, like you're saying, bomb yet to cross.
Is that a molly on default? It is. They have to wait it out, too. So the smokes will come up. This might get a little bit more scrappy in a second.
A shot from Shiro as they hear that bomb going down. Monacy not interrupted. Zontix will kill MOUZ. That's 1. There's 2. Zontix coming out from Temple takes a man advantage to the favor of Spirit, and it's not like what's left of G2 has much health.
And Shiro has a smoke. There it is.
That's going to take Nico out of the equation unless he gets away with the spray. Or they give him an angle on the top of the smoke. Zontix walking up, goes down. Snacks reveals himself, and now Shiro with the A1S trying to throw himself between the two. He's got the kit to work with. He's going to have to double back and just immediately get on bomb. Nico may be smoked off, but it's just not there. Shiro has to let it slide, and G2 hang on.
Yeah, wow. Nice kill there from both Nico and Snacks, actually, if they didn't get 1 each. Could certainly have that bomb getting stuck with the smoke in play. Nice try from Zontix from Ebox with his 2 frags. They did do their best attempt, but it was Nico entries in the end.
The second kill from Zontix is really what kind of convinced them to come through. But of course, whenever you put that smoke down towards long, you've got to be wary for the peak over top.
Yes, yes.
Zontix just kind of approaches it without
If they knew his health,
mind.
they would have just tried to spam him. They should have tried.
Sure. Gotta be ready.
How do people read lips like that? I guess if in English I'd be able to definitely be closer, I think. Yeah, never mind.
Forget about it.
Why can't you read the lips of people speaking a different language? The Shiro op remains. The Zontix Shiro duo here will just repeat over on the A site. And they even have Chopper. I think they are sort of clued into this idea of conditioning that. They're worried about the A site eventually getting hit after what happened yesterday, but I fear that they're getting better. That doesn't land. Uh-oh.
Good damage, but it's just the 1 kill. Shiro.
That was surprising. I thought that hit.
Hunter's gonna have a 1v1 queued up.
Oh, you gotta get that.
What the hell? It gets away from him, and then Chopper
too.
peeks out from heaven and clears 1 off the bomb site. MP9.
He's planting solo
to make a difference. Monacy makes a bit of noise as the CTs group up inside of storage. Can he change position from here? Can he get any further off the site? Does he even need to? Does Nico come forward with that flashbang to try to bail him out once the retake starts? Because they're quietly getting closer. Yes, sir, the flash does indeed connect. Monacy takes one to the head. He gets dropped to 17. Clutch has to be from Nico. Hits the heaven kill. Falls back. Beautiful moves. And right back into the action to close it.
Man, if there's two guys that are going to be able to win a 2v3 consistently, it's Nico and Monacy. Beautifully played.
I don't want to see them part ways.
Yeah, I know. I don't know.
I don't.
Who really does, to be honest.
It's been so fun.
I can't really understand how that's still a potential, but...
Slick one from Nico.
Don't forget the op.
Has been one of the most fun duos to watch in 2024. G2.
I mean,
Monacy.
Maybe ever.
Maybe
ever. Up there.
Yeah,
in terms of
yeah.
Most fun, I might even have at #1, but maybe that's just because of how much. I know individually, man. I think they make a team in terms of like.
They've also just got like the character.
If they're playing, you want to watch. You know what I mean? Even individually, together.
They're not
obviously like simple electronic.
They're not both just good, but it's like their camaraderie is also on another level.
We thought.
Well, I don't think, I don't think they dislike each other.
No. But on another level?
I think so still. Like when CS2 first launched, I remember watching Monacy geek out and teach everybody all these little tricks and gimmicks, and it's just him and Nico streaming in a hotel room, a prac room together. No, I can't think of many other duos that
I think it's on a
really
level.
had those moments. It's on a level, sure.
If they stick together, I think it's on another level.
Okay. Let's hope it keeps it there. Frag grenade for Shiro. Doesn't get thrown out, so they get past camera, no problem. And there's the two entries. Nate comes in at the right moment.
Not bad.
Shiro coupling it with a peek and dropping Nico with a quick burst of the SMG. What's Donk got to say about it? Posted on the storage exit, but that smoke grenade over towards Long is just going to keep Magix out of the round, and so they're waiting for the exits. And this is G2 to go up 6-3. They got the memo, heading back to A.
I think the coolest part is... Oh, wait. They got to be careful with this op action. What the heck? Everyone's still on the site. Had never left. We don't know how much is true or not, but I think for sure in terms of testimony, in terms of Monacy's development, he's played with all these different IGLs, and people have tried to say that it's the IGLs that have helped over time. I think sometimes when players are this good, you can't really credit anybody else, to be honest. Like, I remember Zaiwu was like, he did a video with Vitality, and it was like his first or second year, and they're like, so how does it help having like the psychologist and the physical coach, and then having your actual coach, and then Apex and all the facilities? He's like, doesn't really help me. He's like, they're like, how much have you learned about the game from this? And he's like, not much. It's like, how do you teach someone at that level?
Right.
But we have seen that Nico has helped Monacy, which that seems like that's something that could have definitely happened with Nico being objectively better than him for the past 2 years. And basically just about as good as him right now.
No sweat for Mulbs. Oh, so clean. Speaking about somebody who's kind of been elevated by Nico, I think getting to rifle in a bomb site like B site on Inferno next to Nico. It's awesome to see Mulbs kind of come into this project when there was questions about what sort of positions and roles he was even going to be afforded, the likes of the other stars on this team. And
yeah, definitely.
Man, it's really nice to have seen the growth for Mario. Just a nice little addition to this current G2 project.
Yeah.
And
I think
another
on that
reason.
front, like Hunter's been his Luigi, because Hunter's
Okay.
given him a couple of his spots specifically.
Does that make Snacks Wario?
Bowser?
Toad?
I know I'm Waluigi.
Yeah, yeah, you're lanky like that. I'm Peach. Good dark control from Snacks, moving this AWP forward as well in the hands of Monacy. They're close on this bomb site. Does somebody step in? Does Donk kind of take a peek and unsuspectingly fall victim to Monacy? It could happen, and it feels like the T's are letting it boil for a moment, but that util pressure confirming Magic's position.
Donk's been kind of getting owned here playing on the B site. Let's see if that changes now. Playing back default's a little different. It's usually where Magic stands.
Ooh, there it is. Chopper actually ends up falling victim to it instead, right? That was the op that's been set up all this time. Waiting and waiting for Donk to step into it, but Chopper takes the bullet for him. Donk can hang on to Obelisk alongside Magic's. The two of them here to hold, but MOUZ and Nico, the rifle shine for G2.
No kill and he goes down.
On the road to an 8T round win. And Spirit disjointed at the moment. Zontix and Shiro gonna have to come through clutch, separated, but getting closer. No kit between them at the moment. And Shiro finds Nico. That's a big pick. There's the kit on the ground, so that'll be scooped up on the approach to the bomb. And the kill comes out from Zontix. So each of the CTs offering one up in this 2v3. Monacy, can you close? Sure enough, finding Zontix, goes in, and that forward position from Shiro catches him off guard.
That was very smart from Shiro. He got really into the doorway instead of making it seem like he was going to fake and then take a passive angle and play the jumping game with Monacy. That's Shiro in the clutch. Very intelligent stuff. I definitely don't like the way that Donk has been playing the site so far this half. Just feels very restricted. Tethered to the back of default, and I think he should be, as he normally does, swinging a lot more. If he's going to die like that, I'd rather him go out like Braveheart, you know, get out there.
He felt a little looser yesterday.
He did, yeah. He did. He was great yesterday. Yeah, for sure.
I feel like
it's like one of the things where you remember Mirage, where like in the beginning he was up top mid every round, and
swinging
for a few months. He just stopped, and then they started losing.
We had
let him swing. Let the boy swing.
Just get in there. I mean, think about how he used to play even dark here on Anubis, right? He used to be maybe a little too in your face at times down water.
Yeah.
Very comparable to Mirage once upon a time, but we go back and forth, or so Spirit had hoped. Instead, they just go down by 2 out of the gate, minute 30, and it's a 3v5 for Spirit to try and claim a 5th round. G2 can hesitate before making commitments. Minute to the 10. Ooh. This would be the perfect time to just walk out onto that A site, completely clear for the taking once that smoke expires. Chopper doubles back as G2 show presence. That's the last piece of util right there between these two A defenders, that solo flashbang. So gonna have to bank on Shiro's op, but currently burned out of both bricks and heaven. Can't really go for a peek. Couldn't stop Snacks from crossing over.
Way by himself right now.
Snacks lets go of the thought of a player in sight though, so it is a single player to make the difference.
They're all gonna rotate now. So just Donk here for the second, but it's understood at this point.
These are all moving in, tucks in. Temple player swings. Chopper trying to serve up that distraction, serves up damage too, and the plat peek from Donk is good. Nico's dead, Monacy's found an answer, knows he's got him locked into the corner, but a missed shot, 7 to the clock. He's got to go deep for bomb, and it's not going to happen. Back-to-back clutches for Shiro, so Spirit take another. back into Anubis we go. G2 hanging on to a 2-round lead. But it's a Spirit T-side now looking to take over. This is where they did their best work yesterday versus the likes of Vitality. We'll see what G2 can do in terms of holding them back. Spirit wanted to take it here, Mohan.
They did. And I mean, 5-round CT is actually okay. It's not like Spirit's best day or anything, but it could be okay. I think it's more so the way they were playing. Maybe Donk could have been taken a little bit more liberal, been a bit more liberal on the peaks and the swings. Aim was only okay. Nico still did a good job versus him. We had MOUZ and m0NESY, and Hunter even had a great half. They were just very explosive and they're looking solid. So it's gonna be a close game here. Seems like. Just want him to back off. But he's fighting a guy with a smoke who doesn't want to lose it.
He has indeed deterred him. So we go 4 players walking out middle here for Spirit.
Rotations are starting to come out towards middle. They're both going to attack. There's 4 players about to come in here. Dualies could be everything.
Oh, in the pocket. Perfection.
Oh,
Snacks. What?
3.
2 kills on the edge of the smoke as he just tries to charge out through it. 3 kills for Snacks. He's nearly he's nearly neutral. 2 kills to go, Mo.
Oh, true. They actually, so there they had the right idea. It was all predicated on if Hunter sees everything or not, and he doesn't die, he gets magics to go back. And Spirit is slowly losing time, so they have to go to middle. G2 had about 4 players coming in there. You know, even if the 2 m0NESY and Snacks didn't deliver, they had a lot of outs. So really good setup to earn this pistol round. I wonder if Hunter still calls the pistol rounds. That was a thing
for a while.
For a while, yeah. He calls all the pistol rounds, and they also had a really great pistol round percentage.
I also, part of me just still never believed that. Like it was some kind of, like that was some kind of like psyop, you know? Because it does just sound insane that he would just call pistols. But Snacks, what do you? He doesn't even see him. All right, go ahead.
Maybe the 36 map streak ends today.
Right here, right now?
Right here, right now versus Spirit on Anubis.
I mean, it's the first time we've seen Anubis between these 2 teams. Maybe that's all it took. The head-to-head, of course, between G2 and Spirit favors G2 immensely. 6 maps to 1. Pistols looking up that A site. Snacks given a chance to farm. It could happen tonight. We could be waiting for the end. He goes ahead, farms 2 easy pickups, denies the bomb plant to boot, and m0NESY fast on the flank with the MP9 for farm.
There we go. 1 foot in front of the other here.
He's doing it, folks.
It's a good start here for the CT side Anubis for G2. What's the answer, Spirit? Those are the 2 funny stats that we're going to be talking about. This is the map streak, and as well as, for whatever reason, Nico's dominance over Donk over the year.
Yeah, their head-to-head hasn't been like too highlighted so far on Anubis, but in terms of performance, it's Nico doing better than Donk yet again. Hunter here to support as they go barreling out towards B. Oh, m0NESY's flash still affecting Donk as he tries to come out and get the trade frag. It's a double kill out of the gate here for G2, being very brave in their approach with the offense.
Yeah, you don't often see the triple swing. That's a lot of resources, but it's the right idea. There are so many players there holding that could have gone wrong. They had any less.
Spirit gonna have to play the waiting game. No smokes, but a triple Molotov.
So many times I would have loved to see Donk just playing E-Box instead of where he was when he was solo. Like, you look at m0NESY in the spot, and You know he's going to make something of this. Oh, that's huge.
Big one from Snacks. Cuts off one of the avenues of attack for Spirit. So 2 players out from long, looking to get it going, but the flashbang makes it a little awkward. And in that moment, Hunter strikes. Shiro's position found out. G2 to double digits. And I mean, Brave out of the gate with the double push. Hunter supports it well. Not even Donk can get the trade frags to help out Spirit that round.
Game plan's looking solid here for G2 through and through. Whether it's the pistol rounds, the setups here. A beautiful flash setup from Modesty. And I guess it was only the double swing. I don't know if he got involved afterwards, but... Clock's ticking to your Spirit.
No resistance on the Donk walk up. Ooh, Nico exposes Magix. Doesn't want to get too focused though, because look at Donk trying to make the moment happen. Hunter finding that kill to Shiro, and Donk's going deep, but he dies empty-handed. MOUZ able to add one in, but it's the Nico double kill as he gets around the obelisk.
Wow, yeah, that's that. Nico taking out Donk once again. Shut down. Didn't see his targets on the way through. Missed one just barely.
Donk almost lining up the 2, but Nico just getting that quick headshot through, denies him. And you can see the kind of lightning behind Donk as he decides to sprint across. But it's not the Donk that runs in and gets 2 headshots in this case, and unfortunately, that's just not the Donk you get when he plays versus G2. Confident in his pregame interview that this was going to be different, but it is unfortunately for Spirit a lot more of the same. Magic's 1v4 denied. We go 11-5 up for G2, and it's another one of these dominant outcomes slowly being put forth.
And we got everyone on the board positive here for G2. Is that what we're seeing? Hallie in the mix.
Can we get that scoreboard up by chance? Thank you.
My goodness.
G2, every player positive.
Every player positive. Is that the first time in history?
Looks good, don't it?
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Ain't no sitting at the table if you're bringing nothing to it. Okay, it's a messy buy. We got a couple 3 Galils, in fact. Donk's the only AK. No one's really been helping that much on Spirit. Shiro's had a couple of good, important rounds.
Yep, 2 clutches.
2 clutches. A few strong op shots.
There we go.
There he is. Donk versus Nico.
Finds him through the smoke towards window. Nico knows what he signed up for. As Donk looks around for second servings, nobody else from G2 really giving him a target. Moving around quietly instead, putting the smoke down. Chopper keeps eyes on, just making sure there's no activity behind this. And he's not alone. He's drawing Magix back from B and Donk back from stairs. This is going to turn into a 3-player push top middle by the looks of it. Or, I've seen this before. They set up outside of that B site, and then Chopper at a moment is going to try to jump across the angle.
But this is Modesty holding a little bit wider. He can actually track this. Yeah, before it was Zywoo way far back on a sliver, so you could only watch it.
Yep, and last time it worked. This time, it puts pressure on Spirit to get into the B site with nobody actually succeeding out mid. What was man advantage goes 4v4. MOUZ, bit of pressure through smoke, but not panicking. capitalizing as Donk was throwing out util, but the young gun survives. Oh, there's the headshots. That's what you've been waiting for. Hunter applies pressure into Dark, dealing with the player on the back line, and as he goes looking for more, he'll falter. There's damage coming through as Donk and Shiro sit on 10 health a pop, but this is Spirit cracking into the B bomb site. Yes, sure, Chopper doesn't get the success in middle that we saw versus Vitality, but Donk doubles down.
That's the perfect example of setting up in a post plant where they've got the smoke down on the right side. They have players holding down the other choke points for him, so he can focus forward on the only gap. And he can just stand there and play it like a violin. Every single time someone walks in, a little jiggle, a swing, a headshot. And that puts Donk in a perfect spot, obviously, where he's set up to succeed. The first one, stroke of luck. He gets Nico through the smoke. He's still looking for the fight, but happy to get that guy out of the game early, so he doesn't come in for the trade. Spirit survive. They get much better guns this time around, and it's the sort of round that you want to see for Donk specifically, but it's not enough to give Spirit odds in this game. They need to prove a little bit more.
Shoot. It's a game of millimeters. Snack scooping up a little bit more utility, taking an additional smoke over towards long A so that it frees up the Nico m0NESY duo towards middle. That's a lot of firepower here. And there's definitely an approach. Chopper at the front of it. Missed shot from m0NESY and it's covered. Donk gets the headshot to Nico. Swap out from m0NESY's good damage, but Donk again doubling down.
Yeah, that's 2 key frags.
And we weren't getting those instantaneous headshots out of the gate, but now he's starting to connect them in multiple rounds. And if he can string those together, Spirit are going to start to get something underneath them on this T side. 30 seconds to the clock. Bomb, of course, can go into the A site with no contest. Donk giving critical cover to get Spirit 1 round closer.
They're going slow, but there's no CTs here to really fight. They're going for the long save. Back in spawn. It's about Donk's trade, it's about Donk's cover as well, and this is a more honest duel where Nico even has the advantage swinging out into him. Perfectly held. m0NESY, 2 shots missed in a row. That doesn't happen very often, so they'll have to count their blessings, but at least they got those. The setup was actually, I think, pretty nice for G2. It could have easily been m0NESY's first frag, Donk trying to trade him, Nico killing him from the side. Instead, it comes down to that first miss.
And every drop in the bucket that goes back to the favor of Donk over Nico in the head-to-head is going to slowly erase that narrative that Nico's got his number.
Yeah, but he's like 2 to 1 down. It's a lot. It's going to take a while. A few games for sure.
Definitely.
It's interesting because Nico is, you know,
but 1 by 1.
He's like top 5 still in the year. So he's still around the right numbers, but
yeah, kind of traditionally where you find the best rifler of the year.
Yeah.
You know, Donk
now we got
in
2 riflers in top 5. It's awesome.
Hell yeah. Uncharted territory.
CS2 for life.
In 2024.
Bro just really he's really just paying attention, you know? He's got so many ideas ready all the time. Let's see what those ideas are.
Well, don't pull out the big guns, because G2 aren't. 2 M4s that they saved in the round prior. A couple flashbangs for m0NESY. We're going to get an outer B hit out of the gate by the looks of it. Everybody grouping up for the pop, but it's not the kind of close setup from Spirit that should get too punished. Chopper keeps his head down. Magix departs. Decides to come back for a second, but there's no immediate follow-up from G2. They're not going to all die on that hill. They might still even have time to go join Snacks. Yeah, this is a very quick transition coming out from G2. It's exactly what you want to do on a round where you're just working with the double rifle.
It's still, you know, even with 5 players here, if they have main control and this much time, all the utility, still should be so hard to hold. So let's see how it plays out.
USP goes down for free. And the M4's not much better luck. Hunter, single frag. All that's going to come forward for G2 in this one. Team Spirit, 3 rounds. All that separates them from G2.
Yeah, like the winning spot is you got one guy cake, you got one guy close left, you have one guy on the pillar, you have maybe one guy push main, you got the early fight, then you have a chance. But from those rotator spots, the protocols are obviously too solid here for Spirit to let that one drop. So can't put it past G2 to lose every eco. They're going to pull one out every once in a while, but that one, it seemed like they'd have to wait till next round. It's 11-8, full buy-in for G2. And this game becomes real now if Spirit can pull this out.
Had a couple important moments on that mid-bridge as Spirit's T-side has unfolded to both the success and shortcoming of G2, but now it's just a whole ton of smokes and an early support system for Snacks. Nico trying to move down into the A site, but still keeping eyes on mid, right? Uncertainty is the problem here for both teams on mid. Snacks starts dumping some utility with 3 players on the other side of all that. They're gonna keep fighting for A main. 4 now. Looking to join forces with Bomb, but Nico's going to take an angle too. Again, mid is a problem. You can see m0NESY moving back, trying to think about the possibility. Still, camera's compromised, but G2 seemingly running that risk.
Looks like a good move from Nico. They did want to come back into this. Block comes through, and that could elicit another piece of utility drawn, but Hunter actually wise to keep it in his hands, knowing they haven't set up yet.
Yeah, step 1, keep your nades. Step 2, don't die to a peak like that. Suddenly then, it's going to draw m0NESY off middle.
They're still going back A.
Things get unraveled.
You would have liked to see Spirit with some mid-control early on to help with this situation, but Nico, everyone just dies. What just happened?
That's Donk, baby, gets the head-to-head. Another drop in the bucket, followed up by the Shiro op shot.
No.
We want to talk about fun duos, man. You know,
That's
Donk
crazy.
and Shiro are supposed to be the counterparts of Nico and m0NESY.
Definitely.
And it was that huge out-of-nowhere signing, Shiro departing the Cloud9 project to join the likes of Donk, to join forces with a prodigy. In this round, it is the talent that shines through.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. That was the system working at its finest there. With all the pressure in place, it looked like G2 were making a ton of right steps. Hunter holding his utility, Nico blocking the push. But what they didn't anticipate was that it was actually going to end up on the same site that they pushed him out of. Spirit were happy to be patient. And it had to be sort of the instant headshots. Donk in these last few rounds.
After a slow start.
Yeah, very slow.
You know, you brought it up. There was a lot to be desired over towards that B site with the way he just kind of felt. He felt like leashed, like tied to the back of the obelisk. Much more freed up on the T side as you'd expect, and much more successful in the process. Helps, of course, that Shiro is landing shots and clutching rounds. The 2 things that you would hope he brings to the table.
And he had a great first half.
Yep. No denying Shiro has done his job so far tonight. Can he keep it going as that lead begins to evaporate? 4 rounds straight out of Spirit.
Full anti-eco.
2 the difference and a free round queued up. G2 even do.
Yeah, they've been crafty mid setups. They just don't have like the utility right now. I think. Okay, at least the flash nearly did something.
Whoa, careful. Don't write off Nico's deagle. 5-7 goes down.
Oh, that was a collab, I think.
Shiro slides out. Nico nearly dead, but still alive and kicking. 2 health's enough for Nico.
Oh, nice shot from MOUZ. 2-on-2 now.
With MOUZ on the other side. Bomb is still back in spawn. Donk's going to scoop that up. We've got total A control.
Zontix.
And Zontix going deep. Will find the headshot. Doesn't get caught off guard by Nico. That's enough to, again, just secure the plant. Let Donk come and join you, you'd think. But there's hesitation here to which direction Donk commits.
Well, MOUZ last seen on this push towards Donk, and now Zontix can chill, and he's hoping to get contacts so Donk can just simply run into the site. Either way, it looks like it's going to be a fine situation as Zontix gets out of there. MOUZ chasing ghosts right now.
Yeah, good read by Zontix. Confirms there was still somebody nearby with the Molotov to camera. Now MOUZ is going to go running back over to the B bomb site where utility confirms, yeah, he left. And Donk just slow burns bomb into the plant. So MOUZ will scoop up an AWP.
Not bad.
Definitely worth the save as Spirit, sure enough, 1 step closer and 1 step away from a tied game at 11.
Yeah, that leads vanished. And at one point, you had everyone on G2 in the positive. Now Nico's actually starting to lose that edge. Donk somehow has just cleared it.
He was so confident in the pregame, said he had figured out what he needed to do in order to stop it.
Yeah,
he didn't want to tell us what the secret was.
He looked really enthusiastic about the thought. He didn't really look like he was just selling you a bill of goods. He felt like he was like, yeah, I'm like kind of like looking forward to showing you. So
I felt bad because that enthusiasm didn't match the start of the game, but he has come into his own throughout the T side, and now we're getting that. All while remaining rational. His job's not done. Despite them being on fire, Team Spirit trailing by 1, and the guns come back out for G2. Is it OT secured, or is it tied game going into 23? Deep op peek from m0NESY trying to change up positions. We've seen him support towards middle, but him and MOUZ going deep.
I love these mid setups. They can feel very scary. Right riflers can be extremely hard to deal with. Wonder if they have an inkling of this push. Donk walking up underneath it, and yes, he will suss this out quickly.
No support from m0NESY. He had already given up that doorway.
No safe way to do it if you're not going to hold.
A lot of utility here for Nico as well, so he knows he'd run a risk if he wants to try to take any kind of peek. So they're just going to bank on m0NESY holding it, and he will. Shiro walks into the scope. Oh, fast chase.
To the head.
He knows what he wants. And he goes ahead to take it for the man advantage. Fast move from Nico, but he gets caught off guard from the immediate re-peek of Zontix. Sure, presence over towards long, but Hunter is given a chance to slot in behind Plat unnoticed.
Now the question is, do they even have to go here? They must know now that most CTs are in these exact rotation spots. They've cleared out water behind them. It's just a matter of, do they want to waste the time? But if they come in, there's no molly.
Just that chopper smoke. Zontix starting to size up the site again, turning back behind him. No presence shown anywhere else from G2. Everything feels a little too quiet. Hunter goes for the peek to get yet in with impact. Snax connects his. Spray from the back. Plat denied. Zontix down. And Snax to clutch for 12.
Okay, he'll grab it. Was there a flash there that someone dropped? I don't even know what happened. All we know is Snax won the clutch. Was Zontix not blind right there? What happened?
Zontix, it was weird. He like pulled back after one.
Yeah.
Let's watch the replay. Oh, it's an underhand flash from Snax into the repeat.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
Snax hits him with the old razzle-dazzler.
Yes, and that is to guarantee overtime.
And that's sketchy, because to throw that flash, you give up the possibility of the instant trade on Hunter.
Definitely.
So you better hope it works.
Yeah.
Or else you lose that clutch. Oh, man.
He was perfect today.
He puts it on the board. 13 and 14 Snax as he adds a clutch to the G2 camp, and they take 12 off the back of it. So far, clutches had really been Shiro's, but again, it's numbers advantage towards this B site for G2, but As I say that, there's actually a departure, and MOUZ is the first casualty of the round. Spirit, they sense a chance.
No.
Donk comes in, double headshot, and that third player nowhere to be found.
Literally full power here. Donk just multiple instant headshots on full buys over and over again. Last round, I think he only got one. Maybe that wasn't quite enough, but another two straight up running forward as if he's playing a pre-fire map. 2 quick targets down like bowling pins, and now it'll go to round 24. Let's run that back. No chance.
You know, those are the kinds of instant headshots that you'd hope to see when we go back to the... Remember the round when he gets across into the bomb site up close versus Nico? He like pushes past Plat into 3 players, but he doesn't get any of them.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, yeah, that's how foolish things can look when it's not instant headshots. But then you see what he has kind of thrown himself onto everybody's radar with. Moments like those, dude. That is the donk that Spirit need.
Yeah, that's why even at this level, there's differences in aim. Like everyone thinks that, you know, to be a pro player, you just got this peak level aim, and then everything else is decision making. But you can see how it's just aim diff over and over again in so many of these duels.
And it's funny because there's so many different variables that players bring to the table in terms of like composure and clutch and communication, utility, support. But at the end of the day, if you've got the aim, screw all the other stuff. You can do that. Communication.
Or more specifically with the other stuff and the aim, you're like untouchable. Doesn't matter how smart the other guy is.
Yep.
But it's fickle, you know, relying on something like aim, and that's why you don't do that as much. That's why Nico stays sustainable and consistent for so many years, because of crosshair placement and other things.
Fine-tuned mechanics. Overtime on the line, Spirit. Can they bank on Donk to pull that off again?
I think it simply comes down to if they set him up right.
Taken over mid with no resistance. Monacy blinded, has to offer up a cross. Oh, Chopper thought he could walk back into that, but Monacy ready. You gave him the warning sign, and he's good to go. Donk tries to then just tear up the same route into the B bomb site. Why not?
Nothing.
He's done it multiple times. He can very well do this yet again, and Magix is going to offer up a helping hand.
Must be Hunter.
He leans back with fire at his feet. Donk out in the open, dead. So Shiro comes through with a little impact, and a fake plant once. He gets stopped. Nico straight up blasted back by Magix. Man advantage here for Spirit, and a commitment off of the bomb plant with coverage on both sides. Monacy slips up. Does he have it in him? It's overtime on the line, in a post plant, in a 1v3. And they don't know where he's at. He peeks wide, and no, sir. It's the perimeter's held back. Magix can't believe it. Him and Zontix cover, and we go OT.
Yeah, OT after all that. That was incredible from Magix. That first kill, I don't think he even saw anything. I think he poked through the smoke on the perfect lineup. Yeah. Oh, wow, that's how he did it. Oh my God, he killed Nico that way too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hence his reaction.
Yeah, a little fortunate there, but they'll take it to make it to overtime. It's not like it wasn't where he wanted to aim, but of course, had to be on that shoulder peak, pre-fire, nasty stuff.
And the second one running blind into the corner.
I mean, after the rounds that Donk have given the team in the last few. So, overtime to settle it. Hallie's smiling about it.
Hallie's really got uncle energy.
Big unk.
And you can tell when he's disappointed with the team. But a little smirk like that, I think, goes a long way when Donk is sitting pretty 22-17. And I mean, Donk's entries into that B site, that's why Spirit were able to maintain T-side momentum. That's why they're in OT now. That and a little sprinkle in of pizzazz from Magic. Shiro ready for that?
Wow. They did read it the one time, but the last time they routed to kill MOUZ first. Here they prepare for the Monacy push. And MOUZ is still out here, which is actually kind of crazy. I mean, yeah, they cleared it. They cleared it perfectly. That's... MOUZ is just crossing his toes that they forgot something.
First round of overtime just reeks of preparation. It's a great read.
I really feel like Spirit are looking forward to trying CT side again. That's the kind of energy that I'm getting from them. Yeah. We have to look at comparison of stock CT to T side at this point because like 22-7 looks okay, but you watch the whole game.
Oi, hold on. Oh, it's a clean start, but there it is. Okay, Zontic's still just gonna pick up a bit of slack because running 2 players through smoke with a Molotov that bounces off of the wall awkwardly could have gotten worse. Nicely done from Zontix. Haven't really had to say his name. Obviously him alongside Magix in that last round push us to OT, but this one is more critically all him to recover that commitment into A.
We saw like back at, oh my God, that's how he held. Oh my God, that's more than insane actually.
Shiro.
That was just a straight flick. He had less than an inch of gap. That was actually all Modesty all day. Unreal reaction out of Shiro.
An instant Halley timeout off of the round win. His one and only in overtime. Calls it right away.
I think that makes sense. They don't have to use them for CT, so whatever it takes to get 2 here on T side. Now, as for G2, the game plan could have been just good enough right there. They had Modesty in the right spot. I mean, looking at it from his perspective, like, oh, Zero's waiting for him. But really, Modesty had a huge advantage now that we watch back the replay. So it's not as if G2 don't have the setups or the ideas. Modesty having a great game.
But Spirit bring their best. They've done it all T-side long back in regulation. We get a reminder swiftly as to what Shiro can bring. It's one thing when he's in the clutch, but to open up 5v4 with that flick of the wrist doesn't make Monacy's job easy. So he repositions this time around, tries to take the boost on Snacks, but doesn't make contact. Zontix, gets found out on the side of smoke. Nicely done here from Snacks, trying his absolute damnedest to break that curse. 36 maps in a row with a negative KD. Will it be 37? Quality, not quantity, perhaps, as he picks up a critical 5v4 opening through smoke. 40 seconds. Okay. And again, this fixation from Spirit on mid.
Eco spot. You know, it's a very committed position. Comes down to whether or not he pops out at the right time. If he commits here, will he get 2? Oh, he could ruin their day.
Looking real good. Pops up, does indeed get a double. Chopper finds the return frag. Then there's problems for Chopper because body's on A and bomb down in the process. That is all Nico. And what do you know? It works.
That's excellent. So late into the round to be sitting there and just having an inkling that maybe they try this walk up. Grabbing 2 is job finished. And Snacks with the 2K on the round as well. That puts him at 16. This could be it, Connor.
Could be.
This could be it. The curse could be broken.
Don't get ahead of ourselves.
I always cheer for streaks to go on as long as possible, but this is not a positive one.
Yeah, this is one of those ones we want over. Zontix did no harm, no foul. Did not deserve for the wrecked, but Snacks 2 kills on the round as well to close it out. Monacy staying stoic. We go back and forth. G2 show that this fight ain't over. MOUZ about to get aggressive outside of B. There's a lot of bodies on the other side. Flash is good. He gets one, but Donk doubles down. And that was what got the ball going into that B site so regularly in regulation. What do you know? Zontic's ready for the drop of Nico. That same play worked previously for Nico. This time it's predicted, and this time it's Spirit to go up 4v2. Smokes come over top of the wall. 3-player pack on long, ready to go. Monacy's gonna have to show us some fireworks, and he's gonna have to do it alone! Just like that!
Okay.
Ready for more!
Make it a movie.
With 2 more players ahead, nobody can stop it! Oh my God! Lightning, the Flash, and Thunder!
Disgusting. Save Donk for last. And we got it on film.
This first, when he hits that, you know he's got it all.
That was revenge for what Shiro did to him.
God, I love that reaction. He can't believe how good he is. 23 and 16 off the back of that one. Beautiful. The kind of individual level that we are absolutely hoping for when G2 and Spirit lock horns. Not only do we get this back and forth head-to-head between Donk and Nico, but now Monacy's bringing it. And with the quick trade out towards middle, Nico gonna try to keep moving forward here. Chopper falls all the way back.
And one for Monacy. Or was that? Holding down the push. Donk back to his usual position. This is more where you want to see him play from. Where does the round end? That's the question. They peeled out of the A side entirely. They pulled the goalie. G2 could have an easy walk-in if they've got the right read. Things have ended B very consistently, but this time it looks like the split is going to avoid the CTs. But look what Donk finds. He runs the perimeter. They don't see anybody out here. And now suddenly Shiro will have a heads up. A really important tip. And just like with Monacy, he might be in place to cut this off a little bit too quickly. Donk from behind as well.
Yep. Keeping that pressure on quietly. Was it hit 30 seconds?
Yeah, I
Dude,
think
the activity is constant, the pressure is high, and Donk delivers. Denying Monacy any chance to get impact here as 15 is right ahead of G2, but they've been corralled into an A site. A walk-through smoke from Chopper.
What?
Nico just takes his head off easy, and we go back 2v2.
they have to get the bomb down.
Oh, Shiro's caught. Donk's gonna try to keep going, but they know, and he still prevails. The head-to-head over Nico. How has he managed to take that one back? Fire at the feet, but prevails. And it's 15 G2 first.
Oh, Chopper walked through the smoke. Donk was out there with him. Wait for your best guy to go through.
The fact that Donk walks through smoke
It still gets the kill.
That's the crazy part.
And then
does what Chopper wishes he could.
Oh, look how frustrated he is. That was that could be the match in hand. Look at the setup as Donk swung through main and got the information so quickly. They could have waited for this plant to go down. They didn't want to do it together. And Donk left in another clutch situation. That's just too much to handle.
Nobody pounces on the flash, but the numbers are here for Spirit.
They're going fast into this play. 3 players here, though.
Up close on Jail. Hunter tries to pounce, and he will prevail. Donk's dead, and with Donk's dead, who's going to pick up that slack? It's Magix with the op in the middle of it all, and he can't even track the player push. Chopper dead at the hands of MOUZ, who stands tall to deliver alongside Monacy. Finally, Donk gets the better of Nico, and G2 still tap in with another great rifle. MOUZ to make the difference, perhaps. We go 4v2 into the post plant. G2 surviving the test into overtime off of the back of Monacy heroics.
He's always got one of these amazing entry rounds at the end of a game.
Zontic's clipped, and poor Shiro waits out the smoke. He offered up the clutches to push us to OT, but this one too much to ask. Monacy, magnificent, and just the right amount of malice.
almost too close to be calling on the first map of this best of 3 series up until m0NESY pulls off a masterclass, because Stico, that 4K in overtime, that was game-changing. That was all the momentum that G2 needed to actually be the kryptonite once again to Team Spirit.
Actually, insane 4K that he's pulling off there. And you can see in his own eyes and the eyes of all the teammates, they're like, no one was believing, even in the first shot that he hit on Shiro. And then he read the situation perfectly. He knew that Zontex is coming out of that pop area. And he was ready for everyone. He was hitting every single shot.
Let's roll it one more time, because I just want to witness this mastery once again. We got to see it live. We got to see the reactions of all of the players in the G2 booth as well that we were standing in front of. Everything went so quiet in this moment. I love how it was all just full focus on m0NESY, and he manages to do absolute magic, and he can't even believe it himself.
Yeah, the room absolutely exploded right after he hit that last shot there, and he immediately understood, okay, this game is over. We're winning this. And he actually said to his teammates, we are winning this game right now.
Exactly, and that is exactly what you want to see if you're a G2 fan, if you're a m0NESY fan, and if you wanted to see a competitive game coming out of this one. Let's go back to the first half. There's so many moments we want to be diving into, not least when the scoreline was 3-3, which is quite a while ago. It was very even. Then round number 7 happens, and I think this was a great illustration of the head-to-head that we were prefacing coming into this. Nico versus Donk. How did that play out in the early stages of this game?
It all started, again, with the head-to-head between these two, and we have this B hit coming in, and again, Donk is losing out on Nico, which was an occurrence that was happening throughout this first half, but I want to actually highlight the whole round, because it's a 3-3 scoreline, and Spirit are actually on a pretty good run for having a solid CT side, but they are fumbling this 2v3 situation purely because of, I'm going to call out Shiro on this, he should never smoke B main in that situation. I see a lot of top teams and even casual players do this mistake. Always save that smoke for the C4, because you're giving opportunity to Nico to fight over that smoke, and that is always something that you're just giving free information to the Ts you don't want to give.
Overall, how do you think the head-to-head between Donk versus Nico played out on this first map at the very least? We got all the rounds and then some, but what was the story for you here?
So head-to-heads, obviously Nico was never kind of losing head-to-heads ever against Donk. This game it got awfully close, despite Donk pretty much top fragging the server apart from m0NESY. 6-6 in head-to-head, 17 kills in total for Nico, and pretty much half of that was against, I mean, a little bit less than half of that was against Donk, which is pretty impressive feat. But again, we saw multiple times across the map the way that he's beating Donk is always the same. The mechanical part of the time is the same.
So it's exactly what you kind of picked up on your video, right? It was the same way that we saw Nico kind of getting the better of Donk in the head-to-heads where he did win out.
Yes, and when Donk beats Nico, on the other hand, it's almost like he's always going like first in, and he has very little amount of help from other teammates. It was like a reoccurring team, and Donk is just, you know, purely owning everyone else on the server as well. You can see the package right now on the screen, and it's just, he's making it so effortless. He's entering these sites with an amount of precision that is unheard of.
I noticed the round number at the top as well. It was kind of the late game when we saw that resurgence from Donk, the fact that he was able to keep his head in it. And to be fair to Spirit, even though they did lose out, it wasn't that same frustrated face that we might have seen back in Copenhagen, right? Even though it was an L at the very end, at least they kept their emotions in check.
Yes, the composure was there. Donk made sure that they pull it at least for overtime, but then m0NESY took over, really, and it was m0NESY show. So for Donk part, I really like the approach, the fact that he didn't crumble after having really tough beginning of the map. I think it was like he was 1-3 against Nico at some point, but he didn't crumble. He came back.
Anything else that really stood out to you from the G2 camp throughout this first map?
100% MOUZ. I'm gonna give credits to MOUZ, and he has had pretty good and rolling start at the beginning. He eventually went for 22 kills, 82 ADR, which is one of the most ADR on the server that we're having, but the amount of impact and openers he's had in the first half was insane. I looked at the scoreboard. At some point, he was 6-0 in opening duels after first half, despite it being only 7-5 half in favor of G2. That is pretty impressive opening rate for a guy like MOUZ.
Definitely, and that's exactly what we want to be seeing from a guy like MOUZ. Obviously, he was instrumental in their victory back in Copenhagen. Now, we do have to check in with a statistic that nobody likes, not least Snacks. This is his 36th map of what, Stico?
I think it's actually 37th.
Well, 37th, yes, this was 37.
Is non-positive.
Oh, still winning though.
I'm honestly looking forward when he breaks this record. I want to get rid of that. I don't want to mention it.
There were points during this game where if it just ended, it would have been over. 16 to 17, nothing to be shy about. We don't look at Snacks to be the big fragger. It's just a fun stat to come out.
I'm going to actually go on a limb here and say that I respect the guy for not chasing ecos, and he doesn't. It seems like he doesn't want to break it, because there were multiple rounds where he had M4 and he could have got more and against full eco. Then he had on gun round suddenly MP9 when the rest of the teammates had M4. So he's really playing this selfless role. And yes, the kills are not going to come easy. And as long as you're winning, does it matter?
Yeah, no, doesn't matter in the end. Tell you who was instrumental in the win, though. That was, of course, m0NESY. We opened up the segment by looking at his 4K. There were obviously so many other moments where he had so much impact throughout this particular map. Exactly what we want to see from the AWPer when, you know, he's got quite a different style when we're comparing him to Shiro, who was on the other side of the server. Sure, putting in some legwork, but I feel like the killer instinct from m0NESY is just always on point.
Yeah, and it's not only that. It's also the fact that he's just reading the game so well. You can see how vocal it is, how hyped up he is. When the camera is on him and it's a freeze time, for example, he's really locked in and he's listening. But once the round starts, the amount of ideas and the rotations that he's triggering is actually insane. I love it. And that is going to happen when you have a good individual game. You're oftentimes going to translate it to spread it across the teammates by helping them understand what's happening on the map. m0NESY is doing a great job at it.
From the Spirit side of the equation, obviously a big narrative coming into this was G2 just proving to be a kryptonite of Team Spirit. They've been such a difficult team for them to put down. This is probably one of the more competitive maps that we have seen in this head-to-head series, though. Does that give you any hope for the rest of this best of three?
From the top of my head, actually, I think this was the record for 2024 so far is 10-3 in favor of G2 when it comes to maps. And those two maps that Spirit won, two out of those three was against Taz, which was standing in instead of m0NESY for the most part. And that was Anubis that they actually won. So a lot of, you know, narratives they can draw out of this, but I'm gonna give a props to G2 and say they're still very much favorites for this best of three to close out even 2-0 right now.
I think one of the things that we're going to be looking on for map number 2 is just the emotional side of Team Spirit. I'm sure we're going to be spending some time in front of the booth because now they almost had it. They pushed it to OT. It was a masterclass from m0NESY that, you know, put them to bed quite literally. The energy just kind of fell flat after that. G2 had the momentum. I'm curious as to whether any of those frustrations are going to be bubbling through in that second map.
I mean, it's hard for me to analyze something like that. Mental side of things is obviously something you can't keep hidden, and it is going to eventually boil. But, well, we will see after a break.
We are, indeed. We're going to head to a quick break. When we're back, it's going to be Mirage, the map pick of G2.
I now got to ask you a little bit about Nico, because are you guys as a team aware of like how much he beats Donk in these games, right? Are you understanding that this is a factor that he just seems to overtake and dominate him?
I mean, honestly, like when you play, let's say like this, when we played a couple of times against them last time, like I didn't really understand during the game how many times he actually won duels against him, you know? But you know, when you look at stats after like duels, then you understand that like it was actually a lot. It was actually a lot. I mean, it doesn't mean that like Donk is playing worse than Nico. Or it just means like maybe in some situations Nico has more experience. Yeah, but yeah, I mean it's just statistic. Like we don't really focus on that too much. But it's very nice. If Nico keeps doing it, I like it.
Very nice stats indeed, if you're on the side of G2. But from that first map, we obviously had a little bit of a check-in. Very even in terms of the Donk versus Nico head-to-head. Do you expect that to be differing when we're moving on to G2's map pick that is going to be Mirage?
I think that Nico was actually quite not warmed up, I think, for Anubis. I think there could be more impact coming out of him. That's why I fear even more when, you know, when the numbers are not so even. I think the G2 are going to be even more dominant over Team Spirit. That's why for Mirage I'm fearing, actually.
These are updated from the map that we just saw going down before as well. The stats from Anubis. It's very interesting when we talk about like the stylistic way, and obviously m0NESY being poked by James Banks there, saying the experience for the side of Nico as well. He's obviously seen a hell of a lot of different styles. Obviously Donk has his own kind of characteristics, the way that he's innovated, kind of that rifling role. But the fact that Nico is kind of the only player that knows how to do it, I think that's what makes this head-to-head so exciting. And it also makes it exciting to see if Donk can find the answers to then, you know, slap back to him.
Yeah, I actually found some other players that are similarly stats-wise, but those are mostly Oppers, and that is going to be more natural. In those kind of rounds, Opper against Rifler is always going to be advantageous for the Opper because there's just much more safe space that you can take. You miss the shot, you can fall back, but Rifler-wise, Nico was the only one even close to him, and he was beating him by far.
MOUZ is just trying to get in the spotlight behind you there, but he's got enough of the spotlight in the server. They're getting some snacks in, getting ready to be diving into Mirage. Makes sense, the fact that G2 bring in Mirage to this equation. They played Spirit twice on it in the last 3 months, one of which being 13-1 slacking. Last time around though, it was 16-13, so it was a lot more competitive. Do you still see Spirit having a chance in this best of 3?
There are certain factors that could play in their role, yes. Obviously, they are a renowned team, and then the fact that they have had month off and they could have actually practiced and prepared specifically some maps against specific teams. This could play a role where they might bring something surprising for G2 to finally beat them. On the other hand, they beat actually Vitality on Mirage lately, so another thing which is great scalp, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. It's been quite 50-50 for Spirit as of late. We're talking 4 wins, 4 losses, but of course, after the break, we expected them to have, you know, a lot more practice, a lot more preparation. So interested to see what they're going to be bringing today. They are going to be starting on the CT side of things. So maybe just in case the viewers aren't aware of how Spirit, you know, set up that defensive half, are there any particular areas of the map that we're looking at being particularly strong for them?
I will always highlight this whenever Spirit is playing, but they have kind of an anomaly when it comes to roles on a CT side Mirage, and that is that Zontics is their anchor role for most of the maps. However, on Mirage, he's put in the short position, and he's incredibly impactful, and this is by far statistically best map for Zontics out of all. And it's just going to happen naturally when you're a short player and you're fighting for mid, you're helping B, you're on multiple fronts at the same time, and I like that. I want to see him activated. He's honestly a really, really solid player. As an anchor, but then as a rotator player on short as well.
You were talking about him in the green room being a little bit slept on, just in terms of like his statistics, right? Like it was kind of wild a few months back, you know, Spirit gets some shaky results, everyone's calling for some heads. For some reason, Zontic's name's in the mix. I don't know who put him into the ether because that seemed kind of wild, but the impact he has, I think is quite undervalued.
It definitely is. Statistically speaking, I think he's actually in competition for being the anchor of the year. I think the only one that is rating-wise really, really close to him is Impat from MOUZ, so we're going to be seeing him as well throughout the tournament. But these two guys are just a little bit head and shoulders above the others, and it's really nice to show that Zontix is able to nurture this kind of experience from the other teammates, because he came eventually from academy team as well. So this is not an easy role to play that he's put in.
Absolutely not. For the G2 side of the equation, T side start for them. Anything you're looking out for? I know m0NESY could be the easy answer. I know it's late here, but anything else? Anything else you want to throw in?
So I'm not going to give you a lazy answer, but the repetitive one from the previous days as well, where I think the stat-wise, it is insane how consistently good they're playing on pistol rounds. G2 are having 77% win ratio on pistol rounds on Mirage. That is win condition for many of the wins that they're actually having, because m0NESY is having that AWP in the hands on the first gun round, apart from the enemy AWPer, who is having to kind of, you know, he has to put the money in the piggy bank and throw it for 5 rounds, for example. So it is actually insane how much they are able to snowball off of the pistol round wins.
Why are they able to get such successful pistol stats? Like, it is pretty insane, the consistency they've shown in that department.
MOUZ, NiKo, and m0NESY are one of the best pistol players in CS2 right now.
Pretty dangerous trio, if you ask me. This is only the second map of what could potentially be a 3-mapper. If Spirit come back into it, do you think they're going to?
I'm going to say yes, just for the sake of being a close match.
Okay, I'd like to see that one. Well, Connor, Mo, Snacks behind me, 37. It's not a lucky number. Does it end here?
Oh, damn, Freya's
I guess, yeah, the more you bet
he's
against
right
it,
there.
You're getting 37, 38 there. I mean, it's just getting more and more unlikely.
You know,
we're reaching the impossible already.
We're safe, Mo. We're over here in our little casting cubicle, but
yeah.
Freya's saying it right in front of him.
Freya got balls.
Oh my God, dude.
So
and Stiko's got class, because if you want 3 maps of this head-to-head, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
This one is delivering, to say the least.
What we saw at the end of the game was, I feel like, a match that Spirit showed that they were ready to win, and it was denied by m0NESY and it was denied by MOUZ right after an overtime. That was a G2 way. That's something that will consistently happen no matter what games they're in, but the fact that Spirit got their individual level up right at the end with the donks 2Ks every single round, and then still ended up losing, that was a surprise. So the lead was good enough. The guaranteed overtime was good enough. Just bought them just enough time for the X Factor rounds to do the rest here for G2. Now that we're on Mirage, there's a chance, of course, that G2 can put this together. It's going to be in similar fashion if they do. What I'm curious about is, do we get a donk CT side that's lights out, or is it going to be a T side thing for him?
Right. He's going to connect at some point, and it begins with the Berettas, but m0NESY double Glock headshots. Oh, they thought they were going to take the fight to G2. Instead, they get laid out on the front of the A site. Shiro and Donk down. m0NESY jumping Berettas. He's going to ace this. No. Zontix is finally going to have
not even going to win, actually.
Yeah, he's got to... Maybe I got ahead of myself. You know, the pistol praise was sung by Stiko, coming out with the stats right ahead of this one, going live. Snacks and NiKo tasked to close it. They're going to do exactly that, because I agree with Stiko. You've got a hell of a pistol core trio between MOUZ, m0NESY, and NiKo.
And a Hunter IGL on pistols. Hunter's got a pretty good pistol himself, too.
Great close.
Let's go! Let's go!
And Stiko's follow-up point, of course, just consistent pistol wins, consistent early opping. We'll keep eyes on m0NESY as he swings with the big green more often than not. Donk down to a Desert Eagle here in the force buy of round 2. You know, so much X Factor back in that first map. The Shiro clutches that kind of got the ball rolling. The Donk 2Ks that really cemented late regulation. Even that one post plant where Magix and Zontix are able to post up multi-frags. Like, it was there. It was there, but it just wasn't m0NESY levels. Donk close on smoke as bomb travels back through T-spawn. Absolutely forfeited B bomb site, so G2 have the right idea. We'll see if Zontix throws anything back that direction. Shiro also moving around at spawn, but first and foremost, Snacks.
Dead. And actually, I think they know now that it's going to be the B site. So they're just spotting it on the cross. MP9 a little late. Still gets in there, though. Ooh. And doesn't get the kill. Okay, that's a key tool. Look at the health. You know, MOUZ and Hunter. 5 between the two of them.
That's all they need. Enough to plant bomb, guarantee it, and let the majority of Spirit walk away. I got a little nervous for G2 when Shiro was able to put the scout on the market window, but
yeah,
a missed shot.
And get the tag.
You know, that one tag makes the difference for the MP9 player to push out, and either MOUZ and maybe MOUZ and Hunter are both dead, but what could have been is not. G2 convert for the 2-0 start.
I hope by the end of the year, everyone has like a different #1. Like for the last 5 years, I've done my own list concurrently to HLTVs, but just my own list. And like the top 2 has always been ZywOo and Simple.
Yep.
It's been kind of boring, you know. It's not boring because it's cool that they're up there, but it's boring just because you kind of knew the outcomes between 2 people every single time. What they were doing was amazing, of course.
It's kind
this year though. I still don't even know who's going to be #1. That's really cool.
It's like the remnants of what was a time in Counter-Strike where we used to have eras with the best team over time, right? And like, even though we had lost that, it was still the same players over years. But now we've lost that too. We've got more options. And I think, you know, it's going to boil down to how you define it.
It's been the year of parity. And I think at the end of the day, a lot of it has to do with MR12. I don't think as much the game as it is MR12. New game, sure, but I think new game is actually the best opportunity for someone to learn something small and then win a lot off of it. That's what we saw from Nip early on. That's what we saw from the arrows got weaker and weaker as time went on. Actually, that's not true. Astralis was the strongest overall, but they kind of stopped there when the game got more figured out. But I mean, just mathematically it would make sense, right? MR12 more
mathematically.
Yeah. To be math guy for a second. But there'd be more parity. But the parity's been really fun. Can't deny it.
It's making for a exciting end of the year as we have World Finals with no NAVI in the Grand Finals. That much guaranteed. My God. Who would have thought coming into Singapore that they'd be the first team to fall? Not this guy. I believe the guys on Talking Counter had it pegged at 75% chance they'd be in Grand Finals again between Sponge and Prof, and it was Striker who put it at 51% chance. And
oh, nice.
I remember seeing 51 and thinking, oh, what a critic, what a hater.
Yeah.
Well, screw Grand Finals, man. They bombed out in last.
So the first...
And he was math guy. He used numbers.
First last place exit, I think Eleanor tweeted out that since 2019 for NAVI.
And first...
It's a lot of different teams, but...
First time losing their opening match at a tournament since Katowice.
All kinds of records.
Not the good ones. Zontic's dead. Hunter's going to double down. Nice double entry on his own for the most part. There was support, but it wasn't needed.
G2 are frying.
Yeah, there's something in the water now. You know, this is, to me, this is like the boiling over of map 1. I felt like G2 were always going to start hot on Mirage. Doesn't mean Spirit are out of this, but there's no doubt in my mind that G2 riding the momentum.
Yeah, they've got a better win rate so far at G2. A lot of confidence. They picked this map. Anubis was on paper the harder part. Not that the series is going to be easy.
Oh, dude, what are
the shots being hit?
Yeah,
a lot of good shots being hit from the oppers.
Ops are different in Singapore. I like that he decides to forego the utility and just whip that gun back out for the faster second kill. Like he almost made it too technical. Instead, he pounced on the moment, opened up the B site, and keeps this flawless T side going.
Alley's turn.
Sorry, what was that?
I didn't say anything, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Just thought you had a call out you want to do.
Oh, that's right. We'll get there. Spoilers.
He's gonna shout out his mom.
Yo, Sharon, one time.
Okay. Okay. Mauled, man. On a tear.
Back at least by donks, but donks? Singular. Donk. There's only one.
Feels like it. Must be two guys.
It's just two little guys in a trench coat.
One guy on the mouse, one guy on the keyboard.
That's donk.
They're like meatbows.
It's two Maui snakes in there.
Just yelling at each other.
Yeah.
Apologizing.
Nico's going to try to slide forward into the same slot that MOUZ did out the gate, but CTs have other ideas, and the pressure's good. Donk comes through. All Donk. 3 kills into the round. And you can feel that one. Everybody sizing each other up, but there's still legs in the round. G2, go ahead. Attempt this B hit.
Saw the entries from Hunter last time.
Honesty's going to put that scope up on Catwalk if needed. He was worried about Market, but woof, jumps over. Gets tagged, deals with Donk first, and with Donk down, you're telling me he can't do this? Oh, but he gets a little bogged down by the weapon swapping, and Shiro capitalizes on the moment.
That was insane, man. The level of skill in that duel, you know? How carefully Wannacy approached that angle, knowing Donk's holding it, just visualizing, right? He didn't even need visual confirmation. He just needs to imagine it. Knows he's going to get one tap because it's Donk on that position. Right, he's at the perfect peak. It's the level of game that we're playing right now.
The time to kill on the majority of the players in this series has been nothing short of impressive.
It's all frame perfect.
You know, if we get more action like we did back on Anubis, I can see G2 versus Spirit becoming a fan favorite matchup for a lot of people, because what is possible is just on everybody's mind when these 10 players take to the server.
Not gonna lie, I like almost everyone versus everyone right now. Like G2, FaZe, Spirit, NAVI. Oh, man. Everyone got these individuals, and, well, he dresses them up in bullets. It's 61 damage on 2 players, but they both don't go down.
Takes 3 players inside of that smoke after he kills Monacy to get the trade out. He does a bunch of damage too, so well done by Donk. Softens up the bunch. While Hunter sees the walk away, he can't do anything to stop it, so bomb's stuck outside of the A site with majority numbers there for Spirit. They're feeling very comfortable in this round, I think.
Yeah, no one on the CT side really has to move. They've got almost everything covered. Some very standard spots, and Chopper's sort of stuck in Stanwich anyway. Might as well wait. They got connector covered from the back, and Zontic's just one final check on B. Doesn't see anything.
So he starts to leave. Just as they start to exit ramp, Shiro gives up the angle. Chopper's position, though, is going to catch one off guard. Sure enough, Snacks will kill Shiro at the very least.
The Snacks off.
7 seconds, missed quick scope. Trying his damnedest to be Monacy, but those are big shoes to fill. So Spirit getting themselves their second round. Yes, 4-0 start for G2, but we alluded to it. That's the Anubis effect. Now Mirage truly begins as Donk continues to tear up kills in middle, whether that's the T's pushing up to Cat, or in this case, him taking the top mid fight.
Yeah, and even at the bottom of Connector, he did so much damage. The rumors of his demise were exaggerated for sure. He's looking pretty comfortable.
We've seen a few successful single rifle rounds so far this evening, notably back during Liquid versus Vitality. See if Hunter can pull one out of...
Oh, yeah, he can't. Well, that's Nico, but
God.
One's been pulled.
That's when you know too many angles. Hunter then capitalizing, climbing up through a window. Felt like he wanted to kind of seize that moment last round.
Look at the guns, man. This is still a salvageable position.
Chopper killing Mulbs.
Depends on Chopper's awareness right now. He picks his fights properly. He has a couple of easy ones. There are just some big threats on the other side with small guns.
They're playing with him. He's trying to keep his head down as the Desert Eagles ring out all around him. His support's here. Zontic's now from the back and a crossfire setup as Magix moves out. This is definitely savable, salvageable by Chopper, who serves up a great distraction. Nico's going to find another Deagle kill. They know they have him pinned on default, though, but it's Nico and m0NESY alive!
Oh.
Nico, come on!
Gave him a good fight right there. The shoulder peek comes in, the plant goes down, and now Magix, at least, they might not be sure exactly where he's coming from. Oh, well, there he goes, getting spotted.
Jump on it, but it's an AK here for m0NESY, so Nico trying to move over and not even needed. Triple Deagle round from Nico.
Wow. That was the first and final boss, right? Is the guy that Chopper saw, and then he went to take out 2 of his friends, and then Nico was still there the whole time, causing problems.
Just sat on that bad boy, waited.
It was just that one shot that brought the attention for Hunter to be able to sneak in through window.
Wonders, what do you think it's like to be talented?
Nice!
It'd be amazing to be able to relate to that. I would definitely be playing. Whoa. Okay, all right. All right. Fair enough. Jeez.
Oh, that's what it's like to be talented. Oh, you get that kind of confidence. Damn.
Doc's trying to explain it.
Nico spitting venom. It's a little bit rude, but screw it. To hell with your feelings. This is the World Finals. G2 are looking to make up for their shortcomings in Rio with a potential second Blast Trophy of the year. Fast track to the semifinals on the line here against Spirit, and right now m0NESY just waiting for that catwalk out. That crossfire has been very apparent for Spirit. I think that's why maybe he's waiting for Zontix to make a move, and you can see him shuffling around slightly, but not yet making the mistake as the other pieces of G2 get into position to support m0NESY. He's still just going to stay waiting, but then timing. Oh!
Yo!
Nice snap
Another?
from Zontix, and he gets snacks too.
Monster. Truly. m0NESY left on 13 HP. Zontix, job done. It's not the best spot to be in here for Magix, but you know what? The MP9 may be better than sitting on the site. And he'll get pushed to the cross. Wanted to take that duel.
Hunter's definitely trying to bring the fight in map 2, especially. As he goes up 7-4, but it's Nico to lose out to Donk, and with Donk's 19 points of health, m0NESY's still gonna get the better of him. Now, Chopper coming back from ramp. That could catch m0NESY off guard. It should indeed. He's got that bomb.
Is it
planting it front
back
sight? Does it go
triple?
down in time? Oh, it goes down in time. Yes, he dies, but at least it's been planted here for Hunter. Shiro comes up catwalk. Hunter is indeed in a solid spot.
They know it's not Palace. They know he must be around connector, right? Surely. We'll see.
But he could be jungle. He could be bottom mid for as all Shiro knows, and
Sitting
instead,
stairs is pretty crazy.
Hunter makes
Oh,
a
he made
move, but
fast
as he
step.
makes that step, now Shiro's getting closer behind him. He gets wall banged at that. He tries to get around it. He's got a chance to get out, but Shiro chases him down. All's good. Is there a kid?
He should have never come close to winning that after the damage that Shiro did through the wall. Nice try for Hunter.
Right? No kit.
Oh, no kit. Oh, he's got it.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, not even close.
Devilish.
Not even close. Leave it to Shiro. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Hell, he almost had m0NESY, and that would have been a hell of a triple kill straight up. You can run, but you can't hide, brother. Shiro with another 1v1.
Always trust Shiro in the clutch.
Yep. He brings that to the Spirit formula. There's no doubt about it. A couple of pistols here for the formula of G2 in round 9. Oh, nice kill from Nico, and that's a feather in the cap in the head-to-head versus Donk. Chopper trying to give himself space to work as Magix gets the one and done. So man advantage, and they're starting to set eyes on the site. Shiro's already here though, and Zontix comes running over. What's Snacks heard? And what's he gonna call?
He's not going all the way back into B. I mean, they can reform. I guess they know all the CTs are here now. Their passage over to this site is a little bit more difficult and just annoying, so you'd think worth it for G2 to hang out here, but what's going to happen?
I think 2 players are going to leave. Shiro sticks around just in case.
That's the guy to leave.
And G2 are going to find themselves in a 3v1 against Shiro in a moment.
See if he goes top stairs. No. Ooh, okay.
Be a deadly cross. They don't have a smoke grenade for this. They don't have a flashbang
They have a
for
molly.
it.
They have a molly, but
Shiro's more concerned about middle, and that could be all they need to just get over. Boy. Sanctuary.
not good enough.
And Zontix able to get the kill from Cat. Snacks makes his presence known, goes down to 9 HP. Now that's a player unaccounted for.
Oh, they still found him.
And Monacy gets his angle. Mob's going to try to cross over to Ticket, running the risk of jumping over, but all's good. Again, you know Snacks is removed from the equation for the time being, and Monacy missing shots continues to give Spirit a bit of a chance here. Waiting and not able to deliver this time around. Snacks will be killed, and Mobs was spotted earlier jumping across towards Ticket. Surely, but I guess not. They lost track of it. Zontix, down to a second, misses. Mobs can't slash him and dies after the fact. A robbery from Zontix.
Too far to the left and too far to the right. He was basically holding his hand. That was so close. Such a lucky moment here for Spirit, but look at what was conjured up by Chopper. The kills that he got. Take out Monacy from top stairs. I thought he was a dead man for sure. Especially after Monacy found his first kill. Like, all right. They've sorted this situation out. Oh my gosh. No sweat.
Damn. Bullet left in the M4, 7 shots in the Deeg, but usually the knife is the guarantee. A little too frazzled, and G2 slip it up. I would like to use this time, however, as an opportunity to remind you that Opera GX is a browser built specifically for gamers. Gamers like Launders, who loves the Elden Ring and Dark Souls series. It's designed to be faster, customizable, and performance-friendly, unlike those lousy standard browsers.
That's perfect.
Opera GX for multitasking.
I do gamer, and I play Elden Ring and Dark Souls and Counter-Strike.
All at the same time.
I can't let my browser get in the way.
It's true. Download Opera GX today. Scout for Nico. What the hell?
That's extremely weird. It does speak to how good Monacy's AK has been, though.
I like the rounds that Nico convinces himself that he's an Opera.
Yeah.
Like, and every time he believes in it, I'm ready to believe in it too.
Yes. But nothing beats reality.
Spirit gunning for a tied game at 5. Zontix been leaving a mark on G2 with the cap plays. He's going to run the risk of going out, but Snacks is going to hold him, keep him honest from down beneath window. Beautiful Deagle from Bulbs. It's crazy that he brings Deagle firepower to a lineup like G2. You've got to respect it. Climb up from Magic's punished as Hunter.
Another kill in that same spot.
Damn, he really has kind of been like the Zontix of B for G2.
Who even won the last round? Look at the buys that are coming through.
It was that defuse with one player left.
That's right. That's right.
Sorry, I got you thinking about Opera GX and you forget the round results. Done.
Malbs has talked about and referenced his own Deagle. He said, they knew about my Deagle in NA. Now they're going to see it in Europe.
Hell yeah.
Singapore.
The only better Desert Eagle in North America than JT is MOUZ.
What about Twist?
What about him? The two best North American Deagles aren't from North America.
Yeah, true.
6-4, huh, G2? It's nice to see Hunter being able to find, you know, like in a game where we're talking about stars in the spotlight, which isn't a conversation we've had to have about Hunter lately. What do you know? Throws his hat into the ring and posts 10 kills so far in this half, with very critical ones opening up that B site multiple rounds. MOUZ finds Shiro bottom underpass. That's where that kill went down.
He missed his very important timing on that peek. Shiro usually really good in that position, but outdone a bit by MOUZ, who's just a bit too careful. But what happens here? I mean, are we gonna have that? We have Snacks pick up a smoke or? Okay.
Picks up a bullet between the eyes. Donk gets the better of him, not afraid of playing in middle. Nico better be careful. He's carrying bomb right now solo. Oh, nope. MOUZ is with him.
Just right on him, yeah.
And as MOUZ tries to push along the smoke with him, oh, Donk falling, still recovers with the dink after the fact. You find Donk falling with inaccuracy, and he still manages.
But they're still going B.
To leave a mark. We get Zontic sliding in behind Van, MP9 in hand, 30 HP. All he's got to work with, or the incendiary at this time in the round could stop them.
They just gotta wait for Monacy's
there we go.
Molly.
That'll put a bit more pressure on. Burn some precious time off the clock. They disrespected in the end. Zontix dies out to Hunter, who's able to slide down behind him.
Wait, that's a bomb.
Clean 5-7 kill. They've got time to go back, but it does indeed cause a problem. Oh, and it serves up a perfect distraction, but Monacy will still kill Magix.
He's got to go plant.
Very low health, 13 HP, and knows where Chopper was at. 10 to the clock. Does he even go for the plant?
Yeah.
He taps it once to fake it out. Chopper goes and gets the headshot, winning rounds for Spirit.
Yeah, it feels like there was almost no way Chopper had gotten around the other side of the site. So Monacy just tried to get the frag instead, but Chopper played it very well. Just said, I'm going to wait for my time. Sometimes you're nervous. You want to end the round early. You get involved, and then you get killed before the plan even goes down. But well done there from Chopper. This one's obviously key from Magic.
Nice try.
It's a haunted house out here.
Yeah.
For the tied score, Spirit.
Game's so close. Everyone's just been so broke every round.
Here we go, trying to pick up the pace towards Connector. Donk's not having any of that. Take it to the top of the board for Spirit yet again. Nico trying to tap back into that Deagle potential, but a couple missed shots. Monacy finds Zontix on Catwalk, prepared for the Donk peek. And then the window player is the one that ends him. Shiro, the third piece of the puzzle. Nico creeps out, doesn't think about... Oh, he looks away.
Missed it.
They
Big
both
timing.
miss. Oh, and he doesn't get his kill. Magic still saves it. Shiro lucky to be alive as he takes Deagle shots to the back of the head. Or body, rather. Look at this apartments push from Chopper. Another key move from Chopper. I love sometimes the way Chopper plays things. Just slots into the right spot at the right time. It's not always flashy, but it'll put too much pressure on Snacks to handle here. Sitting at the bottom of the board, and sure enough, Spirit surely taking this 6th round. So another moment where Donk goes swinging out of the gate into Connector. Another round that could have been if Nico's Desert Eagle does indeed get its target, but ultimately, Spirit gonna add 2 rounds to the end to tie this, you'd think. We'll give Snacks the benefit of the doubt. Bomb planted. Chopper gave him that space. Wants his teammates to come through. They're gonna minimize mistakes. It's called clean Counter-Strike. There we go. Done and dusted, as you'd expect. 4-0 the start for G2 as they came out of Anubis with a blistering pace and more individual level. But at the end of the day, Spirit prevail, and this game's still on. Donk indeed doing the damn thing as he holds them back inside a connector and taps into a very clean CT side, all things considered, for Spirit on Mirage. Again, you go down 0-4 at the start of all that. Nothing to be ashamed of on the recovery. Cool, couple heroic moments tried by G2, but you know, we're also talking about a Zontix defuse and a smoke with a missed knife, etc. We got a wild back and forth towards the tail end of the half. We end up 6-6, and the pistol stats, 77% win rate on the pistols.
That's a lot of percentages.
According to Stico. And he thinks it's why.
I hate that charm placement. It's kind of tripping me out a bit for some
honestly,
reason.
you drop me a gun and there's a charm on the end like that.
Oh.
We're not friends.
Oof. It's making me feel weird. Oh, wow. Is that going to count, Nico? You're going to count frags like that?
Yeah. Yeah, Nico's like, yep, that's another. He said, got your ass. Ooh, you're gonna go interrupt it? Dude, the bomb's not planted. Settle down. Shiro on default, try to do it all, but he can't. 2 kills is all he gets.
You kind of don't want to let them plant the bomb, though. They're on to something. They knew it was about to get planted. That means one guy's hand's busy. You know exactly where he is. Plus, teammates are on high alert trying to cover him. Get in there.
It's just so disrespectful.
It's true.
What happened to personal space?
So look at this. After 5v4, no personal space.
Nice reaction from Hunter. Woo. Clean little double to bop out the Kovac. But it's all good. And it's another pistol win for G2, keeping them stats nice and high. A trio of Spirit Deagles and a smoke grenade thrown out by Chopper already. That's what's in store for us this time. And don't worry, folks. Snack's got the kit. That's a team player.
It's important.
Just in case.
Oh man, they don't know someone's here. Delpan.
It's okay, it's just a Glock. Oh my god.
He really worked on him.
But it's okay. Snack's got the kit. And with the kit,
that's true.
It's all gonna be good.
Just make sure to keep an eye on him, you know. Make sure you know where he's going, because then if he's over here in B and they go A, and you know, I'll have to be the one to clutch. The guns, though, that's not a problem. Chopper goes to the Deagle. They've got 3 Deagles.
Mm-hmm. One of the M4s in the hands of Zontix. The other one can't be picked up because it's sitting inside a window.
Who would you rather be? I would say still G2. Still playing CT is a fine spot to be, but
MOUZ shouldn't get caught by the M4. And again,
it'd have to be a great shot if he jumps up.
There's no Kevlar here either for that M4, so aim punch with the MP9 is going to be very problematic for Zontix. Of course, the peak at some point is going to
elicit no one on cat,
reaction.
though, so they can actually plant here safely.
MOUZ doesn't pounce. Doesn't see anybody on the approach, so now bombs down. Good thing. Snacks bought the kit. And as they push out towards bench, they get 2 of the 4 kills needed, taking back man advantage. Yes, MOUZ is low. You got Shiro still, however, in this clutch. Chopper's going to see if he can set him up, but 2 missed Deagle shots. Doesn't bode well here for Shiro. That kit preoccupied over on connector, dealing death to Chopper. Now you've got Shiro locked in. The kit can get on top of the bomb. The Deagle connects, but he's not thinking about the kit. He doesn't predict it. And so Snacks buys the kit, and it does make a difference.
Yeah, true. It all mattered. They kept an eye on that. Last rotator in, comes in for the slick diffuse, and good retake. I mean, that's why playing CT is so boring, but so useful. MOUZ just talked about why it's kind of boring for him, you know? Someone who likes to be very, very, very aggressive on CT sides, to sit behind a box. It's just that. It's not that you don't have opportunities to kill. It's just that it's a lot of nothing, then a lot of everything. You're not being active the whole time. You're sort of, and that's what being an anchor is, you know? Just being prepared for your big moment, then being explosive. But it's been great watching him at how effective he is at it, even if he's saying that he's bored. You know, at least he's bored and not bad. Better to be bored than ass.
Raise a very valid point. little aggression out connector. Ooh, careful, Nico. Just how much you looking for? Because there's a couple bodies ready for you top mid. And
it's one for Donks, Nico.
Yeah, that flash not go deep enough?
Can't flash Donk. Oh, he was turned at. He was playing anti, I think, yeah.
He was good. He's like, are you trying to get aggressive top mid Mirage against me?
That's my country.
Donk's on top of it, and Spirit go 5v4. It's a good thing Hunter's been playing so well throughout that T side, because it's looking like he may indeed have his hands full on B. Unless he leaves before they get there.
Him even showing up here is just going to keep him around, so this works out actually pretty damn well for Spirit, even if he dies.
Kill from m0NESY at least. But of course, by the time Hunter realizes what's going down, that B bomb site's going to have a plant on it. Ooh, Hunter's got a timing though. Yeah. Ooh, and damage on top of that. Donk down to 30.
They underestimated how quickly they could be there.
Is it enough for G2 to try and pull this one off? No, they're already forfeiting the round, and Spirit will be given a 7.
Ooh, and an extra gun gets knocked down. That's MOUZ. Max might want to come grab that in a second if there's not one on the site. Which there should be. Yeah, there was Chopper. This game is so scrappy.
You're dead.
Terrorists win.
Hey, remember that time the bomb exploded and killed all 5 Vitality players?
Feels like yesterday.
The good old days.
It's a timeout for G2. They need to talk to Tass.
This is what happens at 1 a.m., 12 hours out of your time zone. Where am I? How did I get here?
This is the G2 podcast timeout.
Okay.
Totally sane thing to say.
Comes to a close. The buys. Not pretty. Did Snack just get left USP? Oh, they're fumbling it out of spawn. Snack's USP. m0NESY keeps his $800. It says, not my problem. Keeps up the jiggle, but he's allowed for him to get really close. Stark contrast to the round prior where Nico's going for the top mid wide swing. Donk's gonna disrespect that. You think a smoke is gonna stop him? Come on now.
Come on now.
Up into connector. Catching m0NESY in the background. We'll see if the Cat player can do anything to stop it. They know he's still in here. What are you gonna do about it? Creepy crawling closer towards the B side. It's a good move over, but remember, Snacks. Okay, he's got the MP9 now at least.
It's a solid 4-mate. I mean, man, but the thing is, 38 seconds. Donk is going to see nothing.
Yeah.
And there's still a chance they peel back under pass. No, the bomb's too committed. Nico gets his. They can spot the window. They can fall back. Seriously, they do have time. Donk's in window, sees nothing. Oh, they're not making the right decision, though. They're just going to go back to it with less time.
Yeah, they kind of stall out for a second. You know, the opportunity was there, the possibility was there, but they decide not to seize it. Zontix sees both in sight, no trade, 7 seconds, and guess what? Somebody creeping out in the corners. So that one's going to drop the bomb and make this round fizzle out.
Oh.
Donk trying to strike him down, even had a chance there before time expires.
Oh my
they
God.
both die, in fact. And honestly, those duels could have happened with 2 seconds left.
Chopper didn't turn around, go underpass, then come back. If they had just committed to that B play originally or committed to the A play, both were better options than what they just did. Running down the clock. And you can definitely understand why it's a little confusing. But at least they got all 5 kills. This has been a game that has been run on fumes in terms of people's economies. You never know who's going to get ecoed. So
anything to avoid the recession.
It's all within reach. AI Donk is going to keep us out of a recession.
Donk stonks. This was the one from Hunter. Just a half second later too, right? He's able to plant, and then the retake's on.
Oh my gosh.
Fucking nice! Nice, boys! No ja nie mogu zrobić.
Honestly, all things considered, with 5 deaths for G2 last round, they come out okay. Couple of MP9s, they try to take the fight into.
But then you get trapped.
Yeah, MOUZ not able to get the frag, but I mean, how much can Chopper do to really keep them down there? A little support from the connector player to try and draw them back. Oh, but Zontix
got him.
And Chopper both finding a kill a pop because Hunter tried to peek his head up over towards the B apartments, and that's going to force m0NESY to try to move over. So I don't think Spirit are going to rush this.
Yeah, they shouldn't, because that was 5 dead last round. So now they got G2 on the ropes if they win this round cleanly. Again, people are winning with not much to work with. Not even going to say this 3v5 is out of the question. You still got the 3 best players on the team left alive. I say that Hunter's top of the board, but okay.
No way they come
you
back.
Gotta get a trade, man.
Back in position. m0NESY gets himself a double. They know there's another player there. No way.
1 trade on 2 players on a site. 1 guy with an MP9. Spirit, you can't let these ones go.
Man. Man, oh man.
They had time to take that as slow as they needed to guarantee their first duel.
Which is why it really did feel guaranteed, but 30 seconds. Shiro doesn't even want to run at that A bomb site.
I wonder how this works out.
Gonna come back at B.
He's not been spotted, actually, so.
MOUZ is never going to leave. At some point, they're going to have to win a duel versus him, and it frees up m0NESY to go peeking wide. Makes contact versus both. Poor Shiro down to 58 HP, 7 seconds to the clock. No chance, you'd think, but MOUZ is dead. And of course, m0NESY just dodging him long enough. Don't die after time. Shiro gonna try to hang on. Keeps himself tucked. Nico won't find the angle from the cap peak. So G2 take a 10th in a round that it felt like Spirit were just gonna play to perfection.
Yeah, I think for sure. You know, they're coming in 3-2 on the site, which if they waited a little longer, they might have been able to figure out it's not a stack, but this tendency to end B has been working out very well for G2, who are keeping an extra guy here. But not being able to get a single trade on the site, ooh, that's hard to justify.
Man, and now of all things, G2, after winning a round with 0 players left.
That was an even up round.
2 rounds later, and we've got a solo AK Shiro. That was a door wide open. Slammed on Spirit's fingers as they tried to fight their way in. Gonna have to find a backdoor with a buy like this. Smoke and a flash, all they have to play with. One of which goes out as Nico finds opening kills towards ramp. It's an easy stairs peek for him, but also concerned about middle, and you should be. This AK's in the mix. He won't hide. He won't shy away from it. He's going to blindside Shiro in a second. So AK goes down. We'll forget about the third. That crawl out from Zontix going to activate, grab an M4 with an opening kill in an attempt at a 2v5.
It is such a good spot to be in if you want to like make something happen, having a window. But, I mean, who's going to show themselves?
30 seconds to make this happen, and everybody's still close enough to play off someone else, right? Nice
there it
tethering.
is.
Could be
Oh,
set
they
up,
did do it. Now they've got 2 left.
but it's still a player inside A, holding on to the default. MOUZ
didn't see him.
He could still just play this down calmly as they push forward. Yep, unsuspectingly catching him off guard. He'll get dinked back by Zontix, but it's a kill towards Cat and a kill towards Ticket. And MOUZ just keeps his head down.
Thought, no way, there's another player here. Nice try in that 2-on-5 situation from Zontix in particular. One thing's for certain, this series is closer than it appears. And across Anubis, that one went to overtime. A lot of big rounds from a few very big players on both teams. Basically, it's just more in favor of G2.
Chopper continues to make this mid presence consistent. We saw Nico open up with a kill on ramp 1 round ago. Zontix here to try and stop that from happening, but MOUZ has got his number, and they don't even know about the numbers. CT's in abundance on A. We saw that mid window setup work out well for Zontix after a couple deaths, but see what the plan is here for Spirit. This T side just can't keep up a single terrorist round win so far for Spirit in the second half. Nobody's saying they didn't have more chances. Some tight rounds and some thrown advantages.
The biggest indictment definitely is the messy B attacks. And the callouts from G2, as well as the pistols they've been consistent on.
Winning both in the series. Nico and MOUZ not showing any skin. 20 seconds yet again, but because 1 round ago, MOUZ caught him off on default. No surprise that they're cautious on the approach, but it's not MOUZ, so sure enough, yes, keep your guard up. That's why they go for the Palace Molly, making sure no one can swing. 7 seconds, can't fake.
Finally get a plan.
Magix commits, the spam comes by him, and everybody with kits, no grenades. G2, 4v3, and a slow burn here for Snacks, looking to activate after his teammates. Once that smoke fades on Ticket, you think this one gets rolling, and MOUZ even finding Magix in the no man's land. That's just good timing. Waits for the molly to burn out. Obviously, they thought about his position. A dink comes off the top of Ticket, so Donk's job made harder, but him and Shiro still able to connect with a kill a pop. Donk not able to double down as G2 come clean with the trade frags to go up to 12.
Crazy good for MOUZ, man. If he dies right there, Donk has a way out, so incredible that he hits that headshot. It's a beautiful round for MOUZ, as HSP has been astonishing. Just like Donk, just like Nico. He's right up there.
Really is the breakout player of the Americas region 2024. Only truly comparable to Twists when it comes to someone from the Americas playing for a European team, and he does it before the trophies. That's how much you believe in the raw talent he brings to the table. Putting Guatemala on the map. Smoke to the bottom of connector. Donk making the most of it. Just before it pops, gets vision of Monacy, and this map ain't over, baby.
Wow,
it is a flurry of kills coming out to the favor of Spirit. Nico doesn't finish what he started. Can't hit the desk.
You could try.
It will bite back.
Yes.
5 map and match points for G2, but the first one slips by with just, honestly, a good, nice bit of aggression. Donk keeping the pressure on Con. And not the first time either that Monacy kind of gets his head taken off that quickly by Donk.
Oh, Donk continues to be solid here overall. He was good in the first half, good in the second. It's not the hyper carry that we saw last map, but even that wasn't enough, so there needs to be a bit more behind it. And I think the organization of the team in some of the moments when it was like the B attacks, for example, these are more guaranteed positions, especially for a team like Spirit. They're so cognizant of like every move they make. So many protocols in place to guarantee 3v2, 4v3 positions, but it's been a little bit sloppy here on Mirage.
I think the timing of that, the tempo, really catching them off. One thing with m0NESY, obviously just quick vision before the smoke pops, but Hunter on catwalk with a grenade in hand, just never suspected Shiro to be on the corner. So, real evidence of Spirit playing to a pace that G2 weren't ready for. Surely they don't end it with pistols. See if Spirit bring the protocols to the table. Very little utility for G2. One of their smokes thrown top con right now. And Snacks hanging on to the other. Two players connector, two players ladder. It's a fun little setup for the pistols, but at the moment, Spirit, they're not avoiding this, right? It's not like anybody's walking out ramp or palace. This is actually playing into the hand of this setup. We'll see if any guns exchange hands. m0NESY's Berettas connect, but then Shiro's trade is good, and he's there on both sides.
I'm trying to see, are they here to play right now? Like Spirit, they worked back from the scoreline on Anubis. Here, though, feels like G2 are just like a little bit too confident for them to deal with. But why is it that these last couple of rounds have looked like they've got so much conviction behind them? Something just clicked all of a sudden, and will they be able to pull up the follow-through on this next rifle? That's the main question.
I think the score's a little deceiving, to be honest. So
yeah,
I'm leaning on the side with Spirit here. It's two pistol rounds and conversions for G2.
Yeah.
The fact that MOUZ didn't get that knife kill, you know, everybody dies.
Which one?
No, sorry, I'm mixing up rounds. The rounds, the round where everybody dies.
That was yesterday. Vitality.
No, not that one. The other one where everybody dies. No.
Oh, you mean from Donk?
Yeah.
Yeah. In CT spawn.
Yep. G2 win the round. They all die. But then because they won the next round, which was, I think, a testament to they are playing strong, but that's what put Spirit back onto a safe.
Right, like Spirit's own messiness in that moment. Yes, for sure.
Economically, the game's been playing against Spirit, and they're down 2 pistols, yet here they are sitting on what is a free 10-12.
They've lost the wrong rounds.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Only missed here in connector.
Thank you for helping me.
It's 1 a.m. It is 1 a.m. in real life.
Yeah, but it's 1 p.m. on the East Coast.
True.
Shiro's going to just churn through this connector aggression, get this round out of the way. We want to see what G2 bring to the table on the next buy. Nay. No USP shenanigans here for Nico.
It is a real game.
Yep. Always was. Yeah, I think Shiro's actually been my MVP for Team Spirit on this second map in particular. I like the way he's kind of in the middle of the pack of the connector play there. He's peeling players off both A-Site and Cat.
Yeah,
keeping his head on a swivel, keeping it action-packed, and not even doing it with an op only, which is something you don't see from him as often. You know,
he's actually one of those guys who's actually really good with rifling, but like the way the team set up, he always gets the op whenever it's time.
Kind of like m0NESY.
A little bit, but m0NESY will rifle more.
Okay.
Yeah, m0NESY got more rifle kills. He's rifling more. But if you look at like Shiro's weapon usage, it's like 80-20 or something. But very comfortable on a rifle. Tons of clutches on the rifle. Picks up the rifle in the middle of clutches. Sometimes he's
true.
Yeah, he's a specialist, but he's versatile at the same time.
Early ramp play from MOUZ gets a bit of info in the corners.
Now this could be interesting.
Nice nade. Nice.
Look at how actually light B is at the moment. They don't even have a window player. No one on Cat. It's just Snacks on the back of the site, and they're trying to push in. But Donk is going underpass. That'll allude to the fact that nothing's going to happen just yet.
They definitely had G2 scrambling for a half second at least. We see Hunter kind of running over to the market just in case there was a follow-up behind that util.
Oh.
Little jump contact to window. Donk does not land the shot.
Yeah, they seem to know a lot about the G2 setup. They're pretty flagrantly peeking a lot of key angles, and they've taken over and pushed on B. They're trying to let them know they know what they're doing. The space that G2 have is not perfect at the moment. I like the round here so far for Spirit, but I think it's about sticking the landing. They can reform towards Cat.
They're drawing Nico over, and
they have ladder room control. No one's here.
Hunter's angle's a good one.
3 players backside is cute, but still, Spirit might still have an advantage. We'll see if they approach this correctly.
Half health Magic's able to get past the first window. Snacks takes damage too. This is not ideal, but the CT is looking to hang on. Nade connects. The Kovac brothers gonna get sidelined by Donk if Nico
they don't know about him.
Found out, but he just buys the perfect amount of time.
Oh.
Donk is in the corner. Nico's gonna peek, loses his head, but both these Spirit players dinked. m0NESY and MOUZ into the 2v2 with a huge health advantage, but enough space for Bomb to go down.
Can
and
m0NESY?
Donk, he's going headhunting. He's going to go deep on Cat. He's going to take what he wants as he goes in with a 3rd kill in this round, and Donk swaps over to the op. Now, MOUZ is going to have a health advantage, but that op, does it lock it in? Oh, he's toying with it, and MOUZ just nails the headshot.
Wow.
G2 over top of Spirit yet again.
That is nasty from MOUZ. He knows that it's the op or something holding him perfectly. And he puts one in the dome. One of many for MOUZ. Incredible HSP, incredible performance from G2 across these 2 maps. And we did see Spirit speed up the end, but it's 2 comebacks that don't work out either time.
An incredibly competitive series between Spirit and G2, but G2 ultimately proving the kryptonite once again of Team Spirit. They're going to be progressing on towards those semi-finals inside the arena here in Singapore. And man, that was an epic game from beginning to end. Props to G2s for keeping their heads in that moment, because Spirit, they were applying the pressure.
This matchup is getting progressively closer and closer as we advance through the year. So it's kind of nice to see that how they're adapting to each other and individually playing against each other. There's a lot of mind games involved, whether it would be between Nico and Donk, but we're mentioning that all the time, but also between m0NESY and Shiro.
Shout out to MOUZ for the way he ended that map and consequently the series as well. Great 1v2 where he was keeping cool, calm and collected. That's got to be a feels-good moment for him.
Absolutely. I mean, as well, it was against Donk. He was building an AWP. I haven't seen a Donk AWP kill in a long, long time, actually. And I was actually thinking that he's in an advantage, but MOUZ had great pre-fire. He understood the situation. He's low HP. Nico gave him a call that he dinged him earlier into the round. So he knew that it was very likely that he's going to pick up the AWP.
Obviously, we were singing the praises of m0NESY, aptly so throughout this series, but let's talk about the man on the screen right here, Hunter, because he had some great impact in the earlier stages of this map.
Hunter actually impressed me a lot. We didn't talk about him that much pre-game or between the games, but for the Mirage, he is actually delivering big time, and he had a lot of impactful kills from the get-go already on the T side. Not in the pistol round, but this is another thing that we want to mention. Those pistol rounds are just going into G2's favor all the time, and you know, it's so much easier to play Counter-Strike when you're ahead.
Were you doing the maths, Tico? Were you keeping up with the percentages of what G2 are currently on for those pistols? It's got to be like closer to 80% now, right?
Yeah, it might be leaning over the 80%, which is absolutely bonkers statistic. I mean, and it's not even like they're actually too great when it comes to tactics. It's not something crafty, but the aim is just on point with the power of trio that we mentioned before, MOUZ, Nico, and m0NESY. But yeah, for Hunter, he himself is having a really good reassurance that he is part of this team, and he is actually delivering big time on these important maps that is making it kind of hard for opposition to find a weakness in G2's camp.
And I think that's a really important factor, right? Because obviously the trio, we're talking about MOUZ, m0NESY, and Nico, super deadly. We rely on them for so much firepower, but if you've got Hunter also firing on all cylinders, I mean, that's just going to breed so many dangerous things as we move closer to that arena.
I mean, all the kills that we've seen in that little clip right there, they were not easy at all. No. Like, he's put in the positions where he has to entry mid-round sometimes around the corner that is super dangerous, and he's doing it really, really efficiently. You can see that this was an anomaly stat for him. He was playing really, really well compared to his world final average. So this is another thing that we want to see from Hunter moving forward into the playoff games, actually, because he needs to be that fourth pillar of G2 to make sure that they build up on that Blastful final performance where they lifted the trophy.
Certainly it does indeed. As we move onwards and upwards, G2 through to the semi-finals, let's get a few winning thoughts courtesy of MOUZ and Banks.
G2 marched on forward to the semi-finals in a very confident fashion, but it was certainly a game where you guys were tested. We're going to look at this Anubis. It was 11-5. You guys kind of had the game in your hand, despite it being their map pick, but then it started to really slowly slip away from you guys. It goes into OT, but there was moments where you were getting all the entries, all the first kills. You kind of just flipped a switch and you went into doing what you do best. Did you just feel like you needed to make some moves?
Yeah, we started at that like struggling point that we didn't know what to do at some point. Like we did, but like, for example, me one round just decided to go for a fast pick from Hunter, and I trolled that round because they were too water. They were gonna split us B. Right? No, I died first in pop and then he died in B. So yeah, and then the last round, I don't like to say this, but they got a little bit lucky. Like Magix killed me through smoke one tap, and then he kills Nico going through smoke, full blind. Yeah. So it happens, you know. But it was a really good game from them, and like it was a really good game. I enjoyed that a lot.
And then once you got into this Mirage, it was very close to the first half. Then you're going a lot of back and forth in it as well. Was it starting to feel like it might potentially slip away again, or you might end up in overtime?
Like once you start winning, and you're like when you're winning and then you start losing rounds that you should not lose, it's like this is not gonna happen, right? But we have Nico, he has some good calls, and also Jano too. So like we had good gambling calls and everything, so that helped us a lot.
I want to ask about the last round because it seemed like before they made not much noise and they executed towards B, someone had made a call for Nico to move over. Who was that?
Guess.
Nico?
Yeah.
Oh, so he planned it. He knew what was going on because that was on point to make that work. And at that point, you were able to run away with it. How good do you guys feel right now to be able to bounce back like this from Rio?
We definitely feel better, you know? We made it to playoffs. We went 0-2, so we're definitely better. But I think we're playing much better than we did in Rio for sure. Like comms point and shooting back stuff. This is like we're day and night difference.
Is this a G2 that can win another blast?
I hope so. Would be nice.
It would be nice indeed. Let's see it, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Only 2 more games until G2 potentially get to lift that trophy as they do move straight on into the semi-finals, which means they get a day off tomorrow. They get some time to relax and practice and I'm sure watch their potential opponents.
This is a secret trophy that they're lifting after this game because they bought themselves with this good performance a day off, and that means that Spirit is within next 18, 19 hours. They're about to head onto the stage again playing, so there's no time to prepare, there's no time to sleep, everything's kind of hasty. So it's definitely playing a factor when it comes to tournaments like these.
Certainly, it's going to be an absolute marathon for Team Spirit moving on forward. I just want to bounce off what Mab said about the Nico calls as well. I can totally attest to that. Hearing them in the booths back at Rio versus here, I mean, Nico just, I felt like he was reading Spirit like a book. It was absolutely insane to kind of just hear his reads and yeah, how instrumental it was at the end of a Mirage.
You have to attribute it to the individual performance. Obviously, those who are playing well on the server are able to read the game a little bit better, and that kind of translates into what Nico is doing. I am Rio not playing that well, here playing much better, therefore being much more vocal when it comes to mid-round calls and the setups.
Well, we can check in with our Trade It player of the day. I'm sure I know a couple of the clips that are going to be featured, but what is coming up first, Steve?
First up is the bittersweet one, as Bit is actually making an insane ace on Inferno. In the end, it wasn't enough to pull them through against FaZe, but honestly, one of the best pit player, short player on Inferno right now in the scene.
Now, not to be biased at all, but if I was going to be using my vote over on the Blast Premier Instagram, it would be for this moment from m0NESY, a 4K at such a crucial moment versus Team Spirit. I can't believe the first shot he gets, and then this is so cheeky, just working that smoke perfectly.
Absolutely, and then we have a Nico with a Deagle. Nico and Deagle, you can't count this out.
Name a more iconic duo.
The first guy, he doesn't even see him. Shiro just gets deleted from the server. Then Zontix follows shortly after. And then in the end, he actually kills Chopper, which allows for m0NESY to actually plant out on B. So it is a bigger picture of the round as well. But these 3 kills with the Deagle enabled all that kind of round.
Well, we will be crowning the winner in our pre-show tomorrow. But I think it's time to check in with some more winners, maybe losers in our predictions. Now, I know a few people had some steals. shots this morning, and a couple more people have some steals today, and MOUZ is dead.
Bye-bye.
I guess that's it. Yeah, you're on 5 lives, Tico. I'm on 2. What? How did this happen? Who stole off of me? I bet it was Anders. I bet it was Anders.
It was Anders.
Probably Anders. Should we check in with the groups to see exactly how they have wrapped up after these 2 days of competition here in Singapore? Of course, tomorrow we'll be moving on into the arena, but the surprise, us all, Astralis topping Group A. I would love to see how many people predicted that to be happening on Blast TV.
And nonetheless, they are also doing it with a broken